Chapter 89. The trap. The mercenary named Wang Gui let out a blood-curdling scream, his body bound to a tree. His bloodied thigh attracted a swarm of army ants, each no larger than a pinky finger, which gnawed hungrily at the flesh. The surrounding tissue was devoured, revealing the ghastly sight of exposed white bone. Wang Gui, how did you end up tied here? A fellow mercenary inquired, aghast. It was Xiang Chen. He killed our captain and the others. Hurry, come and save me. Wang Gui shrieked, his torment unbearable. Quick, rescue him. The squad leader and his companions rushed forward to assist. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way with a resounding crash. As three of them converged, a massive pit opened up, over 4 meters deep, lined with sharpened bamboo stakes. Ah! They cried out in horror as they plummeted into the trap, impaled by the vicious spikes below, meeting a gruesome fate. The physical forms of the true martial cultivators at the divine concealment level were still quite fragile, lacking the innate protective aura, rendering them susceptible to such lethal assaults. This is bad. They're a trap, the squad leader exclaimed, his face paling as he quickly ordered a retreat, unwilling to approach any further. Gazing into the pit, he saw the unfortunate trio brutally skewered, their plight heartbreaking. Damn it, Wang Gui, why didn't you warn us about the trap? The squad leader yelled in fury. I was blinded. I couldn't see anything. Help me. Wang Gui wailed in despair. With a darkened expression, the squad leader swung his blade, unleashing a wave of energy that sliced at the ground ahead. To his dismay, 2 more areas collapsed, revealing additional traps. After a cautious assessment, he led his remaining men closer to rescue Wang Gui. Yet, as they approached, a rustling sound erupted from the foliage. Suddenly, snares sprang to life, ensnaring their feet with a violent snap. These ropes were connected to bent tree trunks, which, upon release, launched the traps with formidable force, hoisting the unfortunate victims into the air. Ah! The cries of the captured echoed as 6 men found themselves ensnared, lifted aloft by the ropes. In that moment, a figure surged down from a tree, wielding a massive blade with stunning ferocity, unleashing a torrent of lethal energy upon those suspended. No! They gasped in terror, eyes wide as they beheld the youth, his body coated in dark mud to mask his presence from the hunting dogs. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the 6 men, blood spraying forth as they were gruesomely bisected. Xiang Chen, the squad leader, who had managed to evade the trap, unleashed his true energy and retreated, his gaze seething with rage toward the mud-streaked figure. Correct. Now behold the crossbow, the youth replied coldly, drawing a treasure crossbow from behind his waist, aiming it at the squad leader. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 bolts were released in rapid succession, hurtling toward the squad leader with deadly intent. He hastily swung his blade to deflect the projectiles, the force of the strikes pushing him back with each resounding clash. However, the 3rd arrow struck him squarely in the abdomen, piercing through with a sickening sound. The mercenary captain let out a horrific scream as he staggered back, his insides grievously wounded. Kill! At that moment, Xiang Chen charged forth like a panther, wielding his blade with ferocity, delivering a heavy blow aimed at the mercenary captain. You wretched brat! The captain roared, gritting his teeth as he attempted to parry the strike. Clang! Yet, the force of the blow was overwhelming. The dragon queller demon blade cleaved through the captain's weapon, shattering it with terrifying might. With a sickening slice, the blade struck the captain's body, his eyes widening in rage before he was gruesomely torn asunder, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood, the stench of his innards permeating the air. Another squad of 10 had been annihilated in mere moments by Xiang Chen. Wang Gui, paralyzed by fear, could hear no voices, and though he could not see, he instinctively knew that these men had likely all fallen to the youth's wrath. Having dispatched this group, the dragon queller demon blade absorbed their life essence, growing even more sinister and powerful. Xiang Chen sheathed his sword and turned to the bound Wang Gui, a cold smile gracing his lips. I spare your life, but whether you live to see another day is in the hands of fate. Should members of the Black Python Mercenary Corps come to your rescue, advise them to abandon this mission, lest I become their nightmare. Woof woof. From the distance, the sound of barking echoed through the forest. Xiang Chen glanced over to see another mercenary team hastening toward this location. A cold smile crept across his face as he swiftly departed, blade in hand. When the newcomers arrived, they beheld a scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Wang Gui, screaming in terror, was besieged by ants. While 6 bodies hung from the trees, cleaved in 2, and the ground was littered with remnants of carnage, including one individual severed completely in half. What? What is this? This is the third squad. This is utterly horrific. Even these seasoned mercenaries, who had long danced with death, were rendered speechless by the nightmarish tableau before them. Help me! Wang Gui cried weakly, while the architect of this hellish scene, the young man, had already vanished into the depths of the forest. Xiang Chen navigated through the trees with the agility of a spirit monkey, leaping from one branch to another. The arrow wound in his chest was already beginning to heal, showcasing his remarkable recuperative abilities. It seemed that Lin Lian, that wretched woman, had been watching him. If this ambush had failed, she would likely send stronger adversaries after him in the future. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as he contemplated the need for strength. He required power. He yearned for vengeance against Lin Lian, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he must pursue alternative strategies. The Lin family, pawns of the royal conspiracy. While I may struggle to retaliate against the Xiang family, surely I can take action against the Lin family? A cold smile crossed his lips as he plotted his retribution against Lin Lian and her lineage. After a considerable time, he returned to the waterfall where he had set up a temporary shelter amidst the trees by the water's edge. After taking a refreshing dip in the icy waters of the pond, the chill of winter seeped into the young man's heart, leaving him feeling equally frosty as he contemplated how to scheme against Lin Lian. Following his bath, Xiang Chen resumed his practice of the stunning step and the second form of the overlord blade technique, known as the crumbling mountain. Armed with a wooden sword, he relentlessly struck at a small stone hill, a yard in height, concentrating the blade's energy within the wooden sword, attempting to suppress a point of explosive release. Yet, each time, the wooden sword shattered, proving difficult to master. As time passed, another 15 days slipped by. On this particular day, 2 mercenary teams finally uncovered Xiang Chen's dwelling. However, unbeknownst to them, Xiang Chen had already sensed their presence and departed. This time, the leader was no ordinary individual. He was Wang Gui, nicknamed Wang the Duck, a capable officer under the command of the Black Python, and a master at the divine concealment realm. The captain discovered Xiang Chen's trail. A mercenary with a hunting dog noticed signs of habitation by the pond, a campfire, and a small tree shelter. Wang Gui, a man in his 30s with slanted eyes, sniffed the air, and a spectral image of a crimson-hued hunting dog appeared behind him. This Wang Gui had indeed awakened his divine spirit, albeit in the form of a dog. It was Xiang Chen's scent. The aroma still lingered in the air, prompting him to summon all team members to encircle and eliminate Xiang Chen. Wang Gui sniffed in a particular direction and discerned the general path of Xiang Chen's escape. The mercenaries released a barrage of arrows to gather reinforcements. In the woods, Xiang Chen darted through the trees, a sense of cold determination gripping him. Damn it, these people are indeed relentless. He knew he had to confront these adversaries, otherwise, they posed a significant threat to his training. Xiang Chen mused, no longer willing to remain passive, as it was not in his current character. This foolish child, with so many secret techniques from the sacred codex of 10,000 beasts, being entangled by a swarm of ants, is truly a waste of divine skill. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Elder brother. Xiang Chen paused, recognizing the voice as belonging to the elder brother. He glanced around and saw him perched on a tree ahead, observing him. I have a new special training mission for you. Within 3 months, eliminate these individuals and reflect on the secret techniques within the sacred codex of 10,000 beasts. Do you recall the tortoise breathing technique and the 7 illusions concealment technique? Xiang Chen pondered for a moment, his eyes sparkling with realization as he replied with a grin. Elder brother, I know what to do now. Good to hear. Do not expect me to teach you how to deal with these ants. The elder brother scoffed before vanishing, presumably off to some other mischief. Xiang Chen halted, recalling the 2 secret techniques from the sacred codex of 10,000 beasts. The tortoise breathing technique, an ancient method of the mysterious tortoise that allows one to conceal their presence and enter a state of dormancy, can close off one's pores, reducing one's life force to an almost imperceptible level. It can also obscure one's cultivation, vital energy, and fluctuations of power, a means by which the ancient tortoise hid from predators during its slumber. The 7 illusory concealment technique, a secret art passed down from the vibrant color-changing dragon clan, enables the adept to manipulate their essence and energy to alter their color, aura, and even visual form, seamlessly blending into their surroundings. When perfected, One can even create a deceptive illusion indistinguishable from reality. With a smirk, Xiang Chen reflected on these two techniques, realizing that his cultivation of the sacred text of all beasts allowed him to master them. He began to channel the true energy within him, directing it into some of his unique, delicate meridians. Gradually, the pores on his skin contracted in imperceptible ways, and the aura radiating from him slowly dissipated. Even the flow of blood within his body momentarily slowed, the sound of his heartbeat diminishing to a whisper. However, while executing this technique, an unexpected drowsiness enveloped him, inducing a lethargy reminiscent of a hibernating tortoise, a notable drawback of the art. Xiang Chen inhaled deeply. Even his astute sense of smell could no longer detect his own presence. Truly, this was an exceptional technique. With it, ambushing and eliminating foes would be effortless. Filled with elation, he once again harnessed his true energy. Applying the principles of the 7 illusory concealment technique, he observed as peculiar, invisible energies from the surrounding environment converged toward him, altering the magnetic field around him. A soft glow emanated from his form, rendering him indistinguishable from the grand tree beside him. Standing there, he blended perfectly into the environment, appearing as mere shadow to anyone gazing from below. The 7 illusory concealment technique is truly remarkable. Why did I not discover these two techniques sooner? It seems I must delve deeper into the vast inheritance of the sacred text of all beasts, he mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. The effect rivaled that of invisibility itself. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed from the distant woods. No fewer than 30 individuals were converging towards Xiang Chen's vicinity. Wang Gui, leading a newly assembled mercenary team, entered the grove with a furrowed brow. He sniffed the air, but could not detect Xiang Chen's presence. The scent had vanished. Had something been employed to obscure his aura? My innate sense, sharper than that of a hound, can perceive even submerged entities. What method has this fellow employed to mask his presence? Wang Gui frowned, scanning the surrounding environment, where the sounds of insects and birds filled the air. His gaze fell upon a tree 30 meters away, where Xiang Chen stood, yet all he perceived was a vague silhouette of the tree, devoid of any anomaly. Everyone be cautious. This little rascal may be hiding within this grove. Split up and search in pairs. If anyone discovers him, sound the alarm. Wang Gui commanded. Scatter. The 30 members of the Black Python mercenary group promptly paired off and dispersed, extending their search throughout the woods. Some individuals even leaped into the trees, surveying the surroundings and searching the treetops for any signs of their quarry, ensuring that Xiang Chen was not hiding amidst the branches. Xiang Chen stood upon a tree, his icy gaze fixed upon the mercenaries seeking him out. A pair of them approached his direction. Sanpao, what level of cultivation does this little beast possess? He previously managed to eliminate 2 entire squads. It is certainly impossible for him to be at merely the body refinement stage. One of them, wielding a blade, relentlessly hacked at the surrounding underbrush. I estimate he is at the 4th or 5th level of the spirit concealment realm. Those 2 squads must have suffered from grave miscalculations due to erroneous intelligence. What is the Xiang Wang manor up to, providing such vastly misleading information? The other grumbled. Let us find and eliminate that little brat quickly. After spending so long in the mountains, I truly long for the company of the spring blossoms at the Lanjai brothel. Once we return, I intend to indulge myself for a few days. Keep an eye on the underbrush while I ascend the tree to scout. As he spoke, the mercenary exerted a surge of true energy, leaping toward the very tree where Xiang Chen was concealed. He stood upon the trunk, scanning the canopy above, oblivious to the fact that something was amiss in the indistinct trunk beside him. The mercenary, now perched upon the branch, surveyed the forest below, scrutinizing the undergrowth to ascertain whether Xiang Chen could be hiding there. However, he remained unaware of the dagger that stealthily approached him from the tree trunk. Suddenly, Xiang Chen, akin to a killer clad in the most formidable camouflage, sprang into action. He rushed forth, covering the man's mouth with one hand while plunging the dagger ruthlessly into his back. The mercenary's eyes widened in horror, his cries stifled by Xiang Chen's grip, as an icy pain surged through his back. Gradually, he succumbed to oblivion, his pupils dilating as his heart was pierced from behind. The human heart and internal organs are situated relatively close to the back, so one should refrain from recklessly striking another's back, for a single blow can lead to a lifelong consequence, a fate of dependence on the state, with all needs graciously provided, and in severe cases, a swift journey to the afterlife. With one strike, the man fell lifeless, and Xiang Chen dragged his corpse to lean against the tree trunk, blood seeping downwards. Concealed by the tree, Xiang Chen lightly descended. "Did you discover anything up there?" Another mercenary called out as he searched the underbrush, inquiring of his companion in the tree. However, no response came. When he glanced over, a figure suddenly shot forth from the thicket like an arrow, a dagger slicing through the mercenary's throat. His eyes widened in terror as he clutched his neck, which had been almost severed, blood oozing through his fingers. He attempted to scream, but his throat and windpipe had been cut, and all that escaped his lips was a gurgle of blood as he crumpled to the ground. In his dilated pupils, a shadowy figure of a youth appeared before him, indistinct yet ominous. Xiang Chen hoisted him and concealed the body within a nearby thicket. At this moment, Xiang Chen activated the moon-viewing eyes, causing the surrounding trees to become ethereal and transparent. He noticed two individuals approximately 200 meters to the east, exploring the forest at a distance of over 10 meters apart. A cold smile crept across his face as he enveloped himself in a shroud of leaf-like shadows, stealthily approaching the pair. Soon, he positioned himself 10 meters behind one of them. As he crept closer, reaching a mere 3 meters from his target, Xiang Chen pounced, swiftly covering the person's mouth with one hand while a dagger sliced through the other's throat. The individual collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Be steady, dog egg." His companion, unaware of the danger, turned around upon hearing the noise. Suddenly, a flash of light surged forth. A dagger infused with true energy transformed into a streak of white, piercing through the man's throat with a sickening sound. His eyes widened in shock as he grasped the dagger embedded in his neck, emitting a gurgling sound before crumpling to the earth. Xiang Chen approached, extracting the dagger from the man's throat, blood splattering forth. At that moment, the silverfish spirit within him stirred restlessly, leaping out of Xiang Chen's body. He watched in astonishment as the silverfish spirit entered the deceased man's reservoir of true energy, consuming the remnants of his vitality. "The foolish fish can absorb true energy," he exclaimed in surprise. "But why hasn't it consumed the true energy of others?" He pondered with furrowed brows. Then, to his bewilderment, the silverfish spirit led astray, bit into the man's dantian, extracting a mottled glow and greedily devouring it. Satisfied, it smacked its lips, having also absorbed the man's true energy. "The spirit only consumes the true energy of those with a spirit. This fellow can even devour spirits." "Come back," Xiang Chen exclaimed, a mix of shock and intrigue coursing through him. With a mere thought, the silverfish spirit returned to his body. At that moment, the silverfish slowly expelled wisps of pure, absorbable true energy, flooding into Xiang Chen's being, nurturing his reservoir and strengthening his cultivation. "Incredible! It can do this?" he marveled, delight surging within him. The silverfish spirit had unexpectedly absorbed another's true energy and refined it for his benefit. This was akin to the star-absorbing technique from his previous life in martial arts. Laughing heartily, he realized he could seize the powers of others. Indeed, it was a formidable spirit of unparalleled nature. Xiang Chen felt a significant enhancement in his strength and mused that by acquiring the true energy of more spirit-bearers, he might just breach the third level of the reservoir realm and attain a celestial level of power. Thus, this hunt promised to be a grand feast. Licking his lips, he revealed a chilling smile and turned his gaze towards the other two individuals 500 meters away, gradually closing the distance once more. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen had stealthily assassinated 16 out of 30 individuals through various means, eliminating 8 groups in total. Among them, 2 individuals possessed divine souls, yet remained unawakened. They were devoured by the silver fish divine soul within Xiang Chen, absorbing their vital energy and refining it into the lunar true energy that nourished Xiang Chen in return. His power has significantly surged, reaching the pinnacle of the second level of the divine concealment realm. With just a bit more intensity from the nurturing of the divine concealment, he would be able to break through to the third level, attaining the power of a minor celestial being. At his age, achieving the minor celestial realm in the divine concealment realm is a testament to his extraordinary talent in the Great Shan capital. Remarkably, it has only been 3 to 4 months since he began his cultivation from scratch. In contrast, others who commenced their training at the optimal age of 10 would likely require 5 to 6 years, or even over a decade, to reach his level. Such as these ordinary mercenaries. The scent of blood gradually permeated the forest. Although Xiang Chen could conceal his aura, He could not mask the pervasive stench of blood from the slain individuals. Captain Wang Yi, also known as Wang Duck, finally took notice. He approached the two corpses, each with a throat slashed cleanly, his expression darkening. "Captain, this little beast has been lurking in this forest," exclaimed one of his companions in alarm. This marked the sixth body discovered. "Captain, we must regroup. We cannot afford to scatter. This lad is too cunning, and otherwise, we will be picked off one by one," urged another. "Xiang Chen, you little rascal, come out." Wang Yi bellowed in fury, lamenting the loss of so many brothers without having even laid eyes on Xiang Chen. He was at a loss as to how to report this to the commander upon returning. Concealed among the leaves, Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh. "Have you finally discovered me? Alas, it is too late." He drew a sturdy bow, knocking a sharp arrow, and aimed it slowly at the two individuals who had gathered together. Chapter 92, Water Demon. Whoosh, whoosh. The dual arrows were released simultaneously, cutting through the air with a shrill whistle and swiftly traversing the distance of several dozen meters to pierce the backs of the two mercenaries. With two muffled thuds, they screamed in agony as the arrows pierced through their spines, collapsing to the ground in pain. "There's movement over there. Head that way." The distant onlookers, upon hearing the commotion, rushed toward the source. "Move," Wang Yi shouted, leading the assembled 12 towards the sound. "Help, help me," cried one of the wounded, still clinging to life on the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Yi turned toward the direction of the arrows and roared, "Shoot in that direction." For archers immediately loosed their arrows, infused with vital energy, which penetrated the underbrush, shattering the shrubbery. However, Xiang Chen had already vacated that position. "Search over there." The four mercenaries dashed forward, cutting through the thicket, yet found nothing. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, from another direction atop the trees, two arrows streaked down once more, with two more muffled thuds. Two of the mercenaries were struck through the skull by an arrow, while the remaining two narrowly rolled away, evading the subsequent lethal projectiles. "Where are you? Shoot," Wang Yi shouted, spotting a fleeting figure on a tree. The swift arrows whizzed through the air, embedding themselves into the tree trunks and creating gaping holes. Xiang Chen, bow in hand, unleashed his stunning footwork, leaping into a thicket, seamlessly blending into his surroundings as he stealthily shifted his position. Meanwhile, Wang Yi and his men advanced, their chi transforming into sword and blade energy, cleaving through the area and causing numerous trees to crack and splinter, severing many shrubs in the process. At that moment, two arrows shot forth from the foliage, targeting Wang Yi and one of the mercenaries. Wang Yi reacted swiftly, instinctively slicing his sword to deflect an incoming arrow. Alas, one of the archers beside him was struck down, leaving only 9 remaining. "You little bastard, I found you," Wang Yi bellowed, transforming into a lethal arrow himself as he charged forward, wielding a broad sword and unleashing a powerful strike. With a whoosh of formidable blue sword energy, a meter long and born of the 9th realm of the divine concealment, surged forth. Xiang Chen adeptly sidestepped the attack. Boom! A massive tree behind him was cleaved in two by the sword energy, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The might of a great celestial position in the divine concealment realm was several times that of a lesser celestial position. Ha ha! The Black Python Mercenary Corps is nothing but this. I have slain so many of your men without so much as a scratch on me. I advise you to retreat, or today shall be your final day." Xiang Chen laughed mockingly, slipping into a thicket. "Where do you think you're going?" Wang Yi, filled with rage, pursued, shattering the arrows shot at him with a single swing of his sword. The others followed closely, with 9 remaining. But Xiang Chen had already managed to assassinate 21 within this forest, which had become his hunting ground. "Captain, we are here," shouted another group, joined by the 6th squad, bringing an additional 20 men. "Ha ha ha, just in time. Let us hunt down that little beast together," Wang Yi exclaimed joyfully, rallying the new arrivals to pursue Xiang Chen. With the scent of blood on his hands, Wang Yi was now able to track Xiang Chen's position more effectively. A large group was relentlessly chasing a young boy, their presence disturbing the birds in the forest. The boy fled toward the unexplored depths of the misty mountain range. Wang Yi was swift, his cultivation granting him an edge. Yet even with his stunning footwork, Xiang Chen could not completely evade him, with a throng of mercenaries closely following. Against a master of the 9th realm of the divine concealment, Xiang Chen stood little chance in direct confrontation unless he employed a surprise attack with his crossbow. Additionally, with a multitude of allies on the opposing side, Xiang Chen would never engage them head-on unless he was forced into a corner. This was no mere game. It was a battle of life and death, with only one life to spare. Soon, after traversing dozens of miles through the forest, Xiang Chen suddenly found himself at the banks of a wide river flowing through the woods. This river, spanning 30 to 40 meters, meandered quietly through the jungle, nourishing the forest, while the opposite bank rose sharply into perilous peaks, resembling the very arteries of the wilderness. The waterfall where Xiang Chen once cultivated is but a tributary of this grand river in the forest. How wide it is! Xiang Chen's countenance darkened. Such an expanse was beyond his current capabilities of the shocking swan step. "You little beast, don't flee." The furious shouts of mercenaries echoed from the woods, a distance of over a mile behind him. There was no choice but to cross the river. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Chen swiftly shed his garments, stowing them in the silver void jade belt. With a mighty leap, he launched himself toward the great river, covering a distance of 11 or 12 meters. Just as he was about to plunge into the water, he stepped upon the river's surface, condensing his vital energy into a shadow of a swan. The shadow soared, allowing him to glide another 10 meters across the water, and with another step, he summoned yet another shadow, propelling himself forward once more. At this moment, he was merely 8 or 9 meters from the opposite shore. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted as a colossal creature surged from the depths, its gaping maw wide enough to cleave Xiang Chen in two. Alarmed, Xiang Chen's expression shifted in shock. He swiftly grasped the dragon's edged demon blade at his back and struck down with fury. This creature bore a head reminiscent of a crocodile, yet its body was as thick as a water tank, emanating a formidable innate demonic aura. It was an innate demon beast. Its body was cloaked in dark green scales, each the size of a child's palm, shimmering with a faint azure glow. With a length of 16 or 17 meters, it could easily swallow a grown man whole. The serpent demon of the waters. Clang! The strike of the blade met the creature's protective aura and scales. Yet the once razor-sharp dragon's edge failed to breach its defenses. A powerful shockwave slammed into Xiang Chen, causing him to spew blood. His body hurled through the air, and with a resounding splash, he plunged into the water, wounded by the impact. Roaring with excitement, the serpent demon dove into the water to pursue Xiang Chen, stirring the surface into a tempest. As Xiang Chen submerged, he immediately sheathed his blade and swam desperately toward the shore. However, his speed in the water paled in comparison to that of the serpent demon, which surged beneath the surface, leaving a trail of bubbles in its wake. Its demonic energy focused on Xiang Chen, its prey. With its massive jaws agape, lined with razor-sharp teeth capable of rending steel, it lunged for Xiang Chen's hind leg. In a critical moment, a surge of tiny vital energy erupted from the springs beneath his feet. Boom! A powerful force propelled Xiang Chen forward as he unleashed the shocking swan step. Instantly, he accelerated, and the tiny energy enveloped him, freezing the surrounding water into a vast block of ice. The serpent demon crashed through the ice, breaking the 2 or 3 meter block apart as it emerged from the depths. With a fourth step, Xiang Chen unleashed yet another shadow of the swan, propelling himself 7 or 8 meters farther, finally reaching the shore. My movement technique has transcended. Xiang Chen was overjoyed. His stunning 7 steps had unexpectedly transcended, allowing him to carve out 4 ethereal shadows within a mere 10 breaths, achieving mastery in his realm. Upon reaching the shore, he did not linger, swiftly dashing away to a considerable distance. The giant water serpent, known as the forest python, let out a ferocious roar, peering at Xiang Chen with a hint of reluctance for having let its prey escape. Typically, the forest python would refrain from leaving the water, as its speed diminished on land, making it vulnerable to aerial adversaries. "Hey, my friend, do not rush off. There are more enticing quarry ahead," Xiang Chen called out, glancing back at the forest python from a distance of about 10 meters. To the serpent's astonishment, he emitted a series of hissing sounds, reminiscent of the serpent clan's tongue. Bewildered, the forest python gradually submerged itself back into the depths. "Xiang Chen, do not flee." At that moment, a cacophony of enraged roars erupted from the woods as Wang Gui, accompanied by around 30 mercenaries, burst forth, arriving at the riverbank. Xiang Chen, standing on the opposite shore, cast a derisive smile at Wang Gui and his companions, mockingly contorting his face and taunting, "A bunch of foolish swine. If you wish to catch me, you might as well train for another decade." With audacity, he provocatively extended his middle finger towards them, turning his back and playfully slapping his rear, indulging in his mischief. Damn little beast, do not escape. Wang Yu fumed. If I catch you today, I shall skin you alive and dismember you. Archers, suppress him. Everyone else, cross the river. At once, four archers knocked their arrows, aiming at Xiang Chen, unleashing a flurry of lethal projectiles his way. Gripping the dragon's edged demon blade, Xiang Chen deftly evaded and slashed at the incoming arrows. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, over 20 individuals, led by Wang Yu, plunged into the water, unleashing their vital energy as they hastily swam towards the opposite shore, lacking any form of light-footed water-walking techniques. Yet, Xiang Chen remained unhurried, a cold smile gracing his lips, for the spectacle was about to unfold. As the group reached the midpoint of the river, a thunderous explosion of water erupted. A swimming mercenary let out a blood-curdling scream as he was abruptly dragged beneath the surface, the water instantly tinged crimson. Moments later, two severed halves of a body surfaced. Another mercenary screamed in horror, dragged down into the depths. Not good, there are beasts in the water. Quick, flee, they cried. A demon python, it's a demon python. Amidst the cacophony of screams, one after another, mercenaries fell victim to the water-dwelling forest python, the river turning a horrific shade of red. In sheer terror, the remaining mercenaries desperately swam towards the opposite bank, while Wang Yu wore a face of sheer panic. With a thunderous splash, a 7 to 8 meter long python lunged from the depths, seizing yet another mercenary in its deadly embrace, transforming the 30 to 40 meter wide river into a scene of utter chaos. It's a primal demon beast, the forest python. Flee. No, save me, echoed the cries, as over 10 individuals had already met a gruesome fate. The archers on the bank were paralyzed with fear, abandoning their pursuit of Xiang Chen to target the forest python instead. However, the arrows merely sparked against the creature's armored scales. Unperturbed, Xiang Chen swiftly retrieved his bow, knocking 3 arrows aimed at the panicked mercenaries struggling in the water. With a swift motion, he released them. With a swift whoosh, 3 arrows shot forth, striking down 3 mercenaries attempting to escape the water, their screams echoing as the arrows pierced their skulls, leading to their immediate demise. The monstrous python, Xiang Chen, Wang Yu swam desperately, diving beneath the surface to evade the arrows, unleashing his true energy, continuously surpassing his fellow companions. In that moment, only by being swifter than his peers could he hope to survive. Meanwhile, the serpent-like water demon exhaled waves of pale blue malevolent energy, possessing an astonishing penetrating force. One mercenary was struck, his body exploding into a gruesome mass, the power remarkable. It was no longer hunting. Having consumed such a wealth of high-energy prey, it had turned to slaughter. The river's surface was stained crimson, with dismembered corpses floating amidst a cacophony of anguished cries. Out of over 20 mercenaries who entered the water, none remained alive. The surface had transformed into a scene of carnage. The 4 archers who had stayed ashore were paralyzed with fear, retreating hastily. The water demon suddenly let out a chilling roar at Xiang Chen, its cold gaze softening slightly. Haha, no need for thanks. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Feast well. The water demon seized one of the slain mercenaries, its jaws wide, and swallowed him whole. Boom. At that moment, the riverbank erupted, a figure bursting forth, sword in hand. Landing on the shore, it was Wang Yu, miraculously unharmed. You wretched beast, I shall slay you. Wang Yu roared, having narrowly escaped death, and furiously charged forward, slashing with his sword to unleash a pale blue sword aura over a meter long. You persistent fiend, I shall confront you now. Xiang Chen's expression darkened, his own anger flaring. Heavenly wolf spirit, arise. Xiang Chen roared within, a colossal golden silhouette of a celestial wolf suddenly emerging around him. His form expanding to an imposing height of 2 meters, his physique becoming extraordinarily robust, sharp dark claws sprouting forth, amplifying his strength, true energy, and speed considerably. He wielded the dragon's edged demon blade, delivering a fierce strike that shattered the sword aura. The two then clashed, their weapons colliding with a resounding clang. Wang Yu's sword immediately cracked, though bolstered by his powerful true energy, it did not shatter like those of others. The collision of their energies stirred the mud along the riverbank. Boom, boom, boom. Xiang Chen was forced back several paces by the sheer might of Wang Yu's strikes. The formidable power of his celestial realm was undeniable, yet Xiang Chen's lower cultivation left him at a disadvantage, even with the heavenly wolf spirit activated. Die. Wang Yu relentlessly slashed again and again, while waves of sword energy screamed towards Xiang Chen, enveloping him in blinding light. Dominating blade technique, sever the flow. Xiang Chen bellowed, unleashing a powerful blade aura that coalesced into a dark, tempestuous force, creating ripples in the air as it surged forward. With a thunderous crack, his strike tore through the incoming sword energies, colliding with Wang Yu's sword attack, forcing Wang Yu to stagger back a few steps, his body marred by the splintering sword energy. How can this be possible? Chapter 94. The Blue Jade Fruit. I am indeed at the pinnacle of the divine concealment realm. My power sufficient to overwhelm Xiang Chen. Yet, this wretch's sword has managed to force me back. It seems that everyone from the Xiang Wang mansion has underestimated you. But you shall still meet your demise. Wang Yu took a step forward, charging forth with a violent momentum, unleashing a sword strike that manifested into 8 streams of sword energy, slicing through the air. Xiang Chen continuously retreated, wielding his blade to deflect the oncoming sword energy. When suddenly, Wang Yu's other hand struck out with a fist, producing a sound akin to a crashing boulder. Thunderstone fist. The fist erupted like a thunderbolt, the air convulsing with the force of it, a powerful fist force coalescing into a blue orb, hurtling towards Xiang Chen. Boom. The force of the punch detonated upon impact, sending Xiang Chen soaring backward over 10 meters, colliding with a large tree, blood spewing from his mouth. Haha. I have perfected my Thunderstone fist over the course of more than a decade. It is now an art of unparalleled mastery. Die, wretch. Wang Yu sneered. Surging forward once more, his sword aimed directly at Xiang Chen's throat with blinding speed, rendering evasion nearly impossible. The disparity in power was indeed overwhelming. Xiang Chen's expression turned icy, when suddenly, a radiant purple-gold light erupted from his being. In that instant, his perception transformed into a 3-dimensional tapestry of lines, propelling him forward. Swish! As the sword lunged, Xiang Chen's form inexplicably vanished. The sword energy he had conjured pierced through a tree of considerable girth, leaving a gaping hole in its trunk. Where is he? Wang Yu gasped in shock. He is behind you. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from behind, causing Wang Yu's hair to stand on end. Uft! Before he could comprehend the situation, a demonic blade pierced through his body from behind, emerging from his chest. He gazed in terror at the blade protruding from his front, disbelief flooding his eyes. Turning to face the youth who had mysteriously appeared behind him, his expression was one of sheer horror and confusion. How could he have materialized there? What was happening? I refuse to accept this. Wang Yu screamed in despair, as the life, essence, and soul within him were frantically siphoned by the demonic blade, transforming him into a lifeless husk. Xiang Chen withdrew the blade, and with a thud, the corpse fell to the ground. At that moment, a small silver fish emerged from within Xiang Chen, burrowing into Wang Yu's divine concealment, absorbing vast amounts of true energy, while a spirit resembling a hunting hound was devoured by the silver fish. With a peculiar whale-like roar, the very fabric of space trembled. The whale's cry reverberated across 3,000 realms, the dream of butterflies returning with 108 sounds. Ultimately, Zhuangzhou indulged in flesh, stewing the Kuan with a guilty conscience. Once the silver fish had consumed its fill, it returned to Xiang Chen, simultaneously releasing a copious amount of refined true energy. Xiang Chen gazed at the lifeless form before him. He had utilized his spiritual prowess to eliminate his foe, albeit at the cost of more than half of his own true energy. Boom. However, at that moment, a series of thunderous roars emanated from the divine sanctuary, as a surge of refined true energy bombarded towards Xiang Chen's divine space, causing it to expand significantly with a resounding boom. Within Xiang Chen, an even more potent force of tying true energy erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. The second realm of the divine sanctuary, broken. In that instant, Xiang Chen's abilities surged dramatically, propelling him to the third realm of the divine sanctuary, approaching the minor celestial position. Truly, what a benevolent soul. Were it not for you, I might have needed another month or 2 to break through this realm. Xiang Chen gazed at the corpse with a smile. The captain has been slain. We must flee. This lad is too formidable. We must report back to the commander. The 4 archers on the opposite bank watched in horror, turning to flee, no longer daring to cross the river in pursuit of Xiang Chen. Meanwhile, the monstrous water serpent, continuously devouring the corpses on the river's surface, observed Xiang Chen with keen interest, for he was the first person it had encountered capable of speaking the serpent's tongue. In truth, most beastly creatures at the innate realm can learn to articulate human speech, yet they seldom interact with humans and thus refrain from speaking. Upon witnessing Xiang Chen eliminate the man, the serpent slowly submerged into the water, feeling excessively sated and in need of hibernation to refine its consumption. Xiang Chen rummaged through the man's belongings, discovering only a handful of scattered gold coins and a martial arts manual, the Thunderstone Fist, a yellow-grade superior fist technique. He held little interest in practicing it, although the Dragon Elephant Fist is suited for physical prowess at the Divine Sanctuary level. He had already perfected the upper section of the Elephant Fist, its power rivaling that of profound-tier martial arts. As for the sword, it was indeed a valuable blade. Yet without the protection of Wang Ye's true energy, it had shattered and become mere scrap metal. Fortunately, this battle allowed him to break through and elevate his abilities, which was not without merit. Xiang Chen once again ventured into the ancient forest, climbing a great tree to recuperate from his earlier internal injuries. Next, he would continue his pursuit of the demon tigers, aiming to siphon their life essence and souls. To date, he had slain no fewer than 17 or 18 demon tigers, yet he had yet to reach the point where he could behold Rower, as mentioned by Ba Go. 4 days later, within a certain gorge, a group of remarkably attired young men and women were exploring the area. Most of these youths donned matching azure martial robes, led by a striking young man clad in white, appearing around 17 or 18 years of age. Beside him stood an exceptionally beautiful young woman in a green martial skirt, pure and charming, accompanied by a total of 10 individuals of similar age. Senior brother Lin Mo, is there truly a blue jade fruit in this gorge? The green-clad young woman asked, furrowing her brows. With her elegant oval face and willow-like brows, she was a quintessential beauty. She tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear while addressing the young man in white. Do not worry, junior sister Liu. My family possesses a map detailing the mists of the Demon Mountains, which clearly marks the location of a blue jade fruit tree that has been growing for at least a millennium, the youth named Lin Mo replied. His gaze directed at the girl, revealing a hint of buried admiration and mischief. If we can find it, the blue jade wine brewed from it will surely be shared among us all. The green-clad young woman smiled. The youths present were filled with excitement upon hearing the news. This prodigious girl from a family renowned for winemaking had crafted the blue jade wine, a treasure capable of enhancing one's cultivation. Look, the blue jade fruit tree, cried one boy who had climbed to the treetop in astonishment. The others quickly followed suit, and indeed, in the distance, a magnificent tree with blue leaves towered at the center of the canyon, reaching a height of 100 meters and standing out remarkably. It truly is the blue jade fruit tree, exclaimed the girl in azure attire with delight. Hurry, let's go. The group of youths immediately dashed towards it, soon arriving before the majestic tree. However, as they approached, their expressions darkened. The ground was strewn with scattered fruit pits, and not a single fruit could be seen on the tree. A boy, bearing an exaggeratedly large sword, lay soundly asleep on a branch over 10 meters high. The blue jade fruits have all been picked. They lamented. Damn it. We journeyed so far, and all the fruits have been consumed. Look, there's someone up there. He must be the one who picked them. You brat, come down. Was that person Xiang Chen? Chapter 95. Encountering a familiar face, the youths were filled with anger. They had traversed mountains and valleys for 2 days, battling fierce beasts along the way, only to find that the blue jade fruits had been plundered. The girl in azure frowned, picked up a fruit pit from the ground, examined it, and sighed. It is a mature blue jade fruit. What a pity. Although it is a third-grade treasure, consuming it raw offers little benefit. She cast a glance at the striking youth with snow-white hair, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. This fellow had truly wasted a precious resource. Why does he resemble that good-for-nothing from the Xiang family? Lin Mo pondered. Hey, wake up. Come down, shouted one boy angrily, hurling a stone that whizzed toward the sleeping youth with enough force to shatter a normal person's skull. Yet, just as the stone was about to strike, the sleeping boy suddenly extended his hand, catching it and crushing it into powder with a resounding crunch. What is all the commotion? Xiang Chen yawned as he opened his eyes, looking lazily at the group of boys and girls below. What remarkable strength! The boy who had thrown the stone was slightly taken aback. He too could crush a stone, but not into powder. Xiang Chen had discovered this place that morning and found a tree laden with blue jade fruits. After tasting several, he was pleasantly surprised by their delightful flavor, laced with a hint of wine aroma. He had picked them all, consuming 7 or 8, and had fallen asleep on the tree. It really is Xiang Chen. Lin Mo exclaimed in surprise, recognizing him. Lin Mo, you know him? Asked one boy. I do. He is the infamous waste of the great merchant nation. A person incapable of cultivation, Lin Mo retorted with scorn. Ah, you are Lin Mo? Xiang Chen also recognized him. Lin Mo? A prodigious youth from the Lin family of the great merchant nation, was the nephew of Lin Lian, and it could be said that he and Xiang Chen were somewhat related. However, he had left for the Wilderness Academy 2 years prior to pursue his training. The Wilderness Academy was one of the most powerful forces in the Wilderness region, a semi-open educational institution. Rarely do I encounter a fool such as yourself who recognizes me. Xiang Chen, did you pluck the blue jade fruit from the tree? Lin Mo inquired, his tone devoid of civility and laced with contempt. How dare you, wretched creature? Have I provoked you in any way? You dare to call me a worthless father. The blue jade fruit was all harvested by me. What do you intend to do about it? Xiang Chen retorted from his perch atop the tree, his gaze dripping with scorn, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Lin Lian's nephew. Lin Lian was a person he had longed to eliminate in his dreams. What did you just call me? Lin Mo appeared incredulous, as if he misheard his own ears, staring at Xiang Chen in disbelief. I called you a wretched creature indeed. Do you comprehend, son? Xiang Chen sneered. You seek death. Lin Mo seethed, a powerful surge of true energy erupting from within him, revealing his cultivation at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. A mid-heaven rank. Calm down, brother Lin, the young woman in green, Lu Shiming, hastily interjected. She turned her gaze towards Xiang Chen, asking, Brother Xiang, do you still possess any blue jade fruit? Upon hearing her words, Xiang Chen looked at Lu Shiming and replied with a smile. It seems this young lady knows how to speak. Did you hear that wretched creature earlier? Was that human language? The blue jade fruit you mentioned, is it this? As he touched his waist, a blue fruit appeared in his hand, emitting a fragrant aroma. Indeed, that is the fruit. How many do you have, Brother Xiang? I am willing to purchase it for 100 gold coins, Lu Shiming offered. However, Xiang Chen took a bite of the fruit, savoring its sweetness, and said, I have no intention of selling it. He was not in need of the money, primarily because he did not wish to sell to someone associated with Lin Mo. Lu Shiming's expression soured at this scene. Sister Lu, why bother buying from him? I can go over and break his legs, then take everything for you. Lin Mo replied coldly, his gaze icy as it fixed on Xiang Chen. You ungrateful wretch, you shall witness how I shatter your limbs for your disrespect. Son, do not merely speak. If you have the ability, come and try, Xiang Chen retorted with a chilling smile. Brother Lin, why should you bother with a worthless fool? At that moment, a young man sneered, eyeing Xiang Chen while unleashing his true energy at the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm. Boy, you truly do not know when to back down. Watch how I, Lin Ran, make you kneel and beg for mercy before ending your life. With a powerful burst of true energy, Lin Ran propelled himself forward, unleashing a punch imbued with greenish-blue energy towards Xiang Chen. Do not kill him, Lu Shiming exclaimed, unable to bear the thought of Xiang Chen being harmed because of her. Xiang Chen merely chuckled, his own tying true energy roaring forth, and countered with a punch of his own, channeling his energy into a devastating strike. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of ancient elephants, a white elephant shadow surged forth, crashing into Lin Ran with tremendous force. Ah! Lin Ran cried out in agony, his body sent flying by the punch, his own energy shattered by the impact, and his arm broken in the process. With a resounding thud, Lin Ran fell to the ground, creating a deep crater upon landing. Lin Mo's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at Xiang Chen, incredulous. This fellow possesses true energy? He can cultivate? With such a feeble attack? How dare you think you can make me kneel and beg for mercy? Xiang Chen sarcastically remarked that among these individuals, aside from Lu Shiming, the others were all members of the Lin family, with only Lin Mo being a disciple of the Huangzhou Academy. You little wretch, you have actually managed to cultivate. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Son, you are unaware of the many matters surrounding your father, Xiang Chen taunted. Damn it, I will slay him. One of the Lin family disciples, filled with rage, drew a long sword from his waist, unleashing his true energy. However, at that moment, a cacophony of howls erupted from the surrounding forest. Shadows resembling monkeys, cloaked in azure fur, leapt from the trees, swiftly encircling the area. These creatures, each standing taller than a man, bore sharp fangs and possessed claws akin to curved daggers. In no time, 2 to 3 dozen of these ferocious beings had gathered, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed upon the humans, drawn by the remnants of fruit on the ground. Not good, demon beasts, claw monkeys. The Lin family disciples' expressions turned ashen. How could we attract so many claw monkeys? This is disastrous. They are all spirit-concealed demon beasts. Panic ensued as they instinctively formed a defensive formation, glancing warily at the multitude of claw monkeys. Lin Mo and Lu Ximing also appeared alarmed. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen, hidden among the branches, narrowed his eyes, utilizing the turtle-breathing technique and 7 illusions concealment technique to obscure himself, his true energy manifesting as a hazy silhouette of a blue jade tree. With a thunderous roar, a 2-meter-tall claw monkey charged forth, and in an instant, the entire horde of claw monkeys lunged toward the Lin disciples. Battle! Lin Mo bellowed, disregarding the situation with Xiang Chen, and unsheathed his treasured sword, charging at the claw monkeys. The attacking claw monkeys, possessing the strength of spirit concealment, unleashed their sharp claws, unleashing waves of deadly energy toward the Lin family disciples. With a sharp cut, a Lin disciple managed to cleave one of the claw monkeys in half. However, another claw monkey leapt from behind, its claw descending with ferocity. Ah! The Lin disciple screamed in agony as his skull was torn open, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A fierce melee erupted between the claw monkeys and the Lin family disciples. Lin Mo, a formidable opponent at the Celestial Realm's mid-stage, struck with a sword, cleaving a charging claw monkey in two with a surge of azure-green sword energy. With a swift motion, another claw monkey approached from behind, but Lin Mo pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch, sending the ambushing beast flying. Amidst the chaos, a young girl wielding a green steel whip, also a 5th-tier spirit concealment cultivator, lashed out. The whip, extending over 2 meters, transformed into a lethal blade, striking a claw monkey with devastating force. With a splatter of blood, the creature was sliced in twain. However, 3 knife-clawed monkeys lunged at her, forcing Lu Ximing to dodge rapidly, yet she was still struck by a claw slash, leaving her back torn with bloody gashes. At that moment, Lin Mo had already led 4 disciples of the Lin family and dashed away, intent on saving their own lives. Roaring, the 2-meter-tall knife-clawed monkey unleashed a formidable surge of demonic energy, swiping its paw towards Lu Ximing, emanating the overwhelming power of the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. The impact of this claw collided with Lu Ximing's long whip, thrusting powerful demonic energy against her body. With a spurt of blood, Lu Ximing was sent flying by the blow. She was not adept at combat. "Senior brother Lin, save me," she cried out in despair. "Lu, junior sister." Lin Mo's expression shifted, yet he refrained from rushing back into the fray to rescue her. They had already lost several comrades. "I'm sorry, Lu, junior sister," he thought grimly, leading his companions to flee. "Senior brother." Lu Ximing gazed at Lin Mo as he abandoned her to escape, a wave of desolation washing over her heart. Meanwhile, the group of knife-clawed monkeys encircled Lu Ximing, one of them roaring fiercely as it pounced towards her. The ferocious claws of the monkey descended violently, intent on tearing her apart. Yet, at that moment, a figure leaped down from the trees, wielding a colossal, bizarre black blade infused with terrifying power. Blood splattered as the knife-clawed monkey was cleaved in two, its blood spattering onto Lu Ximing. Astonished, Lu Ximing beheld the young man with striking snow-white hair, grasping the enormous weapon. "It's him." She could hardly believe that this person had come to her rescue. Abandoning comrades, a bunch of worthless scum, bah. Xiang Chen scoffed as he observed Lin Mo and the others fleeing. He then glanced back at Lu Ximing, casually remarking, "At least you are at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. How is your strength so lacking?" Lu Ximing blushed at his words, feeling embarrassed. "I don't enjoy fighting and rarely engage in actual combat. Thank you for saving me." "Humph. I only saved you because I saw a glimmer of goodness in your heart," Xiang Chen replied, dismissively. Indeed, she had not shown him any malice before. At that moment, the knife-clawed monkeys had fully surrounded them, numbering no less than 20. "Get lost." Xiang Chen brandished his blade before him, awakening the celestial wolf spirit, his body swelling as low growls emanated from his throat. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf spirit released an astonishing aura of demonic energy. The knife-clawed monkeys instinctively sensed a primal fear from the presence of the celestial wolf spirit, whimpering and retreating, their eyes wide with terror. This spirit, Lu Ximing gasped in astonishment at the golden glow of Xiang Chen's awakened spirit. She had never witnessed a spirit with such a golden halo. The knife-clawed monkeys slowly backed away, seemingly wary of the bloodline pressure emanating from the moon-swallowing, celestial wolf spirit. They retreated into the forest, ceasing their attack. Xiang Chen snorted coldly, retracting the celestial wolf spirit. The bloodline pressure, a spiritual fear induced by the holy spirits of beasts, struck terror into these lower-tier demon beasts. Of course, more powerful demons would not be intimidated by such pressure. Remarkable, it actually frightened them away. Lu Shiming exclaimed in astonishment, believing she was destined to perish in that place. However, a wave of joy washed over her, a profound gratitude blossoming as she gazed upon Xiang Chen's figure. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Lu Shiming rose to her feet and expressed her heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, young Master Xiang." Xiang Chen casually waved his hand. Yet his palm rested upon the lifeless body of the clawed monkey, absorbing its demonic energy. Within him, the silver fish continued to merrily absorb the essence of the demons. This devouring power was also a recent discovery of the silver fish's divine spirit. Junior Sister Lu. At that moment, Lin Mo and his companions, who had initially fled, unexpectedly returned. Lin Mo approached with a smile. "Junior Sister Lu, I'm so relieved you are unharmed. I was worried sick." Lu Shiming's expression darkened, recalling how he had abandoned her. Lin Mo hastily defended himself. "I wasn't fleeing. We were attempting to lure the clawed monkeys to distract them. Look, they have all left now." "Huh, it's the first time I've seen cowardice and betrayal spoken of with such shamelessness." Xiang Chen interjected mockingly, while secretly absorbing the demonic energy. "Xiang Chen, how dare you speak? If you hadn't taken the blue jade fruit from the clawed monkeys, they wouldn't have been provoked to attack us." Lin Mo retorted angrily, then turned to Lu Shiming to explain. "Junior Sister Lu, don't listen to this scoundrel. He's the type who would poison his own brother." "Enough," Lu Shiming rebuked. "Senior brother Lin, I'm not blind. I witnessed everything clearly. It was young Master Xiang who saved me. Your fear of death is entirely human. Attempting to explain it only makes me regard you with more contempt." I didn't mean to." Lin Mo's face darkened, struggling to find words. His anger then turned towards Xiang Chen, shouting, "It's all your fault. You worthless fool. I will have your life. You dare? He is my savior now. Would you harm him?" Lu Shiming retorted, stepping protectively in front of Xiang Chen. "You cowardly wretch. Do you only dare hide behind a woman?" Lin Mo scoffed. Though initially disinclined to deal with such filth, Xiang Chen thought, "If you seek suffering, then allow me to oblige." Chapter 97. Torture unleashed. Xiang Chen firmly placed his hand on Lu Shiming's shoulder, pulling her aside. "Xiang Chen, Lin Mo is a master at the celestial stage of the divine concealment realm," Lu Shiming warned, anxious. The aura Xiang Chen emitted was merely that of a minor celestial stage. There was a substantial gap of 3 small realms between them. A master? He is hardly deserving of such a title, a heartless cur who can only bark. Xiang Chen mocked. "No, he is even less than a dog. At least dogs are loyal. You seek death." Lin Mo roared, enraged by Xiang Chen's insults. His inner energy surged forth, creating waves of true energy that coalesced into 6 powerful ripples. The aura of a master at the celestial stage of the divine concealment realm erupted, transforming him into a dart aimed directly at Xiang Chen. "Die!" He unleashed a punch, a greenish force exploding forth, compressing the air into a series of violent sounds that formed a green phantom. Xiang Chen, with his back to the blade, retaliated with a punch of his own, his formidable vitality surging as the true energy of the Yin surged forth, releasing 3 powerful waves of force. Bang! 2 fists collided, producing a dull thud as 2 formidable energies surged forth, sending waves of leaves spiraling into the air. "How is this possible?" Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment, staggering back 2 steps, and Xiang Chen also retreated. This fellow actually managed to withstand Brother Lin Mo's punch. How can this be? The disparity between the small celestial realm and the middle celestial realm's true energy must be at least double. The 4 disciples of the Lin family gasped in disbelief. "Lin genius, is that punch of yours a mere joke? Such feeble power?" Xiang Chen mocked, confident in his superior physical strength, bolstered by the formidable Taiyin true energy, rendering him impervious to Lin Mo's explosive force. A flicker of ferocity crossed Lin Mo's face as he bellowed, "What are you so smug about? That last punch was merely a warm-up. I haven't even unleashed my martial arts techniques yet. Your demise is imminent with my next strike." With a powerful stride, Lin Mo propelled himself forward once more, his fist pulsating with radiant energy, and the special veins on his arm illuminated. Furious Python Fist. With a hiss, he unleashed a punch that coalesced into the image of a verdant python's head. This strike resembled a massive snake lunging forward. Its violent force doubled from before. The Furious Python Fist was a pinnacle technique of the yellow tier, and Lin Mo's mastery had reached perfection. This boy was doomed. Lin Mo, shatter his arm. The 4 disciples of the Lin family cried in encouragement. Xiang Chen, with a cold smile, stepped forward, momentarily releasing a vast force of punching energy. Resembling a colossal elephant charging forth, the veins in his arms swelling with power. Dragon Elephant Fist. With a roar, he unleashed a punch that transformed into a thundering dragon elephant, hurtling towards Lin Mo's incoming strike. The 2 punches clashed, causing an explosion of true energy, and the ground within a 3-meter radius erupted in a cloud of dust. The earth itself upheaved, while leaves fell in a flurry. Kill. Lin Mo continued to unleash punch after punch at a rapid pace. However, each strike was deftly intercepted by Xiang Chen. Furious Python strikes the rabbit. Lin Mo leapt into the air, soaring 6 to 7 meters high, both fists thrusting downward as a python-like force descended fiercely upon Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen deftly sidestepped, and with a loud thud, the muddy ground was blasted into a 2-meter-wide crater. Just waiting for you to dodge. Prepare to die? Lin Mo sneered. Landing and immediately launching a second punch, the second wave of furious python energy roaring forth towards Xiang Chen in midair. Yet, Xiang Chen merely smiled mockingly. Stepping into the void. With a swift motion, he manifested a shadow of a swallow, leveraging the air to evade, shifting effortlessly 7 or 8 meters to the side. With a resounding thud, Lin Mo's punch of true energy exploded in the air, failing to strike anything. Using the air to aid oneself. How can this be? Lin Mo was left astonished by the spectacle. At that moment, Xiang Chen continued to leap, utilizing the air to propel himself toward Lin Mo from various angles. Caught off guard, Lin Mo suddenly heard Xiang Chen's furious shout, Divine Elephant Stomp. With a thunderous crash, one leg, imbued with violent tying true energy, swelled to twice its size, transforming into a powerful elephant-like limb that descended with tremendous force. Lin Mo crossed his arms to withstand the release of true energy. However, with a resounding thud, he let out a haunting scream as he was forced to kneel upon the ground, crushed beneath Xiang Chen's weight. His arms tingled with pain, bones cracking ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. Subsequently, Xiang Chen's second kick struck Lin Mo's face with ferocity. Ah! Lin Mo screamed, blood spewing from his mouth, accompanied by the sound of 2 of his molars being sent flying. He was hurled over 10 meters away with a resounding crash. How could this be? Lin Shixiang was actually no match for him? How could this be possible? The 4 onlookers were left in a state of shock. What remarkable combat prowess! Lu Ximing also wore a look of astonishment. In the realm of the divine concealment, the disparity among lower tiers is not overly significant. Battling across tiers is not excessively difficult. Yet, to contend against 3 lower realms and dominate so decisively, such a person is truly a genius in combat. How does it feel? Lin Genius? Xiang Chen mocked. Xiang Chen. Lin Mo rose, spitting out blood, his eyes ablaze with fury as he declared, You have successfully enraged me. Today, I shall end your life here. Spirit of the Ironwood, awaken. A sudden crimson glow erupted behind Lin Mo as a towering silhouette of a black tree emerged, radiating a scarlet aura. The Ironwood spirit of our Lin family. With the awakening of his spirit, his power surged by 50% and his defenses doubled. Xiang Chen had thoroughly provoked Lin Mo, sealing his fate. The 4 disciples of the Lin family gazed on enviously at the Ironwood spirit, a testament to their bloodline's heritage. In that moment, Lin Mo's skin took on a hue akin to black iron, rendering him somewhat grotesque. With a roar, he unsheathed the sword from his back and charged forward, channeling true energy into a blade of sword qi. It was evident that his true energy had grown significantly stronger than before. You wretched brat, forcing me to utilize our Lin family's innate spirit. Your death will be worth it. Prepare to die. Lin Mo abandoned all defenses, refusing to evade Xiang Chen's assault, gripping his sword with both hands and striking downward in fury. Xiang Chen's punches collided with him, yet Lin Mo withstood them, his defensive prowess having been greatly enhanced. The spirit is not solely yours. Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy as a roar emanated from within him, A white wolf silhouette briefly appeared behind him, releasing a golden aura before vanishing in an instant. At the same time, he drew the Dragon K demon blade from his back, his form expanding significantly. Die! Lin Mo's sword came crashing down, while Xiang Chen unleashed his own blade in response, a torrent of domineering sword energy erupting forth. With a thunderous impact, the collision unleashed a surge of overwhelming blade energy, converging into a singular explosive force. With a resounding crack, Lin Mo's sword shattered, fragments piercing his body. Lin Mo was violently blasted away by the force of the strike, blood spraying forth as his black protective true energy dissipated. His form mangled as he was flung 7 or 8 meters away, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, one strike to obliterate. This technique, Crushing Mountain, is renowned for its explosive power. With a single slash, it possesses the might to shatter mountains. Xiang Chen, at present, is unable to wield the wooden sword effectively. He lacks the control over his strength, causing the wooden blade to shatter. However, he encounters no such issues with the Dragon K demon blade, which he is not yet capable of breaking. The moment he can shatter rocks with the wooden sword, he will have perfected his martial arts. Lin Mo lies on the ground, drenched in blood and disfigured, howling in agony, his bones within shattered by the previous strike. Brother Lin Mo, how could this be? Even with the divine soul, he is no match. The 4 disciples of the Lin family, aghast, hurriedly approached to feed Lin Mo medicine. Remarkable. Lu Shimeng gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen's towering figure, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Such strength, coupled with a divine soul, why had he not joined the Huangzhou Academy? Lu Shimeng believed that should Xiang Chen's prowess continue to ascend, he could rival the top 10 disciples of the Academy's South Outer Court. Xiang Chen advanced step by step, causing the 4 Lin family disciples to instinctively shield themselves in front of him. Xiang Chen, what do you intend to do? One stammered, drawing his sword, his body trembling. If Lin Mo was no match for Xiang Chen, they stood even less chance. Step aside, or shall I strike you all down? Xiang Chen commanded, his voice as firm as iron, the aura of his approach imposing. The 4 disciples gasped in fear and hastily retreated. Xiang Chen, Lin Mo curled on the ground, roaring with rage and terror, his face a gruesome sight. How dare you look at your father with such eyes? Xiang Chen sneered, placing his foot upon Lin Mo's face and grinding it into the dirt. Stop! Xiang Chen, Lin Mo cried out, his face pressed into the earth. Son, you should be grateful you were born into the Lin family. Otherwise, I would have slain you today. In the future, show some respect to your father. Do you understand? Do not utter the word waste. You, whom I have reduced to the ground, are the true refuse. Xiang Chen taunted, applying pressure with his foot before delivering a kick to Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo screamed, rolling several times in the dirt, mouth full of soil. Xiang Chen cast a cold glance at the other 4 Lin family disciples, smirking, would you like to exchange a few blows? The 4, terrified, shook their heads and retreated hastily, dread evident in their eyes. If you do not wish to fight, then quickly take this trash and leave. I do not wish to see him. Xiang Chen ordered coldly. Yes. The 4 disciples, startled into action, hurriedly lifted the injured Lin Mo, one carrying him on his back as they fled in terror. While the 4 carried Lin Mo away, Lu Shimeng remained. Girl, why do you not follow them? Xiang Chen cast a glance at her. They abandoned me just now. I refuse to remain with them any longer, Lu Shimeng replied, shaking her head. Then prepare to be devoured by wolves, Xiang Chen warned, stepping closer to intimidate her, revealing his sharp teeth, causing Lu Shimeng to retreat 2 steps in fright. Ha! Coward! Xiang Chen laughed heartily, turning to leave in search of the demon tiger, only to find Lu Shimeng trailing behind. Hey, do not follow me. I do not wish to carry a burden, Xiang Chen frowned. Alone, I feel a sense of fear. Would you protect me? I can offer you a reward. Lu Shimeng said weakly, a hint of trepidation evident in her demeanor as she regarded Xiang Chen, a warrior at the 5th level of the divine abode realm. Yet she feared one at the 3rd level. Such a shame for her considerable cultivation. Protect you? Offer me a reward? Xiang Chen turned, a teasing glint in his eyes as he gazed at the beautiful and delicate girl before him, who exuded an air of fragility. He scrutinized Lu Shimeng, a wicked smile creeping across his face. I hadn't noticed before, but you are indeed quite lovely. What kind of reward are we speaking of? Perhaps a pledge of your body? Or shall we negotiate in flesh? I would be most agreeable. As he spoke, Xiang Chen advanced toward Lu Shimeng step by step. You. Don't come any closer. You. Lu Ximing stammered, her fair face paling as she instinctively retreated until her back pressed against the blue jade fruit tree. Xiang Chen planted a foot on the tree, leaning in dramatically, his gaze fixed playfully on Lu Ximing, who had shut her eyes tight. Panic evident as she turned her head away. You're not that kind of person. Please don't frighten me, Lu Ximing pleaded, her voice trembling with the brink of tears. In this wild forest, with just the two of us and you possessing such beauty. How could I not be that type of person? Xiang Chen chuckled, reaching out to gently lift her chin, clearly enjoying the opportunity to tease this timid, yet somewhat endearing girl. Come on, don't be scared. You're a warrior too, aren't you? Don't be such a coward. Suddenly, the voice of the parrot echoed in Xiang Chen's mind, startling him as he glanced around, but found no one. No, not even a pig. Could you refrain from being so ghostly and frightening? Xiang Chen yelled in exasperation. All right, I shall remain silent. I look forward to your next performance. The parrot's voice faded away. Performance, my foot. Xiang Chen muttered, withdrawing his leg and observing the bewildered girl. I was merely teasing you. You truly are quite timid. As he turned to leave, Lu Ximing breathed a sigh of relief, only to follow him. Please, do not follow me, Mississippi. It's quite bothersome, Xiang Chen snapped, irritated. He had pressing matters to attend to in this desolate wilderness and lacked the inclination to entertain a girl. Am I truly that bothersome? Why are you so harsh with me? Lu Ximing whimpered, unexpectedly bursting into tears, resembling any ordinary girl of 15 or 16. Upon seeing her cry, Xiang Chen found himself at a loss, hastily declaring, Miss, I am not being harsh. You're not bothersome. Please don't cry. I cannot bear to see a woman in tears. Throughout my life, my parents have never been this harsh. Lu Ximing cried louder, her distress palpable. I was wrong, miss. I truly was. I won't be harsh anymore. Just please stop crying. Xiang Chen felt his head spinning as he attempted to console her. Yet, Lu Ximing's tears flowed like the yellow river, uncontrollable. Do not cry. Xiang Chen suddenly shouted, causing Lu Ximing to freeze, her tear-streaked face gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Are you not a warrior? Do you not possess any spirit of martial arts? Crying? If you continue, I might truly misbehave, Xiang Chen warned. Attempting to intimidate her, Lu Ximing bit her tender red lips, refraining from vocalizing her cries, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. She stifled her sobs, her body trembling in despair, appearing utterly pitiful, as though truly afflicted by Xiang Chen's actions. I cannot endure this any longer, Xiang Chen exclaimed in anguish, running his hands through his hair before turning abruptly, colliding his head against a tree. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of intoxication and drowsiness surged through him, akin to the aftermath of a night of heavy drinking. During the recent battle, his body had been voraciously absorbing energy, and the effects of the blue jade fruit's alcohol began to manifest. Do you feel excessively inebriated? Extremely fatigued? Lu Ximing inquired timidly from the side. Indeed. Foolish girl, he replied. Lu Ximing's tears transformed into laughter as she remarked, Who instructed you to consume so many blue jade fruits? The potency of a single fruit rivals that of an entire barrel of 10-year-old wine. Your cultivation cannot withstand such excess. As she spoke, a radiant light emanated from her palm, revealing a verdant halo as she placed her hand upon Xiang Chen. He felt the intoxicating essence within him dissipating, flowing toward Lu Ximing's hand, which began to coalesce into a droplet of blue liquid. This droplet, imbued with a high concentration of alcohol, seamlessly integrated into her body, causing a delicate flush to grace her cheeks, enhancing her beauty. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen experienced a remarkable alleviation of his inebriation and fatigue. An evolved spirit, how intriguing. A voice suddenly echoed in Xiang Chen's mind, belonging to the ever-watchful Beige. Unfazed by the intrusion, Xiang Chen turned to Lu Ximing with a bewildered expression. Are you feeling better now? Have you helped me dispel the intoxicating essence? He asked in astonishment. Indeed, my spirit can absorb and refine alcohol, she confirmed with a nod. How fascinating. I had never heard of such a spiritual ability, Xiang Chen mused, marveling at the revelation. As long as you are well, that is what matters. Lu Ximing replied with a gentle smile before suddenly collapsing into his arms, unconscious. Hey, girl, what is wrong with you? Don't feign illness, Xiang Chen exclaimed, startled by her sudden fainting. In that moment, he noticed several deep, bloody gashes on her back, continuously oozing crimson. She has lost too much blood, he thought, his expression shifting with concern. The wounds were remnants of her earlier encounter with the clawed monkeys. Swiftly, he tore open the fabric of her clothing, revealing her porcelain skin. From his possession, he retrieved a vial containing a vibrant green liquid, pouring it onto her wounds. This was a potent healing elixir he had concocted, known as the revitalizing essence, documented within the sacred text of resurrection, renowned for its formidable healing properties, capable of restoring even the most grievously injured. As I beheld the wound on Lu Ximing's back, I noted with astonishment that it was staunching, scabbing, and even beginning to cultivate granulation tissue at a remarkable pace. This foolish girl, despite her injury, had managed to endure until now, revealing that she was not as delicate and fragile as one might presume. Xiang Chen gently lifted Lu Ximing and laid his fur coat on the cold ground, placing her down with care. He then tidied the area around them, gathering a pile of firewood to ignite a campfire. From his silver belt, he procured a skinned tiger leg and set it to roast over the flames, patiently awaiting Lu Ximing's awakening, for he could never abandon an unconscious girl in the wilderness. The tiger leg sizzled, seasoned with wild chili powder and fragrant wild pepper. And as the sky darkened, the stars twinkled brilliantly overhead. The campfire flickered in the forest, filling the air with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. Just then, Lu Ximing, having regained consciousness, awoke to find Xiang Chen slicing into the tiger meat with a dagger. Her stomach rumbled audibly, signaling her hunger. "You coward, you finally awakened," Xiang Chen remarked, taking a bite of the meat and exhaling warm breath, finding it somewhat hot. "I am not a coward. I am Lu Ximing," she retorted indignantly. Suddenly, she let out a shriek that startled Xiang Chen, nearly causing him to bite his own tongue. "Are you mad? Why are you so jumpy? My clothes, why are they menace?" she cried, realizing her garments had changed. "I helped you change, what of it?" Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "You beast! What have you done to me?" Lu Ximing exclaimed in fury, striking out at him. Xiang Chen caught her wrist with a smirk and teased, "What do you think? You! I swear I will kill you." Lu Ximing shouted in rage, attempting to bite his wrist. Xiang Chen yelped in pain, pushing her away. "Are you a dog? I was deceiving you. You were injured, and I merely changed your dirty clothes while treating your wound. You felt nothing, did you?" Upon hearing his words, Lu Ximing's anger dissipated, replaced by a flush of embarrassment. She spat, yet when she touched her back, she realized the pain had vanished. It seemed to have healed remarkably fast. "How could it heal so quickly? I told you I treated your wound, you fool," Xiang Chen said, offering her a skewer of roasted meat. "Thank you," Lu Ximing replied, taking it, blowing on it before taking a bite, savoring the exquisite flavor. "Delicious." She devoured the meat without concern for her image. After staying in this desolate place for so long, I may not excel in many skills, but my roasting is undeniably exceptional, enhanced by my secret recipe unknown to this world, Xiang Chen boasted with pride. Lu Ximing consumed over 20 skewers before finally pausing. "Thank you. Your name is Xiang Chen, right? I appreciate you saving me twice." "No need for thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, offering yourself would suffice," he replied, leaning against a blue jade tree and yawning. "How can you be so shameless?" Lu Ximing said, both embarrassed and angry. "One must have thick skin to enjoy a feast." He retorted, "I've never heard of it. To pledge myself, my father must consent, but I am certain he would not approve of you," muttered Lu Ximing. Xiang Chen, startled awake, managed a wry smile and replied, "I was merely jesting. There is no need for you to take it seriously. It is for the best that he does not regard me favorably. You, though somewhat sharp-tongued, are not entirely unkind," Lu Ximing remarked, resting her chin on her small hands as she gazed at the youth with a smile. "If I were a villain, I would not let you off so easily." "My eyesight is quite intact," Xiang Chen retorted with a cold laugh, continuing to lean against the grand tree to rest. Lu Ximing's cheeks flushed slightly. Was this a compliment regarding her beauty? She shifted closer to the young man, tilting her head against his shoulder. Startled, he instinctively moved his arm away. "Don't move. I just want to rest against you." "Don't be so stingy," she insisted, adjusting her position to lean against him once more. "Could you not exhibit a modicum of modesty?" He teased. You have already taken off my clothes to change them, you rogue. You're the one who is immodest. I have no pillow, so let me borrow your shoulder to sleep." "Do not disturb me," Lu Ximing declared with righteous indignation. "You are not entirely unclothed yourself," he bantered. "You scoundrel!" Lu Ximing exclaimed, pushing Xiang Chen away in a fit of anger. "Ha ha ha. Come on, just a little more leaning won't hurt," he laughed, unperturbed, as he slid closer again. This little girl was quite entertaining. Lu Ximing rested beside him, gazing up at the starry sky, the cosmos shimmering in resplendent beauty. This is the first time I have spent a night like this with a boy. My father would surely be furious if he knew I sneaked out of the academy. He probably already suspects, she murmured. You are not a caged bird. Go wherever you please. Does your father truly have such control over you? Xiang Chen replied, leaning against her as he quietly cultivated his inner energy. Can boys and girls be compared? There are so many ill-intentioned people outside, and I am rather striking, she giggled. Huh, you dare to call me thick-skinned, yet you are no different, she shot back. No rebuttals allowed. I speak the truth, she asserted with a light huff. All right, you are indeed beautiful, more so than the stars above. Could you be quiet for a moment? I am trying to cultivate, he said. By the way, your name is Xiang Chen, and you are from this small nation? Lu Ximing inquired. Are you not? He asked. Certainly not. My home is quite far away, in a much larger place. I was originally cultivating in the Academy of the Wilderness State, but I came here for the blue jade fruit, Lu Ximing explained. Do you still have some blue jade fruit? Would you sell me some? Name your price. What do you need it for? He asked. To brew wine. The blue jade fruit can be used to create the finest wine, perfect for enhancing cultivation in the divine realm, she replied. You can brew wine? Xiang Chen asked, surprised as he turned to look at her. Indeed, I am the best winemaker among the younger generation of my family. I can concoct spirit-grade wine. Though my current cultivation level is insufficient to support the brewing of spirit wine, Lu Ximing said earnestly. Xiang Chen regarded her with newfound respect. In this world, skilled winemakers could produce delightful medicinal wines suitable for cultivation, their status rivaling that of alchemists. In a realm dominated by martial artists, wine was their favored beverage, emboldening their spirits and even enhancing their abilities. A brilliant light flashed from Xiang Chen's hand, and a package materialized, which he tossed to Lu Ximing. Inside were dozens of blue jade fruits. All of this is yours, no payment required. Just brew me a jar of wine, Xiang Chen instructed. So many blue jade fruits. Lu Ximing exclaimed with delight. Don't mention just one jar. I'll give you half of the wine I make. With this many fruits, I can brew a considerable amount of blue jade wine. No, I must start brewing right away. With that, Lu Ximing rose and, with a flash of light from a golden ring on her hand, a blue wine cauldron over a meter tall appeared on the ground. Xiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. This girl had a remarkable background and was quite affluent. Next, Lu Ximing produced a pile of crimson stones and tossed them beneath the cauldron. These were flame stones, commonly prepared by alchemists and artifact craftsmen. The flame stones ignited with her true energy, engulfed in a fierce blaze that radiated astonishing heat. Then, to Xiang Chen's amazement, the girl retrieved a large vat of pale blue spring water from her ring and poured it into the cauldron, adding various unfamiliar herbs and materials, before finally tossing in the blue jade fruits. At that moment, a surge of azure light emanated from within her, and a semi-physical azure gourd materialized. A divine soul. A heavenly-grade divine soul. Xiang Chen gasped. In the realm of Jiuzhou, the hierarchy of divine souls ascends from Xian soul to Ling soul, culminating in the Tian soul. The Tian soul talent was already at the pinnacle of Jiuzhou's divine soul endowments. The azure gourd flew into the cauldron, while Lu Ximing's true energy continuously surged into it. Her fingers danced like butterflies, channeling a constant stream of true energy runes into the cauldron. Xiang Chen watched in fascination, remaining at her side. As time passed, dawn broke on the second day. A hint of fatigue appeared on Lu Ximing's face, yet her hand seals did not waver. The cauldron was bubbling vigorously, but no steam escaped. Finally, Lu Ximing ceased her hand seals, nearly collapsing onto the ground. Xiang Chen caught her. Is that it? He inquired. Not so quickly, Lu Ximing replied, retrieving a large jar to place beneath the cauldron, where a dragon's head emerged. I have merely condensed the wine runes and adjusted the proportions. It still requires steaming within the cauldron. The condensed aromas must swirl within the cauldron's intricate paths to flow out as wine. Isn't fermentation necessary? Xiang Chen asked, surprised, as it differed from his previous notions of winemaking. Of course not. This isn't ordinary wine. It's treasure brew. The true process of brewing spirit wine is even more complex than alchemy, requiring a talent like mine, Lu Ximing clarified. Is that azure gourd your wine spirit? Xiang Chen inquired further. Indeed it is. Impressive, isn't it? A heavenly grade wine spirit. However, your divine soul is quite peculiar. Its glow is golden, something I have never encountered before. Of course, mine is a sacred soul, overshadowing your inferior heavenly soul, Xiang Chen boasted proudly. You're deceiving. There's no such thing as a sacred soul. The heavenly soul is the highest grade of divine soul, she retorted. That's merely the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. You are the one at the bottom of the well. As they exchanged playful banter, they remained by the wine cauldron. Xiang Chen waited for the better part of the day, yet no wine had emerged. Bored, he greeted Lu Ximing, informing her of his intent to hunt for food while she remained behind. Unbeknownst to him, a large group of mercenaries was approaching the area in search of him. With a thunderous roar, a blade of light flashed, severing several trees as thick as a man's embrace with a single stroke, sending innate true energy flying over 10 meters away. Search thoroughly. If you cannot find that brat, none of you shall return, bellowed a burly man, wielding a treasured sword, his aura robust and far beyond the average, his countenance fierce, adorned with a serpent tattoo on his neck. Around him, 70 to 80 men spread out in formation, scouring the vicinity. After suffering significant losses, the captain of the Black Python Mercenary Corps had personally taken charge of this mission. Lu Ximing had vigilantly guarded the cauldron for brewing wine for 2 days, meticulously controlling the distillation process. At long last, an intoxicating aroma began to waft from the dragon's mouth of the cauldron. Xiang Chen inhaled the fragrance, his nostrils flaring in delight, exclaiming, "The scent of the wine has emerged. How rich and unique." Within that aroma lay the distinctive fragrance of the wine, mingled with a natural hint of the blue jade fruit and other special herbal notes. The blue jade fruit was renowned for producing the finest of wines, albeit the tree was exceedingly rare, bearing fruit only once every decade and maturing over 20 years. A mere ounce of blue jade fruit wine could fetch hundreds of gold coins in the market. My family possesses blue jade fruit as well, but I wish to rely on my own abilities, aspiring to be an excellent winemaker, Lu Ximing declared proudly. Such value. Then your family must be quite wealthy. Xiang Chen jested. You base individual, the worth of good wine cannot be measured in gold, Lu Ximing retorted with a huff. I must taste it once it's ready, Xiang Chen said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Moments later, from the 2 dragon mouths, a viscous, light blue jade wine flowed, gently filling the jade wine jar. Xiang Chen dipped his finger to sample a drop, savoring it in his mouth. Instantly, his taste buds awakened, a sweet yet slightly spicy flavor blossoming, enveloping his palate with an exquisite aroma that filled his senses. Such splendid wine, Xiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling in admiration. Delicious, I assent it. Hee. The wine crafted from my divine spirit is far superior in effect and taste compared to that of ordinary winemakers, Lu Ximing beamed with pride. I'd love to have you as my maid, brewing wine for me daily and keeping my bed warm. Have you considered it? Xiang Chen teased. Get lost, was her sole response. After a long wait, he finally received a jar and could no longer resist taking a sip. The wine slid down his throat, delivering a delightful experience to his taste buds, and upon entering his body, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, which he absorbed and refined into true energy. Xiang Chen could feel his cultivation level rise slightly. Excellent wine, truly excellent. Xiang Chen was utterly enamored. Not only did it enhance his cultivation, but it was also delightful to drink. He understood why the position of a winemaker was held in such high regard, comparable to that of a formidable alchemist. However, one could not indulge recklessly in such beverages, as they could inflict harm upon the body. Otherwise, who would engage in cultivation? If one could simply immerse themselves in wine daily with wealth? After guarding the wine for a full day and night, a total of 10 jars were received. Xiang Chen took 5 jars, and approximately 1 jar of the blue jade wine remained unbrewed. He then continued his hunt for the demon tiger, while Lu Ximing stayed behind to guard the last jar of wine. In the forest, 7 or 8 individuals were approaching, when suddenly, one of them sniffed the air. How fragrant! Brothers, do you smell that? Exclaimed a mercenary. The others also caught a whiff, and one joyfully remarked, It's wine, the aroma of wine. How could there be the scent of wine in these mountains? Could someone be drinking? Let us investigate. Perhaps it's Xiang Chen, drawn by the enticing fragrance. The group hurried towards Lu Ximing's brewing spot. Lu Ximing, safeguarding the brewing cauldron, felt a sigh of relief as the final trickle of the blue jade fruit wine ceased to flow. She sealed the jar and exhaled, her expression weary. Hee. With these 6 jars of blue jade fruit wine, I shall have sufficient means to elevate my cultivation to the grand celestial realm, or even push towards the innate realm. My father would surely be overjoyed to know I can enhance my skills through my own efforts in winemaking, she mused to herself with a smile. Suddenly, a strange laughter echoed through the forest as a group of 7 or 8 mercenaries emerged. One of them, a man with a black mole at the corner of his mouth, leered, "What a beautiful young lady. What are you doing all alone here?" Upon seeing Lu Ximing's exquisite beauty, the mercenaries' eyes gleamed with predatory desire as they approached her. Who are you? Stay away," Lu Ximing stammered, retreating step by step, sensing that their gazes were anything but benign. "We are in for a treat, Wang Gui," one mercenary chuckled wickedly. The man with the mole, filled with longing, added, "Damn it, we've been in the mountains for so long. It's about time the heavens smiled upon us by sending such a stunning girl. She seems so young, perhaps still a maiden. Brothers, let us go? I want to hold back. Little sister, we're coming." 3 of the 8 mercenaries lunged towards Lu Ximing. "Stay back," Lu Ximing screamed, and with a swift motion, a blue steel whip appeared in her hand. Infused with true energy, it straightened like a sword, and the whip's tip, sharp and lethal, pierced the body of one mercenary who had lunged at her. "Ah!" The mercenary cried out in agony as he was impaled through the chest, the blue steel whip penetrating his form. He stared wide-eyed at the 5 waves of true energy emanating from the young girl, unable to comprehend that this seemingly youthful maiden was a formidable expert at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Lu San, 5th level of the divine concealment realm. The other mercenaries were equally taken aback. "Ah, I'm so sorry," Lu Ximing exclaimed in fright as she quickly retracted the blue steel whip. The mercenary collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes glaring at Lu Ximing. "I have taken a life." The penetrating gaze of death from the adversary startled Lu Ximing, causing her to recoil. It was her inaugural act of killing, a testament to the extent to which this young lady had been safeguarded in the past. "Charge together. Do not be complacent," Wang Gui bellowed, prompting the remaining individuals to surge forward. Regaining her composure, Lu Ximing swiftly wielded her azure steel whip to fend off the incoming assaults, shattering the waves of energy directed at her. In that moment, the man with the dark mole suddenly slid from the ground, delivering a harsh kick that sent Lu Ximing sprawling to the earth. "Onward," he sneered, lunging at her, pinning her down as others rushed in to restrain her limbs. "My dear, allow your brother to indulge you," he cackled, tearing at her garments, revealing swathes of her pristine skin. "No, please, save me, Xiang Chen," Lu Ximing cried out in terror, her voice suffused with desperation as the man continued to shred her clothing, exposing her alabaster flesh. "Please, I beg you, do not do this," she wept, struggling against her captors, yet her arms and legs remained firmly restrained. "Ah, splendid development indeed. Brothers, I shall partake first," the man with the dark mole laughed wickedly, descending upon her with fervor. But then, a piercing cry of a swallow resonated through the air, and a figure propelled itself into the sky, leaping forward with remarkable agility, traversing a distance of several dozen meters in mere moments. "Beast, perish!" A streak of black light descended fiercely from above. The man, engrossed in his vile actions, suddenly met his end as a blade of energy cleaved through his neck. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed across Lu Ximing's face, and the head rolled beside her, leaving her in a state of shock, her visage marred by crimson droplets. The decapitated body collapsed atop her. "Ah!" Several mercenaries surrounding them stood frozen in horror. From a height of over 10 meters, a figure plummeted, landing with thunderous force. With a resounding impact, the youth unleashed his true energy, his legs swelling with power, delivering a devastating blow to a mercenary's head. The man felt a chilling sensation above, followed by the catastrophic explosion of his skull, blood and matter splattering everywhere. The youth swiftly followed with another strike, cleaving towards another mercenary. The unfortunate man, caught off guard by Xiang Chen's sudden onslaught, could not evade in time, and with a sickening sound, he was severed in two. Xiang Chen. It is Xiang Chen." The remaining 4 finally grasped the situation, their expressions twisted in terror. "Quick, fire the piercing cloud arrow, locate Xiang Chen." A mercenary, spurred by urgency, retreated to ready an arrow aimed towards the heavens. With a resounding boom, the dusk sky ignited with a display of fiery brilliance. The mercenaries searching the vicinity, upon witnessing this signal, hastened towards the scene. "At last, we have found this little beast." The leader of the Black Python group, overconfident, unleashed his innate energy, racing toward them with the speed of a cheetah. The four were struck with fear, while Xiang Chen forcefully removed the headless corpse from Lu Ximing's form. The girl appeared as though she were in a stupor, frozen by terror. "Ximing!" Xiang Chen shouted with urgency. As Lu Ximing regained her senses, her dazed gaze finally focused, revealing a face smeared with blood. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, she erupted into a fit of tears, her half-naked form collapsing into the embrace of the young man. "Xiang Chen, I am terrified. I am so frightened," she cried, completely oblivious to her exposed state. Do not fear, I am here. Quickly, put on some clothing." Xiang Chen hastily removed his robe to wrap around Lu Ximing, too preoccupied to admire her unveiled beauty. Turning around, he gripped his blade with an icy glare directed at the four mercenaries who looked upon him with trepidation. Members of the Black Python Mercenary Corps? His eyes glinted with a predatory coldness. "Yes, indeed. You are doomed, Xiang Chen. After slaying so many of our brothers, our leader will be here in no time." One of the mercenaries exclaimed in horror. "You wretched souls will not escape unscathed. I, Xiang Chen, shall not leave the Misty Mountains until every last one of you is vanquished. Prepare to die." With a thunderous roar, he stomped the ground, unleashing his true energy as he surged forward like a cannonball, a speed that was astonishing. "Ah!" The mercenary, taken aback, swiftly swung his blade, channeling his power to unleash the fourth level of his true chi. Dragon Elephant Fist. Xiang Chen retaliated with a powerful punch, summoning the shadow of the dragon elephant to collide with the mercenary's blade. With a resounding crash, the mercenary howled in agony as he was sent flying, his weapon cast aside. In a second stride, Xiang Chen surged forward again, delivering an elbow strike akin to a mighty beast charging a mountain. The impact shattered the mercenary's chest, obliterating his insides, and he was sent soaring through the air, lifeless. Kill. At that moment, another mercenary leaped, swinging his blade menacingly at Xiang Chen's back. Xiang Chen pivoted, summoning sharp, claw-like extensions from his fingers to deflect the attack, then thrusting his other hand forward, piercing through the mercenary's chest, his claws puncturing the heart. The mercenary screamed, his body impaled upon Xiang Chen's hand, before being tossed onto another approaching comrade. The second mercenary, in a panicked attempt to defend himself, cleaved the falling body in half with his sword. Roar. A mighty roar reminiscent of the dragon elephant echoed as Xiang Chen unleashed his true energy, darting forward with the grace of a swan, delivering a fist that struck the last mercenary's head with devastating force. With a thunderous crack, the man's skull burst like a rotten melon. He narrowly dodged another blade, but the last mercenary, paralyzed with fear, turned to flee. "Oh no!" he shouted, retreating in terror. Xiang Chen's expression remained impassive as he flicked his foot to snag the fallen sword, channeling his true energy to launch it. With a flash, the sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the fleeing mercenary's back and emerging from his chest. The mercenary, staring at the sword protruding from him, was filled with dread, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed, convulsing, gradually succumbing to death. The relentless battles of the past month, fighting against both men and the ferocious tiger demons, had honed the young man's combat skills to an alarming degree, a proficiency forged from the lives of dozens and the defeat of countless beasts. Xiang Chen approached the still trembling Lu Ximing, who was biting her lip and sobbing softly. "It's all right," he reassured her. "The villains have all been vanquished. We must leave this place swiftly." Gently, he stroked the girl's head. Lu Ximing suddenly threw herself into his arms, clutching him tightly as she cried. "Xiang Chen, I took a life. I was almost defiled." The girl wept uncontrollably, clearly a sheltered flower who had only faced minor beasts before, unaccustomed to such horrors. Xiang Chen patted her back, offering comfort. "You must learn to be strong and fight on your own. No one can remain by your side forever. Your cultivation is not weak, but your strength is lacking. If you were a bit more powerful and resolute, these people would pose no threat to you. At the very least, you could escape. Now we must go. Quickly. This way." I just heard voices. From the distance, shouts echoed through the forest, and shadows of torch-bearing figures raced towards them. "Run." Xiang Chen scooped Lu Ximing into his arms, stowing the long demon blade within his silver belt. He leaped onto a towering blue jade fruit tree and, summoning his true energy, propelled himself into the air. He soared to a height of several dozen meters. With a single step, he shot forward like a startled swallow, gliding over 10 meters. In that moment, The luminous glow of the celestial moon bathed the boy's snow-white hair, infusing him with the power of moonlight, replenishing his true energy. A faint silver sheen graced his youthful visage. In his embrace, the girl, her arms wrapped around his neck, gazed up at him, her heart momentarily calming as she admired the flowing strands of hair, resembling a delicate white scarf. Leaning against his neck, she smiled sweetly, a stark contrast to her earlier fright. However, just then, a large group of people arrived, only to be met with the gruesome sight of bodies strewn across the ground, their deaths harrowing. The mercenaries, taken aback, were horrified by the carnage. Lu San, Wang Gui, damn it, we are too late. The leader of the Black Python, furious, surveyed the scene. Since the pursuit of Xiang Chen had begun, he had lost 50 or 60 subordinates, and yet, he had failed to capture a mere boy. Such disgrace and frustration. Suddenly, a pack of hunting dogs began to bark furiously at the sky. Some mercenaries looked up and spotted a figure gliding away in the distance. "Captain, there he is," one shouted. The leader of the Black Python directed his gaze upward, seeing the boy's silhouette soaring away, and roared after him. With a powerful surge of innate true energy, he transformed into a speeding arrow, shooting 20 meters into the sky, pursuing along a tree branch. "Archers, fire!" the captain commanded as they chased. Arrows whistled through the air toward Xiang Chen. Sensing the incoming projectiles with his keen, furry ears, he deftly evaded them, propelling himself forward with a calculated step. This maneuver altered his trajectory, causing all the arrows to miss their mark. How is this possible? A multitude of archers stood in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xiang Chen cradled Lu Shiming in his arms, gracefully landing upon the trunk of a grand tree. Then taking another step, channeling his inner energy to circulate around his body. At present, his swift step technique allowed him to take only 4 steps in a single cycle of energy, utilizing the power of the air to propel himself 4 times. However, upon reaching full cultivation, he would be capable of taking 7 steps with a single cycle, granting him the ability to glide effortlessly through the air for an extended duration. Below them, the leader of the Black Python was remarkably swift. Although he lacked extraordinary agility, the formidable force of his innate energy propelled him forward, enabling him to cover a distance of over 20 meters in pursuit, closely trailing Xiang Chen. "Who are they? Why do they wish to kill us?" Lu Shiming inquired softly, nestled within Xiang Chen's embrace. "They are mercenaries, hired to take my life." "Do not speak. It may disrupt my energy flow," Xiang Chen replied, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Lu Shiming, obediently silent, used her sleeve to wipe away the sweat that threatened to spill into the young man's eyes. Moments later, she produced a pill bottle and retrieved a pearly white elixir, gently feeding it to Xiang Chen. "What is this?" he asked instinctively, swallowing the concoction. "This is a top-tier recovery pill, capable of replenishing the innate energy expended within the realm of cultivation, restoring one to their peak condition. Though it cannot nourish the divine reservoir to enhance one's cultivation," Lu Shiming explained in a hushed tone. Xiang Chen could already feel the effects. The pill was releasing a copious amount of energy, which, although it could not be absorbed to elevate his cultivation, served to replenish his expended vitality. "Such a treasure. You, my little heiress, must be quite wealthy to possess something so splendid. Why not indulge me? I have a delicate constitution and prefer the comforts of a softer life." He jested, playfully patting Lu Shiming. Her cheeks flushed, she retorted with a light huff. "You incorrigible scoundrel. Ah, but this is ambition. To confront the mightiest foes. To behold the most exquisite sights. To savor the finest wines and the choicest delicacies. And to woo the most enchanting maidens. This is how one honors the stature of a 7-foot man." Xiang Chen laughed heartily, continuing his flight, with Lu Shiming in tow. It seemed the subtle teachings of his elder brother had indeed taken root, leading yet another innocent youth astray down a path of mischief. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the branch beneath Xiang Chen's foot splintered, an unfortunate dry limb. With a startled cry, the pair plummeted from the tree. Xiang Chen twisted his body mid-fall, positioning himself beneath Lu Shiming to cushion her landing, while he braced himself as a human shield. Thud! They landed amidst the thick carpet of leaves on the forest floor. "Ouch! My backside!" he groaned, feeling the weight of Lu Shiming atop him. "Xiang Chen," Lu Shiming called out softly. He turned to her, their faces mere inches apart. Her delicate and charming visage illuminated by the dappled sunlight, her large, sparkling eyes gazing into his, as fragrant notes wafted toward him. "Miss, you should really get off," he began, only to be interrupted as her cherry-red lips pressed against his. Xiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at the blushing girl who kissed him fervently. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Chen's mind blanked. The young girl quickly withdrew her crimson lips, pressing her cheek against the boy's chest, shyly closing her eyes and remaining silent. Xiang Chen, taken aback, touched his lips, which still bore a trace of her fragrance. Momentarily dazed, "Little rascal, don't escape." However, the furious shouts of pursuers from behind jolted the bewildered youth back to reality. "Oh no!" Xiang Chen snapped back, lifting Lu Ximing in a sudden motion and resumed his flight. At that moment, both fell silent, with only the whispering wind echoing in their ears. Lu Ximing, nestled against Xiang Chen's chest, felt her face flush with heat, her heart racing wildly, though she spoke not a word. Xiang Chen's expression held a hint of peculiarity. Had he just been forcefully kissed? He gazed at the girl in his arms, lost in thought. Does this count as betraying Qingqing? No, it shouldn't, after all. I was the one who was kissed against my will. Yes, that's it. Moreover, in this world, men are entitled to multiple wives. Xiang Chen consoled himself. Damn it. I should be focused on escaping. What am I thinking? He shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Suddenly, his expression changed. What's wrong? Lu Ximing asked. You little brat, that was my first kiss with a girl, and you stole it. Xiang Chen teased shamelessly. You get lost, you smelly pig. Lu Ximing retorted, biting into Xiang Chen's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, this was not truly his first kiss. His actual first kiss had been with Rower at the moment of her death. Ha ha, I actually don't mind. Come on, let us steal a few more kisses. Xiang Chen leaned in, continuing his brazen antics. Lu Ximing indeed kissed him again, but this time the boy cried out in agony as his lips were bitten. Oh, the youth, being chaste yet still finding time for flirtation. How delightful it is to be young. Alas, despite having fled for several miles, they were still pursued by a throng of 70 or 80 individuals. Mainly, Lu Ximing was a considerable burden. Her scent was undeniable. Evading the hound's tracking was impossible. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's expression darkened, and his heart sank. Chapter 104. Dead-end showdown. Why does the melodrama of movies have to unfold in my life? Xiang Chen gazed ahead, speechless. Before them loomed a precipice, shrouded in darkness, its depth unfathomable. Yet, with his moon-gazing eyes, Xiang Chen could see the bottom. A staggering depth of at least 400 zhang, over 1,000 meters. The force of such a fall would surely reduce him to a pulp. Across the chasm lay another cliff, 50 to 60 meters away, a distance far beyond his capacity to leap, especially while carrying Lu Ximing. What shall we do? Lu Ximing, nestled in Xiang Chen's embrace, gazed at the precipice, her face paling. What to do? Let us jump off the cliff together. Having a lovely beauty accompany me in death would be quite romantic. Perhaps we might fall into a cave and discover a legendary artifact or an old man's ring. Xiang Chen replied with exasperation. All right, I'll jump with you. Unbeknownst to him, the young girl displayed an unwavering resolve as she gazed at Xiang Chen. This glance sent a tremor through the boy's heart. In that moment, he was reminded of the look in Roer's eyes when she perished in his embrace. Deep within Xiang Chen's soul, something was stirred. Such a foolish girl. He gently ruffled her hair and assured her with a smile, Do not worry. I shall not allow you to perish. Though he spoke with a smile, the determination in his eyes was unyielding. Come with me. Xiang Chen swiftly led Lu Ximing to a wooded area before the cliff. He unleashed his true energy in a powerful punch against the soft earth, creating a gaping hole 2 meters wide and over a meter deep. He clawed at the ground to deepen the pit. Hurry, jump down. He urged as he pushed Lu Ximing into the hole, smearing the earthy scent of the soil across her face. What are you doing, Xiang Chen? Lu Ximing asked, as a realization dawned upon her, gripping the boy's hand. I am temporarily burying you in this pit. The scent of the earth will mask your presence. I will draw the enemies away. They seek me as their primary target. You are merely an unfortunate bystander in this calamity. Once I divert their attention, you must escape from here and leave the Demon Fog Mountain range. Xiang Chen continued to bury her with soil. No, you are courting death. If we are to leave, let us leave together. If we are to die, let us die together. Lu Ximing cried. Death is not an option for me. My extraordinary life has only just begun, and I will not perish. Trust me, I will survive, and so shall you. Be obedient. Xiang Chen reassured her as he continued to cover her with dirt, until only her head remained above the surface. Lu Ximing, you must not die, do you hear? She sobbed. Do not fret, I will not die. Believe me, my life is both resilient and tenacious. Even on the guillotine, I could be saved by a pig. Isn't that remarkable? The boy wiped away the tears from her face and grinned. Suddenly, he leaned down and kissed her lips, then pulled away, chuckling softly. This kiss is a promise for your survival. With that, he waved his hand, covering her exposed head with soft leaves, concealing her completely. Rising, Xiang Chen gazed at the hidden girl, his gentle demeanor transforming into one of steely resolve. He turned, grasped the long K demon blade, and strode into the depths of the forest. Xiang Chen, you must survive. Lu Shiming's anguished voice echoed from beneath the foliage. I know, you silly girl. No more talking. Xiang Chen retorted without looking back, plunging into the woods, gripping the long K, his gaze sharp as a wolf's. Come forth, scoundrels. Let us see who shall fall first. In the distance, the glow of torches converged as dozens of figures approached. Xiang Chen leapt onto a large tree, employing the turtle breath technique to seal his pores, minimizing his vital functions, holding his breath. The 7 illusions concealment technique wove strands of colorful mist, merging him with the shadows of the trees. As the mercenaries arrived, they slowed their pace, the black python's eyes glinting coldly. Ha ha, Captain, ahead lies a sheer cliff. This little beast cannot escape. Sneered a mercenary captain of the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. Search everywhere, spare not a single tree. This wretched creature must be concealed within this forest. A bounty of 1,000 for whoever discovers Xiang Chen, and a reward of 10,000 for the one who slays him. The black python commanded. Understood. A throng of individuals immediately dispersed, flames illuminating the surroundings. Some ascended the trees, while others scoured the ground, ensuring Xiang Chen was not concealed beneath the foliage. Others ventured toward the cliff where Lu Shiming was hidden. Lu Shiming, nestled within a pit, held her breath, biting her lip, her body trembling slightly as she heard footsteps approaching her direction. Xiang Chen, witnessing this scene, felt a tightening in his chest, just as someone made their way toward the large tree where he was concealed. Meanwhile, the footsteps drew ever closer to Lu Shiming, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed through the forest, reverberating ominously. There's someone over there. A roar erupted, and the mercenaries heading toward Lu Shiming immediately turned to investigate. Xiang Chen revealed himself, wielding his blade to cleave a mercenary in half, drawing attention to himself. Ha ha ha, descendants of the Black Python mercenary group, your grandfather is here. Come and claim your 100,000 if you dare. Xiang Chen taunted, then charged into the thicket where a swarm of figures rushed forth. Xiang Chen and Lu Shiming gritted their teeth, suppressing their cries. That wretched creature is here. Kill him. 7 or 8 torch-bearing mercenaries charged directly at Xiang Chen, unleashing their true energies and sending waves of blade and sword energies toward him. Xiang Chen stepped forward, crouching low with his blade raised, evading the oncoming assaults. A surge of true energy struck his leg, leaving a shallow gash. Kill! He roared, suddenly unleashing a surge of power, rolling on the ground and positioning himself beneath the group. With a swift motion, he wielded the dragon-quelling demon blade in a surprise attack, executing a deceptive yet practical technique known as the ground blade. With a swift slash, the enormous blade carved a wide arc, brutally cleaving into the thighs of 3 mercenaries. Their agonized screams pierced the air as their limbs were severed, and they tumbled to the ground in agony. Kill! The others rushed to retaliate against the rolling Xiang Chen, the ground erupting with their attacks. One leaped high, bringing down a heavy strike, but Xiang Chen sprang upward with a furious roar, wielding his blade in a powerful upward slash. Clang! The opponent's strike was met by the dragon-quelling demon blade, severing it cleanly. The assailant's expression shifted in shock as Xiang Chen's blade sliced through him, cleaving him in two. With a swift motion, he dispatched another mercenary with a black-red blade energy that severed the head of an approaching foe. Xiang Chen, yet at that moment, a surge of terrifying innate true energy surged toward him. The black python enveloped himself in a faint black aura, propelling forward 20 meters in mere strides, gathering an astounding amount of innate true energy for a devastating strike aimed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's countenance changed dramatically. Every hair on his body stood on end as he hastily raised his blade as a shield. Bang! A terrifying palm strike landed upon the blade, unleashing an astonishing force that crashed into Xiang Chen's body with the might of 10,000 pounds. Xiang Chen was hurled backward like a mere sandbag, the blood and energy within him roiling violently. A sweet taste surged in his throat as he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Boom! He collided with a tree as thick as a human thigh, which splintered upon impact, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Die! The black python roared, surging forward with ferocity, his foot descending from the heavens to stomp down upon Xiang Chen's head, wielding a lethal strike. For so many days, Xiang Chen had taken the lives of countless foes. Upon sighting him, the black python had no desire for idle chatter. He solely sought Xiang Chen's demise. Rolling on the ground, Xiang Chen swiftly evaded the blow. As the black python's foot crashed down with a thunderous thud, the innate energy erupting and creating a several-meter-wide crater in the earth. Dust swirling as the force of the shockwave sent leaves tumbling from the trees. Xiang Chen retreated over 10 meters, his complexion pale as he regarded the black python with steely resolve. Heh, little bastard, you've caused me to wander these mountains for days. Today, I shall see where you will flee. The captain of the black python advanced, exuding a formidable presence surrounded by innate energy, closing the distance to Xiang Chen step by step. With blade in hand, Xiang Chen continued to retreat, coldly regarding the black python. Dare to kill me? Do you not fear the retribution of my family's elders? Ha ha, fear your family's elders? The black python scoffed derisively. You, a disgraced scion expelled from your family. Your kin wish to see you dead. Who else could possibly avenge you? Even if someone were to, who would know if you perished in a place like this? In the black python's hand appeared a black long sword, its form subtly twisting, resembling a black serpent. I had intended to end your life swiftly, but that would be too merciful. I shall sever your hands and feet, leaving you to bleed to death upon a tree in retribution for my fallen brothers, he sneered, licking his lips in anticipation. Die! He lunged forward, unleashing a 2-meter-long sword aura aimed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's expression shifted. Channeling his innate energy, he swiftly dodged, propelling himself sideways over 10 meters. Boom! A tree, thick enough to embrace, was cleaved in two, crashing down with a resounding thud. Kill! The black python pursued relentlessly, his speed matching Xiang Chen's as he swung his sword. Look out for hidden weapons! Xiang Chen shouted, raising his hand as he evaded. Refusing to engage the black python directly, the black python instinctively raised his sword to block, yet found nothing. Dare to deceive me? You seek death, he bellowed, resuming his chase after Xiang Chen. Yet, Xiang Chen danced like a monkey, constantly evading, never engaging in direct confrontation. Beware of hidden weapons, he called again, executing another feint. The black python, once more, raised his weapon to defend, yet encountered only emptiness. You dare to toy with me? Die! The black python roared, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes imbued with innate energy, the slicing winds roaring towards Xiang Chen. The forest echoed with thunderous crashes as trees fell one after another, their hearts undoubtedly cursing their fate. What had they done to deserve this? With a splatter, blood erupted as a sword aura grazed Xiang Chen, tearing a gash across his chest. Xiang Chen clutched his chest and leaped into the air, bellowing, beware of concealed weapons. With a swift gesture, he unleashed his attack. Do not deceive me. Perish. The black python also ascended, wielding his sword against Xiang Chen. However, this time, with a resounding thud, a medicinal pill was launched, erupting into a cloud of powder that enveloped the black python. Ah! He cried out in agony, a searing pain piercing his eyes. Die! Xiang Chen soared into the air, harnessing the essence of the swift Ying Jinghe, drawing upon unseen forces to suddenly produce his prized crossbow, aiming it at the black python. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows, swirling with runic light, shot forth, their penetrating power and velocity astonishing, striking the grounded black python. With his eyes closed, the black python swung his long sword, listening to the wind to discern the incoming attacks. Clang! Clang! 2 arrows aimed at his head and chest were deflected, but one cruelly struck his left thigh, piercing through his protective barrier. Ah! He screamed, retreating hastily as blood gushed from his wound, the arrow embedding itself in the bone. You little wretch! The black python roared in fury. Captain! The other mercenaries, witnessing their leader being struck, rushed forward to confront Xiang Chen. I warned you to be cautious of hidden weapons. Son, you ought to heed my words. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, reveling in his advantage as he struck the black python's leg, eager to see how he would pursue him now. Kill! Yet, dozens of mercenaries surged forth. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 archers unleashed a volley of arrows. Xiang Chen swiftly took refuge behind a large tree as arrows thudded against its trunk. Kill! Meanwhile, the surrounding mercenaries leapt into action, unleashing their true energy in a flurry of blades. Heavenly Wolf Spirit, second stage, Wolf Transformation. Xiang Chen howled, throwing his head back in a primal scream as his form transformed, expanding to a height of 3 meters, his garments torn asunder. Silken white fur burst forth, and a plush wolf tail grew from his lower back, extending over 2 meters. His arms and thighs morphed into a beastly state, claws extending to a foot in length. Glinting ominously, his head contorted into the fearsome visage of a wolf, complete with menacing fangs. Except for his primary torso, which retained a humanoid shape, he had fully transformed into a werewolf. Boom! The true energy of the lunar essence within him surged exponentially, propelling his realm from the minor celestial level of the divine concealment to the intermediate celestial level. His strength swelled immeasurably. With a thunderous roar, the wolfman Xiang Chen charged forward, his feet pounding the earth as he gripped the dragon-quelling demon blade, swinging it against the oncoming blades. Now, his physique and power harmonized perfectly with the dragon-quelling demon blade. In his demonized state, Xiang Chen could maintain his consciousness for 3 to 4 minutes. Any longer would risk succumbing to madness. His previous prowess in wolf transformation, which allowed him to effortlessly overpower innate beings, was largely due to the influence of the demon core gifted by his elder brother, enhancing his absorption of demonic energy. Heavens! This fellow is a demon. The mercenaries, stunned by the ferocity of his transformation, were paralyzed with fear. Kill! With a furious roar, Xiang Chen unleashed a tremendous force, cleaving down upon 5 blades with a singular stroke. The sharp clangs resonated as the 5 swords were effortlessly severed, and a moonlit blade of light swept through the 5 assailants. Their anguished cries echoed as the lethal slash bisected them, splattering blood in a gruesome display. Xiang Chen surged forth through the carnage, his hair, a striking shade of moonlight, now stained crimson. Chapter 106, Summon. Having decimated the 5, a powerful roar of true energy erupted from within Xiang Chen. Like a rampaging elephant crashing into a mountain, he accelerated with astonishing speed, transforming into a tank-like force that barreled into the 4 remaining foes. The impact sent them hurtling away, their insides obliterated by the sheer weight of the assault, flung several meters before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, a path of blood was carved through the throng of dozens surrounding him. Not lingering for a moment, he unleashed his true energy and leapt into the air. Arrows whistled through the air, and Xiang Chen evaded several, though 3 struck his back, merely piercing the skin and grazing his muscles, inflicting light wounds. With 3 powerful maneuvers in midair, his massive form soared dozens of meters before crashing into the distant woods. After him, the black python roared, finally able to discern the scene, though one of its legs had been struck, hampering its speed. The humiliation was unbearable. A master of the innate realm, alongside dozens of others, was unable to capture a mere youth of the divine concealment realm. No, a monster. The indignity was infuriating, and the black python felt as if it might explode with rage. You little beast, do not flee. Dozens pursued him relentlessly. In his wolf-like state, Xiang Chen's speed surged several times over, leaping 20 meters at a time, crashing through the forest, uprooting trees in his path. After approximately 2 minutes of frantic flight, the sounds of pursuit began to fade, yet the desire to kill surged within him. He quickly reined in his spirit, reverting from his fearsome, demonic form back to his human guise, his speed diminishing. Fortunately, the recovery pills provided by Ximeng were still working, replenishing his true energy. Xiang Chen mused that he would need to keep some on hand in the future. He felt a sharp pain in his back as he extracted the 3 arrows lodged within, the wounds rapidly healing. I've led those nuisances away. Lu Ximing should be safe now, he thought, casting a glance back towards the distant cliff before plunging deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Lu Ximing had hidden in a pit, no longer able to hear any voices. Slowly, she emerged from the earth. In the stillness of the forest, apart from the whispering wind and rustling leaves, she saw no one and heard no voices. A lingering scent of blood hung in the air, a testament to the violence that had transpired. Xiang Chen. Lu Ximing knelt, tears streaming down her face. Having spent only a few days together, the young lad had left an indelible impression upon her heart. She dared not call out to Xiang Chen for fear of attracting enemies. Instead, Lu Ximing crouched against a grand tree, weeping softly. Why am I so inept? I cannot assist him at all. Father, once I return, I shall diligently cultivate and enhance my strength. Xiang Chen, you must not come to harm. The girl sobbed as she retrieved a pendant from around her neck, channeling a surge of true energy into it. In an instant, bizarre runes encircled the pendant. In the mighty Deshang kingdom, within its opulent capital, there lay a splendid estate, vast in expanse, rivaling that of any noble family. This was the Tianxiang Winery, the most formidable winery in the Deshang kingdom, revered as the foremost establishment of its kind. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this winery was merely a subsidiary of a terrifying force. Within the confines of a secret chamber in Tianxiang Winery, a middle-aged man clad in green, engrossed in his cultivation, suddenly changed countenance. A peculiar jade token at his waist illuminated with ethereal symbols. The clan was summoning him. Instantly alert, the man rose and exited the chamber. As the jade token levitated, soaring in a designated direction. Behind him, an extraordinary azure luminescence coalesced, resembling a radiant azure sun. Subsequently, azure true energy surged forth, manifesting into a pair of magnificent wings composed of countless willow leaves. With a swift motion, he ascended into the night sky, soaring several dozen meters high. Elders of Tianlu Winery, follow me, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder across a vast expanse of thousands of acres surrounding the winery. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the air at a speed of several dozen meters per second, exerting all his strength to reach his destination. That night, no one comprehended why more than 10 elders from Tianlu Winery suddenly departed. Even those caught in compromising situations hastily followed suit. On the following morning, amidst the chilling mists of the Demon Fog Mountains, the sun's golden rays illuminated the peaks, revealing a breathtaking panorama of golden clouds, a sight to behold. At the edge of a precipice, figures descended from the treetops, landing upon the cliff's edge. In the deeper recesses of the Demon Fog Mountains, amidst desolate rocky hills, Xiang Chen gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. Damn it, I'm worn out. Surely, this time, I can rid myself of those nuisances. He collapsed onto a large stone, fatigue overwhelming him. Suddenly, a meter-long, mottled yellow viper slithered from the crevices of the stone. Sensing a threat, it lunged at the boy's arm. In a flash, he seized the serpent's neck with lightning speed, crushing it with a firm grip as it writhed in his grasp. Reclining upon the stone, he used a sharp dagger to sever the serpent's neck, then proceeded to taste its blood. Poor little snake. He hoped that the foolish girl had safely departed the Demon Fog Mountains. In the depths of his heart, Xiang Chen silently pondered as he propped himself up and retrieved a tiger leg. Too weary to roast it, he devoured it ravenously to replenish his strength. After consuming the leg and resting for a considerable time, he finally felt a significant restoration of his vitality and spirit. He surveyed the surrounding mountain forest, furrowing his brow, questioning the nature of this unfamiliar place. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stumbled into the territory of a demon king. Previously, as the parrot had informed him, he had been within the domain of a tiger demon king, which explained the multitude of tiger demons in that region spanning hundreds of miles. However, now he found himself in an unknown location, having run through the night, certainly beyond the familiar woods he once roamed. Suddenly, a series of astonishing explosions echoed from afar, causing the very forest to tremble slightly. Xiang Chen widened his eyes, gazing towards a distant mountain peak where a fierce explosion had erupted, shattering numerous trees. What on earth is happening? He swiftly climbed a stone peak to observe, awakening his spiritual powers and the moon-watching eyes, only to be astounded by the scene that unfolded before him. Chapter 107. The Great Demon. The continuous thunderous explosions resonated from the distant peak, where an extraordinary battle raged. A colossal tiger beast, engulfed in swirling crimson flames, stood towering at 7 to 8 meters tall, with a length exceeding 10 meters. Its fur was a vivid red, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger, its fangs sharp as swords, and its claws as lethal as 6-foot-long curved blades, its physique resembling that of a building. With a furious roar that reverberated through the forest, it leapt dozens of meters into the air, unleashing a barrage of sharp, fiery beams from its claws. This was the Crimson Flame Tiger King. Opposing it was a terrifying giant serpent, nearly 30 meters in length. The serpent's body was a deep, dark green, As thick as 2 meters, akin to a small train, its scales the size of an adult's face, exuding tendrils of dark, ominous energy. A massive crown of flesh adorned its forehead, and its cheeks bore fin-like appendages resembling those of a fish. This was the azure cold profound serpent. As the paw of the crimson flame tiger king descended with ferocity, the massive serpent moved like lightning, evading the strike in an instant. Boom! The impact created a massive pit over 10 meters deep atop the mountain, obliterating 7 or 8 large trees into splinters. With a deafening roar, the azure cold profound serpent transformed into a flash of green lightning, lunging forward, exhaling a black blade of energy that sliced towards the crimson flame tiger king. In response, the tiger king gathered its violent demonic essence into a single strike, and with a thunderous crash, the two energies collided, unleashing a shockwave that bent the surrounding trees perilously. The two titanic beasts, seemingly from a primordial era, clashed fiercely, their overwhelming energies resonating within a radius of hundreds of meters. Goodness, this is exhilarating. Xiang Chen watched in astonishment, his heart racing with excitement, a profound visual impact igniting a fervor within him. This is the true essence of demons. Such formidable power, when might he ever attain such strength? These two great demons were likely terrifying beasts of the Yuan-Yang realm. Xiang Chen stealthily approached and swiftly ascended a towering tree, savoring the fierce battle below, wishing only for a bucket of popcorn to accompany the spectacle. The two beasts had been locked in a fierce struggle for quite some time, both the crimson flame tiger and the azure frost serpent bearing significant wounds. The azure frost serpent's body was marred by numerous gashes inflicted by the crimson flame tiger, its blood flowing profusely, exposing raw flesh down to the bone. Meanwhile, the crimson flame tiger had also sustained 2 severe strikes that nearly pierced its vital organs. After an extended clash, the trees upon this mountainous terrain lay in ruins, shattered and strewn about. The crimson flame tiger, panting heavily with its crimson eyes ablaze, circled the azure frost serpent, biding its time for another opportunity to unleash a powerful assault. The azure frost serpent coiled tightly, its massive vertical pupils fixated on its opponent. Stinking longworm. Today your inner core shall be devoured by me, the crimson flame tiger declared coldly, its voice resonating with a surprising human-like clarity. Do not presume, great feline, that I am merely a mountain boar. The outcome of this encounter is still uncertain, hissed the azure frost serpent, its voice chillingly feminine, suggesting it might be a female serpent. Both creatures were undoubtedly of the Yuan-Yang realm, capable of human speech, and even able to transform into humanoid forms. The languages of the demon race are myriad, yet human speech serves as a universal tongue among countless species. The two beasts faced each other for an extended period, seemingly recuperating their strength. Then, with a sudden roar, the crimson flame tiger unleashed a torrent of searing flames that surged forth like a blazing wave. In an instant, the surrounding shattered trees ignited, rapidly turning to ash, as the inferno's scorching intensity was nothing short of astonishing. In response, the azure frost serpent expelled a fierce blast of frigid air, the dark blue stream countering the flames and causing the ambient temperature to plummet dramatically. A layer of frost swiftly enveloped the area around it. The two energies clashed violently, sending shockwaves in all directions and generating a tempestuous wind. Yet, as the flames suddenly dissipated, the cold current surged forward, enveloping the crimson flame tiger in a chilling embrace. The trees around it became encased in frost, which corroded them into dust, poisonous, terrifyingly so. However, at that moment, the crimson flame tiger's form vanished. With a thunderous roar, it leaped into the sky, soaring over 100 meters high before descending like a blazing comet, enveloped in flames, with astonishing speed, launching a devastating strike at the azure frost serpent. The impact was tremendous. The azure frost serpent, caught unawares, was struck and sent flying, its massive form bursting apart with blood and scales scattering in every direction. Its flesh torn and bones shattered. The azure frost serpent spewed forth blood in response. With a ferocious roar, the crimson flame tiger lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the serpent's neck. Yet, the azure frost serpent retaliated with a swift lash of its tail, striking the tiger's head with a force exceeding tens of thousands of pounds, the speed of the attack astonishing. With a resounding thud, the crimson flame tiger was sent crashing to the side. The azure-hued serpent, known as the Bihuan Shin snake, lunged forward with a swift ferocity, sinking its fangs into the neck of the crimson flame Tiger King. In an instant, its sinuous body coiled around the mighty beast. The Tiger King, in a frantic struggle, raked at the serpent with its razor-sharp claws, tearing through its scales and drawing forth streams of blood. Yet, the Xiang snake held firm, exerting its terrifying constricting power with a fierce contraction. The sound of cracking bones echoed, an ominous testament to the immense pressure being exerted on the Tiger King's formidable frame, reminiscent of steel on the verge of shattering. With a thunderous roar, the Tiger King bellowed in rage, ensnared as if bound in a massive bundle. The strangling force of the serpent was unparalleled. Such a colossal creature could even crush steel. It appeared that the mighty tiger was nearing its end. As Xiang Chen observed this dramatic scene in silence, the crimson flame Tiger King was indeed in dire straits. Its breath came in labored gasps. Its bones and muscles compressed to the brink, while its inner organs began to bleed, blood splattering from its wounds. Moreover, the Xiang snake's venomous nature came into play, as torrents of deadly poison infiltrated its body, rendering it increasingly numb. "I shall not perish at your hands," roared the Tiger King, summoning a surge of demonic energy, unleashing a torrent of terrifying crimson flames that engulfed both itself and the serpent in a fiery inferno. The Xiang snake let out a shriek of agony, enveloped in flames, suffering immensely, until at last, its constricting grip weakened. With a desperate effort, the Tiger King tore free from the serpent's coils, finding an opportunity to retaliate. It bit down fiercely on the serpent's neck, the force of its jaws erupting with terrifying might. The serpent howled in pain as its neck shattered, its body writhing in a frenzy, scorched by the fierce flames of the Tiger King's demonic energy, reducing a portion of it to charred remains. With a final thud, the once mighty serpent fell silent, its eyes wide in death. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the unfolding drama, utterly taken aback by the Tiger King's unexpected resurgence. However, the victorious Tiger King staggered, crashing to the ground beside the lifeless body of the Xiang snake, both combatants having suffered grievously. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Chen sprang to his feet with renewed vigor. "Thanks to the dual blessings of the dragon and phoenix, I managed to pen 8 chapters yesterday and today. Both Shura and Wan Yao will see 4 updates. Just a heads up, I will be away for 3 days starting on the 20th, which may limit updates to the bare minimum as I spend time with my girlfriend, whom I rarely see." Chapter 108. A flower destroyed by a fiery hand. Xiang Chen rose, his heart racing as he beheld the aftermath of the clash, trembling with excitement. No way. They both took each other down. A free show of an epic battle, and I might just benefit from this. He burst into laughter. Truly, I am the chosen one of fate. A stroke of fortune has come my way. Thank you, heavens. With a mischievous grin, Xiang Chen dashed toward the battleground, invigorated by the turn of events. Previously, he had lamented the unfairness of fate, but now he felt the thrill of opportunity. His heart surged with anticipation. As his brother had once said, if he could hunt a beast of the Yuanyang realm, there was a chance that Rower could be revived. His strength is insufficient to slay such formidable demons within a short span of time. Nevertheless, fate has bestowed upon him a fortuitous opportunity. How could he not feel exhilarated? The battleground lies 7 or 8 miles away, and soon, Xiang Chen hastened his pace, arriving at a hill where trees lay in ruin. Gazing at the shattered woodland, Xiang Chen was overwhelmed. Such a powerful demon could easily reduce him to mere ash with a single strike. That wretched Lin Lian is of such caliber. The path to eliminate her is still fraught with challenges ahead. As he pondered, he beheld a colossal azure-cold serpent, its formidable aura still emanating fiercely. His heart trembled at the sight. A serpent of such magnitude, should it penetrate human settlements, how many lives would it consume to satiate its hunger? 100? Perhaps that would not suffice. Unexpectedly, he chuckled at the serendipity that had befallen them. Yet, just as Xiang Chen arrived, a boisterous laughter resonated through the woods. "Brother, this time we shall reap a great fortune. The inner cores of these 2 primordial demons, their flesh and bones, are all treasures, all elixirs for cultivation. Indeed, it is our time to rise." Figures emerged from the thicket, and Xiang Chen turned, his demeanor instantly alert. There were indeed others nearby. With such a commotion, adventurers for miles around would be drawn to the scene. He observed 5 individuals approaching. These 5 exuded a formidable presence, 4 men and 1 woman, their cultivation levels revealing themselves before Xiang Chen's discerning gaze. One man, sporting a thick beard and a menacing scar across his forehead, was a formidable 8th-level practitioner of the divine concealment realm, the scar resembling a centipede crawling upon his brow. 3 other men stood at the 6th, 4th, and 3rd levels, respectively, while a strikingly tall woman clad in animal hide armor, accentuating her alluring figure, possessed a 7th-level prowess. A chill ran down Xiang Chen's spine. Only one among them matched his cultivation level. There's even a young lad among them. Upon noticing Xiang Chen, the scarred man exclaimed in astonishment, and the others turned their gaze towards him. These 5 were the renowned Zhou siblings, a mercenary hunting team infamous in the Lan village. The scarred man, Zhou Yong, was the eldest, while the woman was Zhou Jiao. Zhou San was at the 6th level, Zhou Si at the 4th, and Zhou Wu at the 3rd. You there? Who are you? So young, yet you dare to venture here alone. You possess quite the audacity. Zhou Yong scrutinized Xiang Chen, inquiring. Brother, look at his waist. Zhou Jiao, keen-eyed and observant, immediately noticed the silver space belt adorning Xiang Chen's waist. The silver space belt. The group's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Such a storage treasure was rare, and they had only managed to acquire 2 in many years of struggle. Brother, it seems we have stumbled upon a plump little sheep. Zhou Sin chuckled ominously. Likely a wealthy young master come to hone his skills in the demon fog mountains. Zhou Si assessed Xiang Chen with a discerning eye. Cackling, the elder brother. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity that has come knocking at our door. Today, my 5 siblings and I have truly struck gold. To encounter such a plump target in the depths of the mountains is nothing short of miraculous. Zhou Jiao laughed heartily, gazing at Xiang Chen and licking her lips. Xiang Chen took a step back, leaning against the lifeless giant serpent behind him, his hand instinctively brushing against the precious crossbow concealed within his robes. Throughout the bloody skirmishes of this period, he had lost a substantial number of talismans. Out of the original 30 arrows, only 8 remained. He pondered whether he could vanquish these 5 adversaries. Their eyes, fixated upon him, were undoubtedly filled with greed for his treasures. Moreover, he could not possibly share the essence of life from these 2 formidable beasts with them. He needed it to save Rower. Little brother, what is your name? How did you come to be here? Zhou Jiao approached Xiang Chen with a smile. Hello, sister. You are so beautiful and have such an admirable figure. My name is Xiang Chen, he replied, smiling obediently. Zhou Jiao chuckled at his words, saying, such a sweet-talking little brother. Since your words are so charming, I shall grant you a chance at life. Hand over the silver and jade belt at your waist, and I will allow you to leave unharmed. Zhou Yong and the others snickered coldly. Her words were merely a pretense, as they had no intention of letting Xiang Chen escape alive. Otherwise, the news of these 2 great beasts would spread, attracting powerful innate realm experts eager to seize them. Is what you say true? If you will indeed spare my life, I am willing to give you the silver and jade belt, Xiang Chen stated. Of course it is true. A beautiful sister like me would never deceive you, especially since you are so adorable and sweet-tongued. How could I bear to harm you? Come now, hand over the silver and jade belt, Zhou Jiao urged, moving closer to Xiang Chen. All right, I believe you, sister. My mother always said that beautiful girls are kind-hearted and never lie. As he spoke, Xiang Chen began to unfasten the belt from behind him, causing Zhou Jiao's guard to lower slightly. Suddenly, a surge of true energy erupted from beneath Xiang Chen's feet. A shadow of a swallow coalesced beneath him, propelling him forward in a swift burst, covering over 10 meters as he unsheathed the dragon's edged demon blade from his back. Dominating blade technique, severing the flow. With a thunderous roar, a wave of blade energy sliced through the air towards Zhou Jiao. Her countenance shifted in shock, but her reflexes were honed from countless life and death encounters. She immediately countered with a sword strike, unleashing a frantic wave of sword energy to meet his attack. The clash of blade and sword erupted, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Yet, at that moment, Xiang Chen had already closed the distance, delivering a powerful downward strike. Mountain crumble. With that decisive blow aimed directly at her head, Zhou Jiao could only raise her sword to defend, but with a resounding impact. Xiang Chen's blade unleashed an astonishing force that shattered her sword, combined with the inherent sharpness of the dragon's edge. The blade cleaved through Zhou Jiao's weapon, effortlessly slicing through her body. With a sickening squelch, Zhou Jiao was cleaved in twain, blood spraying forth as she fell lifelessly to the ground. A tragic end to a flower once vibrant. Chapter 109. The dust box. In an instant, the fiery figure was cleaved in twain, transforming into two bloodied corpses. Devoid of any compassion, this world offers no tenderness based on one's gender. Treading the perilous tightrope of a cliff, one must be prepared to be cast into the abyss if they harbor intentions of murder and plunder. Sister, sister, you little wretch. Blood splattered across Xiang Chen as the other four brothers of the Zhou family let out anguished cries, their eyes glistening with tears. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiang Chen struck down the man before him, leaping forth to draw his prized crossbow, aiming it at the four adversaries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 bolts were released in a mere 3 seconds, 4 of which were aimed at the scarred man, Zhou Yong, who stood at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm. The remaining 4 arrows targeted the other 3. You little wretch, Zhou Yong bellowed, evading with swift footwork while brandishing a hefty sword that resembled a dragon's blade. Clang, clang, clang. 3 arrows were deflected by his strikes, yet the 4 still pushed him back. However, 1 arrow pierced through his left shoulder, shattering the bone and causing blood to spurt forth. The other 3 let out cries of despair as Zhou Lao San and Zhou Lao Wu were struck by 2 arrows, piercing their chests and hearts. Zhou Lao San cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, while Zhou Lao Wu was instantly slain by the arrow that pierced his heart. Zhou Lao Si managed to block the arrow aimed at him. 3rd brother, 5th brother. Zhou Yong's mournful roar echoed as he staggered backward, clutching his wounded shoulder. His eyes bloodshot as they locked onto Xiang Chen. 5th brother, 3rd brother, sister. Zhou Lao Si screamed in despair before charging at Xiang Chen with ferocity. You little wretch. I shall make you pay 1,000-fold. Wielding a massive battle axe, Zhou Lao Si unleashed a surge of true energy, hurtling towards Xiang Chen. Moments ago, it was this very axe that had spared his life. To kill and seize treasures, one must be prepared to be killed in return. Xiang Chen smirked, gripping the dragon blade tightly as he brought it down. Clang. The clash of blade and axe unleashed a wave of true energy, creating a notch in the axe. Zhou Lao Si's complexion turned ashen as he was pushed back by an overwhelming force. How could this young man possess such strength? Kill. Xiang Chen swung his blade again, channeling the essence of the Taiyin true energy into a powerful strike, unleashing a devastating blow upon his opponent. Zhou Lao Si raised his axe to defend, but with a resounding thud, the true energy erupted with an incredible force, shattering his grasp and sending the axe flying. Dragon Elephant Fist. With his other hand, Mu Feng formed a fist, summoning the power of the dragon and elephant to strike fiercely. Bam! The fist collided with Zhou Lao Si's body, eliciting a pained scream as blood erupted from his mouth. The force of the punch ravaged his internal organs, the Taiyin true energy freezing them from within. Zhou Lao Si collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in shock, convulsing. You little bastard, die? At that moment, Zhou Laoda, despite his injuries, wielded a heavy sword with one hand, swinging it violently towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen raised his blade to defend, with a surge of true energy erupting outward. Xiang Chen staggered backward with a loud thud, nearly collapsing to the ground, as the internal shock left him in pain. Kill. The injured Zhou Yong, resembling a wounded beast in fury, recklessly swung his sword with one hand towards Xiang Chen as one of his arms lay incapacitated. Spirit awaken, Xiang Chen roared, and from behind him, a small moon-white dog materialized. Wolf transformation. In an instant, to Zhou Yong's astonished gaze, Xiang Chen transformed into a towering 3-meter werewolf, wielding a demonic blade with lethal intent. Clang. The clash of blades released a powerful shockwave. Zhou Yong stumbled back, his single-handed grip on the sword proving insufficient against Xiang Chen's current might. What manner of monster are you? Zhou Yong gazed at Xiang Chen in both fear and rage. Howl and kill, Xiang Chen bellowed, swinging the demonic blade with wild ferocity. Zhou Yong retaliated, but their battle raged fiercely beside the great demon, with Zhou Yong's diminished strength due to his injury. Conversely, Xiang Chen grew ever more formidable. After a flurry of clashes, he struck upward, severing Zhou Yong's sword-wielding arm. Zhou Yong cried out in agony, his arm severed and the heavy sword sent flying. Mighty elephant, charge. Xiang Chen's massive form stomped down with a resounding crash, creating a 1-meter-deep crater as he charged towards Zhou Yong like a small house in motion. Thud. Crack. Zhou Yong was sent flying, bones shattering upon impact, soaring over 10 meters before collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing, eyes wide, internal organs crushed. Sister, brothers. Oh, my elder brother, I am coming to join you. Zhou Yong convulsed, blood gurgling from his mouth, until his neck twisted at an unnatural angle, sealing his fate. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's terrifying werewolf form reverted to normal as he sat heavily upon the ground, gasping for breath. What a harrowing battle it had been. Had he not ambushed and killed Zhou Jiao and wounded Zhou Yong, facing 5 opponents alone would have only left him with the option to flee. After regaining his strength, Xiang Chen rose to collect the bodies of the 5, ensuring they were arranged together. He removed a silver space belt from Zhou Jiao and another from Zhou Yong, hastily fastening them to his own thighs without examining their contents. The silver space belts could not be stacked within the same spatial dimension, complicating matters. He had previously given one obtained from a thief to the monkey. With these 2, he would now possess 3. With the blade upon his back, Xiang Chen gazed down at the 5 lifeless bodies, slightly bowing in respect. Humans die for wealth, birds for food, such is the world, where people kill for profit, devoid of grievances, merely fighting for fleeting gains. He then approached the other side of the great demon, where the Crimson Flame Tiger King lay. As he neared the creature's head, his expression shifted dramatically. The Crimson Flame Tiger King was staring coldly back at him. Human, it roared, a foul stench assaulting Xiang Chen, accompanied by a gust of wind that tousled his snowy hair. By heavens, you are not dead. Xiang Chen's face paled in shock. With a thunderous roar, the Crimson Flame Tiger King unleashed a terrifying blaze, transforming into a firestorm several meters in diameter that engulfed and charged towards Xiang Chen. A wave of searing heat surged forth, igniting the young man's snow-white hair in a flash, enveloping him in flames. The inferno pierced through the air for over 100 meters, reducing distant trees to ashes, demonstrating its formidable power. In the aftermath, all that remained where Xiang Chen had stood was a charred expanse of blackened earth. Such a fool. The Crimson Flame Tiger King remarked coldly, lying incapacitated on the ground, its body paralyzed and unable to move due to snake venom still being refined and expelled from its system. A shift in perspective had occurred. Behold the Crimson Flame Tiger King's defiance against fate. Chapter 110. The ruin of mountains and rivers. This damned serpent possesses an exceptionally potent venom. It seems I shall not be free from it for several days. However, once I consume its flesh and essence along with its demon core, I shall undoubtedly transcend my current limitations. At that point, I can venture into the heart of the demon mist and confront those ancient fiends. The Crimson Flame Tiger King mused. Despite suffering grave injuries, the spoils of this battle were deemed worthwhile. But what of Xiang Chen? Had he truly turned to ash? Certainly not. 10 meters underground, a figure lay embedded in the earth, completely hairless and devoid of clothing. Coughing and spitting mud, Xiang Chen cursed. That was close. Had it not been for my exceptional talent of the great head fish, allowing me to traverse through space, I would surely have met my end in that wretched inferno. Struggling fiercely, he finally managed to move his limbs, though the overwhelming pressure of the earth made him exceedingly uncomfortable. As he focused, utilizing his moonlight eyes to their fullest extent, he discovered that the beast remained motionless. A cold smile crept across Xiang Chen's face. It appears this foul creature, too, has sustained grave injuries and cannot move. The poison of the bitter, cold, mysterious serpent has paralyzed its nerves. Your misfortune is at hand. With a smirk, Xiang Chen's fingers morphed into claws, relentlessly digging into the ground, creating a tunnel. Remarkably, his clawing was exceptionally swift, soon carving a passage leading beneath the Crimson Flame Tiger King's belly. Suddenly, the beast sensed a disturbance beneath the earth. Its expression turned cold as it perceived movement in the soil below. Without warning, a blade erupted from the ground, the sharp dragon blade piercing fiercely into the Crimson Flame Tiger King's abdomen. Yet, the creature's belly, as tough as steel, resisted the onslaught. The blade penetrated but a mere half-foot before halting. How resilient! Xiang Chen's countenance shifted slightly. You have not perished, human. The Crimson Flame Tiger King roared, feeling a faint sting beneath its belly as it detected Xiang Chen's presence. Grandfather is the destined child, the future king of all demons. How could I possibly meet my end here? Xiang Chen's cold laughter echoed from below. You wretched insect of a human, do you think you can harm me? Begone, or when I recover, I shall treat you as a mere snack. The Crimson Flame Tiger King bellowed in fury. How audacious of you, paralyzed yet still so arrogant. Do not think for a moment that I cannot deal with your ironclad form. Are you aware of the devastation that awaits you? Today, I shall invade your very depths." Upon hearing this, the Crimson Flame Tiger King's expression shifted, its gates tightening in alarm. "Shameless human, how dare you?" Xiang Chen continued to excavate the tunnel, sneering. "You are mistaken. I am no longer human. I am a demon. Remember this. I'm a unique breed, a demon-human hybrid, an entirely novel species you have never encountered." Before long, he reached the posterior of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, breaking through the earth with a sinister grin. "My dear, I am coming in." With a swift thrust, he plunged his blade into the creature's rear entrance. Indeed, the soft barrier was utterly incapable of resisting the sharpness of the dragon's blade, and blood gushed forth. The Crimson Flame Tiger King let out a piercing howl of anguish. "You wretched demon! How dare you?" It roared in despair, aghast at the indignity of being so violated. Ah, the flower withers and the tiger's smile fades. The blade enters the forbidden realm, and the second strike is upon you. Xiang Chen sang a little tune as he thrust again. The Tiger King bellowed, "Demon, I shall end your life." As it struggled, yet its body remained unyielding. "Why resist, Tiger King? If you relinquish the demonic essence within, it would be so much easier for me to end your life. Why must you meet such a disgraceful end?" Xiang Chen struck again, the third strike. But at that moment, a powerful gust erupted from the creature's rear, sending Xiang Chen flying backward with a resounding thud. Blood splattered across his face, and clouds of dust were stirred into the air. Regaining his footing amidst the foul stench, Xiang Chen retorted, "Beast, could you not give a warning before releasing such a noxious blast? Do you have any idea how much you pollute the environment with such a foul emission?" "Silence, you wretched spawn," the Tiger King growled, feeling a deep sense of humiliation for having to rely on such a crude defense. "Demon, cease your assault. I promise, once I recover, I shall spare your life and even bestow treasures upon you. Just stop. No, I must take your life to save my sister." "Do you think I wish to invade your foul rear?" Xiang Chen replied coldly, taking a deep breath. "Let us see how many more of those blasts you have left. Attack. Stop." Xiang Chen unleashed his true energy, striking once more at the creature's entrance. Again, a strong gust erupted, sending him flying. Yet, he promptly steadied himself, stepping forward with agility before the second blast could occur, and thrusting his blade once more. The Tiger King emitted human-like cries of agony, then gasped, releasing another foul blast. Xiang Chen, undeterred by the stench, pressed on with relentless determination. Finally, after a barrage of strikes, the Tiger King lamented, "Enough, enough. It is my fate. Demon, you may ascend to my throne. I shall disperse my demonic essence. Grant me a swift end, allowing me to perish with dignity." Coughing, Xiang Chen rose from the ground, blade in hand. "Thank you, Tiger King, for your concession. I am compelled to slay you to save my sister. I am sorry." With a resolute step, he ascended onto the massive head of the Tiger King. As the Crimson Flame Tiger King closed its eyes, the malevolent aura dissipated. "Make it quick, I'm sorry. Tiger King, kill." With a powerful leap, Xiang Chen propelled himself from the air, his feet striking back against the wind, plunging the blade down from a height of over 10 meters. With a sickening thud, the Dragon K demon blade pierced through the crown of the beast's head, tearing through flesh and penetrating the skull. Xiang Chen, with a furious stomp, drove the blade deeper into the Tiger King's brain. The resounding roar of the Crimson Flame Tiger King shook the mountains for miles, a deafening cry that echoed through the wilderness. Its body convulsed, and its eyes finally closed. Xiang Chen let out a sigh. Such a formidable beast, a terror of the mountains, deserved a more dignified death than at the hands of one he deemed a weakling. Yet, perhaps this was its fate, and he had no choice but to fulfill it. "Rower, you are saved." Overcome with emotion, he summoned a mysterious ancient cauldron, infusing it with his vital energy. The cauldron radiated light, enveloping the massive form of the Crimson Flame Tiger King. In Chapter 111, is this Roa? Streams of astonishing life essence, a torrent of blood vitality, and a powerful surge of soul energy surged forth from the tiger's lifeless body. This life essence was magnitude stronger than the demon tiger Xiang Chen had previously vanquished. With a roar, Xiang Chen's moonlit eyes could even discern the ethereal shadow of the Tiger King's spirit being drawn into the ancient cauldron. Soon, the enormous corpse, comparable in size to a room, visibly shriveled, transforming into a desiccated husk. A humming resonated from the cauldron, a sound that reverberated through the heavens and the underworld. The small cauldron, originally no larger than a head, suddenly grew to over a meter in height, crashing down upon the dried tiger carcass and shattering it. It seems you will see your rower now. Just then, the voice of the elder brother rang out. Xiang Chen was no longer surprised as a large, black and white spotted pig appeared behind him. Rower, I can finally see you. His expression was one of immense excitement as he gazed at the ancient cauldron. A tremendous roar emanated from within, shaking the mountains and echoing across the land. The sound left Xiang Chen's ears ringing as he turned in astonishment towards the cauldron. Approaching it, he peered inside, which seemed bottomless, resembling the depths of a starry cosmos, and there emerged a small creature. It was no larger than a kitten, entirely white with golden stripes, its appearance reminiscent of both cat and tiger, curled up in a ball. Its eyes appeared not yet opened, and it emitted soft whimpering sounds. What is this? Xiang Chen exclaimed in shock, reaching out to cradle its fluffy form. A cat? He marveled. You are a fool, the elder brother chastised, tapping Xiang Chen on the head. Where's my rower? Xiang Chen kept peering into the cauldron, searching for anything else. As the soft cries echoed, the small white creature opened its eyes, revealing a mesmerizing sea blue hue, reminiscent of two exquisite azure orbs. Within the depths of its gaze lay a vast cosmos of stars. It looked at Xiang Chen, letting out gentle cries, and playfully licked his hand with its delicate pink tongue. Brother, where's my rower? I do not want a cat. Xiang Chen gazed at his brother, his eyes filled with an urgent apprehension. I have already stated that it is not a cat. Rower is right in your hands. His brother replied nonchalantly. What? Xiang Chen felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Turning his head in disbelief toward the adorable creature in his grasp that was licking him. It is Rower? No, how can this be? Brother, how could Rower possibly be a cat? This is impossible. What on earth is happening? Xiang Chen was unable to accept this revelation. Goodness, she is not a cat. Not a cat. How many times must I repeat it? This little girl has encountered extraordinary fortune. She possesses an innate divine spirit that, upon her death, fused with her soul and was absorbed into a cauldron, melding with the essence of the king of beasts, the supreme white tiger. I instructed you to hunt the tiger clan to gather their precious blood and life essence, allowing the ancient cauldron to help Rower reconstruct her physical form. However, the new body is no longer human but that of the sacred beast, the white tiger, his brother elucidated. The sacred beast, the white tiger. Rower has transformed into a white tiger. How can this be? Xiang Chen gazed at the fluffy, adorable creature in his hands, unable to believe this was indeed Rower. Rower has become a white tiger. A tigress? This is beyond what I could have imagined. Isn't it wonderful that she has transformed into a white tiger? Now she is also a demon, and a top-tier bloodline at that. It is unfortunate she was born in such a desolate place. Had she been born elsewhere, she would possess the power to annihilate this realm upon her birth. Now you are both demons. Does that not make you a better match? His brother teased. Xiang Chen looked at the small white tiger with deep sorrow in his eyes, still yearning for the Rower he once knew. Child, do not be ungrateful. This is a tremendous opportunity for her. If you do not strive for greatness, she may surpass you in the future, his brother cautioned. I would rather she not have this opportunity and simply return to the Rower of old. Now that she has become this way, will she still recognize me? Are you disparaging her? No. How could I ever disdain Rower? Even if she were to transform into a toad, I would cherish her. Then that's settled. Why do you care about her form? Once her cultivation reaches a certain level, she can revert to human form, perhaps even more beautiful than before. Rest assured, this will not hinder your future endeavors together, his brother scoffed. Enough. Can we speak of something serious? Is that what I am concerned about? I mean, will she still recognize me? Xiang Chen gazed at the small white tiger with a naive and spirited expression. Well, this is akin to a rebirth. She likely will not recall her past memories for now, but as she cultivates to a certain realm, she may awaken her innate wisdom. Not everyone is like you, who retained their past wisdom by being reborn directly from your mother's womb, his brother pondered thoughtfully. Upon hearing the words, Xiang Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, gazing at the adorable little creature, he cradled it in his arms. Regardless of the circumstances, your existence is enough. I love you, Rower, undeterred by mountains, rivers, oceans, or the barriers of race. I shall protect you, unafraid of life or death, of yin or yang. A sense of comfort bloomed within Xiang Chen, at the very least. He had the opportunity to witness the true Rower once more. The little white tiger whimpered, incessantly nibbling at Xiang Chen's fingers. Henceforth, until you regain your memories, I shall call you Little Bai. Are you hungry? Xiang Chen gently stroked the soft fur of the white tiger, his gaze tender. Brother, what should I feed little Bai? Xiang Chen inquired. Naturally, the best would be white tiger milk. However, you do not possess this, and neither does this world. Just feed it whatever you can, demon blood. Essence blood, meat, or any elixir that can enhance cultivation, brother replied indifferently. Can such a small creature eat meat? Xiang Chen was taken aback. Of course. What do you think a white tiger is? It is a divine beast of the demon race, born for battle. A sacred creature that wields the essence of the earth's gold path, a master of slaughter. Moreover, you can feed her anything imbued with potent spiritual energy, even weapons. She can consume them, and they will benefit her, brother explained. Goodness, she can eat that too. What on earth can she not consume? Xiang Chen was astonished. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and feed her meat, lest she starve, brother urged, giving Xiang Chen a gentle kick. Xiang Chen moved toward the corpse of the Baihanxian snake, preparing to carve meat for the little white tiger. This snake, the size of a small locomotive, was a treasure for cultivation. Xiang Chen placed the little white tiger within the folds of his robe, where the creature nestled and made itself comfortable. Suddenly, Xiang Chen let out an odd cry, wincing in pain, as the little white tiger had bitten him in a certain spot on his chest. Haha, the little one wants to nurse, he chuckled. Little Bai, release your grip, you cannot bite. I have no milk, but I shall provide you with food shortly. He gently tapped the little tiger's fluffy head. The little white tiger gazed at him with its big, blue eyes, looking quite pitiful. Xiang Chen began searching within the desiccated corpse of the crimson flame tiger king, delving into its belly. Finally, he discovered a fist-sized crimson demon core nestled within its dantian, brimming with astonishing energy. A demon core, Xiang Chen exclaimed in delight. This was precisely what he sought. In the realm of demon beasts, the crystallization of their cultivation at the Yuan-Yang stage yielded demon cores, which contained a significant portion of their energy. A single demon core could be worth tens of thousands of gold coins, with higher quality ones reaching boundless value. Its applications were numerous. It could be used for alchemy or infused into weapons. As he held the demon core in his hand, it radiated warmth, exuding an aura of formidable demonic energy. At that moment, the little white tiger called out eagerly, gazing at the demon core in Xiang Chen's grasp. Can you eat this too? Xiang Chen asked in astonishment. After a brief moment of hesitation, he placed the demon core against his chest. Indeed, the little white tiger clutched the demon core and began to gnaw on it. With a crunch, the incredibly tough demon core yielded a small bite, and the little tiger swallowed the morsel whole. My word, what strong teeth you possess. Thankfully, you did not bite me with full force earlier. Otherwise, I might have lost a finger. Xiang Chen gasped in astonishment, fully convinced of the little white tiger's newfound ability to devour metal. As the little white tiger gnawed on the Aghast, Xiang Chen's gaze fell upon the terrifying bones within the body of the crimson flame tiger king. These sturdy tiger bones were indeed a precious resource, ideal for cultivating the tiger demon body refinement technique, and could even be fashioned into weapons. He resolved to extract these bones before leaving, recognizing the importance of utilizing such valuable resources wisely and without waste. Having exited the corpse of the crimson flame tiger king, he approached the colossal body of the Bihan Xuansha. Brandishing the dragon K demon blade, he struck the serpent's body, only to hear a dull thud as the blade merely etched a faint mark upon the resilient scales. Remarkably tough, he mused, devising a plan to harvest these scales, which would undoubtedly yield exquisite armor under Gong Sun Sheng's craftsmanship. He moved to several of the Bihan Xuansha's grievous wounds, where blood had pooled into a small pond, pulsating with an astonishing aura of blood essence. Approaching the wound, he severed a piece of snake flesh and tasted it. To his delight, the meat was remarkably tender and carried a hint of sweetness. Delicious. Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he lunged toward the wound, voraciously slicing and devouring the meat in great gulps. However, after consuming merely dozens of pounds, he found himself uncomfortably full. The energy contained within the snake meat was overwhelmingly potent. Setting the little white tiger aside, he began to cultivate. Feeling the powerful energy from the snake flesh surge within him, it transformed into the true qi of the Taiyin, flooding his body and propelling his cultivation to new heights. After half a day's effort, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from his pores, and his true qi surged, pushing his cultivation directly into the fourth realm of the divine concealment stage. With this abundant snake meat, he mused, I should be able to reach the innate realm. He laughed heartily, realizing the worth of this endeavor. All of this must be packed away. Such treasures should not be hoarded alone. He intended to share with the monkey, his uncle and aunt, Schwerer, Manha, and even save some for Xiang Chen. With renewed determination, he continued to slice the snake meat, meticulously removing it from the bones. He stored all the useful items from the 2 captured silver sky jade bands into his own, making space for the snake meat. Yet, after stowing away over 3,000 pounds of snake meat, he found himself unable to accommodate any more. The Bihan Xuancha still had a substantial amount remaining. A frown creased his brow. At that moment, the Boar brother, playfully teasing the little white tiger, tossed an object that struck Xiang Chen on the head. "Use this for storage, you fool," he said. Xiang Chen picked it up to discover an ancient, obsidian-hued ring. "Boar brother, is this a golden sky ring?" he inquired. "Not a chance. Why would I give you something so worthless? This is a Qinquan ring. Use your true qi to explore inside." The Boar brother retorted with a roll of his eyes, before lifting the little white tiger and scrutinizing its rear end. "Indeed, it is a female tiger. That little rascal Xiang Chen is in for a tough time ahead. Heh." The Boar brother chuckled mischievously. "Ah, little one, dare you bite me?" The parrot cried out in distress, as the small white tiger, having consumed a quarter of a demon pill, sank its teeth into its pig-like hoof. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's vital energy delved into the ring, and in an instant, he was astonished by the boundless space contained within. To his disbelief, this space seemed infinite. His vital energy could not ascertain its true extent, but the area he could sense was already capable of accommodating a mountain. With a drop of blood, he established his bond with the ring, ensuring that only he could access it henceforth. "Thank you, parrot," Xiang Chen said with a smile, continuing to carve the serpent meat. After tirelessly working for 2 days and nights, he finally dismembered the colossal Baihanxian snake. The yield consisted of over 10,000 pounds of snake meat, a complete set of bones, a single gallbladder that could be used for alchemy, a sizable poison sac containing a formidable venom, and more than 1,000 pounds of snake scales. Most notably, he possessed the prized demon pill of the Baihanxian snake. After storing all these treasures within the Qinquan ring gifted by the parrot, Xiang Chen, now covered in blood, plopped down onto the ground. Aside from some useless entrails, the only remaining sight was a pool of the Baihanxian snake's blood, still exuding a vapor of crimson vitality. This blood, in fact, harbored astonishing energy. Within the sacred tome of 10,000 demons, there existed a cultivation technique derived from blood demons, known as blood refinement of 10,000 demons, which he could attempt to practice. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Xiang Chen's eyes as he recalled the blood refinement technique from the sacred tome, a method that harnessed the power of abundant blood for physical enhancement. Resolute, he removed his trousers, donning only a pair of shorts, and approached the blood pool. Stepping into its depths, instantly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Upon entering the blood pool, Xiang Chen was enveloped by an astonishing chill that emanated from the steaming blood, encasing him in frost and transforming him into a statue of ice. Chapter 113. Blood Refinement of 10,000 Demons. Xiang Chen's eyes widened in shock as he felt his entire body stiffen. However, the tiny vital energy within him surged forth, swiftly melting the ice that had encased him. "Goodness, the chill is intense," he exclaimed, gazing at the blood pool. Shielded by his tiny vital energy, he gradually made his way to the center of the pool, where the blood reached up to his thighs. He then seated himself amidst the crimson depths, allowing the tiny vital energy to circulate through his meridians, practicing the blood refinement technique. As he shivered from the cold, he activated the method, and tendrils of blood-red aura seeped through his pores, flowing into his body. Strangely, as these blood energies entered him, a wave of heat surged within, gradually intensifying until his skin flushed a deep crimson, emitting white mist. Inside, it felt as if his blood was igniting, a fire scorching his very flesh. "It's so hot, so unbearable. Practicing the blood refinement of 10,000 demons is truly excruciating." Xiang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the torment and persisting in his cultivation, using the blood of a Yuan Yang demon beast for this endeavor. "Oh, this lad is in for quite the ordeal." The parrot lay beside him, chuckling mischievously. After consuming a portion of the demon elixir, the little white tiger, unperturbed by the bloodshed, curled up atop Xiang Chen's head and fell into a deep slumber. Soon, however, Xiang Chen's anguished cries echoed through the air, as his skin began to wither and char, enduring an excruciating torment akin to being set ablaze. His flesh appeared nearly cooked. Yet amidst the agony etched upon his contorted visage, the resolve in his eyes remained unwavering. He was prepared to endure any suffering, even the searing flames, for the sake of gaining strength. As his muscles and bones were tempered by the overwhelming surge of blood energy, his skin cracked and peeled under the torturous process of burning and flaying. Simultaneously, within his corporeal form, a new life force burgeoned, generating fresh skin and flesh cells that grew increasingly fortified. What was pain compared to the unbearable anguish of helplessness when witnessing the slaughter of loved ones? The torment of his parents' suffering weighed heavily on his heart, as he lamented his inability to honor them fully. Xiang Chen, you can do this. You must endure. I have lived long enough in weakness. The echoes of his roars and screams reverberated endlessly, as boundless suffering tempered the resolve and will of the youth, while an abundance of blood energy reinforced his physique. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, until a thick layer of blood enveloped him, transforming him into a living blood scab. The blood pool, aside from what he absorbed, seeped into the earth, now desiccated. The little white tiger, still curled atop his head, had noticeably grown, now comparable in size to a small corgi, resting securely on Xiang Chen's crown. On the fourth day, a crack resounded as the blood scab shattered into fragments, and a remarkably delicate hand emerged from within. The figure that had been seated rose, and with a surge of vital energy, the remnants of the blood scab disintegrated into dust. Xiang Chen stepped forth, completely bare, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, his skin radiant and translucent. His once youthful countenance had evolved into that of a strikingly handsome young man, with sharp, defined features and dark golden eyes exuding an inexplicable aura of dominance. His long, moonlit hair shimmered with an alluring, ethereal glow, enhancing his enigmatic charm. He appeared far older than his 15 years, resembling someone closer to 18 or 19. Xiang Chen flexed his hands, feeling a tremendous power coursing through him, a physical strength surging with an explosive force likely exceeding 2,000 pounds. Such an increase in explosive power at the divine concealment stage was astonishing. With newfound confidence, Xiang Chen mused that he could easily contend with those at the 5th or 6th level of the divine concealment realm, relying solely on his physical prowess. Ha ha ha. This sensation is utterly magnificent. Xiang Chen howled joyfully to the heavens, exhilarated, while the little white tiger seemed to take root atop his head. However, just then, the 8th brother, with a flick of his hoof, deftly propelled a small stone directly at Xiang Chen's groin. Ah! Xiang Chen's scream pierced the air, his face turning ashen as he clutched his groin, belatedly realizing his complete nudity. What a delightful predicament! You little rascal, do not flaunt your unrefined self before me. The mina yawned lazily, sprawled upon the ground. If you continue like this, I shall indulge in your castration with my drink, he quipped. Xiang Chen felt tears welling up from the pain, promptly retrieving a pair of trousers to don. Well, your training here has reached its conclusion. You may return now. The mina basked in the winter sunlight, propping its feet up. Xiang Chen inquired hastily, what of the monkey? Where is he? I shall leave with him. The mina replied nonchalantly, he has already become the excrement of a demon beast. I trust you as much as a ghost, Xiang Chen scoffed, disbelief evident in his expression. The monkey was undoubtedly stronger than he, with no enemies pursuing him. You will naturally see him upon reaching the demon mist mountains. However, my dear boy, a band of mercenaries is stationed at the exit, obstructing your return. They have also bestowed upon you a task. Eliminate those individuals, and your training shall be deemed complete. The Black Python mercenary group. Xiang Chen's eyes turned icy. No need for you to say it. I will eradicate them. It is indeed time to settle the score. Among them are masters of the innate realm. It won't be easy to dispose of them all. To kill does not always require a blade. One can employ the mind. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, tapping his own head, before carefully cradling the slumbering white tiger from atop his head. The Qianquan ring I have given you contains a high-level space capable of accommodating living beings. Typically, it shall remain within the ring while it sleeps. Do take heed. Although no one here may recognize the sacred beast white tiger, its innate uniqueness may attract peril. Nurture it well, it shall become your most formidable asset. Once the mina finished speaking, he, mysteriously vanished. Xiang Chen gazed at the slumbering white tiger in his arms, kissed its golden-striped forehead, and placed it within the Qianquan ring. After meticulously collecting the tiger's bones, he ventured into the vast mountains once more. With the new year approaching in 10 days, he needed to devise a plan to visit his mother and father at the Xiang family estate. This time, he would ensure a thorough reckoning with the scions of the Xia family, particularly that Xia Mingjiang. Moreover, he would show the Black Python mercenary group how he intended to settle the long-standing grudge. A grand gift awaited them. Lin Lian, you wretched creature, await my vengeance. Chapter 114, Dragon Hunt. Xiang Chen did not depart immediately. Instead, he ascended the mountain. Since this mountain was the dwelling of the Baihan Xianxi, it was likely that treasures could be found within its lair. He scoured the mountain and, after half an hour, discovered a vast cavern. The stones surrounding the cave were exceptionally smooth, with numerous serpentine trails indicating frequent activity by the Baihan Xianxi. The entrance to the cave stood over 3 meters high and was quite spacious. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped him. Within, the walls were adorned with luminescent quartz crystals, emitting a faint glow. The illumination was dim, yet Xiang Chen's night vision surpassed that of a wolf, enabling him to see clearly. As he ventured deeper into the cavern, the space expanded, resembling a grand hall. Finally, after traversing several dozen meters, he reached the end of the passage. Within the cavern at the end of the passage, numerous heaps of hay lay scattered about. Surrounded by fragments of human garments and piles of obsolete weaponry, evidently remnants of those who had ventured into its domain, only to meet their demise and be devoured. Xiang Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he discovered a cluster of luminous stones tucked away in a corner, hundreds in varying sizes, radiating spiritual energy. Spirit stones. Xiang Chen exclaimed in delight. These were precious minerals infused with the essence of heaven and earth. Only those at the innate realm and above could absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones for cultivation, refining the earthly impurities within. A single spirit stone, cut to the standard size of the 9 provinces, would fetch no less than 100 gold coins even for the lowest grade. Their utility extended beyond cultivation, aiding in formations and artifact crafting, rendering them a form of currency even more valuable than gold. To his astonishment, there lay over 100 natural spirit stones of varying sizes, untouched and unrefined. Haha, I've struck gold. How fortunate I am to have sought out this snake's den. Xiang Chen approached, lifting a fist-sized natural spirit stone. Typically, the circulating spirit stones were merely thumb-sized, categorized as inferior. He counted the pile and found 108 stones, the largest resembling a bowl in size, while the smallest was thumb-sized. Once cut into standard portions, they would yield at least 300 or 400 stones, worth tens of thousands of gold coins. His gaze wandered further, and he spotted 4 large, jade-white snake eggs nestled within the hay. Eggs of a primordial demon, these two held immense value. Xiang Chen approached the snake eggs, filled with delight as he cradled one in his hands. It felt icy to the touch, the shell smooth and flawless. He carefully stowed it within his silver-spaced jade belt, contemplating methods to incubate them. Perhaps he would hatch 4 demon snakes, a delightful prospect indeed. A grin spread across his face. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed scattered gold coins on the ground. Not a great number, perhaps a few thousand, yet all were riches, likely belonging to the slain humans. The little money-minded Xiang Chen collected every last coin. By this time, the cave had yielded all its treasures. Turning his attention to the heap of dilapidated weapons, swords, spears, bows, axes, shields, there was an assortment, though most were merely mundane. Among them, a few shimmering blades bore runes, indicating they were low-grade magical artifacts, each worth a few hundred gold coins at most. Xiang Chen gathered the 4 magical artifacts, then resumed his search, the clanking of metal resounding around him. Suddenly, his expression shifted upon grasping a large, charred iron bow. An astonishing heat radiated from it. Even with the protection of his Tying True energy, it felt uncomfortably warm to the touch. This bow's temperature was at least 200 to 300 degrees. He lifted the bow. Measuring 5 feet in length, its surface entirely blackened, appearing unremarkable, accompanied by a bowstring of unknown material. Moon-gazing eye. Xiang Chen's eyes shone brightly as he awakened his moon-gazing eye. Under its influence, the bow revealed itself to be extraordinary. In that moment, he beheld an array of unknown runes swirling around the black iron bow, an eerie sight. He even perceived a long, serpent-like shadow undulating within the bow's body, akin to a phantom, strangely mesmerizing. What manner of bow is this? Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a genuine treasure. In the grip of the bow, he finally discerned two ancient characters. Indeed, they were archaic inscriptions reminiscent of the small seal script from a past life. Remarkably, Xiang Chen recognized these characters, for they were the ancient script inherited from the sacred codex of all beasts, a legacy that had been directly imprinted in his memory. This particular script seemed to have never graced the annals of history in the vast expanse of the 9 provinces for countless years. Dragon Hunt, Xiang Chen murmured. The inscription on the bow reading Dragon Hunt. What a majestic name. Can dragons truly be hunted? He squinted, then attempted to draw the bowstring. Yet, despite unleashing thousands of pounds of force, the bowstring merely quivered slightly. Astonishing, Xiang Chen growled, his form swelling to over 2 meters in height. Invoking the celestial wolf spirit's first transformation, the spirit body, his strength surged by an additional 1,000 pounds. Nonetheless, he still could not draw the bow. With a roar, Xiang Chen unleashed his second transformation, becoming a werewolf, his power multiplying significantly to reach an astounding strength. At this moment, the bowstring finally drew back a fraction. Yet it was still far from sufficient for drawing and shooting an arrow. Remarkable. Let me try again with my true energy. In his wolf form, Xiang Chen was astounded as he channeled a substantial amount of lunar true energy into the bow. At that moment, an astonishing transformation occurred. The black dragon hunt bow voraciously absorbed the lunar true energy, depleting half of Xiang Chen's reserves in an instant. However, at that very moment, the bowstring seemed to soften, and when Xiang Chen exerted force once more, he was able to gradually draw it back to a full moon's arc. As this transpired, an uncontrollable surge of lunar true energy flowed into the bow, and an eerie black energy began to coil around its body, coalescing into a faintly dark heat arrow that materialized between the bowstring and the bow body. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he released the string, letting the arrow fly. Whoosh! A blindingly fast black arrow shot toward a stone wall over 10 meters away, a faint roar resonating from within the bow. Boom! An astonishing explosion echoed as the stone wall was pierced, leaving a 3-meter-wide crater, a testament to its formidable power. Debris scattered throughout the cavern. Holy moly! Xiang Chen stood transfixed, reverting to his human form. Just how powerful was that shot? He could only surmise that even he would be obliterated by such an arrow. At that moment, he felt the lunar true energy within him had been completely drained, just from a single arrow. What a magnificent bow! What an extraordinary bow! Haha, I have indeed acquired a remarkable long-range weapon. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, reveling in his fondness for ranged weaponry. He had studied bows, crossbows, and marksmanship in the Xiang Wang mansion, and with his extraordinary talents in hearing, smell, and sight, he could be deemed a born sharpshooter. The dragon hunt bow, what a splendid bow! From this day forth, you shall be mine, and I shall not fail to uphold your illustrious reputation. Chapter 115. The Great Killing Technique of Turning the Heavens. Xiang Chen's heart soared with joy in his eyes. The value of this exquisite bow was akin to a skilled sniper acquiring the finest sniper rifle. He possessed an innate talent in this regard. His vision was exceptionally keen. His hearing far surpassed that of an average human, and his sense of smell was even superior to that of a dog, rendering him a natural marksman. The value of the dragon hunting bow, in his eyes, likely outweighed the benefits of acquiring a demon core. Filled with elation, Xiang Chen searched the cave for a while longer, but found nothing of use before preparing to depart. He stowed the dragon hunting bow within his Qinkuan ring and emerged from the cave, greeted by the midday sun that bathed the desolate wilderness of the Demon Fog Mountains, softening the mist that clung to the hills. Below him marked the commencement of his revenge plan. With a glint of cold determination in his gaze and the dragon blade strapped to his back, he ventured into the vast, wild mountains. You little rascal, these are the best gifts I can offer. Your future path hinges on your own choices, muttered the elder, perched atop Snake Mountain. As he watched the young man's retreating figure, one would not find an abundance of treasures lying about. Perhaps there were merely those unbeknownst to you who toil for your sake. As Xiang Chen traversed the forest, he chanced upon 2 demon tigers but chose not to hunt them. His objectives had been fulfilled, and with Ro having undergone a unique rebirth, he saw no need to unjustly spill innocent blood, unless, of course, hunger compelled him otherwise. Instead of heading directly to the Lan village, he diverted to a location within the area he had previously frequented. Around 4 in the afternoon, after traversing hundreds of miles of woodland, he finally rediscovered the place, guided by the scent markers he had left behind. As for the nature of these markers, one might surmise they were akin to how animals delineate their territories: urine. Before him stood a massive locust tree, its trunk thick enough for two people to embrace, towering at 50 to 60 meters high. Surprisingly, this tree was still in bloom, with fragrant locust flowers even in winter. Surrounding the tree was a peculiar aura of dark energy. The locust tree absorbed this darkness, making it an ideal spot for cultivating the true chi of the Yin. Yet, an astonishing cacophony reverberated through the air. To his astonishment, a massive beehive, measuring over a yard in diameter, was affixed to the tree, with thousands of thumb-sized golden venomous bees buzzing around it. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding. A pack of 4 to 5 dozen gray-blue, 2-meter-long wolf demons were engaged in combat with the swarm of bees. These wolves were divine beasts, and among them was a giant wolf over a meter tall and 3 meters long, exuding a formidable innate demonic aura, unleashing azure blades of light to slay the bees. However, the sheer number of bees was overwhelming, striking towards the giant wolf like bullets, only to be repelled by its protective demonic energy. Yet, the bees were too many. Some were nearly the size of an infant's fist, cunningly targeting the wolf's eyes and its vulnerable underbelly. Their needle-like stingers pierced through, causing the giant wolf to howl in agony. This was a pack of hunting Qingfeng demon wolves that had inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the venomous bees and were now under relentless assault. Before long, the wolves succumbed to poisoning, writhing on the ground in agony, frothing at the mouth, while a multitude of dead bees littered the earth. The powerful leader of the innate realm, the Azure Wind Wolf King, lay on the ground, lamenting in agony. In the face of such a formidable poison, devoid of any antidote or exceptional resistance, even the mightiest of the Yuan-Yang realm would have to bid farewell to this world upon succumbing to its effects. Xiang Chen concealed his presence and, upon reaching a tree 100 meters away, beheld the fallen bodies of numerous wolf demons sprawled on the ground. Truly, the lethality of the arrow-poisoned bee was unparalleled. Clutching a self-crafted wooden box, Xiang Chen was profoundly astonished by the scene before him. The arrow-poisoned bee, known for its rapid flight and overwhelming toxicity, possessed venom potent enough to slay those in the innate realm. Xiang Chen had discovered this deadly bee during a pursuit of a demon tiger. Descending from the tree, he placed the large wooden box on the ground and opened it by removing a wooden door. In his hand, he held a bowl of golden medicinal paste, emanating an enticing fragrance. This was the bee summoning ointment, recorded in the sacred texts of the Heavenly Return and the Gu scripture. Its aroma could allure any type of poison bee and was concocted from special floral ingredients. However, the version Xiang Chen had crafted was merely a basic variant. He placed the ointment into the wooden box, secured the triggering mechanism of the box's door with a rope, and then concealed himself over 10 meters away, suppressing all of his energy as he observed quietly. Before long, the enticing scent of the ointment wafted through the air, and a swarm of arrow-poisoned bees buzzed over, entering the box. As the fragrance enveloped the surroundings for hundreds of meters, the deafening buzz of the bees filled the atmosphere, drawing countless arrow-poisoned bees from their hive. Whether worker bees or soldier bees, creating a vast cloud of insects. Numerous arrow-poisoned bees entered the wooden box, fervently consuming the bee summoning ointment. Moments later, nearly the entire hive had gathered. When Xiang Chen noticed no more bees arriving, he tugged on the rope. With a resounding thud, the box door slammed shut, sealing the hive inside. "Haha, success!" Xiang Chen exclaimed jubilantly, promptly securing the box door. The hive buzzed with a cacophony of sound, the noise piercing to the ears. He had ensnared thousands of arrow-poisoned bees in one fell swoop. Xiang Chen lifted the hive, which weighed several dozen pounds, and a cold smile crept across his face as he stored the hive within his Qinkuan ring. He then made his way to the base of the hive, where no arrow-poisoned bees remained. Only the moaning and twitching forms of the Azure Wind Wolf demons scattered across the ground. Observing this scene, Xiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly, a twinge of compassion stirring within him. "I save you. You must not repay kindness with malice," he growled, emitting a low, wolf-like sound from his throat. Subsequently, he retrieved a vial from his silver space jade belt, containing an antidote he had prepared in advance, fearing he might also fall victim to the arrow-poisoned bees. He extracted a jug of ordinary spring water, poured the antidote into it, and then used a bowl to administer the remedy to the poisoned azure winged wolf demons. As he administered the antidote to the Wolf King, the creature's gaze shifted towards him, revealing a semblance of human-like astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly astonishing. Moments later, after administering the medicine to the 40 or so azure wind demon wolves, Xiang Chen ascended a locust tree and hurried towards the beehive. What he truly sought was the queen bee nestled within. The sacred scripture of returning heaven, a formidable technique, the art of Gu. Grateful to my brothers for their entertainment. As old Zhang was unsealed, I saw my brother Shura had arrived. The brothers engaged in merriment, yet your yellow monkey visage appears rather flamboyant. For the next 3 days. Updates may be sparse. Chapter 116. Pretending to be the King Gu, the essence of toxic arts, wielded to manipulate Gu insects and beasts. The scripture of returning heaven chronicles countless methods of nurturing Gu. Among them, the insect Gu is the most renowned. Having consumed a bowl of antidote himself, he climbed the tree and severed the beehive with a swift stroke, then descended gracefully with the hive, weighing over 100 pounds. Buzz. At that moment, a black beam shot forth, swift as an arrow, aimed directly at Xiang Chen. Prepared, he swiftly dodged aside. Before him hovered a golden-winged arrow-poisoned bee, no larger than an infant's fist and half a foot in length, exuding a hint of demonic energy, albeit of a minor caliber, akin to the divine concealment realm. The queen bee. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This was precisely the queen he desired. Typically, the queen is tasked with mating with the king. Yet she also stands as the mightiest among the swarm. The previous bee-attracting ointment was not ineffective. Rather, the queen merely required sustenance brought to her by the worker bees. The queen's stinger, sharp as a needle, was aimed at Xiang Chen, and with a buzzing sound, it lunged forth like a deadly arrow. Xiang Chen executed a graceful dodge, simultaneously scattering a cloud of medicinal powder towards the queen. Bang! A massive tree was struck by the queen, creating a fist-sized cavity, showcasing her astonishing penetrating power. Moreover, her venom was the most fearsome, capable of slaying those of innate strength. After missing her strike, the queen relentlessly pursued Xiang Chen, who dodged deftly among the trees. With the aid of the moon-watching eye, he anticipated her swift movements. After a brief exchange of attacks, the queen's speed began to wane, swaying midair before ultimately plummeting to the ground, unconscious. She had fallen victim to Xiang Chen's mesmerizing insect powder. Upon seeing the queen incapacitated, he approached to collect her, gently cradling her in his palm. Unexpectedly, the queen's stinger instinctively jabbed him. "Damn it!" Xiang Chen exclaimed, feeling a surge of pain as his hand swelled, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles. How careless! Grimacing in agony, he was fortunate to have taken the antidote beforehand. He swiftly retrieved a silver needle and pricked the acupoints surrounding the venom's influence, allowing the queen's poison to flow out, and the swelling pain rapidly subsided. This time, he enveloped his hand with the essence of the Taiyin true qi, lifted the queen he had thrown to the ground, and then made a small incision on his palm to draw forth a stream of blood. Under the refinement of the yin true qi, blood began to coagulate, transforming into a series of unique crimson sigils. These crimson sigils coalesced into glowing halos that surged into the body of the queen bee. The queen's petite form quivered several times, surrounded by these peculiar blood-red sigils, which then disappeared into its being. The first step of the insect control process was thus completed. At this moment, Xiang Chen could sense a special connection forged between himself and the queen bee, his spiritual energy allowing him to perceive its faint soul and issue commands. Meanwhile, within the queen's body, streams of unique, demonic energy flowed into Xiang Chen. He activated the cultivation method from the heavenly return scripture, refining the demonic energy within the queen. Before long, a distinctive true qi manifested in his spiritual abode. This true qi shimmered in a verdant hue, imbued with remarkable restorative powers capable of nourishing his physical form and even prolonging life. The heavenly return true qi, the primary essence of the heavenly return scripture, was cultivated through the energy absorption from the insect. It possessed the abilities to heal wounds and detoxify, though it lacked outstanding combat prowess. However, it could absorb the toxins from the insects, integrating them into the true qi. As he had just begun to cultivate the heavenly returned true qi, Xiang Chen dared not bear the queen bee's venom. After establishing control over the queen, Xiang Chen unsheathed his blade and sliced open the beehive, revealing numerous honeycombs adorned with a waxy, pale honey. Within, he discovered a queen even larger than the first, voraciously consuming honey, its body plump and resembling a colossal larva. The queen was responsible for laying eggs, serving as the core of the hive's continuation, lacking any combat capability and finding even flight to be a challenge. Her existence revolved around eating and reproduction. Having also inscribed control sigils upon the larger queen, Xiang Chen then attempted to command the original queen. Awakening. The queen buzzed and ascended into the air without further attacking him. Left, right circle. Xiang Chen communicated with the queen's spirit, and to his delight, she obediently followed his commands, flying left when directed, right when instructed, and spinning as he requested. It was rather amusing. With a childlike glee, Xiang Chen played for a while before guiding both the queen and the larger queen back into the hive, soothing the swarm. He also tossed all the honey from the hive inside. After acquiring this colony of arrow-poisoned bees, he prepared to depart. Just then, the surrounding poisoned Qingfeng demon wolves began to rise one by one, encircling Xiang Chen in a formidable group. What did they intend? A betrayal after receiving his aid? Xiang Chen's gaze turned icy, and a growl rumbled in his throat. To his surprise, the wolves immediately whimpered and knelt, pressing their heads to the ground. Their rears elevated in submission. The alpha Qingfeng wolf, possessing innate strength, crawled slowly towards Xiang Chen, adopting a posture of servitude. Xiang Chen squinted, astonished by the scene. He could sense the emotions of the Qingfeng demon wolves, fear and submission. Could it be due to my bloodline? He pondered, as a golden light radiated from behind him. With a roar, he instantly transformed into a colossal, fearsome wolfman. The blue-wind demon wolves were increasingly terrified, trembling and whimpering as they lay upon the ground. Even the wolf king, Wang Qingfeng, displayed a posture of submission, softly growling in acquiescence. It seemed that my bloodline and spirit were indeed the cause. As my elder brother had mentioned, the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf is the sovereign among wolves. Thus, it would appear that I am a born wolf king. Mother, I am truly not human. Am I truly my father's offspring? As Xiang Chen gazed at the frightened pack, a flurry of thoughts surged within him, restoring his human form. He growled, "Rise, all of you, before this lord." At his command, the blue-wind demon wolves slowly stood from the ground. "What is your name?" he inquired of the blue-wind wolf king. "I have no name," the blue-wind wolf king replied, exhibiting a level of intelligence that allowed for coherent dialogue with Xiang Chen. "No name? How peculiar. Henceforth, you shall be called Qingfeng," Xiang Chen declared casually, before vaulting onto the back of the blue-wind wolf king. "Thank you for bestowing a name, my lord," the wolf responded. "Haha, let us go, Qingfeng, to showcase our prowess, nay, to vanquish our foes. We shall feast afterward." Chapter 117. The beginning of revenge as the sun descended. Within the forest of the Demon Fog Mountains, a blue-wind demon wolf darted through the underbrush with remarkable agility. The leader of the pack, nearly the size of a fierce tiger, bore a white-haired youth, his bare torso glistening under the light as he howled toward the sky, his voice resonating through the woods like that of a wolf. Soon, dozens of blue-wind demon wolves joined in chorus, their howls echoing through the mountains, startling countless beasts into retreat. Ha ha ha, what a spectacle! In this lifetime, I shall not remain human. Becoming a howling demon king, rallying a multitude of creatures, is indeed a splendid fate. This feels as though I am soaring. This is the essence of freedom. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, humming a tune as he rode upon the back of the blue-wind wolf king, his long, snow-white hair billowing in the wind. He led the pack toward the mountain pass leading to the lawn village. At the main thoroughfare at the mountain's exit, several large encampments were established. Surrounding them were fences, torches flickering, while mercenaries armed with swords patrolled the area. How much longer must we endure this post? One of the stationed mercenaries yawned, sighing heavily. Blast it. We've lost so many brothers for a mere boy, and he hasn't even been captured yet. Perhaps we should never have accepted that mission, lamented another mercenary. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Don't let the captain hear you. He is already entrenched in a struggle with that boy. It's no longer just about the money. Besides, you arrived late and are unaware of certain inside details. Our captain is actually a martial artist cultivated by the Lin family, under the orders of the Lin princess. And he dares not defy her, another mercenary whispered. Is that so? I thought it strange that we would go through all this for 100,000 gold coins. The little brat has evaded capture for a year. Are we to remain here for another year? Alas, this is beyond our control. It depends on the captain's decisions. Within the grand tent, a robust man adorned with a black python tattoo sat in a chair. A mercenary was meticulously bandaging his injured thigh with gauze. "Hi, hey. How long has it been? We still haven't captured him, and the lady is growing increasingly irate," remarked a slender man clad in blue, his voice cold as ice. "Deacon Lin Rue, the intelligence provided by the lady is flawed. That fellow is far from being a waste at the body refinement level. His strength is at least at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. Just look at how many of my men he has slain. And I still bear the mark of his ambush with a military crossbow." Black Python expressed his grievances. The 6th level of the divine concealment realm. Lin Rue, the deacon, felt a jolt of alarm, his expression darkening. It seems that King Xiang truly concealed this boy's exceptional talent. But that's not all. What is even more bizarre is this. That wretched creature is not entirely human. He can transform into a half-man, half-wolf monstrosity. His speed rivals that of innate realm experts. "My men underestimated his prowess and paid dearly for it," Black Python stated grimly. "Can transform into a half-man, half-wolf." Lin Rue echoed, astonished. "Could it be that he has awakened some special divine soul talent? I recall your divine soul allows for partial beast transformation as well. That is a possibility. In any case, this boy has been hiding in the mountains, making it exceedingly difficult for us to locate him." Black Python's countenance darkened. "Rest assured, he is ultimately human. Not a monster. He will return. You all should remain vigilant here. With the approaching new year, he is bound to return to see his mother. I have also brought you some weaponry," Lin Rue declared, retrieving 10 military crossbows from his silver belt. "Military crossbows?" Black Python exclaimed in delight. "These are lethal weapons of the Imperial Guards, prohibited from circulation among the populace and exceedingly costly. With these, if you cannot slay a single Xiang Chen, you may as well present your heads to the lady," Lin Rue remarked coldly. "Haha, now you need not worry. With these 10 Imperial Guard crossbows, not only can we slay Xiang Chen, but even an innate realm expert at the celestial position can be vanquished." Black Python laughed heartily, his gaze icy. "As long as we can find that wretched creature, his death is assured. And there's more." Lin Rue presented a large iron cage containing 20 black songbirds. "Spy birds?" Black Python gasped in surprise. "These are cultivated by the Royal Intelligence Department, each one immensely valuable. They will report back upon sighting Xiang Chen. With my assistance, his demise is guaranteed," Lin Rue proclaimed with pride. "Ha ha ha, splendid. This time, I shall witness how that wretched creature escapes from my grasp." Black Python exclaimed, exhilarated. However, unbeknownst to them, in the dimly lit woods far from their camp, a pair of cold, piercing eyes were fixated upon them. Xiang Chen stood atop a tree, surveying the brightly lit camp bustling with 70 to 80 men, his gaze icy. Beneath the tree, the wolf King Qingfeng crouched, emitting low growls to maintain the pack's composure. "Black Python Mercenary Corps, I have already warned you, yet you insist on courting death. Do not blame me for being ruthless," Xiang Chen murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. At this moment, he also unveiled the beehive, which buzzed with a lively hum. As the hive was opened, the queen bee soared forth. And under her command, a throng of venomous hornets erupted, coalescing into a swirling cloud that flitted through the woods. The pack of wolves in the forest gazed upon this swarm of diminutive creatures with trepidation. In the distance, a crowd gathered, oblivious to the impending doom. Xiang Chen issued a command to the queen bee. Whoosh! The queen transformed into a golden streak, darting away, followed by a mass of hornets that buzzed menacingly in pursuit. Within the camp, the mercenaries indulged in drink and games of chance, utterly unaware that the scythe of death was approaching. "Listen, do you hear that sound?" Suddenly, a sentry on the wooden watchtower inquired, astonished, to his companion. "It seems there's a buzzing sound, growing increasingly distinct," his companion replied, equally bewildered. Just then, a golden flash shot forth with incredible speed, striking the speaking mercenary on the head. Bang! A gaping wound suddenly appeared on his forehead, penetrating his skull, and he fell lifelessly, plummeting over 10 meters from the tower to the ground below. "What happened to you?" his companion exclaimed in horror. At that moment, a dark swarm of hornets surged forth, enveloping him. The mercenary, struck by countless venomous stings, let out a cry that shattered the stillness of the camp, heralding the onset of slaughter. Chapter 118. The mercenary's nightmare. The harrowing screams of the dying echoed through the night sky, piercing the air with their intensity. In an instant, The drinking and gambling mercenaries sprang to their feet, rushing out of their quarters, their reflexes sharpened by years of living on the edge of death. What is happening? A mercenary captain bellowed. Chaos ensued as individuals rushed to the watchtower, where they beheld a fellow mercenary with a swollen, pus-filled head, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. Another lay lifeless, his skull perforated. Buzzing filled the air as a swarm of dark hornets charged towards the group, enveloping them. No, it's the hornets, the killer bees. Run. A cacophony of horrified screams erupted as countless hornets descended upon the mercenaries, plunging the entire camp into pandemonium. The hornets, the killer bees. A mercenary who had just emerged from the tents turned pale with fright, while others fled in terror. What is happening? He Mang, furious, emerged from the depths of the tent, demanding an explanation. Captain, it's the swarm, the venomous hornets, the killer bees. The camp descended into chaos. Mercenaries screamed as some unleashed their innate energy to fend off the swarm, while others writhed on the ground in agony. The hornets. He Mang's expression shifted in alarm. He was all too familiar with the terror these lethal insects could bring. Just then, a sharp pain pierced his arm as a hornet stung him. Immediately, He Mang unleashed a potent surge of innate energy, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The hornets, akin to bullets, collided with his protective shield, bouncing off in a frenzied assault. Retreat. Quickly evacuate this place, seek a water source, jump into the river. The black python roared, unleashing a surge of innate true energy with a single palm strike. The dark energy exploded forth, shattering dozens of venomous arrow bees. Kill. A chilling voice echoed from the forest. Howling, dozens of azure wind demon wolves charged out from the woods, covering the 100-meter distance in mere seconds as they stormed into the camp. One azure wind demon wolf pounced upon a mercenary who was screaming in agony as he struck at the arrow bees, sinking its teeth into his neck. The mercenary's shriek abruptly ceased, his neck snapped. With 4 or 5 dozen azure wind demon wolves flooding into the encampment, the already chaotic mercenaries fell into utter despair. Oh heavens, where did these azure wind demon wolves come from? It's the azure wind demon wolves. No, flee. Beasts, I'll fight you to the death. The mercenaries, already overwhelmed by the arrow bees, found themselves in a hopeless predicament, facing both the bees and the wolves. With a deafening roar, a massive azure wind demon wolf leaped forward, covering 20 meters in an instant, its paw crashing down upon a mercenary's head. The force of the blow, infused with innate demonic energy, was tremendous, and the mercenary's skull exploded with a resounding pop. The azure wind wolf king emitted a burst of azure light, transforming it into a razor-sharp wind blade. With a sickening sound, a mercenary was cleaved in half by the ethereal blade, the power utterly astounding. On the back of the azure wind wolf king, a figure appeared. He leaped onto the wolf's back and soared over 10 meters, wielding a massive black blade as he struck down towards a mercenary. Xiang Chen. The mercenary's face drained of color, and he hastily raised his weapon in defense. However, the dragon-quelling demon blade effortlessly severed his sword, cleaving him in two, blood gushing forth. Correct, but there is no reward. Xiang Chen sneered, lifting a jar of blue jade fruit wine to his lips, gulping down several large swallows before finishing the entire jar. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted within his divine abode. Haha, laughing as I drink fine wine and unsheathing my blade, I shall slay one with each step. The scum of the Black Python Mercenary Corps, your long-awaited ancestor, has arrived. Kill. Xiang Chen laughed fiercely, emboldened by the wine, and with the aroma of alcohol surrounding him. He tossed the empty jar aside and plunged into the enemy camp, wielding the dragon-quelling demon blade. Xiang Chen, kill him. 3 mercenaries immediately roared as they charged forward, unleashing their true energy and swinging their swords towards Xiang Chen. With one stroke of his blade, Xiang Chen unleashed a chaotic blade flow. A powerful wave of blade energy howled forth, aimed at the trio. The 3 mercenaries raised their swords in defense, but with a thunderous crash, they were pushed back by the force of the attack. Swift as a startled swan, kill. Xiang Chen unleashed his true energy, the Yin Shadow Swift Swan technique propelling him to 2 or 3 times his normal speed. In an instant, he appeared before one mercenary, sweeping his blade horizontally. The mercenary was caught off guard, and in a moment of dizzying confusion, he beheld his own headless corpse standing before him, blood gushing forth. Isn't that my body? The last horrifying thought flashed through his mind before he lost consciousness. With a single stroke, he swiftly dispatched one foe and then turned his attention to another. Xiang Chen, you little bastard, return my brother's life. The mercenary roared, unleashing the true energy of the 5th level of the divine abode as he swung a heavy sword at Xiang Chen. Crush the mountain. With a single stroke, Xiang Chen concentrated the essence of his blade, unleashing an explosive force from his very being. A thunderous sound echoed as the energies of blade and sword collided, resulting in a formidable eruption of power. The weighty sword of his adversary shattered with a resounding crack, scattering countless fragments that obliterated his opponent's visage. A scream of agony escaped his lips as he staggered backward, his arms shattered by the overwhelming force, his head pierced by numerous shards, ultimately falling lifeless to the ground. After being tempered in the blood of myriad demons, Xiang Chen's physical prowess had reached an unprecedented level. Just then, a chilling glimmer of sword light approached stealthily from behind. But Xiang Chen merely smirked, leaning forward in an uncanny manner before pivoting and delivering a heavy downward slash with his blade. The dragon-slaying demon blade cleaved through the waist of the assailant, who let out a horrific cry as his upper body fell to the ground, writhing in anguish. Xiang Chen, roared the black python, unleashing a torrent of innate true chi that struck a blue-wind demon wolf, sending it hurtling through the air, its insides devastated. You little beast. It is you who dares to seek death. The black python bellowed, clearing a path through the blue-wind demon wolves as it surged towards Xiang Chen. Grandfather is here to claim your life. Xiang Chen's gaze was icy as he faced the advancing black python. Die. Without a moment's hesitation, the black python charged forward, brandishing a long black sword. The blue-wind wolf king howled, erupting with innate demonic vigor, launching a clawed assault against the black python. However, at that moment, 2 crossbow bolts whistled through the air, striking the blue-wind wolf king and erupting in crimson sprays. Your opponent is me, cried a figure clad in green. Bursting forth with innate vigor, it was Lin Rue. Grasping a battle spear, Lin Rue lunged towards the blue-wind wolf king, who, despite the pain, roared defiantly and surged toward his attacker without any signs of retreat. Meanwhile, the black python, albeit limping slightly, maintained its speed, unleashing a torrent of black sword energy aimed directly at Xiang Chen, intent on claiming his life. Thank you, my brother, for unsealing the dragon and phoenix. I am grateful. When you come to Jiaxing, I shall treat you to a feast. Chapter 119, Battle of the Innate. As the sword descended, it transformed into a 10-foot-long stream of black energy, slicing through the air with a piercing howl, traversing over 10 meters in an instant towards Xiang Chen. Celestial Wolf Spirit. Second Realm, Wolf Transformation. Xiang Chen roared within, his form morphing into a towering 3-meter-tall werewolf, its visage fearsome and terrifying. His aura surged from the 4th tier of the divine concealment realm to a staggering 7th tier, amplifying his strength and speed tremendously. Kill. With a mighty swing of the dragon-slaying demon blade, he delivered a powerful downward strike against the incoming sword energy. Boom. The collision of energies erupted, forcing Xiang Chen to stagger back a couple of steps as a powerful shockwave surged forth. In that instant, the black python lunged forward, leaping over 7 or 8 meters in a single bound, its sword resembling a black rainbow as it thrust towards Xiang Chen's head with lethal speed and precision. Xiang Chen retaliated with a savage downward slash, meeting the oncoming blade with a forceful counterstrike. Boom. A wave of energy radiated outward, stirring up dust and debris, as Xiang Chen was pushed back by the sheer power of the blow. Subsequently, the black python unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. The sound of blades clashing echoed through the night as sparks illuminated the darkness, and authentic energy erupted in bursts. This little creature, astonishingly, could withstand my onslaught. The black python was taken aback, although his attack speed was hindered by his injured leg. He had never before encountered such remarkable reflexes within the realm of the divine concealment. Currently, Xiang Chen was evidently much stronger than before, both in power and speed. Despite being at a disadvantage during the confrontation, he found himself unable to eliminate Xiang Chen. Frenzied Serpent Sword, kill. At that moment, the black python, consumed by rage, channeled a vast amount of innate true energy into his sword, the veins in his arm glowing with intensity. With a single stroke, the innate true energy coalesced, transforming into a sword-like serpent over 10 feet long, roaring as it surged towards Xiang Chen, its unpredictable movements making it exceedingly elusive. Xiang Chen felt a surge of alarm. This strike was beyond resistance. Soaring step. With a backward step, Xiang Chen instantly propelled himself over 10 meters away. Boom. The sword crashed down where he had just stood, creating a 3-meter-wide crater in the ground. Roar. Yet another frenzied serpent sword energy howled, soaring into the air and targeting Xiang Chen. With the soaring step, he deftly maneuvered in midair, but the serpent sword inexplicably altered its trajectory in pursuit. There was no escape. Overlord's blade technique, shatter the mountain. Xiang Chen bellowed, gathering strength for a strike midair. Then, with a forceful step, he swung his blade in a furious arc, unleashing a torrent of blade energy. Boom. The true energy detonated in the air, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Xiang Chen. Puffed. Blood spewed from Xiang Chen's mouth as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Little beast, die? The black python snarled, leaping forward to thrust his sword viciously at Xiang Chen. Indeed, as a formidable being of the innate realm, he completely overpowered Xiang Chen in strength. Be king. Whoosh. At that moment, a sudden golden light burst forth from the darkness, erupting at the peak of the black python's confidence when his vigilance was at its lowest. Puffed. The Bee King transformed into a darting arrow, piercing through the black python's protective true energy, followed by the stinger plunging deep into the python's back, injecting a torrent of venom. Ah! The black python shrieked in agony as a searing pain radiated from his back, causing his true energy to become chaotic and collapse. Kill! On the ground, Xiang Chen roared, seizing the opportunity to charge forward with his blade, delivering a heavy strike to the black python. The black python, startled, hurriedly summoned his protective true energy, enveloping himself in a veil of darkness. However, the immense force of the blow still struck his chest, tearing through his protective barrier and impacting his body. Puffed. Blood erupted, and the black python was sent flying, a ghastly wound etched into his chest, his ribs fractured. He crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, as a being of the innate realm, shielded by his protective true energy, Xiang Chen's strike failed to cleave him in two. Xiang Chen, little scoundrel. The black python roared in fury, rising to his feet, feeling a numbing pain in his back and excruciating agony in his chest. Divine soul. With a thunderous roar, he awakened his divine spirit, unexpectedly realizing that to eliminate a mere youth in the god concealment realm, he needed to rouse his own essence. A hissing sound erupted as a shadow of a black serpent materialized behind him, radiating a crimson glow. It was a profound-level divine spirit. Despite this, the aura of the black python intensified, and in that fleeting moment, black scales began to emerge on its body. Kill! The black python bellowed, transforming into a streak of black lightning, swiftly delivering a sword strike, as if unscathed. Dodge! Xiang Chen was taken aback, forced to evade, waiting for the opponent's poison to take effect before seizing his chance to strike. Boom! The sword light cleaved through a tree thick enough for a person to embrace, shattering it with a resounding crash. Then, the sword light flashed again, colliding with Xiang Chen's blade, sending him reeling backward. The arrow poison Bee King launched a second attack, but this time, its strike met the black python's body, thwarted by the protective black scales, preventing the poison needle from penetrating. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen was propelled backward by the force of the sword strike, his true energy erupting in explosive bursts. As he fought, the true energy within him whirled frantically, voraciously absorbing the power of the blue jade wine. Just as Xiang Chen was pushed back against the horse-tying stake, a surge of formidable true energy erupted from within him. The god concealment realm roared, expanding slightly as the power of his true energy soared to new heights. God concealment, 5th level break. In that moment, Xiang Chen's wolf-like strength surged once more. The sudden influx of power momentarily slowed Xiang Chen's speed. He angled his blade, leveraging the force to deflect the sword strike. And in an instant, he evaded by leaping aside. With a resounding crash, the sword missed, carving an 8 or 9 meter long gash into the earth. Die. However, at that moment, the black python coalesced another sword strike, its might surpassing the previous one. Bang! Xiang Chen raised his blade in defense, only to be blasted away by the force of the strike. You dare harm my brother? I'll take your life. Just then, a furious roar echoed through the woods. Swish! A war spear transformed into a beam of golden light, penetrating the air with astonishing power and terrifying speed, producing a sonic boom. The spear hurtled towards the black python, The black python, taken aback, swiftly countered with a sword strike in response to the sound of the wind. With a clash, it was forced back several steps. Its arm numbed. The spear was deflected away. Boom. In the woods, a colossal figure charged forth with great force. It was a velociraptor, adorned in crimson scales, towering 3 to 4 meters high and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. Upon its back rode a 2-meter-tall youth. Together, they exuded an imposing aura as they approached. Monkey. Chapter 120. Joint attack. This velociraptor, with a ferocious aura, was indeed a primordial-level creature. The subdragon beast type has always been renowned for its formidable strength among beast kind, said to possess a trace of dragon blood within. Dog, I'm coming. Don't be afraid, Xiang Chen shouted, his upper body bare, revealing numerous new scars etched upon his skin. He stepped onto the back of the swift raptor, unleashing a surge of golden true energy as he leaped over 10 meters in a single bound, deftly catching the war spear that had been flung back. With a fierce thrust, he aimed downwards at the black python. Xiahou Wu had astonishingly released the aura of a great celestial from the divine concealment realm, as waves of true energy surged forth in 9 concentric circles. The monkey had broken through to the great celestial realm. Remarkably, he recognized the wolf-transformed Xiang Chen. You dare to harm my brother? I will take your life. Xiahou Wu roared, swinging the spear with tremendous force, the 3-foot spearhead slicing down like a heavy blade, unleashing an astonishing power. How dare a mere 9th level of divine concealment seek death? The black python bellowed, raising his sword to defend. However, as soon as he attempted to block, his expression changed. A force erupted from the spear that was not far beneath his own might. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath him shattered, creating a crater from the shockwave. Awaken, heavenly dual spirit. Xiahou Wu bellowed, his form instantly expanding into a towering golden giant, growing to 4 meters in height. His power multiplying several times, his aura rivaling that of the innate realm. The force of this spear bent the black python's body downwards in awe. Startled, the black python quickly angled his sword to deflect the blow and evaded. Boom. The spear struck the earth, carving a long gash into the ground. Ha ha, monkey. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Then with a roar, he charged alongside his brother towards the black python. The two brothers lunged together. As the black python was occupied with defending against Xiahou Wu's spear, Xiang Chen's blade sliced perilously close to its neck. The black python, frightened, rolled away like a wild donkey to avoid the strike. Explosive step, kill. Xiahou Wu's massive figure erupted with a powerful true energy, transforming him into a tank-like force, his speed increasing exponentially as he charged forward. Subsequently, a fist, akin to the size of a basin, coalesced with golden light, aimed at the black python. The black python retaliated with a sword strike, conjuring a wild serpent to assault the fist. With a resounding thud, the fist shattered the serpent, while the powerful sword energy repelled the fist's attack. Soaring steps. At that moment, Xiang Chen executed a series of swift footfalls, continuously changing direction as he approached, delivering a heavy downward slash. Mountain crumble, slash. This strike, imbued with terrifying explosive power, struck the black python at its waist, unleashing the mountain crumble blade energy. The sharpness of the dragon's gate demon blade piercing through its protective true energy, shattering scales, and causing blood to spurt forth. Ah! The black python wailed in agony, sent sprawling by Xiang Chen's blow. Kill. Following this, Xiahou Wu swung his spear once more, breaking the 1,000 armies. Boom. A beam of spear light extended over 10 meters, crashing into the already battered black python. Thud. The black python was struck head-on, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact, creating a massive pit and a grievous wound across its body. Die. The two brothers roared in unison as they descended upon their foe. Thrusting with the spear, it pierced deeply into the black python's left chest, penetrating through its ribcage. The dragon's gate demon blade followed suit with a heavy swing, plunging into the python's abdomen. The black python's eyes widened in disbelief as it coughed up blood, filled with unwillingness, terror, rage, and a profound fear of death. How is this possible? Having traversed the martial world for over a decade, today I find myself inexplicably slain by two youths. A bitter sense of unwillingness, despair, and terror envelopes me as the world fades to black. The black python, in its final moments, tilts its head, eyes wide open in death, leaving this realm unwillingly. With a thunderous roar, a primordial raptor charges into the mercenaries, its scythe-like claws tearing through them, terrifying the remaining Qingfeng demon wolves into low growls. The black python. Lin Rue exclaims in shock, quickly repelling a Qingfeng demon wolf with a shot from his gun, unleashing several crossbow bolts that the Qingfeng wolf king narrowly dodges. Cursed be you, Xiahou Wu. Lin Rue's heart rages, yet he knows he must flee for his life. Don't let that guy escape. Xiahou Wu bellows, preparing to pursue. You can't escape. Monkey, lend me your shoulder. Xiang Chen sneers, stepping onto the towering shoulder of Xiahou Wu, whose height combined with his own wolf-like transformation reaches an impressive 7 meters, granting him an excellent vantage point. In Xiang Chen's hands materializes a formidable black longbow, Hunt Dragon. Channeling all his Taiyin true energy into the bow, he draws the string with all his might, forming a black light arrow that drains him of all his true energy. Kill. Whoosh. The arrow transforms into a streak of light, hurtling forth. A faint roar emanates from the Hunt Dragon bow, as the raptor, which had been mercilessly slaughtering, suddenly freezes in place. Lin Rue, having fled over 300 meters, suddenly feels an overwhelming aura strike him from behind, raising the hairs on his neck in alarm, filling him with dread. Almost instantaneously, he gathers his protective true energy. Boom. The explosion reverberates as his protective energy shatters. Ah! Lin Rue screams in agony. Propelled forward by the force, blood gushing from a gaping wound in his back, his innards crushed. He is flung over 10 meters, crashing to the ground, convulsing, his eyes wide with horror. By heavens, that was incredible, brother. Xiahou Wu exclaims, astonished by the power of the arrow. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen reverts to his normal state, feeling utterly weak as he tumbles from Xiahou Wu's shoulder. Swiftly, Xiahou Wu catches him, his towering 4-meter physique still alert and ready for battle. At this moment, nearly all the mercenaries are incapacitated, either dead or writhing in agony on the ground, as the Qingfeng demon wolves feast on the human flesh, reveling in this grotesque banquet. Human flesh is, to demons, the most delectable, rich in essence. Let us see that old dog. He wears the attire of the Lin family, Xiang Chen states. Feeling somewhat drained after expending his true energy and undergoing his wolf transformation, Xiahou Wu places Xiang Chen on his broad shoulder and strides forward, soon arriving before the still twitching figure, whose back bears a gruesome hole revealing internal organs. The power of the Hunt Dragon bow has truly exceeded my expectations. Xiang Chen remarks with delight, as Lin Rue, barely clinging to life, emits weak, pained growls. That wretched Lin Lian sent you, didn't she? Xiang Chen inquires coldly. Xiahou Wu, like a chick, lifted Lin Rue's thigh and presented it before Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, in a moment of exploration, unearthed a peculiar object, estimating that restoration would commence in the next day or two. Chapter 121, Reunion. To his astonishment, it was a hand decree, embossed with the exclusive seal of Lady Lin Lian. Indeed, it belonged to Lin Lian. I do not know you. You must be from the Lin family. Xiang Chen inquired coldly, retracting the decree. You won't survive, Lin Rue growled. You won't survive, you wretched creature, Xiahou Wu retorted with a resounding slap. Unfortunately, the blow resulted in a sickening crack, and Lin Rue truly met his demise. Well, he is dead, Xiahou Wu remarked awkwardly, glancing at Xiang Chen. It matters not. We would not have extracted any information from him. Xiang Chen leapt from Xiahou Wu's back, plunging a blade into the lifeless body, while the dragon-quelling demon blade drained its life essence and soul energy. At that moment, the silver fish, which had absorbed the black python's spirit, returned to Xiang Chen, refining and assimilating the innate true energy. The entire mercenary camp had transformed into a scene of carnage. The arrows and poison bees buzzed menacingly overhead, while the Qingfeng demon wolves feasted on their gruesome banquet amidst the bloodshed. The velociraptor approached Xiahou Wu, having devoured many. Monkey, where did you tame such a large lizard? Xiang Chen queried in astonishment. With a roar, the velociraptor exhaled a foul breath towards Xiang Chen. Ha! I named it Tyrant. Isn't it a grand name? I encountered it deep in the mountains. It took me 10 days of battle to subdue it. Look at my wounds. They are all from it. It can even breathe fire. Xiahou Wu boasted. Indeed, but it suffers from horrendous halitosis. You ought to brush its teeth occasionally, Xiang Chen remarked, wiping the blood from his face. At that moment, the Qingfeng Wolf King approached, collapsing before Xiang Chen, unconscious. Qingfeng. Xiang Chen's expression shifted as he noticed several arrow wounds on Qing Feng, bleeding profusely and gravely injured. He hastily retrieved a vial of rejuvenating liquid, applying it to Qing Feng's wounds. This is Qing Feng, whom I encountered in the mountains, lacking the grandeur of tyrant. By the way, Guzzi, were these individuals sent by the Lin family to hunt you? The two brothers settled beside a campfire, not far from a Qing Feng demon wolf tearing into a victim's entrails. Indeed, my lord. You have no idea how dire my situation was in the mountains, pursued relentlessly by these beasts. However, I have now vanquished them all. They belong to a mercenary group known as the Black Python. Exhausted, Xiang Chen reclined on the ground, leaning against Xiahou Wu's back, the two brothers sitting back to back. That wretched Lin Lian. Once I seize my father's military power, I shall lead an army into the Xiang residence and capture her for dismemberment, Xiahou Wu declared coldly. No, leave that vile creature to me. However, you, my friend, have made remarkable progress, having reached the great heavenly position of the divine concealment realm. Capable of contending with the innate, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Haha, no, I too am a genius. The technique bestowed upon me by my master is exceedingly powerful. For every adversary I vanquish, I can absorb and refine 20% of their true energy for my own use. In recent days, I have slain many monstrous beasts and even dispatched a group of adventurers who dared to attack me. By the way, I encountered a young woman skilled in brewing, from whom I acquired 5 jars of exquisite wine. I shall gift you one. Xiang Chen presented a jar of blue jade wine to Xiahou Wu. I must say, the effects of this blue jade wine are truly formidable. It enabled me to break through to the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, all thanks to this elixir. What a delightful wine! Upon catching a whiff of its aroma, Xiahou Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. After taking a sip, he praised it repeatedly. Such a fine wine. And you only offer me 1 out of 5? Quickly, grant me another. Get lost. I've already emptied 1 jar. Giving you another means I only have 3 left. I still need to send 1 to my 3rd uncle and another to Uncle Mu. If I give you another, what will I drink? Even in the wilds, one can encounter beautiful maidens. You haven't done anything inappropriate, have you? Am I that kind of person? Yes. You are indeed a brooding flirt. Do I not know you? The two laughed and teased one another, their backs against each other, sipping from their cups. Under the bright moon and twinkling stars, the night breeze danced through the locks of the two young men. Suddenly, Xiahou Wu recalled something. By the way, my master mentioned that coming to the Demon Fog Mountains would lead you to Xiaorou. Where is she? Xiahou Wu was naturally familiar with Xiang Chen's sister and regarded her as his own. Upon mentioning this, Xiang Chen sighed, his gaze turning somber. He then summoned a radiant glow from his Qinquan ring, which coiled into a ball, revealing a small white tiger resembling a large cat, still sound asleep, refining the power of the demon core. This is Rower, Xiang Chen remarked, gently cradling the sleeping creature and stroking its fur. What? This is not a cat. How could this possibly be Xiaorou? Xiahou Wu exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. It is a white tiger, a sacred beast. This is a secret. Keep it to yourself. After Rower perished, she was reborn as this little one. As my elder brother explained, Xiang Chen retorted. Ah, this Xiaorou. Xiahou Wu was at a loss for words, unsure how to console him. Rest assured, my elder brother also mentioned that Rower will be able to transform back into a human and regain her memories in the future, Xiang Chen added, patting Xiahou Wu's shoulder with a smile. That is reassuring. My master's words should not be mistaken, Xiahou Wu expressed, now holding great faith in his elder brother. Suddenly, swish, 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 a few streaks of light darted across the night sky, pausing momentarily above the camp before descending. Ow! The surrounding Qingfeng demon wolves instantly became alert, rising and howling. As the brilliance faded, several figures emerged within the camp. Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu immediately took a defensive stance. Xiang Chen. A voice filled with delight rang out as a pure and beautiful girl in a green dress leaped down from a companion's shoulder, her eyes sparkling with joy as she beheld Xiang Chen. Shimeng, Xiang Chen exclaimed, equally astonished. Xiang Chen, I was worried about you. The green-clad maiden dashed toward Xiang Chen, leaping into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and intertwining her legs around his waist, striking a remarkably intimate pose. Oh, how delightful it is to see you alive, Xiang Chen. I have been so worried about you these past few days. Lu Shiming exclaimed joyfully, embracing Xiang Chen with tears of happiness, while Xiahou Wu stood beside them, utterly astonished. The delicate fragrance of the young girl wafted into his senses, and witnessing her profound concern for his well-being warmed Xiang Chen's heart. He chuckled softly, patting Lu Ximing's back. You still cry so easily. Did I not assure you that I would not perish? It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. At that moment, 3 adult men approached, their imposing presence causing the velociraptors and surrounding Qingfeng demonic wolves to tremble with apprehension. One of the middle-aged men clad in green surveyed the scattered remains around them, furrowing his brow, as astonishment filled his gaze when he looked at Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen. Chapter 122. I want you. Did these individuals fall to the blades of these 2 youths? And what of the Qingfeng demonic wolves and velociraptors? They seemed to be under the command of these young men. The middle-aged man studied the 2 boys with mild astonishment. Ahem, miss, he coughed deliberately, attempting to remind Lu Ximing to maintain her decorum. However, Lu Ximing remained oblivious, continuing to embrace Xiang Chen. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man raised his voice, coughing again for emphasis. Uncle, are you unwell? You ought to seek treatment. Xiahou Wu inquired innocently, directing his question at the middle-aged man. How can you speak like that? Child, you are the one who is ill, the middle-aged man replied, a vein throbbing on his forehead. All right, come down now. You are giving us all a spectacle. Xiang Chen teased, playfully patting Lu Ximing. Only then did she realize she had been clinging to him, and, blushing, quickly let go. This young man must be the Xiang Chen my lady spoke of. We are grateful for your life-saving assistance, the middle-aged man said, bowing respectfully to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen promptly returned the gesture. You are too kind, senior. Lu Ximing and I are merely friends. He was inwardly astonished. These 3 were clearly individuals who had descended from the heavens, possessing the ability to briefly fly, at least of the Yuanyang realm, with their vital energy condensed into true essence, allowing them to form true wings for low-altitude flight. By the way, Xiang Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is our Uncle Lu Qing from the Lu family's branch estate. Uncle Lu Qing, this is Xiang Chen, the one who saved my life, Lu Ximing introduced. The name Lu Qing rang a bell in Xiang Chen's mind. He then clasped his hands in greeting. I am Xiang Chen, a junior paying respects to senior Lu Qing. This is my brother, Xiahou Wu. One bears the surname Xiang, the other Xiahou. Lu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that this young gentleman hails from the Xiang Wangfu? Xiahou Wu, if I recall correctly, the son of King Xiahou is named Xiahou Wu. Indeed, King Xiahou is my father. May I ask who you are, senior? Xiahou Wu replied, astonished. Oh, I did not anticipate that I would meet the young master of the Xiahou family. I am Lu Qing, the owner of the Tianxiang Wine Manor. Lu Qing said with a gentle smile. Tianxiang Wine Manor. Both young men gasped in unison, their hearts racing. Tianxiang Wine Manor is the foremost winery in the great commerce, a pillar of the wine industry, with vast influence and establishments spread throughout the realm. So it is the owner of the Lu Manor. No wonder your name sounds familiar. I am Xiang Chen, the son of King Xiang. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Prince Xiang's son, Xiang Chen. Could it be that you are the infamous waste of the great Shang kingdom, the second son of the Xiang family, born with an extraordinary fate? Lu Qing remarked in astonishment, almost uttering the word waste. Xiang Chen nodded. Indeed, but I no longer consider myself a member of the Xiang royal residence. He appeared unperturbed, showing little concern for the world's opinion of him. Lu Qing chuckled. It seems the rumors circulating are indeed unreliable. Master Chen has proven capable of cutting through a throng of mercenaries, suggesting his prowess is remarkable. He sensed the energetic fluctuations within Xiang Chen, evidently not weaker than the 4th or 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Xiang Chen smiled mildly, offering no further explanation as he turned to Lu Ximing, saying, I had no idea you were affiliated with Tianxiang Winery. No wonder your wine is so exquisite. Not quite. Tianxiang Winery is merely a small establishment of my family. I do not reside in the Shang Kingdom, Lu Ximing replied with a grin. The description of a small winery left Xiang Chen with a peculiar expression. It seemed the girl's background exceeded his expectations. If only our winery had a talent like you, Lu Qing added with a laugh. Oh, so you are a person of considerable standing, a little heiress of sorts, Xiang Chen teased, playfully pinching Lu Ximing's nose. Impressive, right? How about you become my little brother and follow me? I shall take care of you, Lu Ximing suggested, grasping Xiang Chen's hand with a smile. You wish. You'd be better off considering me your servant, Xiang Chen replied, freeing his hand and playfully flicking her smooth forehead with his finger. Lu Qing observed the intimacy between the two with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, pondering their relationship. By the way, what about those detestable mercenaries? I want to help you teach them a lesson, Lu Ximing inquired. Well, they are all on the ground, fed to the wolves. Xiang Chen gestured to the floor. Lu Ximing then glanced around, only to see a gruesome scene of scattered bones and bloodied skulls, letting out a startled gasp as she clung to Xiang Chen once more. Ha ha ha, with that kind of cowardice, you wish to call me your leader? He teased. How rude. Don't laugh at me. It's truly frightening. Lu Ximing pouted, playfully hitting Xiang Chen with her small fists, her charm endearing. Lu Qing stated, it is a relief that Master Chen is unharmed. For the past few days, our young lady has been concerned for your safety. Allow me to escort you both back to the marketplace. Thank you, Master Lu, Xiang Chen replied with a smile, pleased at the prospect of having such a strong protector accompany them. It is but a minor matter. Master Chen rescued our young lady, making you our esteemed guest at Tianxiang Winery. As a friend of our young lady, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Brother Lu. Though I am acquainted with your father, we shall keep our interactions amicable. Lu Qing's demeanor was exceptionally cordial. That lad is quite the opportunist. Climbing the social ladder, Xiang Chen remarked, Brother Lu, forgive my curiosity, but do you harbor any concealed injuries, particularly concerning your liver? Lu Qing's expression shifted, surprise evident as he asked, how does young Master Chen know? It's likely your liver is afflicted by alcohol toxicity, Xiang Chen replied. Lu Qing nodded, indeed. It is alcohol toxicity. I have been drinking heavily since my youth, relying on medicinal wines for cultivation, which has led to an accumulation of toxic spirits in my liver. Moreover, it flares up monthly, causing unbearable pain, correct? Xiang Chen asserted with certainty. Indeed, Brother Chen, you possess remarkable insight. Could it be that you have also delved into the healing arts? Lu Qing was astonished and then sighed, saying, the toxicity in my liver is beyond remedy. Even the finest apothecary of the great merchant could not alleviate it. This matter must be addressed, for if left unresolved, your liver will inevitably succumb within 5 years. At that juncture, no matter how formidable your cultivation, you shall not escape misfortune, Chen solemnly remarked. Alas, I am aware, yet no one can save me, Lu Qing lamented. In this lifetime, I have found enlightenment through wine, and I shall perish due to it. Such is the nature of cause and effect. Who says it cannot be done? I can save you, and I shall purge the toxins from your liver immediately, Chen replied with a gentle smile. What? Young Brother Chen, you jest. Can you truly eliminate my liver toxins? Lu Qing gazed at Chen with a mix of astonishment and hope. Indeed, Chen, Uncle Lu's intoxication has thoroughly eroded his liver. My abilities are rendered futile. Can you truly save him? Ximing expressed her disbelief. Ximing, let us wager. Should I succeed in rescuing Uncle Lu, I shall require your attention, for those who indulge in alcohol must heed caution. Even the strongest cultivators of the Yuanyang realm have succumbed to alcoholic liver disease. Chapter 123. Another valuable friend with a mischievous grin, Chen directed his gaze toward Ximing. Bah, you scoundrel. Ximing's cheeks flushed, and she forcefully stepped on Chen's foot, channeling her true energy. How like a dog, Chen yelped, hopping in pain, his words cut short by the agony. Young Brother Chen, please refrain from teasing our young lady. Can you truly remedy my liver toxicity? Lu Qing asked, a bitter smile crossing his face as he looked at Chen with hopeful anticipation. Regaining his seriousness, Chen said, Brother Lu, please remove your garment. I shall first employ acupuncture on you, followed by a prescription, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The toxic effects of alcohol should be entirely cleared from your body within half a month. Very well, Lu Qing stifled his excitement and promptly discarded his upper attire, revealing his robust physique. Chen could discern his ailment at a glance, and Lu Qing held a glimmer of hope in his heart. A cultivator of the Yuanyang realm possesses a lifespan of over 200 years. Should Chen be able to cleanse his liver toxins, he might enjoy several more decades of life, and perhaps even advance his cultivation further. Chen retrieved a set of silver needles and instructed Lu Qing to retract his true energy from his meridians, for otherwise, the needles would not penetrate. Subsequently, Chen meticulously inserted the silver needles into several acupoints on Lu Qing's body, including 2 needles at his forehead and temples. Ximing, along with the 2 strong allies Lu Qing had brought, gazed at Chen with a mix of excitement. The cultivators of Tianxiang Winery typically harbor some degree of toxicity within, owing to their long-term consumption of medicinal wine for cultivation. which invariably accumulates liver toxins, albeit in varying amounts, ultimately affecting their longevity. Is that the 9-yang detoxification needle? Asked Xiahou Wu, who was also observing, having been taught the heavenly scripture by his elder brother. However, he was more inclined toward combat techniques than the study of medicine. Precisely. Pay attention and absorb the teachings of your elder brother. Who knows, it may one day save your life, Chen advised as he continued with the acupuncture. Before long, numerous silver needles were embedded in Lu Qing's chest and dantian. At this moment, Lu Qing felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. His liver seemed to ignite like a blazing fire, causing him considerable discomfort. His face, flushed with alcohol, was beaded with perspiration, and a mist began to rise from his head. Suddenly, he noticed that from the skin over his liver, at the points where the meridians converged, droplets of dark, greenish-black blood emerged, falling to the ground. The potent toxins dripped onto the earth, causing the surrounding grass to wither and ignite in flames. Indeed, it has been expelled. Lu Qing exclaimed joyfully. Zhuangzhu, it has been expelled. Brother Xiang, your medical skills are truly remarkable. The other two formidable figures from the winery echoed their astonishment. Ha ha, Brother Xiang, your medical prowess is astonishing. This liver toxin was beyond even the great physicians of the capital, Lu Qing declared with elation. Of course, Old Hua is a student of my brother, Xiahou Wu laughed. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen held a large fire-cupping jar, within which a true flame danced, and then placed it over the site of detoxification. The expulsion of the liver toxins accelerated, being drawn out rapidly. Before long, nearly half a jar of toxic blood had been extracted, and the crimson hue of Lu Qing's face had diminished significantly, returning to a healthy, rosy color. Xiang Chen removed the jar, discarded the toxic blood, and, with a smile, remarked, 70 to 80% of the liver toxins have been eliminated. The remaining stubborn toxins will require medicinal intervention. Lu Qing, feeling a refreshing clarity within himself, realized that the discomfort and burning sensation in his liver had completely vanished. It has truly been removed. He breathed deeply, his heart brimming with emotion after a century of cultivation. He gazed at Xiang Chen with profound gratitude, grasping his hand and exclaiming, Brother Xiang, from this day forth, you shall be my dear brother. Whatever you require, whether it be traversing mountains of blades or oceans of fire, I, Lu Qing, shall not flinch. He spoke with utmost sincerity and earnestness. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu, you are too kind. It is but a trifling effort for me. Our meeting is serendipity. You call me brother, and I shall call you elder brother. And that is sufficient, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Ha 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 ha, indeed, serendipity. You are the fortunate encounter of my life. Henceforth, my Tianxiang winery shall be as your own home. You are welcome at any time. Here is my token, keep it. In any part of the merchant nation, simply present this token, and all branches of Tianxiang winery will heed your command. Lu Qing handed Xiang Chen a token, which Xiang Chen accepted with a wry smile. Did these influential figures all enjoy bestowing tokens? Yet, for them, such items held great significance, representing their status and identity, akin to military orders that could command thousands. How precious this is, Xiang Chen mused. Not precious at all. No treasure can surpass the value of a brother's life. Lu Qing laughed heartily. Young Master Xiang, might you assist us as well? We too harbor some liver toxins within us. The other two formidable figures from the winery approached, earnestly requesting his help. Fear not, for the toxins within your livers are not as severe as those of Brother Lu. There is no need for needles. I shall prescribe a remedy. If you take this medicine alongside Brother Lu, you shall completely dispel the toxins within half a month, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. That is splendid news. Thank you, young Master Xiang. Both individuals, strong practitioners at the Yuanyang realm, expressed their gratitude with a respectful bow towards Xiang Chen. You are truly remarkable, Xiang Chen, Lu Ximing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Indeed. Now, let us have some fun. Imitate a dog-esque bark, as you were just questioning my prowess, Xiang Chen teased, playfully pinching Lu Ximing's petite nose. I refuse to bark. Humph, I never agreed to that. Lu Ximing pouted, casting a defiant glare at Xiang Chen. Could you assist me with a favor, Xiang Chen? Lu Ximing suddenly implored, her gaze earnest. What is it? My family has several strong practitioners in a similar predicament, including my father. Would you be willing to visit the Lu household to help them dispel their liver toxins? Xiang Chen chuckled. It seems your entire family is quite the connoisseurs of spirits, drinking to such excess. Very well, we are friends after all. Thank you. You are truly kind. Let us seal our pact. The one who goes back on their word shall be a little dog, Lu Ximing declared, extending her pinky for a promise. Lu Qing, now dressed, chimed in, Brother, Miss, it is getting late. We should set off. All right, I will speak with them, Xiang Chen replied, turning to the Qingfeng Wolf King and uttering a few low growls. The Qingfeng Wolf King responded with a few whimpers, licking Xiang Chen's neck before leading his pack into the forest. Farewell, Qingfeng. Transform soon and come find me in the Great Shang. Xiang Chen waved as an echoing howl responded, the pack disappearing into the mountains, while Xiang Chen's own journey of vengeance was about to commence. Chapter 124. A fiery reckoning at the inn. After recalling the swarm of bees to their hive, the group finally departed. And from the silver belt atop the corpse of the black python, Xiang Chen acquired an additional 20,000 gold coins. Why must I walk while you ride my swift steed? Xiahou Wu lamented, as he sat atop a velociraptor, along with Xiang Chen and Lu Ximing. While the group sped along the path, the three Yuan Yang realm practitioners, Lu Qing and his companions, chose not to waste their true essence on flight. Walking at a leisurely pace, gliding effortlessly for several dozen meters with a mere push off the ground. Youth, every mountain and stream presents a scenic vista. Every blade of grass and tree tells the tale of existence, and every step taken is a part of cultivation, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile, effortlessly carrying a lovely companion upon his back. Then you should dismount and cultivate. I am stronger than you. Ha ha ha, little rascal. Pick up the pace. Let your master taste the dust. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, squeezing the velociraptor's belly, which quickened its speed, darting forward like an arrow, surpassing even the speed of a dragon steed. By around 9 in the evening, the group had exited the Demon Mist Mountains, returning to the flickering lights of the Lan Village. Upon reaching Lan Village, Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu returned to their previous inn. The two dragon steeds, chasing wind and lightning, were still housed in the stable of the inn. As Xiang Chen and Lu Ximing dismounted from the velociraptor, Xiahou Wu, exhausted and panting, caught up from behind, cursing Xiang Chen under his breath, his legs weary from the exertion. Where are our horses? Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and glanced toward the horse pen, only to find it empty. Where are our steeds? He muttered, frustration mounting. Where are my wind chaser and lightning? Upon realizing there were no horses, Xiahou Wu's expression darkened as well. The bond between a soldier and his steed is profound, akin to that of comrades in arms. Let us find someone from the inn, Xiang Chen said, frowning as they entered the establishment. Inside the bustling inn, the atmosphere was lively, with several tables occupied by patrons indulging in drink. At the counter, the innkeeper, clad in green, lounged back in his chair, legs propped up on the counter, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Innkeeper, where are my horses? Xiahou Wu boomed as he entered, his voice reverberating throughout the inn. The innkeeper, startled, almost choked, rose to face Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen, frowning in confusion. He momentarily struggled to recognize them. Don't play coy with me. Where are the two dragon steeds I entrusted to your inn over 2 months ago? Xiahou Wu demanded with a cold tone. The innkeeper's eyes widened in sudden realization. It's you. I thought you perished. Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow, his voice icy. Did you genuinely wish for our demise? The innkeeper chuckled nervously. Gentlemen, you misunderstand. You've been away in the mountains for so long. With so many beasts lurking, I feared the worst. Enough with the pleasantries. Where are my dragon steeds? Xiahou Wu slammed his hand on the table, demanding answers. Dragon steeds? What dragon steeds? The innkeeper replied, his expression unchanged, feigning ignorance. The truth was, he had sold the 2 dragon steeds, each worth over 1,000 gold coins. Those steeds were entrusted to your care. Spare me the nonsense and return them. If you refuse, I shall demolish your establishment. Xiahou Wu bellowed. Nearby patrons, engrossed in their drinks, turned to watch, some sneering. What an audacious fool, daring to stir trouble in the inn of Master Tuesday. Indeed, he's reckless, unaware of his surroundings, another chimed in. I wonder if these youngsters will end up as dog food for Master Tuesday. As the murmurs spread, several and staff approached, drawing swords from the counter. Master Tu, with an air of indifference, stated, if you seek to dine or lodge here, you are welcome. However, if you intend to cause a ruckus, you should reconsider your choice of venue. With a swift motion, the staff unsheathed their weapons, exuding a palpable aura of energy. Their cultivation levels ranging from the 2nd to the 5th tier of the divine concealment realm. Xiang Chen coldly remarked. Surely, you Haven Tea sold our steeds. There are no dragon steeds here, boy. Leave now, or my blades will show no mercy. One of the staff members sneered, twisting his neck. What a despicable establishment. How dare you betray my trust regarding my horses? I will tear this place down. Xiahou Wu seethed, slamming his fist onto the wooden counter with a resounding crash, splintering it and scattering coins across the floor. Seeking death, are you? Cause trouble here, and I'll have you dealt with. Master Tu barked. Kill them, shouted the 5 staff members as they charged at Xiang Chen. Lu Qing. Lu Ximing cast her gaze towards Lu Qing and the others. Lu Qing smiled faintly and reassured her. Miss, there is no need for concern. Brother Xiang and the others can handle this themselves. A formidable warrior like him would not deign to confront such weaklings. Dogsy, these scum are entrusted to you, Xiahou Wu said to Xiang Chen. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, delivering a crushing punch towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper let out a cold shout, unleashing a powerful surge of true energy that manifested as 9 waves of qi, revealing him to be a formidable master at the grand celestial level. However, as their fists collided, Xiahou Wu released an unfathomable force. Crack! Boom! A trio of sounds erupted, and the shopkeeper's anguished cry pierced the air as Xiahou Wu's punch shattered his arm with a sickening crunch. Subsequently, the man was propelled backward, crashing into the rear wall, incredulous as he stared at Xiahou Wu. Instant defeat. Meanwhile, 5 attendants charged towards Xiang Chen. In a sudden burst, he leaped skyward, evading their blades. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he executed a mid-air kick that sent him hurtling back, a swift shadow darting through the air. With explosive force, he descended upon 2 of the attendants. Boom, boom. The divine elephant stomp. His legs, infused with true energy, struck the heads of 2 attendants, their skulls bursting with a sickening sound. Following this, he delivered a lateral kick to another's neck, the man letting out a scream as his neck snapped, sending him flying several meters. Dragon Elephant Fist. The youth summoned the power of the dragon elephant, suspended in midair, unleashing terrifying force with both fists. 2 white elephants roared as his punches surged towards the remaining 2 attendants. Bang! Bang! The 2 men screamed in agony as they were sent crashing away by the overwhelming force, their bones and internal organs shattered, resulting in their tragic demise. The youth gracefully descended, his long hair flowing like frost, clad in snow-white attire, a massive blade resting on his back, yet it remained sheathed. This series of movements transpired in mere seconds. The surrounding patrons, witnessing the 5 lifeless bodies and the shopkeeper incapacitated by a single punch from Xiahou Wu, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Such remarkable skill. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Xiang Chen's prowess. Chapter 125. The monkey seeks the horse once again. It has turned so bloody. Lu Ximing furrowed her brow, retreating behind Lu Qing, unable to bear the sight, her innate kindness shining through. Who exactly are these individuals? The terrifying strength of these 2 youths. They effortlessly dispatched 5 warriors of the true energy realm. And that giant, defeating the shopkeeper with a single blow. Are the young people of today so ruthless? One cannot underestimate the youth in the future. These 2 must be extraordinary talents from illustrious families. Even the shopkeeper can have moments of blindness, the patrons murmured, relieved to save on their wine expenses. How is this possible? How can you possess such strength? I distinctly remember you were merely at the 5th level of the true energy realm before. The shopkeeper exclaimed, sprawled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, horrified as he gazed at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu approached, bellowing, "Did you sell my horse?" He seized the shopkeeper by the throat, his face contorted with rage. The shopkeeper, with tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Young master, please allow me to explain. I thought you 2 had abandoned the 2 dragon steeds, as you had not returned for quite some time, so I sold them to young master Wu Qiong of the Lanjai." At that moment, a sudden glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and with a swift motion, he drew a sword from his sleeve, aiming a strike at Xiahou Wu's neck. "Die, you little bastard. Go ask the king of hell for your horse." "Watch out, monkey!" exclaimed Xiang Chen, his face paling in shock. Lu Qing's expression shifted as well. The ambush was far too abrupt. However, with a clang, the sword met Xiahou Wu's neck, only to be deflected as if striking against steel, repelled by a surge of golden light. How is this possible? The shopkeeper stared in disbelief at Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu tightened his grip, and with a crack, the shopkeeper's eyes bulged in fury as his neck was completely crushed. What sort of martial arts is that? Lu Qing was slightly astonished. To withstand a sword with mere flesh. Xiahou Wu's physical prowess was astonishing. He tossed the shopkeeper's lifeless body aside like a chicken. Monkey, your physical training is quite impressive. Xiang Chen remarked, equally surprised, relieved it was merely a false alarm. Dog, let us go and rescue my horses. Chasing wind and lightning have achieved much on the battlefield. They are my comrades, and I cannot allow them to fall into the hands of thieves, Xiahou Wu declared, his loyalty evident even towards his mounts. All right, I shall accompany you, Xiang Chen nodded, understanding that brothers need not say much. Action speaks volumes. We must first inquire and gather information. Xiang Chen turned to the surrounding patrons. Which friend knows where the Wu family resides? A kind-hearted drinker replied, Young masters, the Wu family is at the end of this street. The largest estate belongs to them. However, the Wu family is the foremost local tyrant of Lanzhai, with formidable power and innate realm experts. I advise you two not to demand any dragon steeds. Your lives are at stake. The foremost local tyrant? Xiahou Wu scoffed coldly. I shall trample the local tyrant beneath my feet. If they dare to take my horses without returning them, I will lead my troops to slaughter the Wu family. As a young commander who had seen battle and led troops, Xiahou Wu exuded a general's aura at such a tender age. Thank you, my brother. Let us go. Xiahou Wu turned and strode out, with Xiang Chen following closely behind. Come, we shall head over as well. Lu Qing and the others decided to join. At the end of the street, there indeed lay a vast estate, sprawling over hundreds of acres, with numerous mansions illuminated by dim lights. The Wu family, the largest clan in Lanzhai, was said to be led by a patriarch who originated from mercenary and adventurer roots, eventually establishing the Wu family there. With several hundred members, such a family could only be considered a minor clan in the Kingdom of Commerce, but in this locality, they held significant power. In the Wu family stables, 2 dragon steeds were being forcibly restrained, with 2 riders atop their backs. One of the young men, clad in blue brocade, bounced on the back of his unruly dragon steed, which was being pulled in every direction by 5 or 6 men. Crack! Crack! The young man lashed the iron whip against the horse's belly, tearing its scales and drawing forth streams of blood. Yet in the end, he was unceremoniously thrown off. Damn it! The youth landed with a sullen expression, coldly stating, How have you been training the horses? After half a month, their tempers remained so fierce. Several horse trainers wore bitter expressions and replied, Young Master Wu Qiong, this dragon steed has an exceptionally fiery temperament, evidently trained by a professional for an extended period. We have already lost 2 companions to its kicks, and still have no means to manage it. The youth approached and slapped one of them, sending him crashing to the ground. I don't care how you train them. If you cannot tame them within 3 days, I shall have your hands severed. I spent over 2,000 gold coins on these steeds. If they cannot be ridden, what purpose do they serve? Are your lives worth such a sum? He barked coldly, leaving the trainers submissively to agree. Wu Qiong discarded his steel whip, adjusted his attire, and departed for his residence. After a servant girl attended to his bath, he embraced her as they indulged in pleasures of the night. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen, Xiahou Wu, and others arrived at the grand entrance, where 2 red lanterns hung beside a pair of imposing stone lions, imparting a sense of majesty. 2 armed guards at the entrance were engaged in conversation when they noticed Xiahou Wu and his companions approaching. One guard immediately stepped forward, frowning, What brings you here? This is the Wu family estate. No trespassing allowed. Unexpectedly, Xiahou Wu retaliated with a swift slap. The guard was flung back, crashing against the gate, blood streaming from his head. What is happening? Do you dare to invade the Wu family? Do you know where you are? The second guard, startled, drew his blade and shouted, Get out of my way. Xiahou Wu unleashed another slap, a powerful surge of golden true energy emanating from him. The guard spat blood, hurled backwards, crashing through the gate, which swung open. As Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu stepped into the Wu estate, a patrol team of 5 shouted in alarm, rushing forward with drawn swords to intercept them. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Wu family? The patrol leader bellowed, emanating the aura of a 5th-level divine concealment realm. Which of you is Wu Qiong? Come out and return my dragon steed. Xiahou Wu roared, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the estate, illuminating many darkened homes. Wu Qiong, startled from his indulgence with the beautiful servant, trembled in fear. Presumptuous! How dare you speak such insolence to our young master? Cut them down and feed them to the dogs, commanded the patrol leader, and with a single order, The five charged forward, for in this domain, the Wu family represented law and authority, where killing was commonplace. Since you have drawn your blades with murderous intent, prepare to face the consequences. Xiang Chen scoffed, charging forward with a sudden burst of energy. In an instant, he drew the dragon's blade from his back. With a swift motion, an overwhelmingly domineering blade aura sliced through the air, cleaving through the weapons of the five guards with resounding clangs. Subsequently, the blade aura swept through, severing five heads that soared into the air, their bodies collapsing to the ground with thuds. The youth sheathed his sword, having claimed 5 lives without the blade ever tasting blood. A single strike resulted in 5 deaths. Lu Qingxiao marveled, exclaiming, "The speed of this strike has utterly surpassed the reaction time of someone at your level. Who dares to intrude upon the Wu family?" At that moment, a chorus of furious shouts erupted, as numerous individuals from the surrounding residences rushed over. Upon their arrival and seeing the lifeless bodies on the ground, their expressions shifted dramatically, turning to profound anger as they glared at Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. "Who are you? How dare you come to the Wu family to commit murder and cause a ruckus? Who granted you such audacity?" A middle-aged man bellowed, emanating an imposing aura of the 9th stage of the divine concealment realm. "Daring to seize my cavalry, killing a few of you would be a mere trifle. Where's Wu Qiong? Have him come forth and surrender my dragon steeds." Xiahou Wu demanded coldly. As the crowd swelled, soon over 100 martial artists gathered. Dressed appropriately, Wu Qiong stepped forth from the throng, the crowd parting to respectfully call out to him as young master. "Who seeks my presence?" Wu Qiong approached, his tone icy, and upon noticing the corpses on the ground, his expression darkened. "Who is responsible for this?" he inquired sharply. "I am the one who did it," Xiang Chen declared, stepping forth with his blade resting on his shoulder, arms crossed, gazing coolly at Wu Qiong. With the moon-watching eyes, he discerned that this young man in his 20s was at the 6th stage of the divine concealment realm. Such audacity! Who are you to create chaos in the Wu family? Wu Qiong's face hardened, filled with murderous intent. "You are Wu Qiong?" Xiahou Wu regarded him with indifference, stating, "A dead innkeeper informed me that you purchased 2 dragon steeds from him. Those steeds are my property. Hand them over, or I shall raze your Wu family to the ground." "Presumptuous!" Wu Qiong sneered. "I did indeed purchase 2 dragon steeds, and since I paid for them, they rightfully belong to me. If you dare to disturb the Wu family, I shall have you both butchered to feed my beloved hounds." Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, mocking, "It seems you are unaware of who I am. I shall give you one last chance to return my horses, or you shall all meet your demise." In terms of tyranny, Xiahou Wu had been raised in a manner that fostered such arrogance among the noble sons of the capital. He had left no fewer than 8 of them crippled. "Arrogant! Kill them, shred them to pieces." Wu Qiong commanded coldly. "Kill." In an instant, more than 10 martial artists from the Wu family drew their blades and spears, charging at the 2. "Charge, Bawang!" Xiahou Wu cried out to his newly acquired steed. With a thunderous sound, a velociraptor charged forward, roaring fiercely, its voice reverberating through the night sky, shaking the eardrums of all present. The 3-meter-long tail, infused with innate demonic energy, lashed out like a whip with unparalleled speed. With a resounding crack, 5 individuals were struck by the tail, emitting cries of agony as they were violently cleaved in 2. With another roar, the velociraptor unleashed a torrent of crimson demonic flames, transforming into a pillar of fire that engulfed 6 or 7 individuals, the heat astonishing. "Ah, no, an innate demonic beast." The individuals rushing forth screamed in agony, each one igniting into flames, rolling on the ground, yet unable to extinguish the horrific fire. They were being seared alive, reduced to mere charred remains. "Ah, this is a primordial beast. It is a velociraptor, a dinosaur demon from the depths of the Miasma Mountains." The other members of the Wu family turned pale with fear, retreating in terror, unwilling to advance any further. A primordial beast. Wu Qiong also turned ashen, stepping back repeatedly. Who are these 2? And such a formidable beast. How dare this creature wreak havoc upon my Wu family? At that moment, a furious roar echoed, and a figure leapt gracefully through the air, akin to a great rock, swiftly gliding down to stand before the Wu family members. The newcomer donned a long robe of black and gold, with a long beard, possessing a robust and imposing stature that exuded an air of authority. "Master, father." The members of the Wu family bowed in respect, finding solace in his presence. Wu Qiong reverently called out, "Father," addressing the family head, Wu Yi. With the patriarch of the Wu family stepping forward, the fate of the two youths was sealed. Outside the Wu residence, many neighbors had gathered. Upon seeing Wu Yi take charge, they felt a pang of sympathy for Xiahou Wu and Xiang Chen. Wu Yi gazed at the velociraptor, his expression darkening as his innate true energy emanated forth. The velociraptor responded with low growls. "Who are you? Why have you come to disturb my Wu family?" Wu Yi inquired coldly, maintaining his composure, recognizing that the opposing party possessed significant power. "Are you the head of the Wu family?" Xiahou Wu asked. "Indeed, I am Wu Yi, the master of the Wu family. Who are you? And why have you come to my house to kill?" Wu Yi demanded. "Father, I purchased 2 dragon steeds, one of which is a birthday gift for you. But these 2 wretches claimed the steeds as their own and killed my Wu family members. Father, let us eliminate them." Wu Qiong exclaimed angrily. "Such audacity! Are you attempting to rob me in my own home?" Wu Yi thundered, his powerful aura erupting as he reacted to the presumption of robbery against his son's filial intentions. "Huh? You dare to be so arrogant with mere innate strength? Do you believe I won't make you kneel immediately?" Xiahou Wu sneered. The Xiahou family had no fewer than 80 innate experts who dared to be so bold against him. "You insolent brat! Regardless of your background, you cannot kill my Wu family members without cause, especially in such a brazen manner. I will take you down and flay your skin." Wu Yi, filled with rage, surged forward, unleashing his innate energy. However, Xiahou Wu merely reached for a token at his waist, holding it before him. Upon seeing the grand characters inscribed on the token, Wu Yi's expression changed drastically. The Xiahou royal mansion. He halted in his tracks, his scalp tingling with dread as he looked at Xiahou Wu, exclaiming, You are from the Xiahou royal mansion?" The Xiahou royal mansion was a name known to all in the merchant kingdom, one of the 3 great military families. "Young master, I am Xiahou Wu, son of the Xiahou prince," Xiahou Wu stated coldly. With those words, Wu Yi's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground in terror, exclaiming, "It is indeed the Xiahou young prince. I, Wu Yi, pay my respects to the Xiahou young prince. I was blind to your greatness and beseech your forgiveness." As he spoke, he bowed his head to the ground in sheer fright. The Xiahou family, a formidable force with an army of 100,000, stands as one of the most formidable clans of the Great Shang. "Father, you, and you," Wu Qiong, gazed in horror at his father, whose fear was palpable, akin to that of a frightened dog. "Unfilial son, kneel before me at once." "Everyone kneel," Wu Yi bellowed, his heart filled with a desire to obliterate this group. Upon hearing his command, the individuals present promptly fell to their knees, not daring to lift their heads. The neighbors, mercenaries, and adventurers outside were equally dumbfounded. Chapter 127. The great competition of the Xia family. Silence enveloped the scene as nearly everyone fell into a hushed stillness. The flickering lights illuminated the more than 100 martial artists from the Wu family, all kneeling in submission. Wu Qiong's face turned pale, trembling on the ground. He dared not utter a word. In that moment, he grasped the magnitude of the offense he had committed. He may have been a local tyrant in this small Lianzai, but this individual was a true powerhouse within the entire Great Shang. Why did Xiahou Wu dare to assist Xiang Chen and confront someone of Lin Wangfei's stature? Beyond brotherly loyalty and youthful fervor, he possessed the formidable backing of his family's influence, which was indispensable to the Great Shang. Moreover, the military forces of the Xiahou royal mansion were stationed within the heart of the nation, not on the periphery, endowing them with substantial domestic clout. Although the Xiang royal mansion also commanded an army, theirs was stationed at the borders, lacking the same domestic impact. Should the royal court dare to act against the Xiang royal mansion as they did against the Xiahou royal mansion, the latter's forces could swiftly penetrate deep into the heart of the Great Shang, rendering it incapacitated. "My apologies, Your Highness. We were blind to your identity and have offended you. Please forgive us," Wu Yi implored, bowing deeply in submission. "Please forgive us, Your Highness," Wu Qiong echoed, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. "What of my steed?" Xiahou Wu inquired coldly. "Someone, quickly bring forth the young prince's steed." Wu Yi shouted urgently. "Yes, my lord," came the immediate response from a panicked attendant. Before long, the steeds chasing wind and lightning were led forth. Upon sighting Xiahou Wu, the 2 steeds rushed towards him, nuzzling and licking affectionately. "Ah, my good brothers, it's a relief to see you both unharmed," Xiahou Wu exclaimed joyfully, stroking their heads. The bond between a warhorse and its rider is often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Their connection resembles that of family or friends, forged through shared experiences on the battlefield. However, upon noticing the whip marks on the horses, his expression darkened instantly. "You have struck my horses?" Xiahou Wu demanded icily. "Your Highness, we truly did not realize they were your steeds. Had we known, 1,000 lives would not have been enough to dare such an act." Wu Qiong's pallor deepened, his face a mask of anguish. Yet, Xiahou Wu brandished his spear, striking out with precision. "Ah!" A sickening thud echoed as an arm was severed, Wu Qiong howling in agony as he writhed on the ground. "Qiong'er," Wu Yi's countenance shifted dramatically, yet he dared not express his fury. "This serves as a lesson. Consider yourself fortunate that I spared your life. You should be grateful that my horses remain unscathed. Otherwise, you would have had to pay with your own life," Xiahou Wu sneered. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy," Wu Qiong gasped, cradling his severed arm in pain. "Humph, let us depart." Xiahou Wu let out a cold snort and mounted his swift raptor. Xiang Chen and the others also turned to prepare for departure, respectfully bidding farewell to the young prince. The members of the Wu family dared not linger in the presence of this esteemed individual, each one showing deference as they sent him off. "I didn't realize you were quite renowned here, you big fellow," Lu Ximing remarked, glancing at Xiahou Wu. "Indeed," Xiahou Wu replied with a proud smile while seated atop his swift raptor. Deep within, he felt a swell of emotion. He was finally free from the burden of running errands. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen and Lu Ximing mounted their own steeds, while those around them made way, wary of offending this formidable figure, whispering amongst themselves. As the hour grew late, the gates of the capital city of the Great Shang Kingdom had already closed for the night. "Let us stay the night at Lanzhai," Lu Qing suggested. The others had no objections and found an inn to rest, awaiting the dawn to return to the royal city. On the following day, as the sun rose, casting its light upon the horizon, a heavy snowfall began to fall. The two steeds and one swift raptor galloped away from Lanzhai, racing through the wind and snow back toward the Shang royal city. On this day, the Xia family was abuzz. The vast estate of the Xia family was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, for in just a few days, the Lantern Festival would arrive, and the entire Great Shang was immersed in the joyous spirit of the new year. Today, however, the Xia family was particularly lively. It was the annual grand tournament of the Xia family. Moreover, this day was not just the Xia family's annual competition. Young disciples from various prominent families throughout the Shang royal city gathered at the Xia estate to partake in this grand event. Yet, it was still hosted by the Xia family. Participants in this tournament were all youths under the age of 20, belonging to the realm of divine concealment. Around the colossal competition stage, measuring 200 meters in both length and width, countless spectators had gathered. The Xiang family, the Lin family, the Xia family. Even some divine concealment disciples from the royal family and the Yin family were present. Among the crowd were Xia Mingjiang and Xiang Ke, along with others. In a distinguished seating area, a young man of imposing presence sat, unmistakably the crown prince, Yin Tianai. An elder of the Xia family, Xia Hai, stood atop the competition stage and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the annual tournament of the Xia family. Let us send off this soon-to-conclude year with the passionate martial spirit of our youth. All disciples of the Xia family under the age of 20 in the realm of divine concealment are eligible to participate in this competition. Of course, guests from the martial families who are interested may also register to join. The first-place winner will receive a generous reward of 10,000 gold coins and 10 bottles of true qi pills. Moreover, members of the Xia family will have the opportunity to select a martial skill from our family's Hidden Techniques Pavilion, a truly bountiful reward. I hope all young participants will eagerly take part." Xia Hai's voice echoed across the Xia family's plaza, and many young members of the Xia family were already itching to showcase their skills. The tournament would proceed in a challenge format. The one who could overpower all others would be crowned the annual youth king of the Xia family. However, it was emphasized that no malicious intent to harm lives among the Xia family disciples would be tolerated, with violators facing severe consequences. Haha, the youth king of the Xia family shall undoubtedly be mine. How absurd. Who do you think you are? In the Summer family, it is none other than me. Summer who holds the title of the young master. The younger generation of the Summer family was already engaged in fervent discussions at this moment. However, among the elders, the absence of Xiang Hong was notable, as he had gone to the front lines to represent the Summer family amidst the turmoil in the border regions. "Your Highness, Is the person you wish to eliminate truly here in the Summer family? A robust youth clad in black, around 15 years of age, frowned and inquired. The Crown Prince smiled lightly. Indeed, Brother Xiang. I have heard that you are the strongest among the first level of the divine concealment realm in the academy. This lad possesses the strength to slay those in the divine concealment. It seems he has likely broken through into that realm himself, perfectly suiting your taste. Heh, I look forward to our encounter, the black-clad youth sneered. Make way, make way. At that moment, a young man accompanied by a young woman squeezed into the crowd of the Summer family. Who the hell is pushing? Many disciples of the Summer family voiced their displeasure, but their expressions changed upon realizing who it was. Xiang Chen, the boy who had been cursing, immediately fell silent. The current Xiang Chen was not the same as before. Nearly 3 months ago, at the birthday banquet of the matriarch, he had demonstrated his prowess by slaying those in the divine concealment, leaving a lasting impression on many of the Summer disciples. Moreover, he was now the chief pharmacist of the Summer family's medicinal hall, and those without enmity toward him were keen to avoid crossing him. Is this what you refer to as the Summer family? The girl accompanying Xiang Chen was none other than Lu Ximing. Indeed, I did not expect to arrive just in time for the Summer family's annual competition, Xiang Chen remarked, surveying the bustling crowd around him. Young master. A sudden exclamation pierced the air. Seeing Xiang Chen from a distance, Man He immediately rushed over. Man He, Xiang Chen said with a smile, pushing through to meet her. It has been a while. However, within the crowd, someone deliberately kicked Man He from behind, while another tripped her in front. With a thud, she fell to the ground, tumbling head over heels. Man He. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he hurried over to help her up. Are you all right? I'm fine, young master. Man He shook her head, rubbing her nose, which had begun to bleed from the fall. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he turned to glare at 2 girls who were stifling their laughter. One of them, dressed in a pale yellow gown, looked at him with a cold smile. Summer Mingyu, the older sister of Summer Mingjiang, was smirking at Xiang Chen, her beautiful eyes reflecting resentment. At the last banquet, Xiang Chen had brought her great embarrassment. Were you 2 the ones who tripped Man He? Xiang Chen asked coldly, directing his gaze at the 2 girls, both around 17 or 18 years of age. Oh dear, Xiang Chen, my apologies. There were too many people, I didn't notice. One of the girls replied mockingly. Her name was Summer Chan, while the other was Summer Wan, a close friend of Summer Mingyu. Yes. This maid was simply running too fast. You can't blame us for that, Summer Wan added with a sneer. Xiang Chen displayed a radiant smile as he approached them, saying, You claim you didn't notice? Suddenly, he flicked his wrist and swiftly struck out. Slap. A sharp crack resonated in the air as 2 resounding slaps struck the faces of the 2 women, their cheeks immediately swelling and turning a vivid red, leaving them momentarily dazed. The surrounding crowd turned in astonishment at the sudden commotion. Oh dear, my sisters, I merely swung my arm without notice, Xiang Chen remarked with a faint smile as he flexed his joints. The 2 women, recovering from their shock, let out piercing screams that drew the gazes of many. You little beast! How dare you strike us? They shouted in unison. Xiang Chen, how could you even think of hitting us? Xiang Chen, you have gone too far. Are you even a man, striking a woman? Xiao Mingyu exclaimed in fury. Indeed, he is a beast unworthy of even the lowest regard. A pitiful creature corrupted by his own brother, a tall man who dares to lay a hand on women, Xiao Mingjiang scoffed. Bah, you truly are despicable. Silence. Xiang Chen's voice thundered, startling several onlookers into silence. Is it not equality for all? Why should a woman be exempt from consequences for her misdeeds? I, Xiang Chen, not only dare to strike women, but have also taken lives. Xiao Mingyu, Xiao Mingjiang, and you 2 sisters, heed my words. If you wish to confront me, I am more than willing to oblige. But if you dare to harm those dear to me, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, believe it or not. Taking a step forward, his voice resonated like a clap of thunder, his dark golden pupils radiating a chilling aura, a palpable sense of murderous intent enveloping the sisters, Xiao Chan and Xiao Wan. Suddenly, the sisters felt a chilling terror creep along their spines, as if they could glimpse ghostly figures wailing in agony. Shattered by the youth's blade, countless corpses strewn at their feet. An inexplicable, dread-inducing aura surrounded them, a manifestation of Xiang Chen's unintentional release of this terrifying presence. The sisters stood frozen, their mouths agape, instinctively retreating while covering their faces in sheer terror. No, no, please don't kill me, they screamed, collapsing to the ground in a trembling heap. Such a terrifying aura. How could this man possess such overwhelming killing intent? How many lives has he taken? The members of the Xia family surrounding them gazed at Xiang Chen in shock, feeling an icy dread seep into their souls. Killing intent, an intangible yet palpable force. After the incidents involving Hong Xiu, Ming Shu, and Ro Er, Xiang Chen's protective instincts for those close to him had reached a frenzied level. He feared not for his own safety, but despaired at the thought of being powerless to protect his loved ones. Xia Mingyu and Xia Mingjiang were momentarily taken aback by the aura Xiang Chen exuded. Recovering, Xia Mingjiang coldly retorted, "Xiang Chen, don't think your words hold any weight. Prove your worth on the stage in a few moments. In my eyes, you will forever be a worthless parasite, reliant on others." At the banquet, you leaned on others for support. Within the Xia family, you relied on your third uncle and the young lady. Now that your uncle is no longer here, you stand alone, a mere parasite, a lost dog unable to return home, clinging to the Xia family for survival. Xiang Chen's expression was indifferent as he remarked, "In a moment, I shall compel you to retract every word you just uttered, word by word." Huh? Do you truly believe you can intimidate me? Do not mistake me for that worthless fool you vanquished at your birthday banquet. I, Xia Mingjiang, am a prodigy at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. With but a single hand, I could incapacitate you. Alas, the rules prohibit those of higher realms from challenging those beneath them. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to render you powerless. Xia Mingjiang sneered mockingly. Who are you to speak so rudely? Lu Shiming frowned. Pay him no mind. He is merely a mad dog. Soon, I shall shatter his canine teeth, Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Xiang Chen. At that moment, a remarkably robust figure clad in a black martial robe approached, an imposing youth who appeared to be 19. Qingbao, brother Qingbao, the foremost among Our Lady's suitors. Son of Elder Fenghu, Xia Qingbao. The surrounding crowd parted, casting reverent glances at the formidable young man. Xiang Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he recognized him. Xia Qingbao. This individual was deeply etched in his memory, the cousin of Qingcheng, who had always despised their engagement and had bullied him mercilessly. I have heard you have commenced your training. Is that true? Xia Qingbao said coldly. Indeed. Is there something you desire? Xiang Chen's countenance remained impassive as he discerned Xia Qingbao's current cultivation level, 8th level of the divine concealment realm. Do you recall what I told you before? You are unworthy of Qingcheng. Only the grand prince whom she follows deserves her affection. Do not let me catch you in her presence again, or I shall break your legs. You are no longer the second son of the Xiangwang manor. Do you comprehend, you wretched cur? Xia Qingbao's demeanor was exceedingly aggressive and disrespectful, bordering on the profoundly insulting. How foul, Xiang Chen remarked indifferently. What did you just say? Xia Qingbao froze momentarily. I said your words reek, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smile, causing Xia Qingbao's expression to darken immediately. Do you even realize what you were saying? Xia Qingbao replied icily. Xia Qingbao, allow me to enlighten you. You are not Qingcheng, and you have no authority over her thoughts. As for me, you are in no position to meddle. Though we are within the Xia family grounds, I am not intimidated by a fool like you, Xiang Chen scoffed, revealing his utter lack of fear towards Xia Qingbao. If anything, he had never feared him. How dare you call me a fool? Xia Qingbao roared, taking a step forward, his hand reaching for Xiang Chen's throat. However, a powerful hand intercepted his grasp. A robust figure, bearing a heavy sword, materialized beside Xiang Chen. Zhaomu, do not disrespect my young master. Zhaomu stated coldly. Release me. Xia Qingbao bellowed, as a formidable innate realm protector appeared behind him. Uncle Mu, let him go. Xiang Chen said calmly. As you wish, young master. Zhaomu stepped back, positioning himself behind Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen continued. Are you not a fool? Willingly allowing yourself to be used as a pawn, a lapdog, to bite others on their behalf. His gaze subtly shifted towards the Grand Prince seated in the VIP section. The Crown Prince is destined to become the future sovereign of the great merchant empire, a celestial dragon and phoenix in the heavens. Yet you, in my eyes, are eternally a worthless being. What right do you have to contend with the Crown Prince? Mocked Xia Qingbao. Indeed, you are utterly unappreciative of your own insignificance. Xia Mingjiang sneered. Just watch. One day, I shall trample upon the dragon and phoenix you hold so dear, and that includes you. In less than an hour, you will bow before me, Xiang Chen, and retract all the nonsense you have uttered. Xiang Chen replied with indifference. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Very well. I shall observe how you intend to make me yield. After the family competition concludes, I will deal with you. Xia Qingbao scoffed derisively. Indeed. How could you make Brother Qingbao bow? Xiang Chen, you may have made a bit of a splash at the banquet, but before Brother Qingbao, you are not even worthy to carry his shoes. Xiaonan chimed in with contempt. A defeated general has no right to prattle before me. Xiang Chen turned his gaze toward Xiaonan and declared, I am no longer the person I was 3 months ago. I have now surpassed the divine concealment stage and achieved the second level of it. Will you dare to challenge me in the upcoming duel? Xiaonan's face flushed with anger. TSK, the second level of divine concealment. How impressive. I am so frightened, Xiang Chen scoffed. Enough, everyone. At that moment, Elder Xia Hai's voice rang out once more. The annual competition of the Xia family officially begins, as per tradition. Those at the first level of divine concealment shall compete first. Whoever emerges as the strongest among them will receive a reward, Elder Xia Hai announced. I shall participate. Me too. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 individuals from the Xia family at the first level of divine concealment leaped onto the competition stage. Once they ascended, the crowd erupted in cheers, creating a lively atmosphere as their vital energy surged and the battle commenced. Xiang Chen, why do the members of the Xia family seem so unfriendly towards you? Lu Ximing inquired. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and replied, I am a genius. Geniuses often evoke envy and resentment. Humph. Lu Ximing rolled her eyes at him. Observing the Xia family members, Xiang Chen felt a sense of disconnection. He realized he could not truly integrate into this environment. Yet, he had no desire to fit in, as he was here under the patronage of his third uncle. Partly due to Xia Qingcheng as well. He needed to find a way to retrieve his uncle's contract from the Xia family. Addressing the indifferent members of the Xia family surrounding him, Xiang Chen said softly, Ximing, the biases held in people's hearts can sometimes be as insurmountable as mountains. Once they fall, they are difficult to move. However, it matters not. Were it not for my third uncle and my fiancé, I would have little desire to remain here. You have a fiancé? Lu Ximing exclaimed, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Is that so strange? The adults in this world often impose constraints on us from a young age. Yet, Qingcheng has indeed treated me well. She is a good girl. The youth suddenly recalled that night when the girl wept in a fetal position, revealing the truth behind her departure. In that moment, he genuinely acknowledged Xia Qingcheng, not merely due to their childhood betrothal. Oh, the one you cherish must surely be a remarkably beautiful girl. Lu Ximing spoke with a voice tinged with peculiarity. Appearance is not the most significant aspect. Her heart is indeed beautiful. A subtle smile graced Xiang Chen's lips. Xiang Chen, I actually have an engagement set by my parents since childhood, but I harbor no affection for him, Lu Ximing confessed, biting her lip. At that moment, a youth on the martial arts platform let out a piercing scream as he was knocked down, defeated, and a new challenger ascended. If you dislike him, you can annul the engagement, Xiang Chen remarked with a frown. It's not as simple as you think, Lu Ximing responded with a bitter shake of her head, falling silent thereafter. If, on the day of your wedding, you still do not wish to marry, seek me out, and I shall rescue you. Xiang Chen said with a smile. Really? Indeed. All right. I shall remember this. You must not go back on your word. The girl revealed a sweet smile. That must be Xiang Chen, a middle-aged man clad in a luxurious purple and gold robe, handsome in appearance, observed from the best seat at the martial arts platform. Beside him stood the grand elder of the Xia family, Xia Fenghu. Indeed, brother, it has been several years since you last saw that lad, Xia Fenghu remarked. The man was none other than Xia Yunlong, the head of the Xia family who had been in seclusion. Yes, it has been years. He has grown significantly, and the changes are quite remarkable. Xia Fenghu scrutinized Xiang Chen and said, I am aware of the events at the birthday banquet. This lad should follow what his mother advised. If he remains steady within the Xia family, he may become a valuable asset in the future. Meanwhile, on the martial arts platform, a series of anguished cries echoed. A remarkably burly youth participated in the Xia family's annual competition. Possessing the first level of the divine concealment realm, effortlessly defeating other youths of the same realm with a single strike, resembling a fearsome beast with astonishing explosive power. Who is this individual? Such terrifying strength. Indeed, a member of the Xia family at the first level of the divine concealment realm could not withstand a single blow from him. His name is Xiongyu, brought by the crown prince. His strength is formidable, the Xia youths murmured among themselves. The burly youth clapped his hands and, with arms as thick as an adult's leg, sneered, too weak, weaker than those at the academy. I have heard that among you Xia, There is a person named Xiang Chen who can battle beyond his level. Come forth, I wish to see if you can match me. Chapter 130. First, slay the dog. This youth possesses immense strength, having bested 9 of our Xia family disciples of the same realm. The crown prince has brought forth a remarkable individual, Xia Fenghu said, somewhat astonished. A glimmer of golden light suddenly appeared in Xia Yunlong's eyes, as if a fleeting moonbeam had passed by, and he replied calmly, if nothing unexpected occurs, he should be from the Xiong family in the northern region of the Great Commerce. The disciples of the Xiong family are renowned for their innate strength. Is it the Xiong family that has the legacy of the barbaric bear spirit? Xia Fenghu inquired, astonished. Precisely, Xia Yunlong nodded. He intends to challenge Xiang Chen. As Xiong Yu's words echoed, countless gazes converged upon the youth with snow-white hair, whose appearance had become notably more refined. A few months prior, Xiang Chen was merely at the body refinement stage. Perhaps he has now broken through to the divine concealment realm. The crowd speculated that Xiang Chen might not be his match. Xiang Chen's expression remained indifferent, as if he had not heard a word. Such an opponent was beneath his consideration. Xiang Chen was my prey, and I intended to deal with him shortly. I, Xiaonan, at the second level of the divine concealment realm, challenge you. Dare you accept my challenge? At that moment, Xiaonan arrogantly proclaimed. Xiaonan had broken through to the divine concealment realm. Still at the second level, a remarkable talent indeed, he was truly the strongest in physique from the Xia family. Ha. With Xiaonan stepping forward, many disciples of the Xia family felt a surge of confidence. The second level of divine concealment is adequate. I shall use you to warm up. Xiong Yu sneered. Arrogance. Xiaonan's expression darkened, and with a decisive stomp, he leapt several meters into the air. Landing on the martial arts platform, Xiong Yu shrugged his arms, gazing at Xiaonan with indifference, and remarked, you would do well not to underestimate my realm, or you shall face a crushing defeat. Not everyone can come to the Xia family and challenge us. You should leave. Xiaonan bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder. He then stomped his foot, unleashing his true qi as he struck out with a claw of condensed energy. With a sharp cry, the perfected eagle claw technique manifested, transforming into a streak of dark blue claw light that tore towards Xiong Yu. This astonishing claw light could shred even granite. Savage bear spirit, Xiong Yu roared, conjuring a massive white bear silhouette that emanated a crimson aura, a total of 9 manifestations. 9-tiered mystic spirit. Gasps erupted from the crowd. A 9-tiered mystic spirit was indeed the most formidable within the mystic spirits. Roar! Xiong Yu bellowed, his figure swelling with power. And then he unleashed a fist that transformed into a torrent of yellow energy. Boom! This fist collided with the eagle claw's brilliance, causing a massive explosion of true qi, shattering the eagle claw and sending a shockwave through the air. How is this possible? Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically. His opponent had obliterated his technique with a single punch, despite his higher realm. Boom! Then, Xiong Yu advanced with a ferocious stomp, charging forward. Savage bear palm. He channeled a torrent of violent true qi, summoning a grand bear's paw that enveloped his hand, exuding unparalleled ferocity. Xiaonan roared, retaliating with a claw strike that embodied the essence of the eagle claw. Thunderous booms echoed as the two martial arts clashed, their true qi erupting in a cacophony. Break for me, Xiong Yu shouted, and the bear's paw erupted with a fierce blast of true qi. Uft! Xiaonan was struck, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered backward. Astonishment etched across his face. At that moment, Xiong Yu closed in, delivering a brutal kick that sent Xiaonan plummeting from the martial arts platform. A gasp swept through the crowd. The second level of the divine concealment realm, and yet Xiaonan was no match for him. This Xiong Yu was astonishingly powerful. The disciples of the Xia family were left in shock. The crown prince, seated in the VIP area, bore a faint smile, recognizing Xiong Yu's formidable spirit and innate strength. Within the first level of the divine concealment realm, it was indeed challenging to find a rival, and most at the second level would likely fall short. The second level of the divine concealment realm is nothing to boast about. Xiong Yu folded his arms and sneered. Your face flushed with anger, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Summer South, with such limited abilities, do you dare to provoke me? At this moment, Xiang Chen could not help but sneer. Kicking a drowning dog. Shut your mouth, Xiang Chen, you worthless fool. If you have the ability, step up. Have you even broken through the divine abode? You probably lack the qualifications to ascend the stage. Summer South roared. Oh, you are Xiang Chen? Xiong Yu inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Indeed, what is it? Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Come up for a duel. I have heard that your physical prowess allows you to challenge the first level of the divine abode. I wish to see if you can shake me, Xiong Yu declared coldly. I'm afraid you are too weak. I lack the interest to engage with you. Xiang Chen responded indifferently. Haha, are you afraid? Xiang Chen, if you dare not confront me, do yourself a favor and keep your distance from our esteemed sister Qingcheng. She is not someone of your caliber. Xiong Yu laughed mockingly, convinced that Xiang Chen was intimidated. Xiang Chen's gaze darkened as he stated, I disdain to lift a finger against you. You have truly mistaken my benevolence for tolerance. I do not care whose dog you are, since you insist on biting me. I shall shatter your fangs. With a resounding thud, Xiang Chen stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying surge of physical inner strength, propelling himself onto the arena. Xiang Chen was about to make his move. This fellow, has he broken through the divine abode? I wonder if he is truly a match for this man. Even if he has broken through, he likely cannot prevail, and look at him. He hasn't even released his inner qi. Hee. Although Xiong Yu is arrogant, I find Xiang Chen equally displeasing. It would be satisfying to see Xiong Yu deal with him. Many disciples of the Xia family eagerly anticipated this battle. The crown prince observed Xiang Chen's figure, his gaze growing solemn. He whispered a transmission of inner qi. Disable his cultivation. Xiong Yu, with a cold smile directed at Xiang Chen, said, It seems you possess a modicum of courage. I will allow you to make the first move. You think you deserve to make me act? If you wish for death, then strike swiftly, Xiang Chen replied coolly. Unaware of your own mortality, with just your words, I shall shatter your bones. Xiong Yu bellowed, then propelled himself forward, infused with spiritual power and inner qi, launching a fierce strike aimed at Xiang Chen's head. A powerful gust surged forth, whipping the young man's snow-white hair into a frenzy as the palm descended. Suddenly, the youth retracted his fist without any sign of inner qi fluctuation, and then, like a thunderbolt, he surged forward, unleashing a terrifying burst of inner strength. With a muffled thud, Xiong Yu's palm attack was obliterated by Xiang Chen's punch, which landed squarely on his hand. Xiong Yu let out a pained scream as his palm cracked, the bones completely shattered. Subsequently, Xiang Chen stepped forward, seizing his arm, and with a single arm, unleashed a fearsome force. Xiong Yu's towering 2-meter frame was spun around and slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, causing the arena to tremble. Chapter 131, I Want to Fight 9. With a resounding boom, the arena shuddered. Xiong Yu screamed in agony, blood spurting from his mouth as his insides were injured, and countless bones cracked under the impact. Finally, Xiang Chen placed a foot down, precisely on his mouth. With a single blow, Xiang Chen shattered all of Xiong Yu's incisors, leaving his mouth utterly mangled. Following this, Xiang Chen delivered a powerful kick to Xiong Yu, sending him soaring over 10 meters, crashing onto the lower competition platform, where he fell unconscious, eyes rolled back. Trash! Xiang Chen exclaimed as he brushed off his hands and spat. Casting a derisive glance at the Grand Prince seated in the VIP section, his lips curling into a mocking smirk as he gestured downward with his thumb. Silence enveloped the arena, stunned gasps erupting from the audience as they beheld the snow-haired youth clad in white, adorned with an exaggeratedly large sword sheath on his back, his eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Xia Nen marveled at Xiang Chen, glancing at the unconscious Xiong Yu sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, unable to believe his own eyes. This individual, how could he be so formidable? No, it cannot be. With a single move, he incapacitated Xiong Yu. Is he even human? It appeared as though his vital energy was ineffective. Had he not yet broken through to the divine reservoir? The Xia family disciples who had been defeated by Xiong Yu inhaled sharply, their faces displaying shock. The Grand Prince remained composed, yet his gaze had grown exceedingly grim. What an astonishing physical prowess. This boy incapacitated the Xiong family youth without even employing his vital energy, exclaimed Xia Fenghu. Meanwhile, Xia Yunlong squinted, an unusual invisible force enveloping Xiang Chen. Yet to his astonishment, he found himself unable to discern the specifics of Xiang Chen's internal state. All his pores seemed closed, as if no power could penetrate him. This young rascal, Xia Yunlong thought, his interest piqued. His strength has indeed increased, though it appears he has yet to breach the divine reservoir. Xiang Quan's expression darkened. He was displeased to see Xiang Chen steal the spotlight. Behind Xia Yunlong stood a girl clad in white, with long, snow-white hair and a half-mask adorning her face, her eyes fixed on the youth. a faint smile gracing her lips. However, as she observed the young man descend from the stage, a blue-clad woman presented a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his palms, causing her gaze to dim slightly before she quickly regained her composure. Brother Chen, you will surely find your true love, she thought, her concerns for the heart of the city finally easing. Though her thoughts remained unvoiced, the youth undeniably captivated the attention of many. Humph. What is there to be proud of? Regardless of his physical strength, it remains merely physical. After all this time, he has yet to break through the divine reservoir, rendering him no different from a useless being, Xia Mingjiang scoffed, believing that Xiang Chen had not utilized his vital energy, nor cultivated to the divine reservoir level. The annual competition of the Xia family continued, yet few dared to ascend to the first level of the divine reservoir, for with Xiang Chen's prowess displayed, who would wish to risk their standing against him? The situation became rather comical. No one dared to challenge him at the first level of the divine reservoir. Subsequently, a challenger from the Xia family, possessing a second-level divine reservoir mastery named Xia Li, ascended to the stage, showcasing remarkable skill as he had already defeated 4 individuals of the second-level divine reservoir, reaching the pinnacle of his strength. In the realm of the divine concealment, the second layer, who else remains? Xiang Li cast his gaze upon the disciples of the Xia family. Yet, amidst the crowd, none from the Xia family dared to speak. This generation had experienced a certain decline. Those who were exceptionally strong, like Xia Qingcheng and Xia Qingbao, overshadowed the rest, and indeed, within the second layer of the divine concealment, no one stood out with remarkable prowess. Xiang Li then turned his attention to Xiang Chen, tauntingly asking, "Second young master, do you dare to come up and showcase your skills?" Many eyes shifted towards Xiang Chen, sensing that trouble was brewing for him. "I have no interest." Xiang Chen replied coolly, "You are far too weak. Why pretend to be something you are not?" Xiang Chen, just because I call you second young master, do you truly believe you are someone of significance? You are merely a defeated dog driven out by my Xiang family. How does it feel to be dependent on others? Xiang Li sneered. His provocation of Xiang Chen was clearly influenced by someone behind the scenes. Since you managed to defeat Xiong Yu, you must possess the strength of the second layer. Let me see how far your pitiful existence can go, you who are fed by others. Xiang Li continued to taunt Xiang Chen. Why are you all targeting Xiang Chen so harshly? Lu Shiming exclaimed angrily. Junior sister Lu, you are unaware that this fellow is no good. He has poisoned his own elder brother, a disgrace cast out by his own family. Lin Mo shouted from among the Lin family disciples, his body still wrapped in bandages. You are the disgrace. You called me to this place, to the misty fog mountains, only to abandon me to save yourself. It was Xiang Chen who rescued me, Lu Shiming retorted coldly. Lin Mo's expression darkened, and he fell silent. At that moment, a disciple from the Lin family exclaimed in surprise, Lin Mo, did Xiang Chen inflict your injuries? Absolutely not. How could a waste like him possess such strength? Lin Mo hurriedly denied it, fearing he would become a laughingstock. Still hiding behind a woman, it appears you have made no progress. Even as a child, you could only cower behind your mother, Xiang Ke mocked. Huh? Xiang Chen scoffed. Xiang Ke, do not think to provoke me with your petty taunts. My reluctance to engage is simply because you lack the qualifications to compel my hand. If you are so eager to humiliate me, very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. With that, Xiang Chen stepped forward once more onto the battle stage. He was genuinely prepared to challenge the second layer of the divine concealment. The crowd erupted in excitement. For the earlier display of Xiang Chen's prowess in defeating Xiong Yu had indeed left them in awe. Xiang Li, a loyal dog you are. Yet you are insufficient to deal with me. Xiang Ke, how many from the second layer have you brought? Xiang Chen inquired, directing his gaze towards Xiang Quebec 9. Xiang Ke replied nonchalantly, what do you intend to do? Excellent. Then let all 9 come at me. I shall take on all 9 of you. Do you dare to fight me? Xiang Chen's expression was indifferent as he looked down upon the 9 disciples of the Xiang family who stood at the second layer. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was stunned, their gazes fixed upon Xiang Chen as if he were a fool. Take on 9? What kind of jest is this? 9 from the second layer? Even those of the 4th or 5th layers might falter in such a challenge. Xiang Chen, to take on 9. This fellow has gone too far in his arrogance. Does he not realize the folly of his actions? To take on 9, who does he think he is? Chapter 132. Merciless slaughter. What do you mean, Xiang Chen? Are you attempting to humiliate me? Xiang Li roared with fury. Humiliate? A cold smile crossed Xiang Chen's lips. The moment you leaped up to provoke me, You were merely inviting ridicule upon yourself. However, I have no interest in humiliating you, for in my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Xiang Chen's words were equally sharp and venomous. You. Xiang Li's eyes burned red with rage, his lungs nearly bursting with fury. Fine. Xiang Chen, since you possess such audacity, I shall oblige you. Let us see how you seek to attract attention. All 8 of you, come at me together. Xiang Ke chuckled derisively. Xiang Chen's pretense was exactly what he desired. The eldest son commanded respect. 8 disciples, each at the 2nd level of the divine concealment realm, ascended the combat platform. 9 individuals, their gazes fixed intently upon Xiang Chen. Could it be that he truly intends to take on 9 opponents? This time he has gone too far with his theatrics. He might very well end up ruining himself, Xian sneered. 9 disciples at the 2nd level of the divine concealment realm. What a daunting prospect. Even those at the 4th or 5th levels of that realm would falter when besieged. Xiang Chen paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. His gaze settled on 2 of the individuals among them. Xiang Yan, Xiang Yu. Did my mother not treat your families generously in the past? The 2 Xiang family disciples lowered their gazes, avoiding Xiang Chen's eyes. Xiang Yan muttered, I am sorry. 2nd young master. A wise man knows when to retreat. At times, we have no choices. Xiang Yu, however, responded with a cold laugh. 2nd young master. I shall address you as such for the last time. People strive for higher ground, as water flows downward. Your words are futile now. Ha 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 ha. Xiang Chen gradually erupted into laughter. People strive for higher ground. Water flows downward. Relationships grow cold as distance increases. I have indeed overthought this. Clinging to too many sentiments towards that family. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face before his expression turned icy and calm. Since that is the case, you may all strike. I shall show no mercy. He then turned his gaze towards Ahhh, speaking indifferently. I shall cleanse the Xiang family's ranks. I need not adhere to the rules of the competition, correct? He intends to kill. Ahhh, the elder, was taken aback, seemingly grasping Xiang Chen's intentions. Battles among the disciples of the Xiang family do not fall under the regulations of the Xia family competition. That is satisfactory, Xiang Chen replied with a cold nod. You little beast, I will render you powerless. Xiang Li could no longer contain himself, bellowing as he charged forward. Kill! The other 8 echoed. Their voices cold as they rushed towards Xiang Chen. Bang! Xiang Chen stamped his foot and instantly propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning. Die! Xiang Li roared, gathering true energy into a fist, striking violently at Xiang Chen's head. Yet, Xiang Chen's speed was far too formidable. He arrived in an instant, unleashing a terrifying explosion of physical strength. Bang! Crack! Ah! Xiang Li screamed in agony as his arm shattered at the wrist. Even if I am cast out from the Xiang family, I am still a prince. To insult the young master, to defy authority, is punishable by death. Xiang Chen roared, delivering a devastating punch to Xiang Li's chest, unleashing a surge of terrifying physical power. Ah! Xiang Li cried out, his chest bursting open, blood splattering as his internal organs were instantly shattered. He was sent flying 10 meters, struck down in a single blow. He gradually lost consciousness, his eyes wide with disbelief. Fractured gold palm. At that moment, 2 more individuals roared in fury, their palms channeling the force to shatter gold and stone as they struck at Xiang Chen. With a swift flick of his hand, sharp claws resembling gleaming steel blades erupted from his fingertips. Treacherous and ungrateful, perish! He bellowed with rage, unleashing the fury within him as his claws surged forth in an instant. With a sickening sound, his terrifying claws pierced through the 2 men's palm strikes, and the surge of energy crashed against Xiang Chen, yet he did not falter even a step. Instead, his claws tore through their hands, ripping them apart, eliciting their anguished cries. In the next moment, his claws swiftly slashed across their throats, blood spraying forth as their lifeless bodies convulsed on the ground, awaiting death. Decapitation. 2 disciples of the Xiang family, wielding long swords infused with energy, approached from either side, intent on slaying him. However, Xiang Chen's hands shot out like lightning, effortlessly grasping their swords with bare hands. He propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, and then, suspended in midair, he descended with tremendous force. His legs infused with terrifying power crashing down, toadying to the powerful, betrayers of loyalty, perish. Thud! Thud! 2 heads were crushed beneath his foot, exploding into a gruesome spectacle, resulting in instant demise. 5 kills. At this juncture, 3 others leaped from the front, back, and left, their blades slicing through the air toward him. Xiang Chen, meet your end. The trio roared in rage, blinded by their fury and fear. Yet, in that moment, Xiang Chen drew the dragon blade from its sheath at his back. With a resonating hum, an astonishing aura of blade energy enveloped the 3 men. Those who incite chaos perish. With a sharp clang, an incredibly swift arc of black blade light cleaved through their swords, the tremendous force of the dragon blade, weighing over 200 pounds, crashing upon their weapons. With a series of explosive sounds, their swords shattered, and the blade light carved a wide arc thud. Thud, thud. 3 heads were sent soaring, blood gushing forth. Their headless corpses collapsing to the ground. 8 kills. Xiang Yan, the only one still alive and yet to charge in, stared in terror at the lifeless bodies on the ground, as well as the young man who had sheathed his blade, rendered speechless by fear. In that moment, a multitude of screams erupted, numerous young women shrieking in horror at the sight of the corpses on the arena. The disciples from all directions were left dumbfounded, eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene on the combat stage. The battle had just begun, mere seconds had passed, yet 8 had already turned to corpses. How could this be? Xiang Ke shouted in disbelief, rising to his feet, his gaze filled with incredulity. Such terrifying power, having expended not a single ounce of energy. And in mere moments, he had slain 8. Even the elders of the Xia family were astonished, rising in shock. Such a formidable killing technique. Not a single extraneous move in his repertoire. At such a tender age, how many life-and-death battles had he endured to master such lethal skills? Xia Fenghu exclaimed in astonishment. This. Xia Nan was so terrified that his legs went weak, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his hair standing on end. At that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in shock, as Xiang Chen, clad in white stained with droplets of fresh blood, sheathed his sword. He strode through the pool of blood that lay beneath him, step by step approaching Xiang Yan. Trembling, Xiang Yan looked up in horror at the advancing Xiang Chen. And with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees. Young master, I was wrong. Second young master, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Xiang Yan pleaded, bowing his head and weeping in desperation. However, the young man did not take his life and merely walked past him. You are not at fault. In this world, nothing is absolute. He laughed maniacally. From this day forth, any member of the Xiang family who dares to lay a hand on me, Xiang Chen, shall face my unrelenting wrath. No mercy. The youth's laughter echoed with sorrow, and as he declared his vow, countless members of the Xiang family shuddered in fear. As he descended from the stage, all refrained from approaching him, their fear palpable. The sight of corpses and blood on the martial arts platform was strikingly vivid. Thank you, Huang Yuan, for your assistance in this turbulent journey. Chapter 133. The Rise of Demons. Xiang Chen, could you perhaps refrain from such bloodshed in the future? My father has warned me that excessive killing can lead one to madness, Lu Shiming remarked, gazing at Xiang Chen. Madness? I need not succumb to madness. In their eyes, I am already a demon, Xiang Chen replied with a self-deprecating smile. I wield this 6-foot demon blade not for slaughter, but to protect my dignity, my life, and the safety and dignity of those I hold dear. When I treated this world with kindness, it offered me and my loved ones no semblance of compassion. When Ming Shu, Hong Xiu, and Roer perished before my eyes, I resolved to embrace the survival laws of a demon. Survival of the fittest? Then let us see who is strong and who is prey. His journey to this point had been forced upon him by these very individuals. I can only slay some of these lowly beings to assert my prowess, Xia Qingbao scoffed, evidently unshaken, as he too had blood on his hands. Just how formidable do you believe yourself to be? Xiang Chen mocked him. I could crush you with a single slap. However, you are not worthy of my effort. Xia Qingbao replied with a cold smirk. Very well, soon you shall feel the sting upon your face, Xiang Chen said with a faint smile, disregarding the prince's presence. At that moment, those beneath the 4th or 5th level of the divine concealment realm cast fearful glances at Xiang Chen, their apprehension palpable. Strangely, no one seemed to care about his actual realm. His previous display of power had not revealed any trace of his true energy. Having undergone the blood refinement of myriad demons, Xiang Chen's physical strength and internal energy had reached a terrifying level, comparable to that of an ordinary 5th-level practitioner of the divine concealment realm, allowing him to torment his adversaries as one would a mere child. Xiang Chen, Xiang Ke bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixed an unyielding stare upon Xiang Chen. If you still intend to send your subordinates to their doom, I, Xiang Chen, will continue to slay them one by one. Xiang Chen replied with a chilling smile. Enough. The new year approaches. Must we wallow in such bloodshed? Someone, dispose of these corpses. There shall be no further killings in the upcoming matches, Xia Fenghu stated indifferently, casting a deep glance at Xiang Chen. Members of the Xia family ascended to collect the fallen bodies, while Xiang Yin, utterly petrified and disoriented, was carried away, his body limp. Below, the martial contests continued, and Xiang Chen found a rare tranquility. Few dared to linger before him, mocking and insulting him as before. Disciples of the third and fourth realms of the divine concealment stage took turns to engage in combat. However, after witnessing Xiang Chen's previous slaughter, many regarded these matches as mere child's play, lacking the thrill and fervor they once held. Deep within, humanity inherently possesses a savage disposition. Young master, you have changed. Zhao Mu whispered behind Xiang Chen. Changed into what? Cold-blooded? Ruthless? Xiang Chen inquired calmly. No, you have become more suited to survive in this world. I, too, have seen the battlefield. I have grown indifferent to killing and bloodshed. Yet, what remains elusive is the human heart. Some are treacherous. Today they are brothers, but tomorrow, for profit, they would stab you in the back. Others are loyal, willing to sacrifice everything to protect a bond. Princess Su, the prince, they belong to the latter category. And so do you, young master. In this world, one may uphold loyalty and kindness, yet it is imperative to arm oneself with a ruthless heart against foes. Both kindness and cruelty should coexist. It simply depends on whom you face. With evildoers, kindness fails to enlighten them. Only overwhelming strength and a temperament more ferocious than theirs can instill a sense of decorum, Zhao Mu articulated slowly. Indeed, it is a pity that I had to trade the lives of Ming Shu, Hong Xiu, and Ro Air to comprehend this truth. But, Uncle Mu, are you not also one of the latter? Xiang Chen replied with a self-deprecating smile, then glanced at Zhao Mu. Your servant, Zhao Mu, lives and dies by your side. Zhao Mu declared, gazing intently at the young man. I desire your life, not your death, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, turning his gaze toward the arena. Let us create a ruckus in this world, fighting to transform the heavens and the earth. Agreed. As the contests progressed, the challengers were primarily formidable practitioners of the fifth and sixth realms of the divine concealment stage. Such individuals under the age of 20 were indeed rare. Among the six in the sixth realm of the Xia family, only 4 were below 20, with Xia Mingjiang being the strongest among them. Following him were Xia Qingbao and Xia Qincheng, the first prodigy of the Xia family, who had already entered the innate stage and thus had no need to participate. In the contest between Xia Mingjiang and Xia Qingbao for the title of the strongest in the current generation of the Xia family, the outcome was without suspense. Xia Mingjiang was decisively defeated. Xia Qingbao, being at the 8th realm of the divine concealment stage and the son of the Grand Elder, wielded martial arts of the highest caliber within that realm. After securing his position as the strongest of the Xia family, he was immediately challenged by the most powerful young disciples from other families, including the Xiang and Lin families. I, Xiang Ke, challenge young Master Qingbao, Xiang Ke announced, unleashing 9 waves of true energy from within him at that moment. 9th realm of the divine concealment stage. At merely 18 years of age, Xiang Ke is indeed a top-tier genius of the Daxiang. The formidable talent of the Xiang family, Xiang Quan, was about to make his move. The realm of strength exhibited by Xiang Ke surpasses that of our esteemed leopard brother, a testament to his prowess as the most formidable talent of the Xiang Wang mansion in this era. At merely 18 years of age, he has already attained the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, truly deserving of the title of a top genius from the Great Shang. While Xiang Chen is commendable in his own right, he remains significantly overshadowed by his elder brother, Xiang Quebec. The moment Xiang Ke unleashed his aura, it drew forth countless gasps of astonishment. Xia Qingbao's expression turned grave as he clasped his fists and said, Young Master Xiang Ke, I beseech you to bestow your guidance upon me. Xiang Ke replied with a slight smile, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, particularly at Xiang Chen. In a cold tone, he remarked, Xiang Chen, do not think that simply vanquishing a few useless ones grants you the right to feel prideful. In my presence, you are nothing. Silence your foul mouth. I shall deal with you shortly. Xiang Chen retorted with indifference. Huh? Do you truly believe I am akin to those worthless fools? Xiang Ke laughed derisively. Why bother with an ant like him? He does not even merit our attention. This is a duel between you and me. Xia Qingbao also cast a dismissive glance at Xiang Chen and said coolly, Indeed, let us proceed, Brother Qingbao. Xiang Ke agreed. Please, Brother Qingbao, do take your turn. Stepping forward, Xia Qingbao unleashed 8 circles of true energy, manifesting a powerful surge of azure force. Fight! He shouted, transforming into a leopard that lunged towards Xiang Ke with a thunderous strike, his fist radiating brilliant blue light, coalescing into a deadly imprint. Chapter 134. A great boast. As Xia Qingbao's punch approached, the blue true energy formed the head of a cerulean wolf, roaring as it charged towards Xiang Quebec. The force of this strike was terrifying, easily surpassing 7,000 to 8,000 pounds, with a power akin to that of a small grenade. The wolf fist, a profound martial art of the Xia family. The might of this blow was so formidable that it could likely obliterate a wild bull. Go, Brother Qingbao, cried the disciples of the Xia family in fervent encouragement. However, Xiang Ke merely scoffed, unleashing a fiery red true energy that surged with violent potency, countering with a punch of his own. With a roar, the image of a blazing lion's fist erupted forth. The fire lion fist of the Xiang family. Also a profound martial art. The momentum of this strike was even more daunting, prompting Xiang Ke's followers to cheer loudly. The two fists collided with a resounding crash. The wolf's force clashing against the lion's, unleashing a torrent of powerful true energy that swept in all directions, creating a violent gale within a 10-meter radius. Gasps of surprise erupted from numerous young ladies as their skirts were lifted by the force of the punch. Oh no, my shoelaces! Exclaimed one young man, hastily bending down to feign tying his laces while stealing a glance at the spectacle beneath the skirts. Perverse rogue. The ferocity of the punches was remarkable. This was the essence of true combat among the strong, rendering Xiang Chen's earlier skirmish trivial in comparison. Xian exclaimed in astonishment, Humph. Compared to top talents like Brother Qingbao and Xiang Ke, Xiang Chen is not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Xia Mingjiang scoffed disdainfully as he glanced at Xiang Chen from a distance. Yet, Xiang Chen maintained an expression of calm, inscrutable depth. Humph, merely pretentious, Xia Mingjiang remarked dismissively. Following the clash of fists, Xia Qingbao staggered back a few steps, while Xiang Ke remained steadfast. Come again. With a low growl, Xia Qingbao advanced a step, unleashing a torrent of ferocious fist strikes, his fists a blur as they relentlessly assaulted Xiang Quebec. Xiang Ke, undeterred, countered each attack with precise blows. Their figures weaving in and out on the arena, the intensity of their clash palpable. After a brief yet fierce exchange, Xia Qingbao bellowed in anger and drew his battle knife. Divine spirit. Within him, a surge of divine energy awakened, revealing a small blue knife as his divine spirit, radiating a formidable blade aura and encircled by an orange halo. The blade spirit, the first-tier spiritual knife of Brother Qingbao. It was one of the few spiritual spirits possessed by the Xia family. Spiritual spirits surpassed the Xin spirits by a level. The disciples of the Xia family gasped in awe, their gazes fervent and reverent as they looked upon Xia Qingbao. Above the Xin spirits lay the spiritual spirits, and within each tier of divine spirits, there existed 9 distinctions, with the 9th tier being the mightiest. Upon awakening his first-tier spiritual knife spirit, Xia Qingbao's blade aura palpably intensified, instilling a sense of formidable threat among many present who were at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. The Xia family's spiritual spirits, indeed. Xiang Quan narrowed his eyes at this sight, a look of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. Songlong/kill. Xia Qingbao leapt into the air, roaring fiercely as he cleaved downward with his knife, the blade aura coalescing into a wolf-like form over a meter long. Crashing down with tremendous force, the howling wolf transformed into a blade of light, its might astonishing. Xiang Ke sidestepped, but with a thunderous crack, the stone-paved arena was cleaved, a 3-meter gash appearing amidst the flying debris. Another strike. He followed with a second slash, declaring, Allow me to showcase my true strength. Xiang Ke stepped forward, releasing a radiant light from within. A roar akin to a dragon's echoed from within Xiang Ke as a creature appeared, over a yard long, resembling both a python and a dragon, adorned with a single horn upon its head, its body serpentine, and adorned with fish-like fins at its jaws, radiating an orange glow. The spiritual level python dragon spirit. This ethereal manifestation caused a shift in the expressions of Xia Yunlong and Xia Fenghu, their faces betraying a mix of emotions. Elder brother. The python dragon spirit is a royal lineage's inherited spirit. How could Xiang Quan possess it? Xia Fenghu murmured. Xia Yunlong's expression turned peculiar as he remarked. It appears the intelligence was accurate. The royal family has been plotting against the Xiang family for over a decade. Ah, Princess Lin, Xiang Wang, how I pity you. 2 sons. One born with an extraordinary mark, the other, not of your blood. Are you implying that rumor is true? Xia Fenghu gasped in disbelief. It is nearly certain. Qingbao is destined to lose, Xia Yunlong stated coolly. Vermilion python arises. Xiang Ke shouted, swinging his blade, unleashing a terrifyingly heated sword chi of the fire python. With a resounding boom, the Canglong was obliterated. The fiery sword aura struck Xia Qingbao. Ah! He cried out, the force of the blow sending him staggering back. His chest torn and aflame. A charred wound etched upon him as he fell to the ground. Step by step, Xiang Ke advanced, his sword poised before Xia Qingbao. A hint of arrogance in his tone. Brother Qingbao, you have been defeated. Xia Qingbao's expression darkened as he remarked, the crown prince possesses remarkable strength. I, the Qingbao, acknowledge that I am no match for him. Xiang Ke sheathed his sword and graciously replied, I concede. Indeed, the crown prince is magnificent. Ha ha. This is the true prince of the Xiang family, compared to certain individuals who can only flaunt their low-level divine concealment. He is simply unworthy to carry the crown prince's shoes. Yes, the crown prince is the foremost heir to the royal title, the future hope and ruler of our Xiang family. Among the disciples of the Xiang clan, Xiang Ke's sycophants filled the air with flattery and praise. Xiang Ke provocatively cast a glance at Xiang Chen and taunted, second brother, how does my strength compare to yours, which can only boast of trifling accomplishments? I am someone you will never be able to reach or surpass in your lifetime. You dare to boast about surpassing the crown prince when you cannot even measure up to me? You lack self-awareness. Xiang Ke spoke with the condescension of an elder brother imparting a lesson. Xiang Chen, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, isn't it just defeating a waste of the 8th realm of divine concealment? I have slain more than a few such individuals. Arrogant. Xiang Chen, do you not have any shame? You dare to insult our brother Qingbao as a waste. The words of Xiang Chen immediately incited outrage among the members of the Xia family. Haha, do not mind him. This madman has always been eccentric. A toad yawning. Merely boasting, Xiang Ke remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, second young master, can you possess a modicum of self-awareness? How dare you call our brother Qingbao a waste? The supporters of Xiang Ke ridiculed him in unison. Haha, whenever someone speaks ill of themselves behind their back, there is always a group that cheers them on. It is understandable. After all, those who eat filth often unite with those who produce it, Xiang Chen quipped, his words sharp and fitting, leaving the others seething with rage. Xiang Chen. At that moment, a furious roar resounded. Chapter 135, a slap. Xia Qingbao, enraged, donned a new robe and glared icily at Xiang Chen. You little mongrel. Do you dare call me a waste? Xiang Chen smirked playfully and replied, I never specified who I called a waste. If you choose to acknowledge it, that is on you. And you, little mongrel, whom are you insulting? I insult you, little mongrel. Xia Qingbao roared, but as the words left his mouth, he felt something amiss. Ha ha, so it turns out a little mongrel is insulting me. Shiming, Manha, did you hear that? A fool admits to being a waste, and even calls himself a little mongrel. How can the elder be so humiliated? Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Uft. Manha and Lu Shiming also burst into laughter, with Lu Shiming commenting, Xiang Chen, this person is truly foolish. Young master, you are quite wicked, leading him into such a trap. Haha, it is his own failure to think before he speaks. How is that my fault? Xiang Chen shrugged innocently, engaging in light-hearted banter with the two women, entirely dismissing the furious Xia Qingbao. Meanwhile, on the spectators' platform, Xia Fenghu's face darkened as he silently berated Xia Qingbao for his foolishness. You little mongrel, if you have the guts, come up and fight me. Xia Qingbao roared, his eyes blazing with rage, itching to tear Xiang Chen apart. Can individuals of higher realms challenge those of lower realms? Xia Qingbao, you are not only foolish but also shameless, remarked Xiang Chen with a mocking tone. Xia Qingbao was seething with rage, wishing to charge at Xiang Chen. Brother Qingbao, there is no need for you to intervene with such a waste. His arrogance is unbearable. Xiang Chen, I, Xia Lin, challenge you to a duel. Do you dare? At that moment, an angry supporter of Xia Qingbao, a youth of 17 or 18, spoke up. I have no interest in you, Xia Qingbao. I have changed my mind and accept your challenge. Xiang Chen sneered. This declaration caused an uproar among the onlookers. Was Xiang Chen truly audacious enough to accept? Having dispatched a few from the second realm of divine concealment had inflated his ego. Yet, Xia Qingbao sneered. I have truly been provoked by your words. What are you to battle me and diminish my stature? Do not think that because you have slain a few from the second realm of divine concealment, you can intimidate me. In my eyes, you remain insignificant. Xia Lin could easily overpower you. Indeed, Xiang Chen, you lack the qualifications to contend with Brother Qingbao, the presiding elder Xia Hai remarked coldly. According to the rules of the duel, to challenge someone of a higher realm, you must possess comparable strength or cultivation, otherwise, you are unqualified. Elder Xia Hai's tone was devoid of warmth. Are you implying that if I fight my way up, I will then be qualified? Xiang Chen replied indifferently. One could say that, but with your current prowess, do you truly believe you can contend with formidable opponents from the 4th, 5th, or even 6th realms of divine concealment? Elder Xia Hai's voice carried a hint of derision. Haha, indeed, Xiang Chen, I shall easily dispose of you. Do you dare to step forward for a duel? You are not yet worthy of challenging Brother Qingbao, Xia Lin taunted with a cold smile. Xiang Chen's expression remained impassive as he responded. If you seek humiliation, why should I not oblige? Xiang Chen, of the 5th realm of divine concealment, I declare my challenge. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's voice rang out, and within him surged the previously dormant Taiyin true qi, 5 circles of energy radiating forth, enveloping those around him in a chilling aura. The youth leaped onto the stage, his expression indifferent as he regarded Xia Lin. 5th realm of divine concealment. How is this possible? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. This must be a trick. How could he possibly be at the 5th realm? I recall just 2 or 3 months ago, he was merely at the body refinement realm. This fellow is truly despicable. No wonder he was so powerful before. He is actually at the 5th realm of divine concealment. Xiang Chen had not only opened the divine concealment, but had ascended to the 5th realm. At that moment, the disciples of the Xia family gazed at Xiang Chen in utter astonishment. Most had witnessed his true cultivation at the birthday banquet, where he was only at the body refinement realm. Yet, how little time had passed, and he had ascended to divine concealment. How can this be? Xiaonan stood, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Xiang Chen had not only broken through the divine concealment realm, but had reached the 5th realm. He had labored diligently, consumed elixirs, and had only just managed to break through to the 2nd realm of divine concealment, thinking he could crush Xiang Chen in revenge. Yet, Xiang Chen had achieved the 5th realm, 3 realms above him. At that moment, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment, and even Xia Fenghu's eyes revealed his shock. Had it truly been less than 3 months since the last banquet, when Xiang Chen had only been at the body refinement realm? Xia Yunlong inquired in disbelief. In that moment of physical prowess, how did this young man cultivate? How could he break through so swiftly? Xia Fenghu exclaimed in astonishment. The countenance of Xiang Ke, at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, darkened slightly. What secrets do you possess, Xiang Chen? The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Brother Chen cultivates at such an astonishing pace. Xia Qingcheng expressed her disbelief, soon followed by elation. You are at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Xia Lin staggered back 2 steps, gazing at Xiang Chen in disbelief. Surely, you have the qualifications to challenge me, Xiang Chen said with indifference. Xia Lin's expression soured as he retorted, what of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm? We are of the same realm, Xiang Chen. You are still unqualified to challenge Brother Qing Leopard. Enough with the prattle, strike swiftly. I'm pressed for time. You keep mentioning Brother Qing Leopard. Is he your father? Xiang Chen mocked. You, little wretch, I shall render you powerless. Xia Lin roared, unleashing 5 streams of true energy from within. He stepped forward, condensing a palm strike imbued with light to strike at Xiang Chen. A powerful gust of wind from the palm surged forth. However, with a single step, Xiang Chen moved as swiftly as an arrow, evading the blow in an instant. Where did he go? Xia Lin's expression shifted. Xia Lin, be cautious, he is behind you. Heavens, Xiang Chen's speed is terrifying. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What? Xia Lin's face paled as he quickly spun around. At that moment, a massive hand infused with true energy swiped toward him. Bang! Ah! Xia Lin screamed in agony as the blow struck his face. sending his teeth flying and propelling him into the air, spinning a complete 760 degrees. Bang! He was flung over 10 meters away, his face nearly caving in, bleeding on the ground, suffering a concussion, and his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. In that instant, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, at the astonishing scene, filled with disbelief and shock. With a single slap, just one slap, and Xiaolin, at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, was utterly defeated. Bravo! Zhao Mu cheered loudly, visibly exhilarated. The young master is extraordinary. Manha also joined in the applause. These individuals had no inkling of the might possessed by the one they had looked down upon. Lu Shiming, angered by the Xiao family, could not help but smirk. Recalling the Black Python mercenary group, hundreds of divine concealment warriors and innate masters had been nearly wiped out by him alone. Chapter 136. A brutal beating. Clap, clap, clap. The white-clad youth, bearing a massive blade, applauded and remarked, "This slap, aptly named the fly-swatting palm, is designed specifically for those who buzz incessantly yet possess little strength." Relishing sycophancy, Elder Xiahai was momentarily taken aback. Xiang Chen's speed had completely surpassed his expectations. "Bring him down next." Xiang Chen spoke with an air of nonchalance. In that moment, the Xia family members who had relentlessly mocked and belittled Xiang Chen fell silent. Xia Qingbao was slightly taken aback. Xiang Chen's speed rivaled his own, and his expression turned quite grim. "Elder Xiahai, I said next," Xiang Chen stated, his gaze fixed on Elder Xiahai with an unyielding resolve. Elder Xiahai let out a snort and commanded, "Bring Xiaolin down." "Who's next? Is there anyone willing to step forward?" A wave of murmurs swept through the ranks of the Xia family disciples below, as many at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm exchanged glances. Yet none dared to take a step forward. How disgraceful! With so many of you, do you lack the courage to face a discarded child in battle? Elder Xiahai bellowed, clearly displeased. At last, someone gritted their teeth and declared, "I will. I, Xiang Chen, challenge you." A burly disciple of the Xia family ascended to the battle platform, his face flushed with anger. "My name is Xia. Enough with the pleasantries. I have no interest in knowing your name, nor the inclination to remember it," Xiang Chen replied indifferently. Arrogant. The disciple's face turned crimson, and with a roar, he drew his blade. Boom. With a single step, he lunged forward, unleashing a surge of true energy towards Xiang Chen. Kill. However, as the strike descended, Xiang Chen merely shifted his foot and vanished, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Such speed. The Xia disciple was taken aback, then roared in anger as he swung his blade again, sending forth a wave of energy. Yet, there was nothing behind it. "He's above you," a Xia family disciple shouted. "Ah!" The disciple's expression changed dramatically as he looked up, only to see a massive foot descending with tremendous force. Boom! The foot landed squarely on his face, causing him to scream in agony as his nasal bone shattered, blood pouring from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious and bloodied. Xiang Chen gracefully descended, hands clasped behind his back, his white attire unblemished. That was a step to the threshold. Who was next? Silence enveloped the arena. One more adversary incapacitated by a single blow. This individual is far too swift. I witnessed him vanish from one spot and instantly reappear above Xia Fei. If I were on that stage, I would have been unable to evade his attack from any angle. Once again, a simple yet devastating move. How can he be this formidable? After the silence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The disciples at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm felt a chill run down their spines. Elder Xiahai's expression darkened. He no longer called for assistance, but instead delivered a kick that sent Xia Fei tumbling off the platform. "Next," Xiang Chen remarked, brushing off the fabric of his black silk trousers with a hint of nonchalance. The disciples of the Xia family at the 5th level remained silent, each bowing their heads slightly, none daring to step forward. Is there truly no one left? Xiang Chen's gaze swept over the assembly. Yet none could meet his gaze at that moment. Elder Xiahai's countenance darkened further. "Your speed has surpassed that of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Is there no one willing to continue the challenge?" Xiang Chen responded coolly. "Elder, you previously stated that I lack the qualifications to challenge further. Now that I possess those qualifications, I shall indeed continue. I intend to shatter all rumors and dismantle the pride of those who engage in flattery. Ah, you possess spirit. However, I wonder how far you can truly go. If you fall, I will personally carry you down with my foot," Elder Xiahai retorted with a derisive laugh. His disdain for Xiang Chen stemmed from his identity as the father of Xia Mingyu and Xia Mingjiang. Next up, is there anyone at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm willing to battle Xiang Chen? Elder Xia asked coldly. Do not inquire further, Xia Mingjiang. Come forth. At this moment, Xiang Chen pointed directly at Xia Mingjiang, his voice icy. You. The crowd turned to Xia Mingjiang, whose expression darkened upon being called out by name. You previously labeled me, Xiang Chen, as a worthless scoundrel, a wretched dog. I am eager to witness your true capabilities and understand how you dare speak those words with such confidence. Now, I present you with an opportunity to settle this. Are you not hastening to come forward? Xiang Chen regarded Xia Mingjiang, a series of cold laughs escaping his lips. Xiang Chen, do not be so arrogant. You may be able to contend with them, but that does not guarantee you can match me, Xia Mingjiang retorted angrily. Oh, then let us ascend the stage and ascertain the truth. Do not merely chatter from below. Xiang Chen, I am at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. I challenge you, Xia Mingjiang of the 6th level. Xiang Chen called out. Mingjiang, go up and teach him a lesson. You are the finest under Brother Qingbao. Others from the Xia clan urged. Indeed, Mingjiang, go and deal with this brat. Among the Xia family, you are the most formidable at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm. Break his teeth, Brother Mingjiang. The disciples of the Xia family echoed in anger. Xia Mingjiang stepped forward, landing upon the dueling stage. Xiang Chen. He glared at Xiang Chen, his jaw clenched tightly. Do not wear that menacing expression. You have sought trouble with me multiple times, and now it is time for retribution. Xiang Chen's demeanor grew frigid. Mingjiang, incapacitate him. Xia Mingyu shouted from below in rage. Yes, this time, I can openly defeat you. With your third uncle absent, no one from the Xia family will stand up for you. Xia Mingjiang snarled through gritted teeth. Look at your expression. You resemble a dog ready to bite. Come now, spare the idle chatter. I am right here, eager for the challenge. Alas, killing is not permitted. Xiang Chen scoffed. Bang. Suddenly, Xia Mingjiang unleashed his true energy, a blue light gathering as he shot forward like an arrow, a fist aimed at Xiang Chen's head. Die, you worthless fool. A sneak attack. This punch was executed with phenomenal speed. However, golden light emanated from Xiang Chen's eyes as he activated the moon-watching eye. In an instant, he tilted his body slightly, allowing the punch to graze past his cheek. Xiang Chen then raised his arm and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Ah! Xia Mingjiang screamed. Staggering backward, blood spilling from his mouth as 2 of his molars were knocked out. Useless trash, even your sneak attack lacks skill. Come again, Xiang Chen remarked. Shaking his hand. I will kill you. Xia Mingjiang roared, once more unleashing his true energy. It coalesced into a blue blade of light that whistled towards Xiang Chen. Yet, with a swift motion, Xiang Chen evaded the oncoming strike, sliding effortlessly in front of Xia Mingjiang and delivering another slap. Ah! Xiang Chen. This slap struck Xia Mingjiang's right cheek, sending him crashing to the ground, his face now resembling that of a swollen pig. Jianger, Elder Zhu, presiding over the event, looked on in a mix of anger and helplessness. How could this happen? Brother Mingjiang has been so thoroughly defeated. Xia Nanshan exclaimed in terror. This fellow. His speed is astonishing. The disciples of the Xia family wore expressions of utter dismay. Ah! Xiang Chen, I shall slay you. Xia Mingjiang, his eyes bloodshot with fury, roared as he rose, drawing a sword from his jade belt, and with a fierce cry, struck at Xiang Chen. In a flash, several sword energies whistled towards Xiang Chen. Yet, Xiang Chen's movements were so agile that he evaded them with the grace of a leaf fluttering in the wind, hands behind his back, as if strolling leisurely. Such exquisite and nimble footwork. Xia Yunlong could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing this. Too slow. Are you swatting at mosquitoes? Xiang Chen taunted. Kill. Xia Mingjiang, like a tempest lost to reason, thrust his sword violently towards Xiang Chen's head, aiming for his life. With a swift step, Xiang Chen unleashed a concealed shadow of a swallow beneath his feet, amplifying his speed manifold, evading the attack effortlessly. Then, with another step, he closed the distance from the side, one hand behind his back, gathering the essence of true Yin energy. He delivered a resounding slap. Smack. Ah! Xia Mingjiang let out another agonized wail, sent flying once more. It became evident to all that Xiang Chen possessed the strength to defeat Xia Mingjiang. Yet he refrained from delivering a heavy blow, instead choosing to torment him. Xia Mingyu's face flushed with anger, feeling both helpless and anxious. After being slapped away for the third time, Xiao Mingjiang roared as he charged again. Bang! Ah! Smack! Uft! Time, and again he rushed forward, only to be met with Xiang Chen's slap to his face, reducing it to a battered, bloody pulp. Enough, Mingjiang. You are no match for him, concede. Xiao Hai bellowed. I refuse. Xiao Mingjiang roared back, spitting blood and a tooth, his gaze filled with mad hatred directed at Xiang Chen. You little bastard. Dare to face me in a fair fight, he shouted, this time refraining from charging. You cannot even touch me. What right do you have to demand a fair fight? Xiang Chen mocked. Waste. Scum. You dare rely solely on your speed and agility. Face my brother in a true battle. Xiao Mingyu cried out in anger. A true battle. Xiang Chen, if you are a man, fight me head on, shouted the disciples of the Xia family in unison. Xiang Chen's expression remained calm as he replied, very well. As you wish. Suddenly, with a powerful step, a surge of dragon elephant internal force and true energy erupted, transforming him into a cannonball that charged towards Xiao Mingjiang. The ground beneath him cracked with the force of his passage. Ha ha. This time, watch me obliterate you. Raging Tide Palm. Xiao Mingjiang laughed maniacally, launching forward, gathering 6 circles of true energy, forming blue ripples as his palm struck out like a relentless wave. With a resounding crash, the air reverberated with the sound of crushing waves. This palm could shatter steel. Yet, Xiang Chen's fist collided with his palm in response. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as a terrifying force accompanied by true energy shattered the raging tide palm, the overwhelming power and fist crashing against Xiao Mingjiang's hand. Crack. Ah! Xiao Mingjiang let out a blood-curdling scream as his palm cracked, his wrist shattered by a single blow. The force of the punch sent him hurtling backward. In the next moment, Xiang Chen advanced, leaping into the air, gathering immense power in his leg before delivering a ferocious stomp. Thud! The impact landed squarely on Xiao Mingjiang's chest, causing him to crash to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as his ribs splintered. Xiang Chen descended, standing triumphantly over Xiao Mingjiang. A sudden silence enveloped the onlookers. The youth's piercing gaze swept over the Xia family disciples as he coldly remarked, "This is what you insisted upon, a so-called direct confrontation." Jianger, Xia Hai roared in shock. Brother. Xia Mingyu's face turned ashen, her voice filled with rage and disbelief. How could this happen? Xiang Chen, how could you be so powerful? The sight of Xiao Mingjiang being brutally defeated was beyond comprehension. The disciples of the Xia family fell into a stunned silence, their faces pale, turmoil raging within them. You wretched brat. Xia Qingbao's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Cracking ominously, Xiao Mingjiang lay helplessly on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, his eyes glazed over. How could this be? How could I suffer such a crushing defeat? This cannot be real, he muttered, his spirit broken, before once more spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. Xiang Chen. Elder Xia Hai's face was cold as ice, his gaze filled with bitterness. Elder, do not blame me. I was merely responding to his provocations, as well as those of others who insisted upon this direct confrontation. I intended only to inflict minor injuries. Yet look where we are now. His condition is grave, and I am left with no choice. The youth wore an expression of feigned helplessness, a mocking glint in his eye as he regarded Xia Hai. Quickly, someone assist in taking Mingjiang to the medical hall. Elder Xia bellowed, and those around him sprang into action to carry the injured man away. Xiang Chen, your arrogance will lead to your downfall, Elder Xia warned coldly. Is it a crime to be proud? What law forbids one from exhibiting confidence? Xiang Chen retorted with a sneer, I am only arrogant towards those who show me disrespect. Treat me with a foot of respect, and I shall return it with a mile. Indeed, I, Xiang Chen, have risen in power, and now I shall revel in my triumph, ensuring that those who have wronged me cannot lift their heads in shame. Xiang Chen laughed maniacally, a sinister aura enveloping him. Before declaring, Xiao Mingjiang sought trouble with me upon my arrival at the Xia family. Did I provoke him? Even when I was merely at the physical realm. He dared to bully me with his arrogance. Do you all comprehend his audacity? 30 years of fortune can shift dramatically. Now that I, Xiang Chen, have gained the upper hand, I will not hesitate to eliminate all who have wronged me. His voice dripped with coldness as he cast a glance at the members of the Xiang family, who wore equally grim expressions. I, Xiang Chen, shall be brazen today. If 10 of you at the 6th level of the divine concealment realm dare to challenge me, I will defeat all 10 without regard for life or death. Who among you dares to face me in combat? You have yet to witness the full extent of my arrogance. Xiang Chen's icy gaze landed upon all of Xia Qingbao's sycophants, a chilling aura of deadly intent radiating from him. Yet, one by one, they recoiled in fear. Their faces drained of color, none daring to respond. Preposterous. Elder Xia Hai bellowed with fury. There are rules to martial contests. Do you think this is a slaughterhouse? This is the grand competition for the new year, not a battlefield. Master of the house, I believe this young man harbors too much bloodlust. Keeping him in the Xia family would surely bring disaster sooner or later. I implore you to allow me to strip him of his cultivation and eliminate this threat. Chapter 138. No place to shelter? Elder Xia Hai audaciously requested to cripple Xiang Chen's powers. Indeed, Master, this youth's murderous intent is excessive, and his malevolence is palpable. Such a person within our Xia family will undoubtedly attract calamity. We must either expel him or render him powerless, so he can lead a meek existence as an ordinary person. Others echoed the sentiment. I also suggest we strip Xiang Chen of his powers. His bloodlust will surely lead to trouble. This young man is certainly no trifling character. An elder supporting the proposal spoke up immediately. Oh dear brother, it appears that the household you have aligned yourself with does not hold you in high regard, Xiang Ke remarked with a cold sneer. A group of old fools. What qualifications do you possess to speak of my demise? I, Xiang Chen, am not one of your Xia family. My life and death are not for you to dictate. Xiang Chen retorted furiously. How dare you insult me? Xia Hai roared. A violent aura surged toward Xiang Chen. He staggered back, overwhelmed by the formidable energy. With Xiang Hung absent, they felt unrestrained in their actions against Xiang Chen. Xia Yunlong remained silent, poised to intervene at the peak of Xiang Chen's humiliation to win the hearts of the people. What of your threats? I, Xiang Chen, may be bloodthirsty, yet I have not slain your son or harmed your family. On what grounds do you seek to strip me of my powers? Just because your son is inept and I bested him, you feel compelled to retaliate? Xiang Chen scoffed, unperturbed by the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Furthermore, my stay in your Xia family is solely due to my uncle. Do you truly believe I lack a place to reside? Do you think there is nowhere in this world for Xiang Chen? Ridiculous. Without the Xia family's protection, you would have perished at the hands of your own Wang residents long ago. Who in this world would dare offer you refuge without the Xia family? Xia Hai mocked. Indeed, clinging to the Xia family while feigning pride. Depart, Xiang Chen. Xia Qingbao's supporters jeered in unison. Xiang Chen, since you are a guest under our roof, what arrogance do you possess? Without the Xia family, would you not find yourself on the streets? Zhao Chunhui sneered as well. At that moment, Xia Mingyu let out a furious roar, fixating on her brother, who lay severely injured and unconscious. A frenzied, killing intent emanated from her eyes. I will kill you, she shouted, unleashing the powerful aura of the seventh realm of the divine concealment stage, leaping into the air and launching a furious strike from behind Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, be careful. Young master, watch out. Lu Shiming and Manha's faces paled. Xia Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically as she cried out for him to stop. Young master. Zhao Mu erupted with innate true energy, rushing forward to intercept, but he was still a step too late. The sword was already poised to strike Xiang Chen's back. Yet, Xiang Chen's reflexes were astonishingly swift. In an instant, he drew his blade, the dragon's edge demon blade, twisting to counter the assault. Clang! The blade collided with the incoming sword, unleashing a terrifying force. Xia Mingyu felt a sharp pain in her hand as her sword was unexpectedly knocked away. Get lost! Xiang Chen roared, unleashing the dragon elephant fist, a mighty punch that transformed his Taiyin True Qi into a roaring dragon elephant, crashing forward. Bang! Xia Mingyu let out a pained scream as she was struck in the chest, her body propelled backward, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, and her ribcage shattered. Mingyu. The disciples of the Xia family were taken aback, some rushing to catch her. Xia Mingyu, a practitioner at the 7th level of the divine concealment realm, had been unexpectedly sent flying by Xiang Chen's punch. Mingyu. Xia Hai's face twisted in fury. With a thunderous sound, a wave of blue true qi surged forth, crashing into Xiang Chen. Uft! Xiang Chen was knocked back by the force, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips as he staggered backward. You little beast. I will ruin you. Xia Hai bellowed, gathering a terrifying energy in his palm aimed at Xiang Chen's dantian. Not so fast. Xia Yunlong's expression changed as he shouted. Boom. At that moment, a figure below erupted with terrifying energy, encircled by 9 rings of azure sunlight. and struck down upon Xia Hai's attack. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a dreadful force of true qi that shattered the azure stone platform beneath them. Ah! Elder Xia Hai let out a wretched cry, sent flying by the impact. His arm broken, crashing to the ground with a thud. Ninefold of the Yuan Yang. Elder Xia Hai, who? The strong members of the Xia family turned pale, rising to see the source of the voice. Who dares to harm my little brother? I will deal with him first. The man spoke coldly and domineeringly. This man was none other than Lu Qing, who had mingled among the crowd, accompanying Xiang Chen to witness the spectacle. Lord Lu, it is the master of the Tianxiang winery. A voice exclaimed, recognizing Lu Qing. Xia Yunlong also stood up, looking towards Lu Qing and saying, I did not expect Brother Lu to visit our Xia family. You should have informed us in advance so we could prepare a guest seat. No need for such formalities. Xia family head, I merely accompanied my little brother to observe the commotion. I never anticipated someone would dare to harm him. Whoever dares to do so, I, Lu Qing, shall deal with him first. Lu Qing replied with a cold smile, eyeing Elder Xia Hai, whose arm he had just broken. Elder Xia Hai, cradling his fractured arm, looked at Lu Qing in shock and anger. Xiang, my little brother. Goodness, when did this fellow become so close to Lord Lu? Lu refers to him as little brother. How did Xiang Chen come to have such connections? Lu Qing's words left many in astonishment, their gazes shifting to Xiang Chen, baffled by his unexpected benefactors. Xia Yunlong, Xia Fenghu, and others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment at the newfound closeness between Xiang Chen and Lu Qing, especially since the Xiang family had no prior ties with the Tianxiang winery. Thank you, Brother Lu, for your timely intervention. Xiang Chen clasped his fists in gratitude. A mere trifle, my brother. It seems the Xia family does not treat you with much kindness. Why not stay at my Tianxiang winery? I can offer you the position of an elder, Lu Qing suggested. Upon the utterance of those words, astonishment enveloped the crowd. The disciples of the Xia family, who had previously dismissed Xiang Chen, were left incredulous. The Tianxiang winery, led by the esteemed Master Lu, was beseeching Xiang Chen to reside there, even offering him the status of an elder. What does it signify to be honored as an elder in a force like Tianxiang winery? Those who bear such a title are either top-tier winemakers or formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm. To grant such an honor to a mere child, a mere martial artist of the divine concealment level, was utterly preposterous. They could scarcely believe their ears. Zhao Chunhui, Xia Qingbao, and others wore expressions of utter disbelief. Was it truly the case that Xiang Chen had nowhere to stay? While he was just a disciple in the Xia family, he could attain the status of an elder at Tianxiang winery. How could he claim to be without shelter? Such absurdity was a resounding slap in the face to those who had mocked Xiang Chen earlier. It suddenly dawned on them that the Wanyao Pavilion had also once sought to court Xiang Chen vigorously. Chapter 139. I shall support you, divine wine and elixirs at your leisure. Where had this impudent young man forged such connections? Xiang Kei's countenance darkened. The more allies Xiang Chen acquired, the more discomfort he experienced. Zhao Chunwei, too, felt a flush of shame, having interjected only to be met with disdain. No need, Brother Lu. I have my reasons for staying here. Xiang Chen shook his head, resolute in his intention to remain until he retrieved the lifelong contract for his uncle. Very well, should you ever find yourself wronged here and unable to stay, my Tianxiang winery has ample splendid residences for you. Upon my return, I shall have a fine estate prepared for you. You are always welcome at Tianxiang winery. With you around, my drinking will no longer be a cause for concern. Lu Qing jested. Though the wine of Tianxiang winery is exquisite, one should not indulge excessively. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Humph, what ulterior motives could there be? It is merely that you covet my family's beauty, envy of my family's Qincheng. Soon, my Qincheng shall return to the academy for further studies. We shall see if you still wish to linger then, Zhao Chunwei scoffed. Wishing fervently for Xiang Chen to depart and facilitate a union between the crown prince and Xia Qincheng. Xiang Chen's expression darkened at her words. You wicked woman. How dare you suggest Xiang Chen will never marry your Qincheng? Should he come to my Lu family, there are countless beauties vying for his affection. At that moment, Lu Ximing, unexpectedly incensed, erupted with emotion, her heart inexplicably aflame upon hearing Xia Qincheng's name. She leaped forward, wrapping her arms around Xiang Chen's, defiantly gazing at Zhao Chunwei. What a stunning young lady. Who is she? I've never seen her before. She is truly exquisite. Lu Ximing's sudden entrance captivated the attention of numerous young men, their gazes filled with envy directed at Xiang Chen. Junior sister Lin Mo, from the crowd, cast a resentful glare at Xiang Chen. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Chen felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow. Where did this little girl come from, daring to speak so boldly in my presence? Xiang Chen, you professed love for my Qingqing, yet here you are, already entwined with another wretch. Zhao Chunwei seethed. Impudence. At that moment, Lu Qing's furious roar erupted, unleashing a formidable surge of true essence that surged towards Zhao Chunwei, striking her sharply. Master Lu, you have crossed the line, Xia Yunlong coldly shouted, stepping protectively in front of his wife, unleashing a powerful strike. With a resounding boom, the two formidable forces collided, causing Lu Qing to stagger back a few paces. His gaze filled with astonishment as he regarded the unyielding Xia Yunlong, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Lu Zhuangzhu, do you intend to cause a disturbance in my Xia family? Xia Yunlong inquired with a chill in his tone. You dare strike me, Yunlong? He dares to strike me. Zhao Chunwei cried out, still shaken by Lu Qing's earlier slap. Xia Yunlong, I advise you to control your woman's vulgar tongue. How dare she insult my young miss? Do you comprehend the calamity this statement could bring upon your Xia family? Lu Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Young miss. Xia Yunlong furrowed his brows, casting a surprised look at the young girl. Lu Qing's daughter? No, his own daughter would not be referred to as young miss, Xia Yunlong replied indifferently. Your Tianxiang wine manor is hardly in a position to threaten my Xia family. Lu Qing chuckled coldly, saying, indeed, my Tianxiang wine manor may not measure up to the Xia family here. However, it is merely a small branch of the young Mrs. family. Are you aware of the Tianlu clan in the Jiuzhou? At the mention of the Tianlu clan, Xia Yunlong's eyes narrowed, a look of shock dawning upon him as he turned to Lu Ximing. The Tianlu clan? The surrounding youths were momentarily bewildered. Our young Mrs. status, Lu Qing sneered, transmitting his voice to Xia Yunlong. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunlong's expression was one of utter astonishment. Yunlong, he insulted me. He insulted your wife. You must discipline him. Teach that little wretch a lesson, Zhao Chunwei lamented. Silence your insolent tongue. To everyone's surprise, Xia Yunlong suddenly roared at her. He then swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap across Zhao Chunwei's face. She was left stunned, her face throbbing as she covered it in disbelief. Those witnessing the scene were equally shocked. The head of the Xia family had publicly struck his own wife. You hit me, Xia Yunlong, you hit me. Zhao Chunwei shrieked. Slap. To everyone's astonishment, Xia Yunlong struck her again. I command you to be quiet, he declared coldly. Zhao Chunwei felt a chill run down her spine, frozen in place. For she realized her husband was truly enraged. But why was he striking her? Was it merely because of the Tianxiang wine manor? Someone, quickly escort the madam away, Xia Yunlong commanded. Yes. Two maidservants hurriedly approached to assist the weeping Zhao Chunwei out. Xia Yunlong cast a fearful glance at the young girl, unexpectedly clasping his fists and bowing deeply in front of her, much to the astonishment of all present. I apologize for my wife's disrespectful words towards you, young miss. I will ensure she is more disciplined in the future, Xia Yunlong stated with utmost courtesy. By the heavens, what is happening here? The head of the Xia family, a prominent figure in the business world, was actually apologizing to a young girl. Could it be that the Tianlu clan held significant influence? The onlookers were filled with shock and questions. The crown prince of the Tianlu clan also trembled slightly, gazing intently at the young girl. Humph. I shall overlook her transgressions this time due to her youth. However, he must not speak of Xiang Chen in such a manner again, Lu Ximing huffed, her kind heart preventing her from seeking retribution. Indeed, from now on, I shall ensure she keeps her mouth in check. Thank you, my lady, Xia Yunlong said, cupping his fists. Xiang Chen, look at how they all seem to dislike you so much. Why not come to my home? You can feast on spirit wine, spirit fruits, and spirit pills. Everything is at your disposal. I shall take care of you, Lu Ximing said with a cheerful smile directed at Xiang Chen. This declaration nearly caused a multitude of young men around them to stumble in astonishment. Spirit wine, spirit fruits, spirit pills. Eat as you please? What kind of family is this? Are they mining for wealth? Or perhaps raising pigs? Is this girl just boasting? To their surprise, Lu Qing also chuckled, saying, if you, little brother, can go to the young lady's home, then I shall surely cling to you for support. Spirit wine and spirit pills, do remember to send me some occasionally. His words unequivocally affirmed the truth in the young lady's claims. Her family must indeed be extraordinarily affluent. Instantly, countless envious and resentful gazes converged upon Xiang Chen, who, they thought, had struck gold by befriending such a beautiful young lady with an impressive background. Xiang Chen could only manage a wry smile, flicking his fingers to lightly tap the girl on her smooth forehead. Am I the sort to rely on others for sustenance? Even if you were to offer me elixirs, I would still decline. Didn't you say you prefer soft food because of your poor teeth? Lu Ximing retorted playfully. Xiang Chen's forehead twitched in response, and with a wushao, he replied, My lady, I was merely jesting. Please step aside. I still have to continue my duel. Chapter 140. The blade unsheathed? We too have poor teeth and wish to partake in soft food, my lady. At this moment, an uncountable number of young men silently lamented in their hearts, wishing to take Xiang Chen's place, yearning to spare themselves decades of struggle. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen felt somewhat awkward and disdainful as he gently pushed Lu Ximing away. His gaze shifted to a girl clad in white, resembling him in style, with long, snow-white hair and a mask obscuring her face. Her eyes were gentle, and she offered a faint smile, yet she appeared somewhat irked, turning her head away and feigning indifference. Very well, let us resume the family's annual competition. Xiang Chen, you must refrain from killing any longer, do you understand? Xia Yunlong said, his gaze growing increasingly intricate. This chess piece seemed to have slipped from his control. The youth expelled from the Xiang Wangfu had unexpectedly transformed into an enigmatic well, leaving him feeling both mystified and intrigued. Uncle Xia, before we continue, I have something to address, Xiang Chen suddenly declared. Speak, Xia Yunlong replied. With hands clasped behind his back, Xiang Chen met Xia Yunlong's gaze and said, When I was gravely injured, my third uncle brought me to the Xia family, and I am grateful for the refuge you have provided. However, I, Xiang Chen, am not a servant of the Xia family. During my stay, I am willing to assist you as best I can in return for your kindness. Yet now, those noisy individuals just now listen. Xiang Chen's gaze turned towards Xia Qingbao and his entourage of sycophants. With a flash of energy around his waist, two large chests materialized on the ground. Here are 20,000 gold coins, 10,000 of which accounts for my previous expenditures during my stay at the Xia family, including lodging and the provision of blood-replenishing pills. The remaining 10,000 covers my living expenses for the upcoming year. I, Xiang Chen, do not reside under your roof. The Xia family. Therefore, it would be prudent for certain individuals to keep their mouths shut in the future. I, Xiang Chen, am not a mere guest in the Xia household. Whoever dares to tarnish my dignity regarding this matter, let us sign a life and death contract and confront each other on the battlefield. If you are a man, let us settle this in reality. Competing with strength rather than engaging in idle gossip behind my back, you keyboard warriors. Xiang Chen cast a scornful glance at the sycophants surrounding Xia Qingbao. Their faces darkened. Yet in that moment, they found themselves rendered speechless. How long has Xiang Chen stayed with the Xia family? 2,000 gold coins. Such an expenditure is ample enough to reside in the most luxurious hotel in the great merchant for an entire year, enjoying royal treatment and top-tier security daily. Xiang Chen kicked 2 chests of gold coins down to the elder in charge of finances, the sound echoing as they landed before him. Xia Yunlong's expression soured. With this, Xiang Chen could hardly expect any favors from the Xia family in the future. It would be fortunate if they did not become enemies. Everything was now settled with money. Very well, everything is clear now. Everyone, please manage your words henceforth. Should anyone dare to insult my dignity again, know that the knife at my back is certainly not a mere ornament. Xiang Chen sneered, no longer paying heed to the grim expressions around him. His gaze continued to provoke Xia Qingbao as he declared, Xia Qingbao, now? The so-called waste you speak of challenges you, the young lord of the Xia family, to a duel. Come, grant me your guidance. At these words, the crowd gasped. Xiang Chen truly intended to challenge Xia Qingbao. Xia Qingbao was a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm, capable of contending with those at the 9th level. He is overestimating himself. Brother Qingbao, incapacitate him. Indeed, Brother Qingbao, teach this arrogant brat a lesson. The sycophants of Xia Qingbao began to chant once more. With a grim expression, Xia Qingbao inquired, Do you truly wish to challenge me? Xiang Chen replied with a cold laugh, What else would you think? Do you believe my words to be mere nonsense or empty boasts? Oh, prodigy Qingbao, do I now possess the qualifications to challenge you? Suddenly, Xiang Chen bellowed, pointing at Xia Qingbao, do you dare to fight? It was absurd, since he deemed himself capable of resisting me. I, Xia Qingbao, shall oblige. With a mocking smile, Xia Qingbao leaped onto the stage. Go, Brother Chen. You can do it. Below, Among the Xia disciples, only one young girl was cheering passionately for Xiang Chen. This girl was none other than his cousin, Xia Shuer. Brother Bao, make him cry? That's right, Brother Bao, make him call for his mother. This brat is far too arrogant. The supporters of Xia Qingbao echoed their sentiments. At the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, challenging someone at the 8th level, there is a significant gap of 3 minor realms. Normally, the disparity in power would be nearly doubled. Can Xiang Chen truly be a match? Some more neutral Xia disciples expressed their astonishment. Earlier, Xiang Chen managed to push back Xia Mingyu with a single punch. Perhaps his strength is comparable to some at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm. However, Xia Qingbao stands among the top of the 8th level, wielding the blade soul. Even those at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm can contend with him. So I doubt Xiang Chen will be his match. Others offered a more objective assessment. Brother, how many hidden cards do you think this fellow has left? Can he truly defeat Qingbao? Xia Fenghu asked, furrowing his brow. Xia Yunlong's gaze lingered on Lu Shiming, lost in thought. He heard Xia Fenghu's words and replied nonchalantly. I am uncertain. What? Brother, you cannot discern the depths of Xiang Chen? This is astonishing, Xia Fenghu exclaimed. I cannot see through Xiang Chen. Perhaps we must reconsider our approach towards him. The method proposed by Mother is no longer suitable, Xia Yunlong remarked, his eyes narrowing, revealing a glimmer of golden light. From now on, let Tingqing interact more with Xiang Chen. Xia Yunlong sat in his chair, casting a glance at his daughter behind him. Xia Fenghu was shaken. His brother's intentions were unmistakably clear. Henceforth, they would treat Xiang Chen with greater kindness. Upon hearing her father's words, Xia Tingcheng felt a mix of joy and anguish. Could she, with her decaying form and faded beauty, truly be worthy of Brother Chen? Xiang Chen, strength is the ultimate truth. No matter how many lend you a hand, if one is as feeble as mud, it is of no use. Do not presume that a fleeting moment of glory can allow you to oppose me. I shall show you how foolish and laughable your challenges are, Xia Qingbao stated coldly, regarding Xiang Chen with contempt, regardless of his prior impressive performances. Such is the prejudice within the human heart. Those who dislike you will remain unmoved by your efforts, while those who love you will find beauty even in your flaws. You are a grand individual, but your words are tiresome, and your vision is shallow. Who is the great rock, and who is but a mere fowl? Words alone do not suffice, Xiang Chen replied indifferently. Ha ha ha, then allow me to enlighten you. You are the ridiculous low-flying hen. Draw your blade, Xia Qingbao sneered. Draw my blade. This is not arrogance, nor do I consider the esteemed presence here as worthless. It is simply that I have yet to encounter anyone worthy of my blade in a one-on-one duel. You must possess the qualifications to provoke my blade, foolish brother. Xiang Chen retorted. Chapter 141. The art of combat. The question of worthiness was now thrown back at Xia Qingbao by Xiang Chen. Xia Qingbao's face flushed with anger at Xiang Chen's words. Conceited fool. If I do not draw my blade, it is only to spare you from being cleaved in two. I shall not draw my blade, yet I can still incapacitate you. With a furious roar, Xia Qingbao unleashed his true energy, transforming himself into a leopard-like figure as he charged at Xiang Chen, delivering a ferocious punch that radiated blue light, unleashing his eightfold true energy. Engage, Xiang Chen shouted, his foot striking the ground, propelling him forward with an explosive force as he countered with a punch that gathered tremendous power, releasing his tying true energy. With a resounding thud, their fists collided like two grenades exploding in unison, generating a formidable shockwave. The powerful recoil forced both to stagger back a few steps, and Xia Qingbao's expression turned to one of astonishment. This individual's strength was indeed extraordinary. Foolish brother, come again, Xiang Chen taunted, shaking his hand with a cold smirk. Die! Xia Qingbao roared, launching another punch towards Xiang Chen, his true energy coursing through his arm's meridians in a unique manner. Howl! The blue wolf fist. With a mighty roar, his punch transformed into the visage of a cerulean wolf's head, charging forward with immense force, the air around it swirling with power. The blue wolf fist. A low-tier mystical technique. With this technique unleashed, Xiang Chen was destined to be defeated. Xianan shouted fervently. At this moment, Xiang Chen took a step back, channeling a formidable force of dragon elephant inner power, the tying true qi converging in his hand. With a punch, a sound reminiscent of an ancient dragon elephant's roar erupted, and the tying true qi coalesced into a shadow of a dragon elephant fist, striking forth with great force. The dragon elephant fist. With a resounding boom, The two fists collided, resulting in an explosive confrontation as turbulent true qi swept in all directions. Xia Qingbao's expression shifted dramatically. His Songlong fist had been shattered, and a backlash sent him staggering backward. How could this be? He exclaimed in disbelief, as did the others, astonished that Xiang Chen's punching power surpassed that of Xia Qingbao. Again, Xia Qingbao roared, his fists flying in a flurry, expending his true qi with abandon, launching a series of Songlong fist strikes with astonishing speed. Reminiscent of a pack of wolves descending upon prey, the Songlong fist is a technique capable of rapid bursts of power. Yet, with a decisive step, Xiang Chen leaped into the air, evading the onslaught as the ground beneath him erupted, fissures cracking open under the force of the Songlong fist, debris scattering in all directions. The dragon elephant fist emphasizes explosive power rather than rapid strikes. Mighty elephant slams the stone. Xiang Chen bellowed, delivering a punch that unleashed a bizarre, true qi, forming a fist resembling an elephant's trunk, which curiously carved an arc in midair and struck Xia Qingbao. With a resounding impact, Xia Qingbao was sent reeling, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, with an enraged roar, he retaliated, launching a barrage of fist shadows towards Xiang Chen while stepping forward to close the distance. Xiang Chen planted his foot in midair, letting out a cry, as a shadow of a swan took form, allowing him to deftly evade the incoming attacks. Using the air for leverage? What kind of movement is that? The members of the Xia family gasped in astonishment. Xiang Chen deftly dodged, then propelled himself towards Xia Qingbao, who had ascended several meters. This is bad. Xia Qingbao's face paled. He could not replicate such aerial maneuvering. Mighty elephant crashes into the mountain. Xiang Chen shouted. Enveloped in a weighty punch, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Xia Qingbao. With a splatter of blood, Xia Qingbao was struck hard in the side, plummeting from the air with a crash that sent him tumbling upon impact. How is this possible? Brother Qingbao is being suppressed. The Xia family disciples could hardly believe their eyes. Xiang Chen, Xia Qingbao roared in humiliation, quickly regaining his footing. However, as Xiang Chen descended, he again utilized the air for leverage, the swan shadow propelling him downward as he aimed a fierce kick at Xia Qingbao. Mighty elephant stomps the ground. Boom. His thigh and calf expanded, channeling dense true qi into a devastating kick. Xia Qingbao retaliated with a fist infused with Songlong fury. With a thunderous crash, however, Xiang Chen's leg shattered the Songlong fist, striking Xia Qingbao squarely in the chest. Ah! Xia Qingbao cried out in agony, sent flying by the kick. Blood erupting from his mouth. The young man, clad in white, landed gracefully, arms crossed, coldly regarding Xia Qingbao as he sneered. Foolish brother, your physical techniques are lacking. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, as Xia Qingbao was thoroughly dominated by Xiang Chen's martial prowess, akin to a father playfully besting his son. Brother Chun is amazing, Xia Shuer exclaimed, leaping with excitement. My lord, I am certain you must be quite pleased upon seeing this. And Xia he is also smiling. They are among the few in the Xia family who truly regard Xiang Chen as a relative. Brother Qingbao, draw your blade swiftly, unleash the essence of your sword. Indeed, Brother Qingbao, once you unsheath your sword, Xiang Chen's defeat is inevitable. The members of Xia Qingbao shouted in frustration. Kill! Roared Xia Qingbao, and this time, he indeed drew his sword, gripping the 4-foot-long azure blade upon his back, unleashing a furious strike. His sword was a third-tier treasure blade, classified as a top-tier low-grade weapon. Exceedingly sharp. Little beast, are you not going to draw your sword before I cleave you in two? Xia Qingbao bellowed as he charged forward, his blade slicing downwards. A sharp blue energy slicing through the air. He believed he could sever Xiang Chen's fist with ease. However, Xiang Chen flicked his hands, and like steel forged in the fires of heaven, a pair of moon-white claws, resembling curved blades, emerged from between the bones of his fists, each a foot long. He unleashed the heavenly moon wolf claws, more formidable than ordinary talons. I have stated, you have not yet earned the right to compel me to draw my sword. Xiang Chen's claws tore forth, unleashing a wave of lunar blade-like energy that clashed with Xia Qingbao's strike. With a resounding explosion, the blade energy was torn apart. Mountain cleave. In that moment, Xia Qingbao let out a furious roar, raising his blade high, condensing his energy for a powerful descent. Tear the moon. Xiang Chen howled, emitting a wolf-like cry as his claws met the incoming attack, radiating an aura sharp enough to rend the heavens asunder. Clang. The blades collided, a powerful force surging in all directions. Sword Essence, activate. At that moment, Xia Qingbao finally unleashed his Sword Essence, an orange halo of blade energy coalescing behind him. His energy surged instantaneously, his speed accelerating, and with a furious shout, he relentlessly pressed the attack on Xiang Chen, forcing him to retreat step by step. Consecutive slashes. Xia Qingbao roared, his blade spinning and striking with unrelenting ferocity. The sound of metal clashing resounded as Xiang Chen was continually forced back. Ha ha ha, did you see that? I told you, once Brother Qingbao draws his sword, Xiang Chen is undoubtedly doomed. He is at a disadvantage now. Brother Qingbao, incapacitate him. The supporters of Xia Qingbao, witnessing this scene, felt their morale soar, howling in delight as they beheld Xiang Chen being pushed back. Chapter 142, Unfettered Fury. With a heavy strike, another blow descended, forcing Xiang Chen to retreat over 10 meters, his shoes leaving scuff marks on the ground, nearly sending him off the edge of the battle platform. Xiang Chen, I have warned you, once I draw my sword, your defeat is assured, Xia Qingbao sneered, stepping closer to Xiang Chen, blade in hand. If you do not draw your sword, you will forever lose your chance. Xiang Chen revealed a wicked smile, saying, I have proclaimed, you have not yet earned the right to compel me to draw my sword. He unfastened the dragon-quelling demon blade from his back, even releasing the enchanted iron sheath. Is Xiang Chen truly about to draw his sword? Brother Qingbao, cleave him, shouted Xia Qingbao's supporters. Though he claimed he would not draw his sword, in the end, he would have to do so. However, even when he does, he could never match me. Be gone. With a thunderous roar, Xia Qingbao lunged forward, brandishing his long knife and leaping to deliver a downward strike aimed at Xiang Chen. The blade, infused with 3 feet of lethal energy, sliced through the air with a menacing whistle. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiang Chen simply tossed the knife onto the ground. With a deafening crash, the nearly 3,000-pound-long demon knife, along with its iron sheath, struck the earth, fracturing the bluestone surface and creating deep fissures. This shocking spectacle left the onlookers in utter disbelief. A single blade had caused such devastation to the ground. How heavy could it possibly be? Xiang Chen had been battling Xia Qingbao while bearing such a colossal weight. Could this have been his true strength before? It seemed implausible. The force with which the knife had plummeted must have exceeded 2,000 pounds. Could Xiang Chen truly contend with the agile Qingbao while carrying such a burden? Xia Fenghu gasped in astonishment. As Xiang Chen released the knife, he instantly felt a remarkable lightness, shedding nearly 3,000 pounds of weight. In that moment, Xia Qingbao's strike descended. Yet, with a swift step, Xiang Chen evaded the blow, moving with a speed that left only a fleeting shadow in his wake. The blade crashed into the ground, leaving a long gash in its wake. Where is he? Xia Qingbao's expression shifted dramatically. Qingbao, he's above you. Someone shouted in alarm. Xia Qingbao, now visibly larger as he transformed into the first form of the moon-swallowing wolf, had awakened his physical enhancement. In a flash, a leg, quick as lightning, struck towards Xia Qingbao's shoulder. The impact reverberated with a resounding thud. Ah! Xia Qingbao cried out in agony as he was sent flying, his shoulder and arm cracking under the force, propelling him more than 10 meters away. Qingbao. The spectators were astounded by the sheer speed, even more terrifying than before. The power behind that kick left everyone in shock. How could this be? I, a 9th-level practitioner of the divine concealment realm, could barely match such speed. Could this individual truly be only at the 5th level of the divine concealment realm? A young member of the Xia family, in his 20s, exclaimed in horror. Xiang Chen. Xia Qingbao's eyes burned crimson as he scrambled to his feet, his shoulder aching and bones fractured, glaring at Xiang Chen, whose physique had grown even more imposing. He was consumed by disbelief. What strength lies behind that kick? The prodigious Xia Qingbao, the young king of the Xia family? Did you truly believe that my previous display was my full capability, while I bore the weight of over 2,000 pounds? Xiang Chen mocked with a sardonic smile. The so-called waste you scorned. Had that kick been raised a mere 2 inches higher, it could have shattered your neck and claimed your life. Over 2,000 pounds. The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of blade was this, so incredibly heavy? It was terrifying to think that one could bear such a burden at the divine concealment realm and still wield such prowess. This individual was no mere human. He was a monster. As Xiang Chen spoke, the audience erupted in astonishment. Those from the Xia family, including Xia Mingjiang, who had been defeated by Xiang Chen, felt utterly humiliated. Xiang Chen, burdened by such a heavy weapon, had toyed with them as if they were nothing. Some began to ponder the implications of wielding such a weighty blade in combat. The very thought of its destructive power was beyond comprehension, capable of obliterating foes of the same realm with ease. Xiang Chen, the visage of Xia Qingbao flushed with embarrassment, followed swiftly by a roar as he wielded his long blade, launching a frenzied assault upon Xiang Chen. In the span of a mere second, he unleashed 7 strikes, each executed with astonishing speed. The 7 waves of blade energy howled through the air, converging in an instant. Xiang Chen, with a cold smirk, moved even more swiftly. His form as agile as a leaf caught in the wind, evading the onslaught with remarkable dexterity, skillfully sidestepping the lethal arcs of the blade. With a sudden leap, he traversed over 10 meters, akin to a swan soaring through the skies, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through the opponent's weapon. In the next heartbeat, he launched himself upwards, delivering a fierce knee strike. The impact resounded with a thunderous thud. Xia Qingbao cried out in agony, blood gushing forth as he was propelled upwards by the force of the strike. Seizing the leg of the airborne Xia Qingbao, Xiang Chen unleashed a terrifying strength of 7 or 8,000 pounds, smashing him down into the ground with a brutal force. The sound echoed like a drum. Xia Qingbao, akin to a tattered sack, crashed violently against the stone surface, blood spilling from his mouth, his insides shaken by the blow. In a fit of rage, he roared. Yet before he could rise, Xiang Chen grasped his leg once more, spinning him in midair before slamming him back down. The cacophony of impacts filled the air, and the 8th level adept Xia Qingbao was subjected to a relentless barrage, his cries of despair echoing in the arena. It was evident to all that Xiang Chen was toying with Xia Qingbao. Their speeds and combat prowess were worlds apart. Meanwhile, Xia Fenghu's expression darkened as he witnessed his son's humiliation, shouting, "Enough, Xiang Chen," he concedes. After delivering several more blows, Xiang Chen finally released him, sending Xia Qingbao tumbling 6 or 7 meters away, his body convulsing on the ground, blood spilling forth, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. How could this be? Xiang Chen, how could he be so powerful? How could he suffer such a devastating defeat? Xia Qingbao's supporters stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their shock. This fellow, how could he possess such strength? Brother Qingbao has been defeated. They gazed at the figure of the youth in white, their eyes brimming with incredulity. The disciples of the Xia family fell into a collective silence, many unable to lift their heads, having been vanquished or humiliated by Xiang Chen. Xian sank to the ground, his expression a portrait of horror. What transpired with this little scoundrel? Why has he become so formidable? Xiang Ke clenched his fists, an inner fury surging within him. He had exerted considerable effort to vanquish Xia Qingbao. It seemed his younger brother's martial talent and prowess were as exceptional as his healing skills, promising that the great merchants would surely gain another formidable force in the future. A look of astonishment graced Lu Qing's face as well. Xia Yunlong's gaze flickered with uncertainty, his heart shaken by the prowess of this youth. Meanwhile, the boy, with an air of nonchalance, brushed off his white robe and hands, coolly declaring, "Next." Then, with a hint of mockery, he added, "Oh, I forgot. The Xia family has no one left." Chapter 143. A day to witness the blossoms of Chang and Xiang Chen undeniably possessed an astonishing talent for martial arts. Yet Xiang Wang had initially concealed this prowess, diligently searching far and wide for suitable cultivation methods for his son. Was it all merely a ruse to obscure the truth? To mask his brilliance? If that were the case, could it be that he had already foreseen the tribulations that would befall the Xiang family? If so, he must have prepared some contingency plan. In that fleeting moment, Xia Yunlong's mind raced with myriad thoughts. However, I can only assert that you are indeed overthinking matters. All transformations originate from a source you remain blissfully unaware of. Xia Qingbao, does your face hurt? Xiang Chen inquired coldly, gazing at the now prostrated Xia Qingbao. The latter appeared dazed, speechless, his mind clouded. My forbearance is not your license to insult me at will. Today's battle imparts a vital lesson. Do not underestimate others based on appearances. When I choose to ignore you, feel free to utter whatever nonsense you wish. The distinction between a mere dog and a great rock is not determined by mere words. Furthermore, you have no right to comment on my relationship with Qingqing. Xia Laozu would likely be enraged to the point of rising from his coffin upon learning of your actions, Xiang Chen remarked with a chilling smile. Xia Qingbao's face flushed with anger, humiliation washing over him. Consequently, A surge of blood rushed to his throat, and he spewed a mouthful of crimson before collapsing into unconsciousness. "Qingbao," his mother exclaimed, her eyes filled with resentment directed at Xiang Chen. "Bring him down for treatment," Xia Fenghu commanded coldly. Several stunned disciples of the medical hall finally regained their composure and hurried to assist him. Those observing from the Lin family and the Xiang family regarded the youth clad in white, with snow-white hair, with palpable trepidation. Lin Mo of the Lin family was particularly aghast. Xiang Chen was indeed fearsome. Xia Tingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, and her heart swelled with joy. Lu Shiming, Manha, and Shuer cheered exuberantly. "Xiang Chen, we call for battle." Xiang Chen then turned his gaze towards the assembly of Xia family disciples and asked indifferently, "Is there anyone willing to challenge me?" However, wherever his eyes roamed, everyone either averted their gaze or lowered their heads, none daring to meet the young man's piercing stare. Xia Fenghu spoke with icy indifference. "Should no one rise to challenge, Xiang Chen shall be crowned our Xia family's youth king for the coming year. The victor of the annual competition. Elder, Xiang Chen is not a disciple of the Xia family. On what grounds should he be our youth king?" A disgruntled disciple protested. "Indeed, Elder, he is not one of us. Even if he wins, he should not be deemed our youth king," echoed others loyal to Xia Qingbao. "We oppose Xiang Chen as our youth king. We do not accept this." In an instant, nearly half of the Xia family disciples voiced their dissent. Should Xiang Chen ascend as the youth king, not only would they be shamed, but they would also be compelled to address him as brother henceforth, regardless of age, with all younger individuals acknowledging him as their elder. Silence. Xia Yunlong's sudden, forceful command reverberated through the air, unleashing an invisible but potent pressure. Everyone felt an overwhelming dread grip their souls. Those who had protested fell silent, gazing at their suddenly enraged patriarch with reverence. "Do you dare to oppose Xiang Chen? What qualifications do you possess to voice such defiance?" Xia Yunlong inquired with a hint of indifference. "When a man refuses to submit, he contends with fists and strength. Do you possess the same spirit?" Those unwilling to acknowledge their inferiority step onto the stage and challenge Xiang Chen. "If you best him, then you shall be recognized as the young king of the Xia family. Do you lack the courage to admit someone else's superiority over yourselves? Are you truly worthy of being called disciples of the Xia family?" These piercing questions from the head of the Xia family rendered all the dissenting disciples speechless. Their heads bowed in shame. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, surprised by Xia Yunlong's proactive defense of him. The elders of the Xia family exchanged bewildered glances. Was the head truly intent on supporting Xiang Chen? "Chen, do not mind their words. From this day forth, for the coming year, you shall be the young king of the Xia family." Xia Yunlong spoke with a gentler tone, casting a glance towards Xiang Chen. His previously neutral demeanor now appeared distinctly more amiable towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen replied calmly, "Thank you, Uncle Yunlong, for your words of support. However, I do not truly consider myself a member of the Xia family, and I can forego the title of young king." "Ah, such words are surprising. Now that you have taken residence in the Xia family, and considering our long-standing amicable relations, although you lack the Xia bloodline, Uncle Yunlong has always regarded you as one of us. Besides, your close bond with Qing Cheng further solidifies your position. By all means, you are the young king of the Xia family, representing the youth of our lineage with pride," Xia Yunlong replied with a faint smile, intentionally mentioning Qing Cheng. Yet, this old fellow, while bringing up Xia Qing Cheng, refrained from commenting on his own acknowledgement of their engagement, evidently leaving Xiang Chen with room for fantasy and aspiration. Xia Yunlong's stance darkened the expressions of the Crown Prince and Xiang Quebec. While the Crown Prince maintained a calm facade, his emotions concealed, Xiang Kei's countenance twisted with rage. Fists clenched as he glared at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, however, did not reject Xia Yunlong's goodwill. To do so would be to disregard his dignity. Yet, he remained indifferent to the title of young king. As no one stepped forward to challenge him, Xiang Chen took his leave. He bowed respectfully to Xia Yunlong, then turned to retrieve his sword, gracefully descending from the stage. "What are you all waiting for? Quickly, change your tune," Xia Fenghu commanded, casting a deep gaze at his elder brother before addressing the young disciples of the Xia family. "Chenggu." Instantly, over half of the young disciples, numbering around 50 or 60, clasped their fists and bowed slightly, addressing him with respect. The supporters of Xia Qingbao, including Xia Mingjiang and Xia Nan, wore grim expressions. Failing to pay their respects, Xiang Chen, with a piercing gaze, remarked coldly, "It seems you remain unconvinced? Shall we take this to the stage once more?" The expressions of these individuals shifted, and soon one of them gritted his teeth and clasped his fists, calling out, "Chen Gu." Xiang Chen then approached the severely injured Xia Mingjiang, who was seated in a wooden wheelchair. Xia Mingjiang's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly whispered, "Chen Gu." Xiang Chen's gaze shifted to Xia Nan. Chen Gu." Xia Nan trembled, bound in bandages, and promptly bowed in respect. "Chen Gu." At that moment, every single young member of the Xia family bowed their heads before him. This utterance of Chen Gu solidified Xiang Chen's status within the Xia family for the future. Xiang Chen gazed upon the myriad faces that mocked and insulted him, and in that moment, they all lowered their heads in trepidation. The youth laughed, his mirth rising from a gentle chuckle to an exuberant crescendo, a joyous sound that seemed to unveil the transient nature of human warmth and coldness. What once was sordid and unworthy of mention now blossomed into boundless abandon. With the spring breeze in my favor, my horse gallops swiftly. In a single day, I behold all the flowers of Chang'an. The audacious laughter of the youth echoed like poetry, resonating profoundly within the atmosphere, encapsulating his current predicament perfectly. In my downfall, everyone scorns me, insults me, calls me a worthless fool, yet when I flourished, even the youngest among them bowed their heads and addressed me as Brother Chun. The elevation of one's social standing is contingent upon strength, influence, and relentless endeavor. Countless individuals toil throughout their lives, yet remain mired in mediocrity and despair. However, when one finds themselves in adversity, at the bottom of society, if they do not strive to ascend, seizing every opportunity to climb, they shall forever lack the qualification to command the gaze of others. Such mediocrity is hardly fit for the title of a youthful king. The Xia family, indeed, is of no consequence. Yet at this moment, a piercing laugh echoed, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. This scornful voice, strikingly harsh, arose just as Xiang Chen reveled in his triumph. All turned to trace the source, which belonged to a youth clad in yellow, around 18 or 19 years of age. Encircled by the crown prince, Xiang Chen's gaze immediately shifted, his eyes narrowing. Is that friend speaking nonsense? Truly unpleasant. It was Huang Ning. Lu Shiming recognized him as a renowned youth from her own academy, a prodigy of the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. Upon hearing Xiang Chen's retort, Huang Ning's smile faltered, and his countenance darkened. "What did you say, brat?" "I said you speak nonsense. It is intolerable," Xiang Chen replied with an expressionless face. Huang Ning sneered, "Have I erred? The Xia family boasts not a single individual of the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. You, having defeated a few inept individuals, presume to call yourself a youth king? In our branch of the Huangzhou Academy, there are many innate realm powerhouses among the youth. You, of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, dare to claim the title of youth king? You indeed have no qualifications." His words caused the disciples of the Xia family to turn pale, for his disdain toward Xiang Chen was an affront to their entire generation. "You claim there are no worthy youths among the Xia family?" Just then, a cold voice emerged as a girl clad in white with hair as white as snow stepped forth, her voice frosty and demanding. "Sister Xia," Huang Ning's expression shifted slightly. "I am not targeting you. My focus is solely on this brat. Why should he bear the title of youth king? Although he is merely from the Xia family, it is still unpleasing to the heart." "Huh," Xia Qingcheng replied with a frigid smile, a formidable aura of innate coldness coalescing in her palm. "What right do you have to be displeased? If you seek satisfaction, step forth and battle me. I shall grant you that pleasure." Huang Ning's expression darkened, rendering him speechless. Behind him, a youth who appeared to be around 20 spoke indifferently. "Sister Xia, Huang Ning has not erred. He is indeed unworthy of the title of youth king. However, if it were you, we would have no objections. Then keep your opinions on the matters of the younger generation of the Xia family to yourselves." Xia Qingchen coldly inquired, "Huang Yuan, do you wish to challenge me?" The crown prince, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Qingcheng, there is a reason for their dissatisfaction. After all, you are the strongest among the younger generation of the Xia family, yet due to your exceptional cultivation, you are barred from participation. Look at Huang Yuan, also under 20, now possessing innate talent, and Huang Ning, merely 18, already at the 9th level of the divine concealment. Both are prodigious youths, witnessing Xiang Chen, at only the 5th level of divine concealment, being honored as the Xia family's young king is, in fact, a disservice to you. Xia Qingqing's expression remained impassive as she responded. The crown prince perceives the larger picture, but the Xia family's domain is limited to this. The designation of Xiang Chen as the young king of the Xia family has garnered universal acceptance. I, too, acquiesce. There is no question of worthiness here. The crown prince's smile faltered, as he had intended to flatter Xia Qingqing. However, her stance was evidently in defense of Xiang Chen. In that moment, a profound sense of humiliation surged within him. What an ungrateful woman. Could he truly be inferior to Xiang Chen? Xiang Chen gazed at Xia Qingqing, feeling a warmth in his heart, and then said, Qingqing, why concern yourself with such trivial squawking? They may express discontent, but dare not confront me directly. Their lives will merely echo with idle chatter. Who are you calling trivial? Huang Yuan's expression darkened as he turned to Xiang Chen. Are you implying that you, the Xia family's young king, dare to challenge us? Huang Ning demanded with intensity. Dare? I find that laughable, Xiang Chen retorted mockingly. He leaped onto the arena once more. Pointing at Huang Ning with a cold smirk, do not utter the word dare to me. Your aim in provoking me is merely to elevate your status by sending a dog to bite. Come on up. I shall accept your challenge. Huang Ning laughed in anger. Do you think I am one of those worthless fools? To battle me would only lead to your own humiliation. Who are the worthless fools? The disciples of the Xia family erupted in fury. Are you not? To be utterly humiliated by someone of a lower realm. If you are not worthless, then what are you, geniuses? Huang Ning mocked. Infuriating. Chun, teach him a lesson. The Xia family disciples, who held no ill will towards Xiang Chen, even revered his prowess, shouted in defiance. I command you to come up. Xiang Chen shouted again sternly, hiding in the back. You have no right to call others worthless. Are you truly that arrogant? If you are a genius, then come forth and engage in battle. Haha, you seek your own demise. Do not blame me. Huang Ning laughed heartily as he unleashed his true energy, stepping onto the arena. 9th level of divine concealment. I shall render him crippled. He will not enjoy the coming year, and he will pay dearly for his arrogance, Huang Yuan declared coldly. Fear not, brother Yuan. I am not like those worthless fools. Huang Ning proclaimed proudly. Xiang Chen looked at Huang Ning and declared, I care not whose dog you are. Since you dare to bite, you must face the consequences. As a non-member of the Xia family, this battle will determine our fates. Do you dare? Huang Ning's expression shifted slightly. Xiang Chen was demanding a life-and-death battle. However, with so many witnesses present, Huang Ning could not show weakness. He coldly replied, I fear you not. This is even better. I shall strike without restraint, and your demise will be all the more tragic. Uncle Yunlong, it seems I must slay another. Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards Xia Yunlong. Indeed, after all, you have killed more than one or two, remarked Xia Yunlong indifferently, curious to see what further abilities Xiang Chen possessed. Arrogance. To vanquish you, I require merely 3 strikes. Let us engage. Huang Ning retorted sharply, producing a treasured sword adorned with 3 radiant runes, unmistakably a top-tier weapon of the lowest grade. Simultaneously, a spectral sword shape coalesced behind him, emanating a dual halo of orange light. A sword spirit. A spirit-level sword spirit, no less. It was no wonder he exuded such audacity. His spirit was even more formidable than that of the second-tier spirit of the blue leopard. The disciples of the Xia family gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the youth. Xiang Chen, however, bore a look of serene composure. To kill you, I need but a single strike, he declared coolly. You insufferable brat, behold my blade. Huang Ning snarled, unleashing a powerful surge of true energy that propelled him forward in an instant. The energy merged with his sword, coalescing into a sword beam of formidable length. This strike, swift as lightning, was nearly impossible to evade beneath the 9th realm of divine concealment. With the power of the second-tier spirit and the gift of beast transformation, Huang Ning charged forth. Unexpectedly, Xiang Chen let out a mighty roar that resonated throughout the arena. In an instant, the young man, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 80 centimeters, transformed into a towering 3-meter werewolf, his fearsome visage instilling terror in all who beheld him. Buzz. In that moment, a blade of black and crimson light was drawn from behind, the weapon Xiang Chen had previously kept sheathed. Chapter 145. A single strike inflicts 999 damage. This astonishing figure, a werewolf cloaked in silvery fur, emerged suddenly, leaving numerous spectators in sheer fright. Ah, a monster! Many young women gasped, their faces paling, nearly succumbing to fear. Is that a beast spirit? Transformation? An informed onlooker exclaimed. A beast spirit? To attain such a level of transformation? Xia Yunlong exclaimed in disbelief. While some martial artists with beast spirits could exhibit partial transformation, none had achieved the extent of Xiang Chen's metamorphosis. In truth, this was a manifestation of the celestial wolf bloodline inherent in Xiang Chen's lineage, awakened to its second-tier spirit. His thunderous roar was a deliberate act to convey that his transformation stemmed from his spirit's innate abilities, not from being a monster. Although a monster, Xiang Chen's cultivation techniques and human bloodline allowed him to mask his monstrous aura, rendering it indistinguishable from true energy. Huang Ning, startled by the transformation, nevertheless maintained his assault. His sword aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. Break the mountain, Xiang Chen bellowed, channeling a terrifying force into his downward strike. Clang! The clash of blade against blade resonated as Huang Ning's 3-foot sword, imbued with a formidable sword light, met Xiang Chen's strike. An explosive surge of compressed power erupted. Akin to the force of a collapsing mountain, Xiang Chen's physical strength and true energy coalesced, unleashing a force exceeding 10,000 pounds through his martial arts technique. In an instant, a deafening crack echoed as the overwhelming force transmitted through Huang Ning's arm, shattering his wrist. No! Huang Ning screamed in horror as he met the werewolf's dark golden gaze, a look reminiscent of the grim reaper demanding his due. In an instant, the chilling breath of death, coupled with fear and regret, surged through the heart. The black and red dragon's blade ultimately severed the sword in a fleeting moment. With a sickening splatter, the blade struck true, cleaving the body in two. The mangled remains tore apart, blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground, rendering the scene horrific. Blood splattered across the werewolf's silver-white fur, enhancing its terrifying visage. The tableau froze. All present gazed in horror at the unfolding spectacle, the timid maiden collapsing in terror. Even the youths who had previously opposed Xiang Chen were paralyzed by fear. The divine concealment of 9 layers had been cleaved in one fell swoop. A single strike had obliterated it. Unbeknownst to anyone, a golden light, resembling a small fish, darted into Huang Ning's lifeless form and then returned to Xiang Chen. The crown prince's face drained of color in shock. Huang Ning. Huang Yuan bellowed in anguish and fury. Ah, what is this? Xiang Ke, who had risen, was so frightened that he fell back into his chair, his expression one of sheer terror. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen sheathed his blade. His terrifying werewolf form reverting to that of a normal human, his shirt torn, revealing a well-defined physique. With an indifferent tone, he remarked, I apologize. My divine soul talent can be rather intimidating. Silence enveloped the crowd as they stared, horrified, at Xiang Chen. Moments ago, they had only witnessed a small dog-like divine soul appear and vanish, devoid of any visible rank or light, leaving them unaware of the formidable level of his power. Huang Ning. Huang Yuan roared, unleashing a formidable innate energy, his eyes blazing with fury as they locked onto Xiang Chen. Although Huang Ning was not his biological brother, he belonged to the same family from another nation, and now, he had been slain by Xiang Chen's blade. Xiang Chen regarded the corpse beneath him with a detached expression. With the new year approaching, I had no desire to take too many lives. Yet, the reapers keep coming, and those who tread upon my path, regardless of their status, must first consult my 6-foot blade. His words were deliberately aimed at the crown prince. These individuals held no grudges against him, yet they had emerged to confront him, clearly under the influence of someone pulling strings from the shadows. The crown prince's previously calm demeanor darkened with a hint of malevolence. You wretched brat. You have slain my kin. I shall end you. Huang Yuan roared, suddenly unleashing his innate energy, transforming into a swift yellow shadow charging towards Xiang Chen. A true innate realm attack. You seek death. At that moment, Xia Qingqing also stepped forward, releasing an astonishing innate energy. Her sword shimmering with a chilling radiance as she unleashed a frost-laden strike towards Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He solidified his palm in an attempt to counter the blow. However, with a sickening sound, the sword pierced through his palm, its might overwhelming, puncturing straight through. Ah! How is this possible at the second layer of innate energy? Huang Yuan shrieked in agony as his hand was impaled. A wave of frigid terror coursed through him, enveloping his entire arm, and soon, his entire being was shrouded in the encroaching chill, his blood freezing from within, transforming him into a lifeless ice corpse. Life extinguished. Huang Yuan's face remained contorted in a ghastly expression of death as he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Junior brother Huang. The crown prince's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in horror. The innate duality, Xiang, has astonishingly transcended the realm of innate duality. How is this even possible? How has she achieved such cultivation? Xiang is barely 16 years old. The elders and seniors of the Xia family gasped in astonishment. Xia Yunlong, Xiang's father, also experienced a fleeting moment of shock, followed by a resigned and pained sigh. Regardless of her rapid advancement, Xiang ultimately cannot attain longevity within her limited lifespan. She will be unable to reach a higher realm to bring glory to the family. Huang Yuan has perished, transformed into a frostbitten corpse, his body now rigid beneath a layer of white frost. Xiang Chen gazed at the girl who turned to sheath her sword, feeling a mix of sorrow and joy. Xiang's ailment must be resolved at the earliest opportunity, he mused. Miss Xiang, you are remarkably powerful. The disciples of the Xia family gazed in awe at the girl in her flowing white dress, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of wonder. In comparison to them, this young lady seemed almost divine, her distance from them insurmountable. Gather the remains of the two, the crown prince remarked coldly, slightly bowing to Xia Yunlong and Feng Hu as he waved his sleeve, preparing to depart. He feared that if he lingered any longer, the composure he had cultivated over the years would be unable to contain the fury bubbling within him. This young woman is undoubtedly the foremost figure of the Xia family's younger generation. Damn it, I heard that Xiang Chen has a betrothal with her. How fortunate that young man is. Such a beauty, such talent, and surely beneath her mask lies an unparalleled visage. Only I am worthy of her. Xiang Chen is undeserving. The young men from other families also gazed fervently at Xiang's stunning silhouette, many consumed by jealousy towards Xiang Chen. Even Xiang Ke felt a deep-seated envy towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Ke, the waste you have always looked down upon, challenges you. Can your so-called elder brother engage in a duel? Xiang Chen suddenly provoked Xiang Quebec. However, Xiang Ke's complexion paled. The image of Xiang Chen's ferocious transformation and the swift defeat of his opponent replayed in his mind, extinguishing any desire to fight. I have matters to attend to and no time for a duel. Farewell. Xiang Ke, feeling immensely frustrated, concocted a flimsy excuse and hurriedly retreated with his entourage. Yet, who could not see that Xiang Ke was afraid of the brother he had always scorned? Chapter 146, Rebirth of a Divine Spirit. The youths of the Xiang royal residence followed Xiang Ke out, some casting worried glances at Xiang Chen, fearful that he might one day return to the Xiang royal residence with a powerful vengeance against them. Members of the Lin family and young disciples from various martial families also departed, whispering discreetly about Xiang Chen. The prowess and talent he exhibited today would undoubtedly spread through the annual Xia family tournament, sending ripples through the younger generation of the great Xiang. The rumored waste of the Xiang family, the disowned second son, has risen with formidable strength. Xiang Chen watched as they departed, feeling little joy. Moreover, the outcome of this battle and the notoriety it would bring him were not necessarily beneficial. It would only incite those who wished him harm, like Lin Lian, to seek his elimination, and now that they were aware of his current strength, they would send even more formidable adversaries his way. However, the era of martial arts being solely about contention and silent endurance has long since passed. Presently, Xiang Chen stands as a newly forged sword, brilliantly gleaming with potential. A young man who achieves success, yet remains humble, does not squander his youthful vigor. Furthermore, he possesses his own strategies and hidden cards, having meticulously constructed a robust network of relationships. Those who dare to plot against him must weigh their actions carefully. Well then, let us conclude the annual competition of the Xia family here. Each clan should prepare, for the festive season is just a few days away. Let us celebrate the new year in lively spirits. Little Chen, as the chief physician of the family, shouldn't you lend a hand to those you have injured? Xia Yunlong remarked with a faint smile. One must admit, he is quite astute in his dealings, allowing Xiang Chen to take responsibility for healing the wounded, thereby diminishing the resistance within the Xia family. My dear nephew is willing to assist. All the injured shall be sent to the medical hall. I am confident that I can help you restore their health in time for the new year, Xiang Chen assured him regarding those injured in the conflict. Thank you, Brother Chen. Regardless of the lingering resentment in their hearts, the injured had no choice but to bow their heads in gratitude. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. Let me hug you, Shuer exclaimed, running towards Xiang Chen and leaping into his arms. Haha, my dear Shuer, come here for a kiss. Xiang Chen bent down to embrace the cheerful girl, planting a kiss on her rosy cheek. Shuer giggled and reciprocated with a kiss on Xiang Chen's face, whom she regarded as a beloved older brother, one of the closest family members in the Xia household. Chener, your third uncle would be exceedingly pleased to see how formidable you've become. Aunt Xia, he remarked with a smile as she approached. Aunt, is my third uncle not in the Xia family anymore? Xiang Chen inquired while holding Shuer, recalling how the earlier insults he endured were significantly tied to his uncle's absence. Aunt Xia, he sighed. Indeed, there have been recent conflicts at the borders. As a noble family of the great merchant, the Xia family naturally must send aid. Your third uncle and several elders have already led a contingent to provide support. Is it the Scorpion Kingdom? Xiang Chen asked. Precisely. The Scorpion Kingdom is a formidable adversary bordering the great merchant, its strength rivaling ours, often igniting wars over territorial disputes. Xiang Chen fell silent, contemplating how he still wished to assist his uncle in reclaiming the lifelong contract. Yet his uncle was no longer a part of the Xiang family. Xiang Chen, I must take my leave as well. I cannot remain here any longer, Lu Ximing said reluctantly. Are you returning to the Western Wilderness Academy? Xiang Chen queried, setting Shuer down as she frolicked with her little friends. Lu Ximing had previously been studying at the Western Wilderness Academy, the most prestigious institution in the Western region, a branch of the Arid State Academy, which boasts numerous nations. The Western Wilderness Academy stands as one of the most powerful influences among the 7 surrounding nations. Yes, I shall return to the academy. Xiang Chen, will we meet again? Lu Ximing asked, her eyes betraying a hint of youthful affection. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and remarked, we will undoubtedly meet again in the future. Perhaps I too shall attend the academy, but when I do, I will head straight for the most formidable Huangzhou Academy. Do not forget, we have made a pact. I intend to visit your home to help your family dispel the toxins of alcohol. With a playful grin, he added, I trust you haven't forgotten. Here is the map to my residence, and this is my token. Keep it safe. When you come to my home, you can use this token to find me. Lu Ximing chuckled as she removed a jade pendant of azure hue from her neck and handed it to Xiang Chen. He accepted it, feeling the lingering warmth of her body and a hint of her delicate fragrance. My dear brother, I shall escort the young lady home now, but I will return shortly. If you require assistance before I return, please visit the Tianxiang Winery with my identity token and the 2 elders you know. They will certainly offer their utmost support, Lu Qing added. Very well, Lu elder brother, travel safely, Xiang Chen said, clasping his fists in farewell. Xiang Chen, you must come to see me. If you do not, I shall find a way to escape just to visit you, Lu Ximing said, glancing back with reluctance as she departed. Rest assured, we shall meet again, you timid soul. Safe travels, Xiang Chen waved with a smile. Young master, who is that young lady? She is quite lovely. Man, he inquired, a hint of envy in her tone. A friend I met in the Demon Mist Mountains. By the way, man, you have reached the first level of the divine concealment realm. When you have time, I shall assist you in awakening your divine spirit. Xiang Chen said as he walked toward the apothecary hall to aid those in need of healing and medicine, with Zhao Mu quietly following beside him. Thank you, young master. Man, he exclaimed joyfully, now aware of some of her young master's extraordinary abilities. Young master, is it still possible for me to awaken a divine spirit? Zhao Mu asked, as he had yet to achieve this awakening. It may be quite challenging now. Once you surpass the divine concealment realm, it becomes increasingly difficult to stimulate the awakening of the divine spirit. However, when I have the opportunity, I shall assist you, Uncle Mu. On my recent journey to the Demon Mist Mountains, I acquired some exceptional items. Even if awakening is not feasible, I shall help you create another divine spirit. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Create another divine spirit? Is that truly possible? Zhao Mu exclaimed in astonishment. You shall see in due time, Xiang Chen said with a mysterious smile. Upon arriving at the apothecary hall, he prepared some healing elixirs from the sacred scriptures of healing for those who had been injured, including Xia Mingjiang and others, both for external and internal use. However, during their healing, he deliberately allowed those who still harbored resentment towards him to suffer immensely, each one writhing in agony until they were compelled to submit to Xiang Chen's overwhelming power. Xiang Chen returned safely, and news of him seizing the title of young king of the Xia family began to spread, creating quite a stir among the younger generation of the influential families in the great merchants. This news reached the ears of Princess Lin, infuriating her to the point of fury. Chapter 147. Uncle Mu cultivates demons, a bunch of useless fools, good-for-nothings. In the living room, the sound of shattered ceramics echoed as a beautiful woman's face flushed with rage. Standing below her, Xiang Chen wore a grim expression. I dispatched a mercenary group, and 2 innate realm experts could not even capture a single youth? A group of imbeciles, good-for-nothings. Lin Lian raged, her killing intent palpable. And now, she remains unaware of the fate that befell those individuals, oblivious to the fact that they were all slain by Xiang Chen. However, the mere return of Xiang Chen signifies the failure of those who sought to eliminate him. My dear mother, this wretched creature has displayed extraordinary martial prowess, proving to be far from the worthless being we once perceived. In the future, he shall undoubtedly pose a threat to my claim to the throne. He must be eradicated. We must devise a means to eliminate him. Xiang Chen exclaimed in anger, a flicker of fear surfacing at the thought of facing Xiang Chen. The overwhelming humiliation and rage surged within him. Your Highness, I suspect that some individuals who were once expelled from the Xiang family, including those like Zhao Mu, are covertly protecting Xiang Chen. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that he would return unscathed. I fear that this wretched creature is under the guardianship of others, and those who were sent to kill him have likely met their demise, whispered Steward Zhou. The princess consort gradually quelled her fury and coldly declared, this boy must die. Uncle Ji personally arranged for formidable warriors to keep watch over him. The moment he steps away from the Xia family, strike with overwhelming force to eliminate him. We cannot afford to grant him any further opportunities. The old servant comprehended her intent, responding, I shall personally arrange for this. A chilling glint flashed in the eyes of the venerable servant, whose profound cultivation remained a mystery. Meanwhile, among the influential youths of the great merchant kingdom who were acquainted with Xiang Chen, astonishment spread like wildfire. They had not anticipated that the one they deemed a waste, after years of restraint, would soar to such heights, claiming the title of the young king of the Xia family. The Xia family, being a prominent lineage in the great merchant kingdom, indicated that Xiang Chen's strength and talent now ranked among the very best of the youth in the realm. Within the imperial city, beside a tranquil lake adorned with verdant mountains and picturesque scenery, stood a private residence, the Dawangfu, the abode of the second prince of the great merchant kingdom, Dawang. A young man, clad in a blue robe, approximately 20 years of age, handsome and exuding an extraordinary presence, engaged in a game of chess with a middle-aged man dressed in white. Master, what is your perspective on the matter of Xiang Chen? The young man inquired as he placed a piece on the board. Your Highness, this is indeed an opportunity. The middle-aged man in white replied, his tone nonchalant as he moved a black piece. Oh, pray tell, the young man said, narrowing his eyes while remaining still. Do you not find him remarkably similar to yourself? Both have bided your time, waiting for the moment to ascend, the middle-aged man observed. Yet, in my view, his overt display of talent during this grand competition of the Xia family may prove rather foolish. I fear that his elder brother, the princess consort, and others will be even more inclined to eliminate him, the young man remarked flatly. I beg to differ. This boy's audacity in revealing his talent surely implies he possesses means to weather any storm. Consider this, he is inherently gifted. Since the Xiang king once concealed him, it is reasonable to assume he has been equipped with contingencies. While he appears beset by adversity, what if he were to seize the Xiang family's throne? What formidable power would that entail? Do not forget, who is the sister of the princess consort? The empress hails from the Lin family. Should Xiang Chen gain control over the Xiang family's might, the individuals he supports will undoubtedly not be you, the middle-aged man in white articulated. Should you aspire to vie for that position in the future, Xiang Chen is a potential force worthy of your allegiance. The Princess Lin desires his demise, and we must ensure his protection. Ideally, we should earn his loyalty. The words of the middle-aged man in white attire ignited a brilliant spark in the youth's eyes, evoking a sense of intrigue. As for the Xia family, Xiang Chen was unaware that the exposure of his talents would embroil him in the tumult of others' power struggles. At this moment, however, he was engrossed in the refinement of a medicinal concoction. Beside him, a small creature resembling a puppy, with snow-white fur and golden stripes, was gnawing on a sword of considerable value. The sword, akin to a spicy snack, bore numerous bite marks from the little white tiger. Within the cauldron, potent medicinal energies swirled, accompanied by a hint of demonic aura. This vessel was, of course, a mysterious ancient cauldron. The eighth brother had mentioned that it could be used for alchemy, as well as potion making. The concoction within was derived from the skull and bones of the Crimson Flame Tiger King, meticulously brewed to extract its essence. Xiang Chen then produced a small vial containing a drop of pale golden blood, the sacred blood of the white tiger, a divine beast. As he poured the sacred blood into the cauldron, the swirling medicinal vapors erupted with a roar, coalescing into the silhouette of a tiger. Zhao Mu, observing from the side, expressed his astonishment. Uncle Mu, this elixir will utterly transform your physique and genetics, allowing you to become a formidable half-demon, forcibly enhancing your strength and vitality. Are you willing to attempt this cultivation? Xiang Chen inquired. This concoction of myriad demons was prepared specifically for Zhao Mu. What do you mean by genetics? Zhao Mu asked. Puzzled. It refers to what we call bloodlines, Xiang Chen explained. Can it truly alter one's bloodline? Zhao Mu's eyelids flickered, and a glimmer of resolve crossed his gaze as he replied, Young master, proceed. I am willing to give it a try. Very well. Then step into the cauldron and channel the technique I will impart to you, Xiang Chen affirmed. He transmitted the introductory technique of the White Tiger clan from the sacred text of myriad demons to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu, stripped of clothing, entered the sacred cauldron. Sitting cross-legged in the scorching medicinal liquid, absorbing the mystic energies while emitting anguished howls. Witnessing this, Xiang Chen signaled to the little white tiger and exited the training chamber. The remainder of Zhao Mu's cultivation would depend on his own resilience. It was time to visit a certain place. Embracing the little white tiger, Xiang Chen recalled a prior agreement with an individual. The little white tiger, now the size of a kitten, nestled into Xiang Chen's warm embrace and continued to slumber. Reluctant to confine the gentle ruler, transformed into a small white tiger within the confines of the spatial ring. He left his residence alone and led a dragon steed from the Xia family's stable. Given his esteemed status within the Xia family, it was no issue to ride such a noble steed. Xia Yunlong had already decreed that Xiang Chen would be treated as a direct descendant. Mounted upon the dragon steed, the youth brandished a massive blade and charged forth from the Xia family, galloping through the bustling streets towards another prominent family in the Grand Shang dynasty. Shortly thereafter, traversing a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers, Xiang Chen arrived at the grand entrance of an opulent estate, where amidst the architectural splendor stood a majestic mountain, with wisps of smoke perpetually swirling from its summit, ascending into the sky. What place was this? Above the gate hung a massive plaque inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Bibing Pavilion. This was the esteemed armament and crafting family, the Gongsun clan. Bibing Pavilion served not only as a venue for the sale of weapons, but also as the residence of the Gongsun family. Before the entrance, a steady stream of martial artists came and went, all drawn to purchase weapons. Previously, Gongsun Xingtian had made an agreement with him, requesting the loan of the Longke demon blade to lend grandeur to their upcoming weapon exhibition, which was set for the following day. In accordance with their pact, Xiang Chen had brought the Longke demon blade. The blade was forged from materials provided by the Gongsun family, with their manpower assisting in the crafting. He had merely supplied the blueprints and designs, thus he had every reason to support their event. There was a sign at the entrance prohibiting fast horses from entering, while a designated hitching post stood nearby. Xiang Chen tethered his dragon steed to the post before entering the Gongsun estate. One could not deny the immense wealth of the Gongsun family. Upon entering the estate, one was greeted by towering buildings and an abundance of commercial establishments, including countless sword and knife shops, teeming with customers. The front area comprised a bustling commercial district, while the private residential quarters of the Gongsun family lay behind. Xiang Chen surveyed the surrounding shops with curiosity, as it was his first visit to the Gongsun territory. Just then, 2 dragon steeds galloped into the estate, causing a stir among the pedestrians who hastily moved aside. The riders on the dragon steeds displayed an audacious demeanor, disregarding all decorum. At that moment, an elderly man, carrying a cart filled with barrels, was unable to evade and was on the verge of colliding with the dragon steed. Alarmed, the elderly man realized that the impact could be fatal, for the dragon steed was a formidable beast. In a flash, however, a figure darted past and swiftly lifted the elderly man to safety. The cart, unfortunately, was shattered upon impact, spilling its foul contents, filthy liquid, everywhere, releasing a horrendous stench. Passers-by were doused in the repugnant substance, inciting a chorus of curses and retching. The riders on the dragon steeds were equally splattered. Who is responsible for this filthy cart? One of the riders fumed, dismounting and leaning against a nearby post, retching in disgust. This individual was a youth, seemingly in his 20s, clad in a long robe of fiery silk, with a gaunt visage and pronounced cheekbones, his eyes shaped like triangles. "Thank you, young master, for saving me," the elderly man, still shaken, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the young savior, who was none other than Xiang Chen. "Old sir, I am relieved that you are unharmed," Xiang Chen replied, supporting the elder. "Young master, are you all right?" Another individual dismounted, hastily inquiring. The young man, shedding his soiled outer robe, exclaimed in irritation, "I am drenched in this vile stench. Do you think I am unscathed? Who was it that brought this cart, oblivious to the path of this young master?" The young man, filled with fury, interrogated those around him. The onlookers quickly retreated, leaving Xiang Chen and the elderly man alone. "Yes, my apologies, second young master. It is this old fool who lacks foresight. Please forgive my transgressions," the elder stammered, trembling as he bowed deeply, his fear palpable. Observing this scene, Xiang Chen furrowed his brows. "Damn it, old fool. Do you have any idea how precious this silk robe is?" Enraged, the youth kicked the elder with force. "Ah!" The old man cried out in agony, propelled 3 meters away, blood spilling from his mouth. "You could toil your entire life and still be unable to repay this debt. What is most unforgivable, however, is that you allowed such filth to mar my person." With a furious throw of his outer robe, the young man advanced towards the elder. "Please, second young master, spare me. Have mercy." The elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, hastily knelt and knocked his head against the ground, terrified. Offending this individual meant certain death, with no one daring to come to his aid. The youth kicked the elder again, coldly commanding, "Chop off one of his hands." "Yes." The attendant complied, drawing his blade and striking towards the elder. Overwhelmed by a formidable aura, the elder stood frozen, his hand on the verge of being severed. However, the blade did not descend. It was halted by an even larger scabbard. The guard looked up, surprised, to find a 15 or 16-year-old boy gripping a massive sword sheathed in his hands, having blocked the attack. With a powerful counter, the youth sent the guard staggering back. Astonished, "Who are you, boy? How dare you obstruct me?" the guard demanded, his voice cold. "There are rules at the entrance forbidding galloping horses from entering the market. Not only did you ride your dragon steed recklessly, nearly colliding with a person, but you also reek of filth. What right do you have to blame this elderly man? Where is your conscience and sense of decency?" Xiang Chen asked with icy detachment. The guard was taken aback, while the surrounding crowd regarded Xiang Chen with astonishment. "Ha ha! How laughable! Rules? Those rules were established by my family. Who are you to lecture me about regulations? Do you wish for your own demise?" The young man mocked, looking at Xiang Chen as though he were a fool. "Established by your family? If you are indeed a member of the Gongsun family, you should adhere to your own family's rules. If you disregard them, who would respect the standards set by your lineage?" Xiang Chen retorted, his voice as frigid as ice. "You insolent brat! Who do you think you are to admonish me? Do you dare threaten me?" The young man shouted in fury. "My name is Liang Ji, and I specialize in dealing with trash," Xiang Chen replied with a cold smirk. "You dare call me trash?" The youth bellowed in rage. "Hey Lu, take care of him." At that moment, the elder quickly kneeled before the young man, pleading, "Second young master, it is entirely my fault. I did not see clearly, and I do not hold this young man accountable. He is merely an innocent bystander. Please, punish me instead. Chop off my hand if you must. I have no complaints. Just spare this young man." The elder, a kind-hearted soul, wished to avoid implicating Xiang Chen, but it was too late. He must pay the price. "Your hand must be severed," the young man declared imperiously, his voice commanding. "Hey Lu, do not hesitate." "Yes." The guard named Lu advanced with a swift step, wielding his blade with the intent to slay Xiang Chen. A surge of true energy emanated from him, revealing that he was a formidable guardian of the 7th realm of the divine concealment level. It was over for this young man, who had foolishly offended the 3rd-generation second son, Gongsun Ku, on the territory of the Gongsun family. Young and reckless, he had dared to provoke such a powerful figure for the sake of an old man. Surrounding guests whispered and mocked, relishing the unfolding drama. Truly, the world was full of deceivers. Xiang Chen, with a cold smile, regarded the incoming strike. However, before the opponent's blade could descend, a dazzling arc of light surged forth, moving with a swiftness and ferocity that defied expectation, deftly circumventing the attack. Blood splattered as Lu's arm was severed and sent flying. The youth, having appeared at his side, had already sheathed his blade. "Ah, my hand, my hand." A gruesome wail echoed as the guard knelt in agony, cradling his severed limb. This scene shocked the onlookers. What incredible speed. "Did you see that strike?" One gasped, turning to a companion. "No, who is this young man? How can someone so young wield such a lethal technique?" The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Gongsun Ku's expression shifted, surprise etched upon his features as he gazed at the youth. He had barely caught a glimpse of the preceding blow. The elder, too, was greatly alarmed, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Xiang Chen positioned himself protectively in front of the elder, steadying him with a reassuring hand. "Do not fear, elder. I shall ensure that no one harms you today." Turning his cold gaze back to the young man, he continued, "You little wretch, how dare you injure my guard?" Gongsun Ku bellowed in rage. "Injuring him is trivial. I could easily inflict harm upon you as well," Xiang Chen retorted with a chilling laugh. "I had intended to spare your life, but now I have changed my mind. I shall end you." Gongsun Ku, seething with fury, unleashed his true energy, revealing himself as an 8th realm practitioner of the divine concealment level. Grasping a long sword, he lunged at Xiang Chen with a lethal strike. A crimson blade of energy surged towards Xiang Chen's head. With a decisive step, Xiang Chen's true energy erupted, employing the swift shadow technique to nimbly evade the attack. In an instant, he unleashed the stunning step, darting to the side, and concentrated his energy into a punch infused with the essence of the Taiyin and the ferocity of the dragon elephant. This punch, propelled by an overwhelming force, bore down upon Gongsun Ku, who, caught off guard, exhibited a shocking lack of combat awareness. The punch struck Gongsun Ku squarely in the abdomen, eliciting a pained cry as he was propelled backward, spitting a mouthful of blood and soaring several meters through the air. Xiang Chen shook his hand, his voice icy. "You are truly a waste. You possess power yet lack the reflexes to match." Gongsun Ku writhed on the ground, clutching his stomach, as if a tempest raged within him. "You little wretch, I will kill you," he roared, retrieving an item from his silver belt that Xiang Chen recognized all too well. The military crossbow. Gongsun Ku pulled the trigger, releasing 3 arrows imbued with lethal energy that hurtled towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. With a single step, he performed a backflip, narrowly evading 3 crossbow bolts that whizzed past him. Then, he utilized the air beneath his feet to propel himself towards Gongsun Ku. "Die!" Gongsun Ku roared, pulling the trigger of his crossbow once more, unleashing 4 arrows in rapid succession. Yet, at the moment he fired, Xiang Chen executed a second leap in midair, employing his remarkable agility to evade the onslaught. Impossible. Gongsun Ku's face paled. This fellow could dodge even while airborne. He fired another 3 arrows, but Xiang Chen, relying on his extraordinary perception and the skill known as the swift crane step, evaded them all effortlessly. Terrified, Gongsun Ku hurriedly replaced his crossbow magazine, which could only hold 10 special arrows. However, during the time it took to reload, Xiang Chen unleashed his 3rd and 4th leaps, covering over 20 meters in an instant, and delivered a devastating kick towards Gongsun Ku. The force of this kick was formidable. Boom! It struck Gongsun Ku's shoulder, causing him to cry out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, his shoulder nearly shattered. Xiang Chen followed with another kick that landed squarely on Gongsun Ku's chin, sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth. The sight of the young man in white landing with such grace left all present astonished. Xiang Chen approached as Gongsun Ku lay on the ground, his neck twisted in pain. Grabbing him by the back of the neck as one would a chick, Xiang Chen lifted him effortlessly. "You little bastard, let me go? How dare you strike me on Gongsun's territory? You are doomed. Do you know who I am? My father is the elder of the Gongsun family." Gongsun Ku shouted, kicking wildly. "How fortuitous. It seems I have a penchant for dealing with the elder's son." Xiang Chen replied with a self-deprecating smile, before dragging Gongsun Ku to a nearby dung barrel. "What are you planning to do?" Gongsun Ku shouted in a mixture of anger and fear. "Your conscience, your words, are as foul as this dung barrel. Let us see if you two are a match." Xiang Chen sneered. With a swift motion, he hurled Gongsun Ku into the barrel, the splashing sound echoing as he landed. The onlookers instinctively recoiled in horror. Gongsun Ku emerged, covered in filth, retching violently at the side, nearly expelling his bile. "Second young master." An elder gasped in shock, his face turning pale. "It's over. It's all over." The elder, in despair, turned towards Xiang Chen, urgency etched on his face. Young master, you must flee. You have stirred up great trouble. Leave this place at once. Xiang Chen replied, Old man, if I leave, he will certainly kill you. Fear not, I shall ensure your safety. We are strangers. My life is not worth your concern. Please, heed my advice and escape. I am but an old man, nearing the end of my days. You are still young. Flee while you can. He is not someone you can confront. The elder pleaded, genuinely concerned. Yet, what good is a kind heart in a world that does not show mercy to the benevolent? Escape? There is no escape, you little wretch. You shall surely die today. Gongsun Ku bellowed, still retching. What is happening? Who dares to cause a disturbance in the Gongsun family's market? At that moment, a contingent of guards clad in crimson robes rushed forth, their voices booming with fury. Over a dozen individuals charged in, led by a formidable man at the innate realm. As they approached, the stench overwhelmed them, and their faces contorted in disgust. Young Master Gongsun Ku, the red-clad man exclaimed, his expression shifting as he beheld Gongsun Ku, who was drenched in filth. Quick, assist young Master Gongsun to his feet. He commanded the others urgently. The two men beside him, grimacing in distaste, hurriedly moved to help Gongsun Ku, only to find themselves equally sullied. Deacon Li, swiftly, eliminate him. Kill this insolent wretch who dares to strike at me and disrupt my family's territory. Gongsun Ku bellowed, his features twisted in rage. Deacon Li's expression grew cold at the words, casting a glance at Xiang Chen, before the group instinctively surrounded him. This is disastrous, my lord. If you do not escape, we are doomed, an elder lamented, collapsing in despair. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen remained serene, gazing at the encircling figures and the innate realm deacon. You insolent brat, whose kin are you? How dare you cause a ruckus within the Gongsun family? Deacon Li demanded with ire. Gongsun Ku screamed, regardless of who he is. Kill him. Chapter 150, Unrest. Advance, sever his hands, and hang him upon the walls as a warning. Deacon Li commanded furiously. This lad is finished, the onlookers murmured, shaking their heads. To defend an old man pulling a dung cart is hardly worth it. I dare anyone to try? Xiang Chen's voice rang out coldly. I am a friend of Gongsun Xingtian. Who dares lay a hand on me? At his proclamation, the guards hesitated, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation as they looked to Deacon Li. A friend of the eldest young master? This boy claims to be associated with Gongsun Xingtian, one of our family's four esteemed spirit-level artificers. How could he possibly be your acquaintance? What are you? Indeed, young man, clinging to hope in desperation will yield no fruit. The guards sneered, though they refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to gauge Xiang Chen's demeanor. Claiming to be a friend of Gongsun Xingtian will not save you. Kill him. Gongsun Ku roared. Deacon Li hesitated momentarily, then suggested, Young Master Ku, perhaps we should verify with Lord Xingtian? Gongsun Xingtian held a distinguished position within the Gongsun family, a spirit-level artificer in his 20s, heralded as the most talented individual in a century. His status was second only to the family head and the Grand Elder. You believe his words? Kill him. Gongsun Ku fumed. If you spare him, you incur my wrath. Deacon Li wrestled with indecision, but after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, eliminate him. His skepticism towards Xiang Chen's claims remained. Kill. The guards shouted in unison, charging towards Xiang Chen with lethal intent. Stop. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows soared through the air, striking the group. Ah! Several cried out in agony as arrows pierced their thighs and shoulders, causing them to stumble. From the distance, a group of individuals rushed forward, led by a robust and handsome young man, around 21 or 22 years of age, accompanied by his own guards. Young Master Xingtian. Upon seeing the man, Deacon Li's countenance shifted dramatically, instantly adopting an air of deference. Xiang Chen cast a glance in that direction before sheathing his blade. Brother, you have finally arrived. Gongsun Xingtian laughed heartily, striding forward to embrace Xiang Chen warmly. The surrounding guards were left in astonishment, realizing that this young man was indeed acquainted with Gongsun Xingtian. Gongsun Ku's expression also changed, becoming exceedingly grim. Brother Gongsun, if you had not arrived, I fear I would have had to offend your esteemed family and take a few lives. Xiang Chen spoke with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of irritation brewed within him due to the earlier incident. Gongsun Xingtian furrowed his brow, sensing Xiang Chen's displeasure. He turned to the guards, his tone icy. He is my brother. What were you just doing? Ah, young Master Xingtian. He is truly your friend? Deacon Li's expression shifted, and he hurriedly replied. This young man was causing a disturbance here, injuring young Master Ku and severing the arm of one of his guards. We were unaware of his connection to you. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xingtian turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen and Gongsun Ku, his voice cold as he demanded, Gongsun Ku, what transpired? Brother Xingtian, this fellow harmed me and my guards first, and I was merely retaliating, Gongsun Ku quickly explained, his fear of Gongsun Xingtian palpable. Brother, you see, Gongsun Xingtian looked back at Xiang Chen. He is not an unreasonable man. If Xiang Chen had unjustly harmed someone from the Gongsun clan, it would be difficult to justify. Xiang Chen replied indifferently, isn't there a prohibition against fast horses entering this area? His name is Gongsun Ku, correct? He almost trampled this elderly gentleman with his steed. Because the old man sullied him, he sought to sever the man's arm. I could not stand by idly when he attempted to strike at me. His own lack of strength led to his defeat. That is my explanation. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. Gongsun Xingtian's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with menace as he turned to Gongsun Ku. Is this true, Gongsun Ku? He inquired coldly. Elder, I can attest to what this young man says. I am but an old fool. Please do not trouble him. The elderly man quickly bowed his head in supplication. Old sir, please rise, Gongsun Xingtian urged, assisting the elder to his feet. He then turned his icy gaze back to Gongsun Ku, whose face paled as he stammered, Brother Xingtian, I was merely in a hurry. Silence. Gongsun Xingtian's voice rang out sharply. Previously, Linger was nearly killed by a dragon steed, and it was this Brother Xiang who saved her life. Since then, I decreed that no fast horses should be allowed in the market. You took my words lightly. Very well. Guards, bring him to me. Yes. A group of guards promptly moved to apprehend Gongsun Ku. This market was under Gongsun Xingtian's purview, underscoring his authority. Gongsun Xingtian approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps, striking with great force, causing Gongsun Ku to scream in pain, his teeth knocked out and blood spilling forth. Yet, he dared not retaliate or complain. Have you realized your error? Will you learn from this? Gongsun Xingtian questioned coldly. I understand, Gongsun Ku mumbled, his long hair obscuring his eyes, which burned with resentment. Deep down, he harbored a dark hatred. Gongsun Xingtian, one day I shall usurp you. Begone. Gongsun Sheng, feeling the chill in the air, exclaimed sharply, causing Gongsun Ku to leave in a fluster, casting a resentful glance at Xiang Chen as he departed. You lot dare to lay hands on my brother. You shall be confined for 10 days and have your salaries docked for 3 months. Gongsun Sheng then turned his stern gaze upon Li Ji and the others. Yes, thank you for your leniency, young master. The individuals dared not voice their grievances. Gongsun Sheng wiped his hands with a towel, discarding it aside, and smiled at Xiang Chen, saying, Brother, I sincerely apologize. On your first visit to the Gongsun residence, such an incident occurred. Allow me to express my regrets. Gongsun Sheng clasped his hands and slightly bowed, genuinely offering his apology. Xiang Chen hurried to lift Gongsun Sheng, replying, This matter cannot be blamed on you, Gongsun Gu. I am not troubled by it. However, I do worry about this elder's safety. I fear Gongsun Ku may seek revenge. Gongsun Sheng's expression turned cold as he stated, If he dares, do not worry. I will issue him a warning. This elder shall come to no harm. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young sir. The elder gratefully bowed to the two, and Xiang Chen promptly assisted him to his feet. This was merely an interlude, yet it sowed the seeds of a significant calamity for Xiang Chen. Come, let us go to my residence. I shall treat you to fine food and drink. Haha, splendid. I happen to have acquired some excellent wine to share with you, Gongsun Gu. The two soon forgot their earlier discomfort and made their way toward Gongsun Sheng's abode. In this world, there are ultimately more good people than not, the elder mused as he watched their retreating figures. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ku strode through the streets, his heart brimming with resentment like a torrential river, when suddenly, a figure appeared silently before him. Do you wish for revenge? Thank you, brothers, for lifting the restrictions. I completed the grand finale of Shuri yesterday, and I feel a bit melancholy. I haven't written much about Wanyao. Starting tomorrow, I will commence a substantial update for Wanyao. In Gongsun Sheng's residence, the two sat across from each other at a tea table, with maidservants having already served exquisite dishes and fine wine. Gongsun Gu, I have come as promised. Here is the long Quebec. Xiang Chen unstrapped the long K demon blade from his back and presented it with both hands. Gongsun Sheng accepted the blade from its scabbard, his arms feeling its weight as he exclaimed in surprise, The long K has grown heavier. Indeed, now the long K weighs no less than 2,500 pounds. Excluding the scabbard, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. What an extraordinary blade. I can sense that the aura of the long K has intensified considerably, and it now exudes a remarkable killing intent. You have slain quite a number of foes with it, have you not? Gongsun Sheng praised, gazing at the long K with great admiration. This blade was indeed the finest and most peculiar he had ever forged. I have encountered numerous villains, and it is true that I have taken many lives with it, Xiang Chen replied lightly, noting that the long K had claimed no fewer than 100 lives. Hence its formidable aura. To be honest, brother, I attempted to forge other blades using the patterns you provided, yet all my efforts ended in failure. It seems that ordinary materials cannot bear such patterns. A material like the celestial iron from beyond the heavens is something I may never encounter again in my lifetime. Forging such an extraordinary blade appears to be beyond my reach, Gongsun Sheng lamented. Xiang Chen smiled, but remained silent. It was not merely the materials that were at fault, but rather that in this realm, only one blade like the long K could exist, as the laws of heaven and earth would not allow the emergence of a second blade bearing such patterns. With this blade in hand, the Gongsun family shall undoubtedly overshadow the Murong family at the exhibition, Gongsun Xingtian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. I must express my gratitude to you, Gongsun de Go, for forging such a remarkable sword. Without the long K, I can only imagine the countless life and death crises I would have faced. This cup of wine, I raise in honor of you, Gongsun de Go, Xiang Chen declared, lifting his cup. Brother, you are too kind. It is I who owe you a debt of gratitude for saving Linger. Forging the long K cannot repay such a kindness, Gongsun Xingtian replied with a smile. And the two clinked their cups before drinking it all in one go. I have also acquired some precious materials. Gongsun de Go, please take a look. I would like to request your esteemed skill in forging a complete set of treasure armor for me. Should the forging succeed, I shall gift you a set as well, and I will compensate you for your craftsmanship. Xiang Chen presented a silver and jade belt to Gongsun Xingtian. Gongsun Xingtian accepted it, probing with his innate true energy to inspect it. He beheld countless scales, remarkably hard and resilient, exuding an aura of the supernatural. This is the scale armor of a major demon at the Yuanyang realm. Gongsun Xingtian exclaimed in astonishment. Such a material for refining armor is exceedingly rare. Indeed. Can it be forged? Xiang Chen inquired. Haha, it can indeed be forged. This is top-tier material for crafting treasure armor, Gongsun Xingtian responded with delight. I shall cover the forging costs at market price, Xiang Chen stated. Brother, do you consider me a stranger? How could I possibly charge you? Haha, with so many scales. Even after refining, we could forge 5 or 6 sets of top-tier treasure armor. You may give me just one set as a keepsake. Haha, then it is settled. I must trouble you again, Gongsun de Go. No trouble at all. Truth be told, I am the one benefiting here. A set of top-tier treasure armor is worth far more than a top-tier sword, with a market value exceeding 100,000. This armor can withstand lethal attacks from powerful figures of the Yuanyang realm, Gongsun Xingtian chuckled. By the way, Linger has fully recovered, correct? Indeed. I must say, brother, your medical skills are extraordinary. There are no lingering effects. Even our family's apothecary wishes to meet you and learn from you. I shall call him over shortly for you to meet. That is good to hear. I find myself missing that girl a bit. The two engaged in jovial conversation, reveling in each other's company. Xiang Chen spent the better part of the day at Gongsun Xingtian's residence, and as evening approached, Gongsun Xingtian personally dispatched his guards to escort Xiang Chen back to the Xia family. Upon returning to his own residence, Xiang Chen immediately entered Uncle Mu's chamber. Within the stone chamber of cultivation, there, he beheld a remarkably robust man seated within the great cauldron, whose height had astonishingly reached around 2 meters and 3 centimeters. The mysterious ancient cauldron's medicinal liquid had been absorbed nearly completely by Zhao Mu. Now, Uncle Mu's bare body had turned a deep crimson, and faint golden-white tiger tattoos emerged across his skin, with a violent aura of demon energy surging within him. Finally, as the last remnants of medicinal power were fully absorbed, Zhao Mu suddenly opened his eyes, which had turned a fierce red. With a roar, a sound akin to a tiger's cry reverberated through the stone chamber, reverberating against the eardrums. In that moment, Zhao Mu's physique began to swell dramatically, bone spurs erupted from his back, and he instantaneously grew from 2 meters to a staggering 3 meters and 5 centimeters, his head nearly touching the ceiling of the stone chamber. His visage, unexpectedly, began to take on a subtle, demonic tiger-like appearance as a royal pattern surfaced upon his forehead. His mouth sprouted sharp tiger fangs, and whiskers emerged at the corners of his lips. His arms and hands revealed razor-sharp claws, akin to steel blades. A slender, golden tail, fortified with a layer of steel, extended over 3 meters in length, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a half-demon, both fearsome and majestic. With a flick of his tail, the stone chamber was split open by the force of its strike. Xiang Chen observed Zhao Mu with astonishment as he realized that Zhao Mu's cultivation had indeed ascended to the 5th stage of the innate realm, with an astonishing power coursing through him. Suddenly, a crimson demonic flame ignited around Zhao Mu. This was the fiery essence of the crimson flame tiger. Zhao Mu gazed in disbelief at his transformed physique, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, as though he could effortlessly obliterate an opponent at the mid-tier of the innate realm with a mere swipe. The sheer magnitude of this power was overwhelming and beyond comprehension. Excitedly, Zhao Mu exclaimed, breathing fire as he spoke, "Congratulations, Uncle Mu, on your successful cultivation." Xiang Chen smiled, replying, "Indeed, young master, this power and technique are truly remarkable." Zhao Mu, brimming with joy, looked down at Xiang Chen. "Try to suppress your demonic aura," Xiang Chen suggested. "Understood." Zhao Mu promptly focused, retracting his demonic energy, and his figure immediately diminished, returning to a human size of just over 2 meters. How wondrous! Zhao Mu could not help but marvel. "From this day forth, Uncle Mu, you shall cultivate this technique. The method I impart to you will suffice for your ascension to the primordial Yang realm," Xiang Chen stated. "Thank you for this second chance, my lord." Zhao Mu knelt in gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities between us. I will also teach you the tortoise breathing technique, which can conceal your demonic aura, as you are no longer considered part of the human race, or rather, you are closer to the demon lineage. It is crucial that your essence remains undetected to avoid unnecessary troubles." Xiang Chen resolved to impart the tortoise breathing technique to Zhao Mu. Haha. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the distinctions between human and demon are inconsequential, Zhao Mu replied with an open mind, having endured countless trials of life and death throughout his years. "By the way, my lord, there is one more matter," Zhao Mu continued. "It seems that a divine spirit has manifested within me, though I am uncertain." "Oh, is that so? Let me take a look," Xiang Chen said, intrigued. As Zhao Mu concentrated, a radiant glow materialized around him, coalescing into the image of a fierce tiger. This tiger radiated concentric rings of golden blue light, resembling the crimson flame tiger king, yet adorned with additional golden stripes. "A divine spirit of divine quality," Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, then rejoiced, "Uncle Mu, congratulations. This is indeed a divine spirit, and a divine quality one at that." "Divine quality? What are the classifications of divine spirits?" Zhao Mu inquired, bewildered. Xiang Chen explained with a smile, "As you know, divine spirits are categorized into 3 tiers: profound, spiritual, and celestial. Beyond the celestial tier, there exist even higher classifications, with divine quality being one of them, and quite a prestigious one at that." Zhao Mu was astounded, exclaiming, "Are you saying that the potential of my divine spirit surpasses that of the celestial tier?" "Precisely. I suspect it is due to the influence of the white tiger's sacred blood," Xiang Chen chuckled. Beyond the celestial realm, Zhao Mu found himself unable to fathom the extraordinary transformation he had undergone. From a person devoid of any innate celestial spirit talent, he had suddenly acquired a spirit more formidable than that of the heavens. The exhilaration that surged within him was beyond imagination. This miraculous change was bestowed upon him by the young master, and henceforth, Zhao Mu vowed to unwaveringly follow him, ready to face any peril. Kneeling once more, Zhao Mu solemnly declared, "Uncle Mu, I have regarded you as family. There is no need for such formality. Now, familiarize yourself with your newfound power. Soon, let Manha prepare a feast of delightful dishes and fine wines for our celebration." Xiang Chen helped Zhao Mu to his feet, chuckling, "Indeed. Let us drink to our heart's content later. I shall take a moment to acclimate to the strength within me." As Xiang Chen exited Zhao Mu's chamber, he felt a swell of joy in his heart. True loyalty, as demonstrated by Zhao Mu, was a rare treasure, deserving of his trust and nurturing. That evening, Manha prepared a lavish banquet, and the 3 of them, master and 2 servants, sat together. However, Manha knelt behind Xiang Chen, offering him a shoulder massage. After raising a toast to Xiang Chen, Zhao Mu spoke, "Young master, although you have garnered attention from the Xia family, it is evident they do not regard you as one of their own. Your position remains precarious, and I have a lingering suspicion of their ulterior motives towards you. I do not intend to reside indefinitely with the Xia family," Xiang Chen replied, comfortably leaning against Manha, his eyes half closed. "Their greatest ambition concerning me is to see me return to the Xiang Wang mansion, wielding power, while simultaneously remaining steadfastly loyal to the Xia family, becoming a covert force under their control." Zhao Mu felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. He had feared that Xiang Chen might be ensnared by the Xia family's false gratitude and moral coercion. "I have devised numerous plans in my mind, Uncle Mu. After being expelled from the Xiang Wang mansion, do you still have contacts with those who were loyal to my parents?" Xiang Chen inquired. "Indeed, I maintain communication with many. I had considered gathering them to bolster your forces, but given your current awkward position with the Xia family, they may hesitate to follow. Moreover, supporting people incurs significant expenses," Zhao Mu replied, placing a piece of braised pork into his mouth. "I shall provide you with 50,000 gold coins. Use this to distribute wealth among them, maintain contact, and ascertain their current sentiments. Within 3 months, I shall establish my own enterprise within the great merchants, officially severing ties with the Xia family. By then, I will demonstrate to them that I possess the means to earn their allegiance," Xiang Chen resolved, preparing to amass his strength. "Very well, I shall attend to this tomorrow. However, my greatest concern is that after severing ties with the Xia family, the Lin princess may turn against you." Zhao Mu expressed his worry. "Do not fret over this. I have my own safeguards, and when the time comes, the Lin princess will not dare to confront me openly," Xiang Chen replied with a calm smile, exuding an infectious confidence. "You have truly changed, young master," Zhao Mu remarked with delight, pleased by Xiang Chen's transformation. "To thrive in this world, one must learn to adapt, become stronger, more ruthless, and sufficiently cunning. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others. The future is rife with grand challenges awaiting my conquest. The strong endure, the weak perish, adaptation brings success, and ruthlessness ensures longevity." Xiang Chen raised his cup, drinking deeply. "Life may be as fragile as thin paper, yet one must possess an indomitable spirit. To achieve success, one must harbor dreams. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." As the night wore on, Zhao Mu took his leave to rest. While he personally attended to Xiang Chen as he returned to his quarters. On the following day, the sun cast its slanting rays through the window, awakening Xiang Chen with a yawn. He rose to wash up, for he was to attend the weapon exhibition prepared by the Gongsun family. The Gongsun clan, renowned in the marketplace, hosted the illustrious Hall of 100 Weapons. At this moment, the hall was spacious enough to accommodate nearly 10,000 people. Within the exhibition hall, numerous display counters showcased an array of promised weapons, the lowest rank being third-tier inferior treasures. The venue was already bustling with a throng of attendees. A veritable sea of humanity, comprising many prominent figures from the upper echelons of society, young nobles, and influential dignitaries. To gain entry, one must possess at least a low-grade treasure weapon. "Have you heard, Wang Ying? Is it true that you were left half dead by that lad Xiang Chen last time?" A group of young men in their 20s gathered, one of whom, wielding a handcrafted golden folding fan, jested. "Nonsense, Murong Zhao. Where did you acquire such ridiculous gossip? How could I possibly be defeated by that brat?" Wang Ying's countenance darkened in response. "Haha, I've heard even more explosive news. Xiang Chen has become the young king of the Xia family, though I wonder if it's true." "Impossible. I heard he was an incapable waste who couldn't cultivate. How could he possibly become the young king of the Xia family?" Xiao Qingbao's strength is not to be underestimated. As this group idly conversed, they inevitably brought up Xiang Chen. At the mention of his name, Wang Ying's expression soured the most. The memory of being forced to drink excrement by Xiang Chen lingered in his mind, leaving him nauseated for quite some time. Subsequently, driven by shame, he devoted himself to training for revenge, and his own cultivation had indeed improved significantly since then. "My word, there are quite a number of people here," Zhao Mu remarked, astonished by the crowd around him. "Indeed, the influence of the Gongsun family is considerable," Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly. "Xiang Chen, it seems fate has brought you here," someone from Wang Ying's group exclaimed, pointing at the conspicuous figure of Xiang Chen beside Zhao Mu. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, an uncontrollable fury ignited within Wang Ying's chest. "Oh, is that not Wang Aixiang? It has been a while," Xiang Chen said with a faint smile directed at Wang Ying. The name Wang Aixiang instantly evoked the most unwelcome memories for Wang Ying, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. His face turned pale as he suddenly retched violently to the side. Chapter 153. The Gongsun Weapon Exhibition. Wang Ying was left heaving on the ground, prompting discomfort among those nearby, who were equally repulsed by the spectacle. Now, whenever Wang Ying heard the word Aixiang or Xiang Chen's name, he felt a wave of unease and revulsion, to the extent that he developed a psychological aversion even to using the restroom. In that moment, Xiang Chen's casual mention of Wang Aixiang resurrected the terrifying memories he wished to forget. Wang Ying, what is wrong with you? Your retching is utterly disgusting. The surrounding noble disciples quickly distanced themselves from Wang Ying, repelled by his display. Xiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you might not be aware, but the last time, our dear Wang Aixiang and I made a wager. The stakes were such that the loser would drink Xiang's soup. Our classmate Wang Aixiang is indeed a man of his word. After losing, he readily consumed 3 large bowls, embodying the spirit of one drink to forget all. What? Wow. Drinking Xiang's soup. Wang Ying, you possess quite a bold spirit. Incredible. Wang Ying, there's a story behind this. Truly impressive. You are a tough one. How revolting. I shall keep my distance from you henceforth." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around changed dramatically, their gazes towards Wang Ying shifting entirely. "Xiang Chen, you little beast. You speak nonsense. I only drank 1 bowl. No, I didn't drink at all." "Silence." Wang Ying shouted in a mix of retching and fury, regretting his words the moment they left his mouth, having fallen into a trap. "Ah, yes, only 1 bowl. I must have misremembered," Xiang Chen sneered, determined to not let Wang Ying off easily. "Goodness, you really did drink it. Impressive, Wang Ying. Do you truly have such a peculiar taste?" Those who had initially doubted now wore expressions of disbelief, one by one reconsidering their friendship with Wang Ying. I didn't eat it. Xiang Chen, I will kill you." Wang Ying, pale in the face, attempted to explain, but seeing the changing looks of others ignited his rage, and he charged at Xiang Chen, unleashing his true energy. Revealing himself to be at the 8th level of the divine concealment realm, a sword appeared in Wang Ying's hand, aimed directly at Xiang Chen in a furious thrust. Disregarding the surroundings, Xiang Chen coldly smiled, stepping lightly like a startled swan, effortlessly evading the sword strike. Then, he swiftly took 2 steps, weaving left and right, before propelling himself with a sudden burst to Wang Ying's side, unleashing the dragon elephant inner strength with a palm strike infused with tying true energy. Smack! "Ah!" Wang Ying cried out in anguish as he was struck on the left cheek by Xiang Chen's palm, tumbling to the ground. Such speed, such agility. Wang Ying's friends exchanged glances, astonished by Xiang Chen's apparent mastery. Wang Ying lay on the ground, stunned, his face flushed with anger and disbelief as he gazed at Xiang Chen, realizing he had been sent flying by merely a single slap. The speed at which Xiang Chen had moved was beyond his capability to evade. Xiang Chen smirked and shook his hand, saying, "Though your cultivation has improved, your strength remains lacking, Wang Aixiang. If you wish to seek revenge, you must strive much harder." This spectacle drew many onlookers. Numerous individuals scrutinized Xiang Chen and discussed Wang Ying, marveling at Xiang Chen's prowess. "What are you 2 still doing? Go after him, kill him," Wang Ying roared, commanding his 2 bodyguards. "Young master, this is the territory of the Gongsun family. Killing is inappropriate." One guard hesitated. "What are you afraid of? Do you wish to die? If you don't kill him, I will return and kill you." Wang Ying's eyes glowed with rage. The 2 bodyguards gritted their teeth, unleashing their innate true energy, charging towards Xiang Chen with incredible speed and strength, surpassing Xiang Chen. 2 long knives, infused with innate true energy, sliced towards Xiang Chen. "Is there no one to protect my young master?" A more terrifying innate true energy erupted behind Xiang Chen. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Mu unleashed his 5th level innate true energy, and a massive black heavy sword cleaved through the air with terrifying force. The sound of metal clashing echoed as 2 long knives were forcefully repelled, causing the wielders to feel a sharp pain, their grips faltering and arms numbing. Subsequently, the heavy sword struck the 2 men with brutal force, sending them screaming and hurtling backwards for several meters, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the towering figure of the giant. 5th level innate. Their expressions changed in shock, blood spilling from their mouths. The protective true qi around them shattered, leaving them internally injured. What are you still standing there for? Help me. Wang Ying's face shifted in alarm as he turned to his companions. However, hesitation clouded the faces of those around him, none daring to step forward in support. Young masters, fighting and causing disturbances within the venue is strictly prohibited, or we will have to escort you out. A group of guards arrived, issuing a warning. Uncle Mu, come back, Xiang Chen said. Understood, young master. Zhao Mu retreated, resembling an iron tower standing resolutely behind Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen coldly regarded the astonished and enraged Wang Ying, declaring, Wang Xiang, our matters are far from resolved. You wish to kill me, but I have no intention of ending your life easily. You shall witness how I exact my revenge for the sins you committed against Roer. Xiang Chen, I, Wang Ying, pledge that we shall not rest until one of us is dead. There is no room for both of us. Wang Ying spat through gritted teeth. Haha, I fear you not, Xiang Chen retorted mockingly, dismissing Wang Ying and leading Zhao Mu away to another location. Wang Ying's face contorted with rage, taking on a hue reminiscent of liver. The sharpness of Xiang Chen's aura was formidable. This young man seemed entirely transformed from the one he once knew. Indeed, it appeared that the rumors about the Xiang family were mere fabrications. The surrounding elite youths murmured about Xiang Chen, casting odd glances at Wang Ying, still repulsed by the latter's earlier disgrace. Among the crowd, a seemingly unremarkable young man clad in blue gazed at Xiang Chen with eyes that sparkled with brilliance. Quietly approaching him, Xiang Chen surveyed the various weapons and treasures on display, marveling at the array of common and extraordinary arms, each more dazzling than the last. At that moment, on the central stage of the venue, a group of elegantly dressed individuals with commanding presence ascended the platform. Look, it's Master Gongsun Shengtian. Master Shengtian is so young and handsome. Master Shengtian, the youngest genius alchemist of the Great Shang, the only spirit-level alchemist under 30. One of the 7 spirit-level alchemists of the Great Shang. As this group took the stage, many admired a particularly striking young man among them, while numerous young beauties cast flirtatious glances his way. Each individual in this assembly radiated brilliance, outshining their peers. And Gongsun Shengtian stood as a youthful legend among the alchemists of the Great Shang. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending our Gongsun family's weapons exhibition. Today, we shall present the finest divine weapons crafted by our family over the past 2 years, and all treasures will be available at a 20% discount. An elder from the Gongsun family, clad in a fiery red alchemist robe, announced with a smile. Excellent. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in cheers. A 20% discount was a significant boon, as these treasures were all valued at over 1,000 gold coins. In the Murong family, the arena beckons. Chapter 154, The Betting Instruments. At this moment, another group emerged from the crowd, predominantly clad in the robes of weapon artisans, with the character Murong intricately woven into their sleeves. They were the weapon craftsmen of the Murong family, a clan whose status in weapon forging was nearly on par with that of the Gongsun family. The crowd parted respectfully, many casting reverent glances at this group. Leading them was a robust, middle-aged man with curly hair, Murong Hai. Gongsun Shengtian observed him with narrowed eyes. He was one of the 3 esteemed spiritual-grade weapon artisans of the Murong family. Such an exhibition would be incomplete without our Murong family present. Young Master Shengtian, would you mind if we borrowed a platform to showcase our works together? Murong Hai remarked with a gentle smile toward the significantly younger gentleman. Gongsun Shengtian, displaying magnanimity, replied with a smile, as fellow artisans of the great commerce, I have no objections. Please, do present your works, Senior Murong. Murong Hai continued, since we are to showcase, why not engage in a friendly competition? Both our families represent the pinnacle of great commerce in weapon crafting. After all, in literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. This opportunity allows everyone to witness which family produces superior weapons. Are you interested? It was evident that the Murong family had come well prepared. Gongsun Shengtian laughed heartily, why not? My Gongsun family accepts the challenge. This marked the onset of a rivalry among the artisans, piquing the interest of many onlookers. At this juncture, both sides commenced to display their finest 5 weapons for the exhibition. The Gongsun family showcased 2 swords and 2 daggers, along with a battle spear. Among them was a colossal dagger, unmistakably the dragon queller demon blade belonging to Xiang Chen. The Murong family's offerings were also 2 swords, 2 daggers, and a battle lance. The dagger, a dominant weapon, excels in slashing and thrusting, easily wielded with formidable power. The sword, known as the king among weapons, features a double-edged point, serving as both a lethal instrument and a gentleman's accessory. The battle lance reigns supreme on the battlefield, capable of both charging and defending. Dagger, sword, and spear are the most prevalent and sought-after weapons among warriors of the continent, with the lance being primarily used for thrusting, while the battle spear, being longer, also allows for slashing and can be thrown, making it ideal for infantry against cavalry. Of course, there exists a plethora of peculiar and exotic weapons, even talismans resembling bricks. You little wretch, dazzled by the display? The weapons showcased are all of at least superior treasure grade. The Murong family's fire serpent sword has already been reserved by my father, destined to be gifted to me. Such exquisite weaponry, I doubt you, a wretched stray cast out from the Xiang family, living under the charity of the Xia family, will ever afford. Wang Ying taunted Xiang Chen, noticing him fixated on the dragon queller demon blade, mistakenly thinking Xiang Chen was envious of the displayed weaponry. The fire serpent sword? Xiang Chen scoffed. Merely a piece of worthless scrap in the presence of my weapon. Such audacity. That is a 9th-grade superior treasure, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Worth over 100,000. Do you honestly believe you are worthy of dismissing it as scrap? Can you even afford it? Do you possess any worthy weapons? Wang Ying scoffed. Wang I Xiang, shall we engage in a wager? Xiang Chen teased as he looked at Wang Ying. The mention of a bet caused a flicker of unease in Wang Ying's expression, reminding him of his previous loss to Xiang Chen, where he had to endure humiliation. Are you afraid? Are you haunted by past shadows? Xiang Chen taunted. Ridiculous. Am I to fear you? What shall we wager on? Wang Ying retorted angrily. Let us bet on our weapons. I assert that my weapon surpasses your so-called fire snake sword. Are you willing to take the challenge? Xiang Chen asked with a cold smile. Haha, such arrogance. A superior treasure is the most fitting weapon for those beneath the Yuanyang realm. What pitiful weapon of yours could possibly outshine my fire snake sword? Can you even afford a superior treasure? You are no longer the second son of the Xiang family, but merely a stray dog. Wang Ying sneered, his disbelief evident. Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply answer, are you in or out? Xiang Chen replied indifferently. I accept. This time, we shall wager money, 100,000 gold coins. If I lose, I will pay you 100,000. If you lose, you shall do the same. Should you lack the coins, you must write an IOU, duly notarized. Furthermore, if you lose, you will kneel and bow to me 3 times, and you shall also endure the same humiliation you inflicted upon me. Do you dare? Wang Ying grinned maliciously, as if seizing an opportunity for revenge. Agreed. Let it be as you propose. Everyone present, have you heard the terms of this wager? Xiang Chen revealed a smirk of triumph, surveying the crowd. 100,000 gold coins, 3 bows, and humiliation. This wager is indeed ruthless. Such stakes are unprecedented. 100,000 gold coins could nearly purchase a superior treasure, and the bows are an extreme insult. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the audacity of the wager. On the platform, members of the Murong family frowned. Young man, the fire snake sword mentioned by young Master Wang is the finest weapon crafted by our Murong family in the past 2 years. How can you boast that your weapon can surpass it? Indeed, you arrogant fool, others from the Murong family sneered. Why should we heed the words of a mere child? Prepare for the duel, Murong Hai stated coldly. Xiang Chen chuckled. I speak only the truth. You have not seen my weapon. How can you claim it is inferior to your Murong families? To me, your weapons are little more than scrap metal. You insolent wretch. You dare insult us. How dare you? You think you can demean the weapons forged by the Murong family? Show us your weapon if it is truly capable. The members of the Murong family seethed with rage, their eyes fixed on Xiang Chen. Murong Hai's expression darkened further. Is the Gongsun family deliberately sending you as a provocateur? You initiated the insults. Do not blame me for being uncivilized. As for my weapon, you will witness it soon enough, Xiang Chen replied calmly. You are merely boasting. I doubt you have the courage. Once the weapon duel concludes, present your weapon, and if it fails to match the quality of those forged by the Murong family, I shall tear your mouth apart and make you kneel to pay for your slander, Murong Hai warned coldly. If my weapon surpasses yours, how will you respond to my assertion? Will you kneel before me? Xiang Chen coldly inquired. Can a mere child wielding a weapon rival the treasures of the Murong clan? I would gladly bestow these upon you, but in return, I shall take your life. The Murong family is not to be sullied by your presence. Murong Hai replied with icy disdain, a murderous aura emanating from him. Chapter 155. The Contest of Weapons. I accept this wager, old man. Though age has graced you with years, it has not imparted wisdom. You spew curses like a foul-mouthed wretch. Has your mother passed away without teaching you better? Xiang Chen retorted, his words laced with sharpness. You seek death. Wang Gui roared, unleashing the ferocity of his 9th level of innate cultivation. Zhao Mu swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiang Chen. Elder Wang, he is my brother. Should you dare to lay a hand on him, do you believe I would allow you to leave this place unscathed? Gongsun Shengtian's countenance turned grave. Around them, the Gongsun family's guards silently revealed their weapons. Oh, I see now. Your arrogance is merely a reflection of the Gongsun family's backing. Very well, let us dispense with words and engage in this contest of weapons. Wang Gui scoffed, suppressing his fury. You shall not only kneel before me, but also meet your demise. Wang Ying sneered. Silence your insolent tongue and prepare 10,000 gold coins. Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk. You will not weep until you see the coffin, soon. You shall witness your own end, Wang Ying huffed, directing his gaze towards the exhibition stage. All attention turned to the 10 weapons displayed. The pinnacle creations of the 2 renowned weapon-forging families over the past 2 years. Behold, the first exhibit from the Wang family, the dragon-tongue spear, crafted from the finest dark iron and tempered 1,000 times. Its tip, forged from secret silver, boasts astonishing penetrative power, a 7th-grade treasure spear capable of piercing through the hides of 10 formidable innate beasts. Bring forth the hide of a demon bull, Wang Gui proclaimed, gripping the first exhibit, a spear gleaming with a silver sheen. In contrast, Gongsun Shengtian held a Wenzhong battle spear, its body a pale gold, declaring, the breaking army spear. A 7th-grade weapon, with a 2-foot blade, forged from superior dark iron and enhanced with tempered steel. Bring forth 13 hides of demon bulls. Immediately, valuable and remarkably resilient hides, suitable for crafting precious armor, were procured. The 2 weapons were subsequently entrusted to 2 equally matched cultivators of the same realm. The warrior wielding the dragon-tongue spear unleashed a furious thrust. Swish! The spear pierced through the hides of 10 demon bulls in a single strike, the tip barely emerging from the last hide. What an exceptional weapon! Its penetrative ability is astounding. Even those of the divine concealment realm can wield it with such prowess. Imagine the devastation it would wreak in the hands of a Yuan Yang realm master. One thrust could pierce through a small mountain, exclaimed many in the crowd, captivated by the spear's might. At that moment, another cultivator of the divine concealment realm, brandishing the breaking army spear, swung downwards with tremendous force. Flash! The spear's blade cleaved through the 13 hides of demon bulls effortlessly. This scene left the onlookers in a state of astonishment. The sharpness displayed was beyond imagination. The members of the Wang family appeared slightly perturbed at this spectacle. Gongsun Shengtian, with a calm smile, remarked, Elder Wang, how shall we judge this contest? Humph. With long-range weapons, I concede your victory. Let us now turn our attention to close combat weapons. With a cold snort, Wang Gui seized a sword. This sword, known as the Flowing Light Sword, could conjure dazzling phantoms, making it nearly impossible to defend against. An 8th-grade treasure, it possessed remarkable sharpness. Bring forth a block of 1 meter thick black iron, commanded Wang Gui, handing the sword to a tester, who was also a martial artist of the divine concealment realm. A heavy block of black iron, 1 meter thick and 2 meters long, was promptly placed upon the stage with a resounding thud. Gongsun Shengtian also produced a sword of the same grade, entrusting it to the tester. Subsequently, both swords were swung simultaneously, the blades sliced through the air, emitting sharp sounds as they struck the ordinary black iron. As the flowing light sword cleaved through, it indeed manifested 2 blinding arcs of light. The blade penetrated the iron by over a foot, cutting through it as if it were mere clay. Soon after, measurements were taken, revealing the Gongsun family sword has penetrated the black iron by 1.3 inches. The Wang family's flowing light sword has also penetrated by 1.3 inches. Astonishingly, the sharpness of both swords was nearly equivalent. Old Lu, as a master appraiser of treasures, would you kindly evaluate the value of these swords and determine which is superior? At this moment, Wang Gui turned his gaze toward an elderly gentleman with graying hair, a renowned appraiser in the great merchants. Old Lu chuckled, stating, I shall speak candidly. The Wang sword is not inferior in sharpness to the Gongsun sword, and its ability to create illusions in battle significantly enhances its value. An 8th grade upper tier treasure typically starts at 120,000, while this flowing light sword could fetch 140,000, nearly rivaling a 9th grade upper tier sword. The Gongsun sword is also quite sharp, valued at approximately 120,000 in the market, though it falls slightly short. Gongsun Xingtian nodded in agreement, saying, "Old Lu's words are grounded in truth. I concur, this round belongs to the Morong family." Satisfied, Morong Hai then presented a second sword, a 9th grade treasure known as the Fire Serpent Sword. This blade was forged using the blood of a demon serpent from the Yuanyang realm. Imbued with the fires of the serpent itself and enhanced with the unique fire patterns of the Morong family. It was a pinnacle among upper-tier treasures. As the tester swung the sword, the Fire Serpent Sword blazed with fiery heat as it sliced into the black iron. Remarkably, the iron was cleaved to a depth of 2 feet, its sharpness exceeding that of the previous 8th grade swords by a significant margin. The surrounding iron glowed a fierce red from the heat. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that a strike from this sword could easily prove fatal. Haha, a magnificent blade indeed. Xiang Chen, should I wield this sword, do you think you could withstand a single strike? Wang Ying laughed heartily, casting a triumphant glance at Xiang Chen, who remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, ignoring the boastful man. Subsequently, the Gongsun family also had their 9th grade sword tested, which, upon being swung, penetrated the black iron by over 2 feet, surpassing the Gongsun sword's depth by 0.2 of an inch. Lu Lao assessed, in terms of sharpness, the sword from the Gongsun family is indeed among the finest treasures, with a market floor price of 150,000 for a 9th grade artifact. This sword could reach a value of 160,000. However, while the Morong family's sword may be slightly less sharp, it possesses a formidable burning power that inflicts greater damage upon foes, valued at 180,000. Ha ha ha, once again, we have triumphed. Morong Hai laughed heartily, stating, "Brother Gongsun, your family's swordsmithing skills still lack a bit of finesse. Do not rush, it is a best-of-5 series, and you have only secured 2 victories. If we consider total value, you have not managed to surpass my Gongsun family by much, and there are still 2 more matches to contest." Gongsun Xingtian replied calmly, "Let us indeed compare total value, but our weapons already lead by a margin of 40,000 in worth. The pressure is on you." Morong Hai sneered. "Now, let us test the blades." In Chapter 156, the first swords from both families, both 8th grade treasures, were presented. The Morong family's weapon was a serrated shark-toothed sword, which, when wielded with full force, cleaved 2 feet and 20 centimeters into the mysterious iron. The sword's cutting ability surpassed that of the blade. Unless one were to wield a heavy sword, which could overpower a blade's cleaving strength, albeit at the cost of agility in thrusting. Gongsuan's weapon was a tang knife with a tiger tooth hilt, akin to a samurai sword, yet a precursor to it. This knife also penetrated over 2 feet, measuring 2 feet and 18 centimeters deep, though it fell slightly short in cleaving power. Lu Lao remarked, "The Morong family's shark-tooth sword is indeed sharper, yet its larger blade compromises its close combat agility. Conversely, Gongsuan's Tai knife, while marginally less powerful in cleaving, is comparatively lighter and better suited for close-quarters combat at this length. Both blades are valued at 13,000. No one doubted the inherent strength of the warriors. The explanation was straightforward. The materials used for the test blades were mysterious iron, which did not significantly affect the performance of those in the divine concealment realm. Especially since the testers were of the same cultivation level, the sharpness relied primarily on the artifacts themselves. Additionally, different grades of treasures varied in weight. Lower-grade artifacts typically weighed between 200 to 300 pounds due to material constraints, suitable for those in the divine concealment realm. Medium-grade artifacts, above level 4, averaged around 1,000 pounds, intended for innate realm masters. Artifacts above level 7 generally exceeded 2,000 pounds, suitable for those in the Yuanyang realm. Of course, this was merely the usual weight of artifacts. Some were specifically designed for greater weight, such as warhammers, which would undoubtedly be heavier than other weapons. For someone like Xiang Chen, possessing extraordinary strength in the divine concealment realm, it would be nearly impossible to wield a 2,000-pound sword against someone of the same level, as they would quickly exhaust their strength. Naturally, he was an anomaly, not to be compared with ordinary individuals. Furthermore, typical warriors in the divine concealment realm could seldom afford such expensive weapons unless they hailed from affluent families. Brother Gongsun, We are now moving on to the 9th grade swords. We still lead by 40,000. It is nearly impossible for you to catch up to that value with a single sword, Morong Hai declared proudly, confident that the Morong family would emerge as the most prominent in this exhibition of weapons. This was indeed a clever marketing ploy, should they triumph over the Gongsun clan. The sales of Morong family's weapons could potentially eclipse those of the Gongsun clan. Yet, the outcome remains uncertain, and it is still too early to declare a victor. At this moment, Xiang Chen spoke with indifference. Morong Hai turned to Xiang Chen and scoffed, "Boy, you would do well to silence yourself. If you cannot produce weapons superior to those of the Morong family, you may as well prepare for your demise." Wang Ying interjected, "Morong elder. This lad is merely a discarded pawn of the Xiang Wang mansion. How could he possibly present a blade that rivals those of the Morong family?" "Discarded pawn of the Xiang Wang mansion," Morong Hai exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that he is the infamous second son of Xiang, known for his inherent flaws that preclude his cultivation, whose malevolence led to the expulsion of his elder brother from the Xiang Wang mansion? That useless second son, Xiang Chen? Indeed, that is he, Wang Ying replied with a cold smirk. "Old fool, is it truly necessary to embellish your introduction with such vile epithets?" Xiang Chen's expression turned icy. "I could just as easily describe you as a morally bankrupt old scoundrel, Morong Hai, whose upbringing was utterly lacking. Huh, you are not a commendable individual either. It is said that the Su Wang Fei is virtuous. How could she give birth to such a wretch as yourself? No wonder you would resort to poisoning your own brother to seize power. What a disgrace." Morong Hai sneered. "Elder Morong, my brother Xiang Chen is my comrade. It is rather unbecoming of you to insult him so," Gongsun Xingtian remarked coldly. "Gongsun young master, I have a wager with him. Should he lose, he must pay with his life for insulting the Morong family." Morong Hai replied indifferently. "The treasured blade below belongs to him. We shall soon discern whether he wins or loses." Gongsun Xingtian responded with a chill in his voice. "What? It is his? Ha ha. A mere boy at the divine concealment realm nurturing a treasured blade? Gongsun Xingtian, you are surely doomed to defeat." To everyone's surprise, Morong Hai burst into laughter. "The next blade is mine. I have nurtured it with my true essence for over a year." From the crowd, a burly man clad in armor spoke with a detached demeanor. "It is General Zheng of the Imperial Guard. General Zheng. He is a formidable warrior at the great heaven rank of the Yuanyang realm. The power of the blade he has nurtured is certain to be extraordinary. Alas, it appears that the Gongsun family is destined to lose. One cultivates the sword, and the sword cultivates the person. What power could a mere boy at the divine concealment realm impart to a blade nurtured with true energy?" The crowd murmured in agreement, shaking their heads in resignation, convinced of the Gongsun family's inevitable defeat. "Present the blade," Morong Hai sneered, as he opened a sword case to reveal a gleaming, snow-white warblade, still swirling with strands of golden true essence. The blade measured 4.5 feet in length, exuding an astonishing aura and imbued with the essence of a Yuanyang expert. What an exceptional blade! Upon sighting this weapon, every sword cultivator present could not help but express admiration. The tester, struggling to lift the blade, found it exceedingly burdensome given his 9th level of divine concealment. This blade, surprising snow, is a top-tier 9th grade treasure, weighing 2,200 pounds. It was forged by my family a year and a half ago and is now General Zheng's weapon, sold to him at a price of 180,000. Naturally, after a year of nurturing with the true essence of a great heaven expert, its value has undoubtedly increased," Morong Hai declared with a smile, while General Zheng also wore a confident grin, thoroughly satisfied with his blade. The blade nurtured by General Zheng. Alas, it seems we are indeed destined to lose. Indeed, the eldest son should never have acted so impulsively as to bestow that exquisite blade upon the likes of Xiang Chen. This time, we are destined for defeat because of this young man. Had that sword been sold to a worthy adversary for nurturing, victory would have been assured. Alas, if our loss is attributed to this individual, our reputation will suffer, and for the next few years, our weapon sales will surely be eclipsed by the Gong Morong family. The members of the Gongsun clan murmured their discontent, casting unfriendly glances towards Xiang Chen. The repercussions could amount to millions of gold coins in sales over the next 2 years. "Test the sword," commanded Morong Hai. "Huh," the swordsman bellowed, exerting all his strength to lift the formidable blade, bringing it down heavily upon the mysterious iron. Swish! As the blade descended, the 1-meter-thick iron was cleaved effortlessly in two. leaving a deep fissure in the ground. The sheer power of this strike astonished the majority present, prompting exclamations of awe. A magnificent sword. This treasure possesses enough might to rank among the top 10 swords of the great merchant. Indeed, the current market value of this blade may well reach 200,000. A splendid sword, yet the Gongsun clan is doomed, no matter how exquisite a sword may be. A mere young man at the divine concealment realm cannot cultivate any significant reputation. With this sword unveiled, the hall erupted in applause, ensuring the Gongsun clan's inevitable defeat. The Murong family's Jingshu's sword garnered widespread acclaim, igniting fervor in the hearts of countless sword enthusiasts. Alas, a weapon forged by a 9th-tier celestial expert in the Yuanyang realm, our Gongsun clan is surely destined for failure. To think that our finest material, the celestial iron tempered by fire for 20 years, was gifted to a mere boy of the divine concealment realm, such a precious jewel has indeed been tarnished. Among the Gongsun clan, someone spoke with a sarcastic tone. It was none other than Gongsun Ku. Gongsun Xingtian shot him a dark glare, while Gongsun Ku pretended not to notice, internally scoffing. Old Lu, do provide an estimate, Murong Hai requested of the master appraiser, Old Lu. Old Lu exclaimed, "This sword is undoubtedly forged from deep-sea white steel, a precious or found 1,000 fathoms beneath the ocean, tempered day and night by the crushing depths. The Jingshu's sword, further refined by the Murong family's craftsmanship and nurtured by a formidable figure like General Zhang, has significantly enhanced its value. Its market price could very well reach 220,000. 220,000. Such a price is comparable to the finest treasures in the great merchant's inventory. While the valuation stands at 220,000, the rarity of such a sword means that any sword aficionado with the means would likely pay even more." This estimation caused a stir among the audience. The Gongsun clan's defeat was now palpable. 220,000. The weight of this appraisal pressed heavily upon the hearts of the Gongsun family. "Now, let us see your sword," Murong Hai remarked with a cold smile. A swordsman approached to draw the long K demon sword. "Do not," Gongsun Xingtian shouted. However, it was too late. The swordsman had already grasped the hilt of the long K demon sword. Immediately, a surge of black-red sword energy erupted forth. "Ah!" The knife tester let out a harrowing scream as a gaping wound was slashed into his wrist, nearly severing his entire hand from the force of the blade's energy. Blood and flesh were splattered everywhere, revealing glimpses of white bone. "What on earth is happening?" the knife tester exclaimed in pain. Identifying himself as a member of the Murong family, the blade's hilt could unleash such lethal energy as well. The members of the Murong family looked on with mild astonishment at this scene. "My blade shall not be touched by others," declared Xiang Chen, his tone indifferent. Gongsun Xingtian turned to Xiang Chen and said, "Brother, the next move is yours." Xiang Chen nodded, stepping onto the platform and approaching his Dragon K demon blade. Gongsun Xingtian proclaimed, "This blade is named Dragon K, weighing 2,500 pounds, measuring 6 feet in length, with a 1-foot hilt, forged from heavenly meteorite iron." Heavenly meteorite iron. Could it be that the legendary piece of iron, smelted for 20 years spoken of in the Gongsun family tales, was used to forge this blade? An astounded weapon craftsman exclaimed. While heavenly meteorite iron is renowned as a premier forging material, the quality of the blade ultimately depends on the skill of the craftsman, the intricacies of the blade's pattern, and the nurturing of the weapon. This young man, at his level of cultivation, would hardly be able to cultivate any remarkable prowess in a blade. "Haha, indeed," Wang Ying scoffed. 2,500 pounds. Can this brat even wield it?" Xiang Chen, gripping the Dragon K demon blade without drawing it from its sheath, remarked, "Brother Gongsun, please fetch me 2 slabs of black iron of this thickness." "Very well. Bring forth 2 slabs of black iron," Gongsun Xingtian ordered, and immediately, 2 unrefined, 1-meter thick slabs of black iron were brought forth and stacked together. Thick, 2 meters. Could he possibly cleave through such thick iron with a single stroke? Someone gasped in astonishment. "Impossible. His cultivation level cannot achieve that, even with a superior treasure blade," sneered a member of the Murong family. "This brat is merely seeking to attract attention." However, in the next moment, Xiang Chen slowly drew the Dragon K demon blade, infusing it with his Taiyin True Qi. With a resonant hum, the blade sang as it emerged from its sheath, and an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, enveloping an area of over 10 meters. In that instant, everyone felt an icy chill run down their spines, their bodies frozen, skin prickling with sensation. The aura of death was palpable and staggering. At that moment, silence fell over the crowd as they gazed at the blade. 2 hands wide, it was a massive weapon. A heavy sword, 6 feet long, with a dark blade emanating a sinister crimson glow, adorned with extraordinary dragon patterns. The guard of the blade resembled dragon fangs, and the entire sword exuded waves of black and red energy, its murderous aura formidable. What a magnificent heavy sword! In that instant, many sword cultivators' eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a potent aura of death, could it have slain thousands? Even General Zhang's gaze brightened in astonishment as he beheld the sword, realizing that it had not actually claimed so many lives, but rather, the Dragon K was imbued with an overwhelming ferocity and demonic essence. Then, suddenly, the young man in white moved. With a thud, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, and in a breathtaking display, he leaped 7 or 8 meters into the air, wielding such a heavy blade with astonishing vigor. His level of cultivation was indeed remarkable. Flash! Xiang Chen bellowed, swinging the Dragon K demon blade downward with immense force, leveraging his descent in midair to enhance the strike. Boom! With a swift motion that transcended the speed of sound, the blade was unleashed, producing a thunderous sonic boom and unleashing a formidable wave of blade energy as it struck down upon the 2-meter-thick block of mysterious iron. The impact resounded like a clap of thunder, cleaving the first block in half with a single, ferocious blow. Subsequently, the second block was similarly split apart amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. The 2-meter-thick iron was severed effortlessly, leaving a gaping fissure 3 to 4 meters long and over a meter deep in the azure stone platform. Dust erupted into the air, as the earth-shattering strike rendered the atmosphere charged with awe. In that moment, the murmurs ceased abruptly. Gongsun Ku, Wang Ying, the members of the Morong clan, the Gongsun family, General Zheng, and all spectators were left astounded, their mouths agape as they beheld the cleaved iron and the platform, along with the white-clad youth standing resolutely with his blade. Excellent! What a remarkable sword! How can such a razor-sharp weapon exist? They marveled, incredulous at the sight of the 2-meter-thick iron being effortlessly bisected by one wielding the power of the divine concealment realm. Who among the same rank could possibly rival such a blade? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted, numerous sword cultivators applauding fervently, their gazes fervent as they turned toward the weapon. What a sword! With this blade, how could the other commanders stand against me? General Zheng exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with excitement as he beheld the Dragon K demonic blade. This is impossible. Even a treasured sword should not yield such power in the hands of someone from the divine concealment realm. The members of the Morong clan cried out in disbelief, their incredulity evident. The smile on Morong Hai's face froze instantaneously. Despair washed over Wang Ying, leaving him feeling weak-kneed as he collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of shock. Chapter 158. Standing firm under adversity, the youth sheathed his sword, casting a mocking glance at the astonished members of the Morong clan, Gongsun Ku, Wang Ying, and others. The Gongsun family members were equally dumbfounded, gazing incredulously at the Dragon K in Xiang Chen's hand. At that moment, Gongsun Xingtian spoke in a calm tone. The Dragon K demonic blade weighed 1,800 jin at its inception. But after Brother Xiang Chen's nurturing for several months and the blood of 100 men used to temper it, it now weighs 2,500 jin. A faint blade spirit has taken form within, elevating this weapon to the quasi-spiritual level under Brother Xiang Chen's care. Old Lu, please assess its value. Quasi-spiritual level. The declaration struck the hearts of all present like a heavy hammer. Wang Ying's gaze fixated intensely on Xiang Chen's blade, his entire being trembling. Does Xiang Chen lack exceptional weaponry? Old Lu, astonished, remarked, such an extraordinary sword is a rarity in my lifetime. The murderous intent within it has reached a level capable of affecting the mind and spirit. Its sharpness surpasses that of treasured swords, and its worth is incalculable. If I must assign a price, 500,000 would not be excessive. 500,000. The staggering value reverberated through the hearts of all present. Morong Hai, overwhelmed by shock, felt his anger rise to a boiling point, resulting in a spurt of blood as he gasped in disbelief. Quasi-spiritual level. At this moment, he was defeated. The Morong family was defeated, utterly and completely. The value of 500,000. The worth of this blade left every person present in awe. Xiang Chen sneered. Could the true value of Long K be measured by a mere 500,000? It should be considered priceless. A magnificent blade, indeed. 500,000 is not an exaggeration, not at all. General Xiang exclaimed with delight. Young Master Gongsun, I am willing to sell Jingxue for 600,000 to acquire this blade. General Xiang declared loudly, his gaze fervently fixed upon Long Quebec. If he were to possess this blade, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable leader of the Imperial Guards. To sell Jingxue for Long K. General Zhang's words struck like a slap upon Murong Hai and the faces of the Murong family. Haha, old Zheng, you already possess Jingxue, so refrain from coveting the name of this Long Quebec. A dragon emerging from the heavenly threshold, a splendid name for a splendid blade. I am willing to offer 700,000. I will invest my entire fortune to procure this blade. At that moment, another armored general, exuding an aura of iron and blood, stepped forward. It was General Li, another leader of the Imperial Guards. 700,000. Good heavens, what an astronomical figure. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while General Xiang cast a hostile glare at General Li, who merely responded with a cold smile. Old Li, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? I, too, am a lover of fine blades, and I cannot allow such a treasure to slip through my fingers. General Li replied with a calm demeanor. The Gongsun family felt an acute pang of regret. This blade had effectively been gifted to Xiang Chen. Gongsun Sheng forced a polite smile, saying, I apologize, gentlemen, but this blade is no longer in the possession of the Gongsun family. I have already bestowed it upon brother Xiang Chen. Upon hearing this, both men turned their gazes toward Xiang Chen. General Zheng said, Young Master Xiang, sell me this blade for 600,000, and I shall owe you a favor. What do you say? The favor of one at the Grand Celestial Realm is equally precious. General Li added, Young Master Xiang, I will offer 700,000 for this blade. And I am willing to take you as my disciple to teach you the art of the sword. Please sell it to me. At this proclamation, countless noble scions turned green with envy. Both men wielded military power, possessing strength, status, and authority. To take Xiang Chen as a disciple would deter many from daring to challenge him in the future. Meanwhile, Wang Ying stood dumbfounded below, and Gongsun Ku wore a grim expression. Xiang Chen had not anticipated such a scene. He then replied, Thank you, esteemed generals, for your kind offers. But this blade has already chosen its master. It recognizes only my true energy and strength. Selling it to you would be futile. How could that be? Such a thing is unheard of. Indeed, even legendary spiritual weapons could not possibly behave in such a manner. The two men frowned, clearly skeptical, believing that Xiang Chen was merely reluctant to part with it. Not wishing to offend two powerful figures without cause, Xiang Chen tossed Long K to General Li, stating, You may test it with your own true essence, esteemed seniors. General Li effortlessly caught Long K with one hand. The weight of the blade posed no challenge for him, and the blade's current aura could not harm him. He infused his formidable golden true essence into Long K, but to his surprise, the blade showed no reaction whatsoever after absorbing it. I still do not believe it. 1,000 blades sever. General Li furrowed his brow, then activated his meridian true energy, striking with a single slash. However, with a sudden whoosh, only a mere wave of ordinary blade energy was expelled, devoid of any true essence emanating from the sword. It truly recognizes its master. General Li exclaimed, his eyes revealing a hint of regret and great curiosity. Before passing it to General Xiang, General Xiang attempted to wield it, but found himself unable to utilize the Long Quebec. What a unique blade, such a pity. Such a pity indeed. General Xiang sighed, reluctantly returning it to Xiang Chen. Upon receiving it, Gongsun Sheng remarked, Senior Morong, I personally participated in its forging, and in the end, I engraved the patterns myself, by valuing it at 700,000. Our Gongsun family possesses a Long K demon blade that could almost overshadow the worth of your 5 treasured artifacts. What more can you say? Murong Hai's complexion turned pale as he bitterly replied, This time at the weapon exhibition, my Murong family was indeed outmatched, and there is little to say. However, without the celestial iron, I refuse to believe that your Gongsun family can forge a second blade of this caliber. That is no concern of yours, Gongsun Sheng sneered. Let us depart. Murong Hai shouted to his companions, preparing to leave. Wait, we have an account to settle, Xiang Chen coldly interjected. Murong Hai's expression darkened as he glared at Xiang Chen and retorted, What do you intend to do, boy? What do I intend to do? Senior Murong, have you perhaps forgotten our previous wager? You stated that if my weapon could surpass that of your Murong family, you would surrender those few exhibited items to me. I lost, and my life is yours. How is it that you wish to leave without fulfilling your end of the bargain? Xiang Chen inquired with a cold smile. You speak nonsense. That was merely a moment of anger and does not count, Wang Gui shouted angrily. Several treasured artifacts, even excluding the Jingxue, are worth hundreds of thousands. How could they possibly be given to Xiang Chen? A moment of anger? Xiang Chen replied with a derisive laugh. What a fine excuse. What a shameless display from the Wang family. Let us seek justice. Our wager was clearly heard by all. I lost and would give my life to them. Yet they lost and are now dismissing me with a mere excuse? If I had lost, I fear my head would have already been claimed. Old fool, in this world, one must admit defeat when they lose and stand tall when struck. You will hand over those artifacts, whether you wish to or not. Chapter 159. Is there no one to stand for my brother? Xiang Chen's resolute stance darkened the faces of Wang Gui and his companions. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Wang Ying was preparing to slip away unnoticed. Wang Xiang, stop right there. What are you running from? Your matter is not yet concluded, Xiang Chen sneered, his gaze fixed on the escaping Wang Ying. Wang Ying's face paled instantly, and he turned to flee. However, a figure blocked his path, Zhao Mu. Young Master Wang, my master does not permit you to leave. It would be wise not to attempt it, Zhao Mu stated with a cold smile. Flexing his shoulders and drawing a heavy sword measuring 6 feet in length from behind him, Wang Ying's complexion turned ashen. Xiang Chen, how dare you insult me so? Wang Gui roared in fury, for he was a 9th-tier treasure-grade artificer, and even those of the Yuanyang realm treated him with respect. Xiang Chen let out a cold laugh. You, who have grown old and yet still demand respect, dare to address me as a mere child and a little bastard? You wish for my reverence? The wager you proposed was heard by all present. Do you intend to backtrack and act dishonorably? I was merely jesting when I spoke of treasures. Do you possess the audacity to seize them? If you have the capability, then come and try. Wang Gui chuckled disdainfully as the powerful innate energy surged from his body, emanating from the 9th level of the great heavenly position. All members of the Wang family unleashed their formidable innate energy. Elder Wang, one must not be untrustworthy in dealings. I suggest you honor your wager. Xiang Chen is my brother, and to wrong him is to wrong me, Gongsun Xingtian, and the Gongsun family. Bring forth the blockade. Gongsun Xingtian smirked and clapped his hands. Instantly, dozens of martial artists above the 5th level of the divine concealment realm and more than 10 experts of the innate realm surrounded the entrance. All of them from the Gongsun family. It was clear that Gongsun Xingtian was eager to assist Xiang Chen, relishing the opportunity to exert pressure on the Wang family. General Zheng. Wang Gui turned to General Zheng for assistance. The general's weapon had been forged with Wang Gui's help, creating a bond of obligation. General Zheng snorted coldly, stepping forward as a violent aura of true essence exploded forth, crashing into the surrounding martial artists. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens were sent reeling by the terrifying wave of true essence, blood surging, with some spitting blood in shock at General Zheng's display of power. A formidable expert at the great heavenly position in the Yuanyang realm could easily eliminate everyone present. Xiang Chen, show mercy where it is due. Grant this general some respect, General Zheng stated coldly. Xiang Chen replied nonchalantly, General Zheng, it is not that I refuse to show you respect, but one must uphold their word. This old man gambled with my life. If he loses, will he not be the first to demand my life in return? General Zheng raised an eyebrow and sneered. You dare to covet the snowfall blade, which is mine. I can forego the snowfall blade. But the 4 other treasures must be compensated to me, Xiang Chen asserted. General, allow us to leave, and I shall present you with a gift upon our return. Wang Gui quickly communicated. Hearing this, a smirk crept onto General Zheng's lips. This old man was indeed sensible. He then coldly declared, I am determined to protect them. What can you do about it? Do you think you still have the support of the Xiangwang residents? Xiang Chen, do not be ungrateful. You are no longer the second son of the Xiang family. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression darkened, a chill emanating from him. You all, get out of my way. General Zheng shouted at the Gongsun family members. The guards of the Gongsun family lowered their heads and stepped aside, unwilling to provoke such a top-tier expert of the Yuanyang realm. Ha ha ha, General Zheng, how imposing. My brother, what does it matter if he lacks the backing of the Xiangwang residents? Dare you to lay a hand on him and see what happens? At that moment, a proud laugh echoed from outside. With a clatter, a large group of armored soldiers, armed with battle knives and rifles, charged in. A towering youth, clad in armor and standing nearly 2 meters tall, entered with a cold laugh. Behind him followed two terrifying powerhouses radiating the aura of the Yuanyang realm. Monkey. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a smile, for the newcomer was none other than Xiahou Wu. Dog, have you been bullied again? In situations like this, you should call me along. Whoever dares to wrong you, I shall break their legs, regardless of whether they are a general or not. Xiahou Wu entered with an imposing cold smile, casting a glance towards General Zheng. Lord Xiahou, General Zheng's expression shifted slightly. What brings this little tyrant here? Goodness. Has this fellow been on steroids? How did he grow so tall? Many of the noble disciples present changed their expressions drastically, filled with trepidation towards Xiahou Wu, commander of 1,000 armies. Numerous gazes fell upon the insignia on Xiahou Wu's shoulder, their faces turning pale as they recognized the insignia of a commander of 1,000 armies. A mere 16-year-old had attained such a rank. How could this be? To achieve the rank of commander, one must at least possess innate cultivation. Monkey, what brings you here? Xiang Chen approached with a smile, recalling that after returning that day, Xiahou Wu had gone back to the royal residence to report. If I didn't come, how could I bear to see you being bullied? Damn it. How is it that I left you for just 2 days, and yet you've been wronged again? Xiahou Wu remarked, I'm here to retrieve my new war spear. This broken military spear of mine was crafted for you by the Xiahou royal residence. Gong Sun Sheng chuckled. Haha, in that case, I needn't prepare a spear for you. Xiang Chen realized. Lord Xiahou, General Zheng addressed Xiahou Wu with cupped fists. In the great merchant empire, few instilled fear in him. And Xiahou Wu's father was one of them, especially since he was also Xiahou Wu's superior. General Zheng, it seems you wish to target my brother Xiang Chen? He is no longer with the Xiang family. Do you think you can bully him at will? Today, regardless of the circumstances, I shall stand up for my brother. What do you intend to do? I shall accompany you, Xiahou Wu declared, directing his gaze at General Zheng. Behind Xiahou Wu, two formidable Yuanyang experts from the Xiahou family emitted a tremendous aura. With a clamor, those accompanying Xiahou Wu raised their military crossbows. General Zheng's face turned grim, and the expressions of Murong Hai and others also changed drastically. General Zheng awkwardly chuckled. What are you saying, Lord Xiahou? How could I possibly bully a younger generation? I have matters to attend to in the army, so I shall take my leave. He cupped his fists and, disregarding the Murong family, departed hastily. Despite his high status and formidable cultivation, he certainly did not wish to offend the Xiahou royal residence. Do not see us off, Xiahou Wu sneered, waving his hand to clear a path. General Zheng, the Murong family member's expressions shifted, realizing that General Zheng too was wary of the power behind Xiahou Wu. Brother, what happened? Xiahou Wu turned to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen recounted the events, and upon hearing this, Xiahou Wu was enraged. Damn it! Do they think my brother is without protection? Bring them to me. Xiahou Wu bellowed. Yes. Instantly, those accompanying Xiahou Wu surged forth like wolves, crossbows drawn, charging towards the Murong family members, who were taken aback. Quickly surrounded and captured, too frightened to retaliate. Chapter 160. The ruined Wang Ing. Lord Xiahou, what are you doing? Do you dare to capture people in broad daylight? Let us go. The members of the Murong family were apprehended by a group of soldiers, their heads held at the mercy of crossbows. Prince Xiahou, we have not wronged you. Murong Hai exclaimed, his face paling with shock and anger. You may not have offended me, but your words lack sincerity. To bully my brother is to trample upon me. Tell me, should I not take you into custody? Xiahou Wu sneered, seizing Murong Hai by the collar. You old fool. My brother wagered his life against you, and when he lost, you killed him without a second thought. No one outside can object to that. But should you fail to deliver, do you believe I would hesitate to strike you down right now? You dare to kill me, and the Murong family will surely hold a grudge against the Xiahou residents. Murong Hai retorted, his face flushed with fury. Are you testing my courage? Xiahou Wu chuckled coldly. Does the Xiahou residents fear the Murong family? Bring me a knife. A soldier promptly drew his sword, respectfully offering it to Xiahou Wu. He brandished the blade against Murong Hai's throat, shouting, Will you comply? The force of his voice sent a shiver through Murong Hai, and he felt a surge of murderous intent radiating from Xiahou Wu. In that moment, the knife was raised, poised to descend at any given moment. A master of the innate realm, Murong Hai found himself unnerved by Xiahou Wu's iron will, nearly collapsing to the ground. I will. Spare me. Murong Hai cried out in desperation. Now we have an understanding. One must keep their word. The esteemed Murong family, renowned for its craftsmanship, cannot afford to be dishonest. Xiahou Wu replied with a sudden smile, sheathing his sword. This man, though appearing simple-minded, was, in reality, astute and cunning, though he valued loyalty above all. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, recognizing that every villain has their match. His brother was no soft character either. Having embraced death since childhood, he was no stranger to bloodshed. Among the youth of the powerful in the Great Xiang, few dared to cross Xiahou Wu. Now, relinquish the stakes, urged Xiahou Wu. Suppressing his rage, Murong Hai begrudgingly surrendered 4 treasured artifacts, a fire serpent sword, an 8th-grade sword, a battle spear, and an 8th-grade saber, all worth a fortune. With the envious gazes of onlookers upon him, Xiang Chen collected the items into his silver space belt. Very well, you may leave now. Remember, Murong Elder, one must honor their word, Xiang Chen remarked with a cold smile. Xiang Chen, Murong Hai glared at him, his eyes burning with fury as if he wished to slay him with a mere glance. We shall depart, he growled to his kin, who then left in a state of disarray. Monkey, choose one of the 4 weapons for yourself, Xiang Chen generously offered, allowing Xiahou Wu to select. I do not require one. I already possess a weapon. Uncle Wang, I recall yours was shattered in the last battle. You should choose, Xiahou Wu suggested, turning to a formidable warrior behind him. Thank you, young Master Xiang. I shall not be polite. I will take this battle spear, the warrior replied with a smile, stepping forward to claim the dragon tongue spear. And this saber is for you as well. The more artifacts you possess, the greater your means in battle, Xiang Chen added, gifting the 8th-grade saber to Xiahou Wu. Their camaraderie was genuine, and Xiahou Wu accepted it without pretense. Master Mu, this fire serpent sword is for you. It perfectly matches your attributes. Xiang Chen presented the 9th-grade treasure, the fire serpent sword, to Zhao Mu. Thank you, young master, but I prefer heavy swords. This one is too light and small for my taste. You may sell it and convert it into coin, Zhao Mu replied with a resigned smile. Haha. What is the matter? Leave it to me, brother. I will add some materials and refine it into a heavy sword, Gongsun Xingtian said cheerfully. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, brother Gongsun, Xiang Chen nodded, handing the fire serpent sword to Gongsun Xingtian. At that moment, Xiang Chen turned his gaze towards Wang Ying, causing Wang Ying's heart to race. Classmate Wang Aixiang, it is our turn to settle the score. Xiang Chen approached Wang Ying with a radiant smile. Wang Ying's expression shifted, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Xiang Chen, what do you intend to do? Earlier, someone wagered with me, claiming that I, Xiang Chen, could neither afford fine weapons nor wield them. Yet it seems classmate Wang Aixiang has lost, doesn't it? You stated 10,000 gold coins, 3 kowtows, and to eat a certain delicacy. I find it quite curious. Do you genuinely relish that delicacy? Xiang Chen teased as he advanced, his smile unnerving Wang Ying. Oh, is that so? Wang Ziajiji, you must accept this. If you refuse, neither will I acquiesce, Xiahou Wu added, grinning as he approached Wang Ying, pressing down on his shoulder with incredible strength. Ah, brother Xiahou, cease. Please, stop. Wang Ying cried out in agony, tears nearly spilling as he felt his shoulder might be crushed. Enough chatter. Pay up, kowtow, and indulge in the delicacy. Let us keep it simple. Which of you will fetch Wang Ziajiji a warm bowl? Xiahou Wu inquired of his subordinates. Young prince, I was just about to head out for that. A soldier raised his hand with a grin, having taken many lives but never witnessing such an exhilarating scene. And no, I don't want it. I don't want to eat it. Xiang Chen, spare me. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Wang Ying pleaded, collapsing to the ground in desperation, then retching violently, while spilling forth. Not eating it is acceptable, but you owe me 200,000 gold coins and 3 kowtows, Xiang Chen replied with a cold smirk. Wang Ying's face paled. Is there any chance I could avoid kneeling? Enough with your nonsense, kneel. Xiahou Wu's temper flared as he seized Wang Ying by the hair and kicked the back of his legs, causing him to fall to his knees with a shriek. Grasping his hair, Xiahou Wu forced Wang Ying to kowtow repeatedly against the ground before finally releasing him. Dazed, Wang Ying's vision sparkled with stars. Now, you still owe me 200,000 gold coins. Pay up, Xiang Chen crouched down to face the kneeling Wang Ying. I don't have that much. I only possess 40,000, Wang Ying stammered, his face ashen. Xiang Chen's expression hardened. Then 1 hand shall suffice as repayment. And no, Xiang Chen, I will give you 40,000 now. And for the remainder, I will write an IOU. I promise to repay you. Just don't chop off my hand. Wang Ying was on the verge of tears. That will do. Within 10 days, if the debt remains unpaid, I shall deliver the IOU to the court. Xiang Chen replied with a chilling smile. Should you refuse to repay, I shall personally lead 1,000 brothers from the army to your royal residence, where we shall eat, sleep, and make ourselves comfortable, threatened Xiahou Wu, joining in with his brother's intimidation, leaving Wang Ying utterly deflated. In Chapter 161, The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, Wang Ying ultimately departed, leaving behind 40,000 gold coins, retreating in a disheveled state, accompanied by a promissory note bearing his signature and thumbprint, acknowledging a debt of 160,000 gold coins to Xiang Chen. For someone of Wang Ying's stature in a prominent family, this debt was indeed substantial. Xiang Chen bestowed 10,000 gold coins upon Xiahou Wu, who in turn distributed 5,000 to his own soldiers, demonstrating commendable generosity. Brother Xiang, your Dragon-esque Gate Demon Blade will need to remain in my possession for one more day. You may retrieve it after tomorrow's exhibition concludes. Gongsun Xingtian remarked with a grin. With the Dragon-esque Gate name now circulating, many will come to observe, enhancing the reputation of our Gongsun clan. Of course, Gongsun. Take your time. I shall return to your residence tomorrow night to collect it. Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. Xiahou Wu also acquired the direct breaking spear of war, initially valued at over 100,000 gold coins, yet Gongsun Xingtian only charged him a mere 80,000, covering only the cost and labor, showing his own sense of integrity. Come, my friend, let us go drink. Xiahou Wu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. You cannot imagine how pleased my father was upon witnessing my cultivation progress. I even defeated a formidable innate-level warrior in the army, leading to my promotion as a captain, now commanding over 1,000 men. As they made their way out, with Zhao Mu and others trailing behind, Xiang Chen inquired, You haven't mentioned anything to your father regarding the 8th brother, have you? Of course not. I dare not speak of it. I merely told him that I have taken a reclusive master as my teacher. If he were to find out that I had chosen a pig as my master, he would surely be furious, Xiahou Wu replied. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he glanced warily around, before relaxing, realizing that the 8th brother was absent. Otherwise, he would have surely faced the consequences. The matter of the 8th brother was indeed best left unspoken, as the existence of both humans and demons could not coexist harmoniously. As they conversed, the two departed toward a well-known tavern. They arrived at the renowned Drunken Laughter Pavilion, ordered an array of exquisite dishes, and a few jars of fine wine, settling in to engage in convivial banter. At that moment, a young man dressed in blue brocade approached, his striking features accentuated by sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsomely bearing a large jar of wine. Gentlemen, may I borrow a seat to enjoy some wine? He inquired, as he uncorked the jar, releasing an alluring aroma that captivated the attention of nearby patrons. This fragrance, what exquisite wine, both men remarked, their eyes gleaming with astonishment as they gazed at the jar in the young man's hands. 20-year-old blue jade cave-aged wine, the young man proclaimed with a smile. Xiang Chen scrutinized the young man, his pupils narrowing suddenly. Through the moon-watching eyes, the hidden cultivation of this individual became crystal clear. He was at the second level of innate cultivation, despite appearing to be merely in his 20s. Such prowess was exceedingly rare in the grand scheme of the Shang dynasty, marking him as a top-tier genius. While the wine is undoubtedly exceptional, we must discern your character. Who are you? Xiahou Wu inquired. The young man chuckled. I have encountered both of you at the exhibition and hold a deep admiration for the temperaments of brother Xiang Chen and brother Xiahou Wu. I brought a fine jar of wine in hopes of forging a friendship. So, are you two not inclined to invite me to sit? His demeanor was remarkable, not merely in terms of cultivation, but his poise suggested he was no ordinary individual. Xiang Chen smiled and responded, as long as there is no malice. A visitor is a guest. Please, take a seat, brother. Thank you, the young man said, waving his sleeve as he settled in. He cradled the jar of wine, personally pouring a cup for both himself and the two brothers. The liquid was thick and fragrant, eliciting salivation from those nearby. I am In Tianhua. Cheers, he declared, raising his cup in introduction. In Tianhua, Xiahou Wu mumbled, your name sounds somewhat familiar. Xiang Chen also felt a sense of recognition, as if he had heard it somewhere before. His remarkable memory and keen intuition sparked a light in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Regardless, let us enjoy the wine first. Thank you, brother Tianhua, for this generous treat. Haha, a 20-year-old cave-aged blue jade wine is indeed a rare gem. Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, lifting his cup in salute before downing it in one gulp. Xiang Chen sighed with a smile, recognizing his companion's lack of caution, as he failed to ascertain whether any poison had been added to the wine. However, there was indeed no poison to be found, a fact that could not escape his keen senses. Cheers! Xiang Chen raised his cup in a toast before savoring a small sip. Ah, truly excellent wine. Dogsy, this is just as good as what you gave me, Xiahou praised. Yin Tianhua laughed and said, you two brothers are remarkably straightforward. It's our first meeting, and you drink my wine without fear of any poison? At this, Xiahou Wu's expression shifted, while Xiang Chen calmly remarked, how could the esteemed De Wang, the second prince, possibly poison us? What? You? Xiahou Wu was taken aback, but Xiang Chen immediately gestured for him to lower his voice. You are De Wang, the second prince De Wang? Ah, I recall now. De Wang is indeed named Yin Tianhua, Xiahou Wu whispered, glancing at those drinking around them. De Wang, Zhao Mu, standing behind Xiang Chen, also displayed a flash of surprise in his eyes. Haha, brother Xiang is indeed astute. How could you deduce my identity merely from my name? There are far too many people with the same name in this world, Yin Tianhua inquired with a smile. While many may share names, such a young man with extraordinary poise and cultivation reaching the second level of the innate realm is likely rare in the great merchant city. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Yin Tianhua's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he regarded Xiang Chen, marveling at how he had discerned his concealed level of cultivation. What? The second level of the innate realm. I had heard that De Wang was a cultivation waste and had not even broken through to the divine concealment realm. Xiahou Wu exclaimed in surprise, only to realize he had misspoken. He awkwardly apologized. My apologies, Your Highness. I tend to speak without thinking. Yin Tianhua smiled gently. No offense taken. I admire the young prince's forthright nature and generous spirit. Not all rumors are true, much like how people say that Xiang Gongzi is a waste, when in reality, he is an exceptional talent, poised to astonish at the Xia family competition. With a slight squint, Xiang Chen smiled and remarked, yet, nothing compares to His Royal Highness, the Duke of Da, who remains a hidden dragon in the depths. He chuckled lightly. How about we relocate to a quieter private room and enjoy a few drinks? It is indeed too noisy here, Yin Tianhua suggested. Xiang Chen, being a man of wisdom, readily agreed, acknowledging that this venue was unsuitable for conversation. The atmosphere was more conducive to casual drinking. The group had their food and drinks moved to a secluded private compartment upstairs. Yin Tianhua, renowned as the least distinguished among the four sons of the merchant emperor, was often overlooked and deemed to possess the weakest cultivation talent. However, the reality appeared to be quite the opposite. His initiative to forge friendships was anything but ordinary. Uncle Mu, you shall stand guard outside and permit no one to enter, Xiang Chen instructed Zhao Mu. Understood, young master, Zhao Mu replied. Stationed at the door of the private room, towering at over 2 meters, he bore a heavy sword and exuded an intimidating aura that deterred anyone from approaching, causing even the passing waiters to feel a sense of trepidation. Once the door was closed, Xiang Chen cupped his fists in salute to Yin Tianhua, saying, I am Xiang Chen, honored to meet His Royal Highness, the Duke of Da. Yin Tianhua, smiling, assisted Xiang Chen, responding, Brother Xiang, today there are no dukes here. Only Tianhua, a common man, come to share fine wine and friendship. Xiang Chen offered a faint smile and replied, Then please, Brother Tianhua, have a seat. The three settled into the private room. Yin Tianhua, breaking the silence, laughed and said, Who would have imagined that the second son of the Xiang family, who had remained hidden, would turn out to be such a prodigious talent? Defeating Xia Qingbao with a 5th-level cultivation of the divine concealment realm and slaying a 9th-level martial artist is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, I was profoundly astonished and thought about when I could befriend Brother Xiang, yet I never anticipated our meeting today at the exhibition. Your Dragon K Demon Blade is as extraordinary as you are, and your pride in the Murong family is truly admirable. Yin Tianhua's words flowed with genuine praise, devoid of flattery, creating a pleasant ambience. While most would feel elated by such commendation, Xiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, though he harbored a heightened wariness towards Yin Tianhua. When one is excessively praised, it is wise to exercise caution. Xiang Chen replied, Isn't Brother Tianhua also a hidden dragon among men? The outside world claims you are 20 years old, born into an imperial family and enjoying abundant resources, yet your cultivation seems stagnant at the divine concealment realm. It appears those are merely the ignorant jests of outsiders. In comparison, Brother Tianhua is like a true dragon lurking in the abyss. Should you emerge, you would undoubtedly stir the tides. Xiang Chen's words held profound meaning. Haha, let us not indulge in mutual flattery any longer. Come, I propose a toast to Brother Xiang from Tianhua, to the young prince of the Xiahou family. Tianhua, devoid of any pretense, raised his cup. Cheers. The three drank together. Xiahou Wu, who preferred straightforwardness over convoluted speech, refrained from interjecting, observing the exchange of eloquence between the two. After some casual conversation, Tianhua remarked, I have heard that Brother Xiang has faced considerable difficulties at the Xia family, courtesy of my elder brother. I do not know if this is true, but if it is, I must offer a cup of apology on behalf of my brother. Brother Tianhua, if the Crown Prince were to hear your words, he might not take them well. The Crown Prince has a strong desire to eliminate Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen fixed his gaze on Tianhua, smiling, eager to discern his innermost thoughts. Tianhua, taken aback, inquired, Oh, what is the matter? How has your relationship deteriorated to such an extent? If there is a misunderstanding, I would be more than willing to act as a mediator to resolve it. Leaning back in his chair, Xiang Chen replied, This matter, Brother Tianhua, is beyond your ability to reconcile. The Crown Prince wishes to marry Qingcheng, yet Qingcheng and I are already betrothed. This is an intolerable situation for any man, especially since I have publicly embarrassed the Crown Prince. Tianhua furrowed his brow, reflecting, Since ancient times, heroes have adored beautiful women. My elder brother's actions indeed resemble those of a thief stealing love. Alas, as the heir apparent, he possesses certain powers that leave one helpless. His lament carried an intriguing weight. Xiang Chen chuckled. I recall that the great Shang has yet to determine the position of the Crown Prince. How can he be considered the heir apparent when there is still the second prince, not to mention you, Brother Tianhua, and the other two princes? Tianhua responded, Historically, emperors favor their eldest sons, while the common folk cherish their youngest. My elder brother is exceptionally talented, possessing remarkable martial prowess, and his mother's formidable background earns him favor with our father. Thus, the position of Crown Prince is likely a foregone conclusion. I am not well versed in such matters, Xiang Chen remarked, but I believe your talents, Brother Tianhua, are perhaps on par with those of the Crown Prince. Though we met for the first time, I suspect your vision and breadth of character surpass his. As he swirled his wine glass and took a sip, Xiang Chen appeared to speak casually. A flicker of light passed through Tianhua's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh. I am pleasantly surprised by the high regard you hold for me, Brother Xiang. It brings me great joy, Xiang Chen replied. I have said before that Brother Tianhua is like a chung in the depths, destined to astonish upon emergence. However, some matters require ambition and effort. Otherwise, one remains merely a chung, never becoming a true dragon. His implications were unmistakably clear. Tianhua regarded Xiang Chen thoughtfully, stating, A Qinlong seeking to break through the heavens must have the winds and rain as allies to succeed. Otherwise, it risks becoming stranded. Human efforts lay the groundwork, but success hinges on fate. Without action or trial, one can never know the outcome. In this life, one may choose to live complacently or to stir the clouds and soar through the skies. The path one chooses is entirely one's own doing. Those who achieve greatness attract assistance, and when one stands firm, the winds and rains will surely come to aid. Born as mere ants, one should harbor the aspirations of a soaring swan. Though life may be as fragile as paper, the spirit must remain unyielding, declared Xiang Chen. Tianhua gazed deeply at Xiang Chen before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, What a profound sentiment. Human efforts lay the groundwork, but success hinges on fate. What a remarkable sentiment. Born as mere ants, one should harbor the aspirations of a soaring swan. Though life may be as fragile as paper, the spirit must remain unyielding. This is the first time I have heard such words. For this reason alone, I must raise a toast to you, Brother Xiang. I have also heard of some of your past tribulations, and I find them most undeserving. In my eyes, you are the greatest Qilin son of the Xiang family. Xiang Chen raised his glass and replied, That is all in the past. I remain a member of the Xiang family. Yet I am no longer part of the Xiang Wangfu. Whether or not I am the Qilin son matters little to me. I am who I am, and the Xiang Wangfu is its own entity. Tianhua shook his head and replied, Ultimately, that is the legacy of Xiang Wang's lifetime. I believe that Brother Xiang Chen should not abandon it lightly. Moreover, there are certain matters which I wonder if I should speak of. It seems to me that Brother Xiang Chen is the true heir of the Xiang Wang mansion. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "It appears that Brother Tianhua is aware of certain matters." In Tianhua smiled faintly and remarked, "I wonder if Brother Xiang Chen has heard of the idiom the cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest." Xiang Chen responded, "There exists a bird known as the dove, which lays its eggs in the nests of magpies, mixing them with the magpie's own eggs. Once hatched, the young doves will push all the magpie's eggs out of the nest, leaving only themselves to enjoy the nurturing of the mother magpie. Indeed, there is a dove within the Xiangwang mansion," In Tianhua stated. Xiang Chen smiled softly and replied, "Brother Tianhua, you truly are a dragon awakened from slumber. For the knowledge you possess is indeed extraordinary. Such matters are not something a prince, lost in the allure of nature, could ordinarily know. A dragon awakened from slumber also requires the assistance of storms, does it not? Brother Xiang Chen, I wonder, can we become friends?" The meaning behind In Tianhua's words was quite clear. Chapter 163. A great strain on the kidneys. Xiang Chen laughed heartily and said, "Since we can sit here and share a drink, are we not already friends?" In Tianhua smiled and replied, "Then henceforth, Tianhua shall have to frequently associate with Brother Xiang Chen. Please." The two raised their cups and clinked them together in a toast. "Brother Xiang, what is your perspective on the current situation of the Great Xiang?" In Tianhua suddenly inquired. Xiang Chen smiled lightly and said, "I am merely a martial man and have never delved deeply into politics. I possess no profound insights. Currently, the nation is peaceful and the people are content, though there are strong nations eyeing us from abroad, and we face numerous internal and external challenges. Nevertheless, the citizens of the Great Xiang still lead lives of relative stability and prosperity." "Oh, external and internal challenges. How do you perceive them, Brother Xiang?" In Tianhua asked. "Externally, we have the formidable Scorpion nation coveting our land, and our border generals are suppressed by their own countrymen. Internally, certain families have grown too powerful, influencing court affairs. Is this not the essence of external and internal troubles?" Xiang Chen sneered. "A nation not yet stabilized should not be burdened by its generals. It cannot be considered a wise course of action." He was, of course, referring to the imprisonment and suppression of his father by the royal family. The border forces of the Great Xiang had always been commanded by his father, the cornerstone of their military. Now, with his father suppressed, the royal family had placed its own people in command of the border troops, leading to discontent among the soldiers. As for the internal troubles, he pointed to the Lin family, the family of the princess consort, which sought to seize control of the Xiang family's power and military through her. In Tianhua discerned Xiang Chen's awareness and furrowed his brow, saying, "Some matters are indeed quite inappropriate, yet they are beyond our control. Let us not dwell on those matters. Since Brother Tianhua has sought me out, it is evident that you do not wish to remain a hidden dragon any longer. Am I correct?" Xiang Chen inquired pointedly. In Tianhua smiled lightly. "A man of great ambition, living in this world, must achieve something. I cannot live my life in mediocrity, harboring too many regrets on the day of my demise. However, do you believe now is the opportune moment for me to reveal my true potential?" Xiang Chen further questioned. In Tianhua pondered for a moment before speaking. "It is not yet the right time. My wings are not fully developed, and I cannot recklessly take flight and draw the sharp gaze of others." Xiang Chen replied, "Nevertheless, some matters must have a beginning. Without a start, there will never be a process or an outcome. While patience is commendable, there are occasions when one must choose to strive, for it is impossible to remain silent forever. One must eventually allow others to witness one's brilliance." In Tianhua responded, "I understand. Thus, after the new year, there will be a welcoming palace gathering in February, and I would like to invite you, Brother Xiang, to join me. May I?" Xiang Chen replied, "At this moment, I cannot provide you with a definite answer, Brother Tianhua. Let us discuss it when the time comes. One cannot speak too definitively in life." "Very well, I shall extend the invitation again when the time is right. And I await good news from you, Brother Xiang," In Tianhua said with a smile, raising his cup once more. The two engaged in casual conversation on various topics. And finally, In Tianhua produced 2 boxes from his robe and placed them on Xiang Chen's table. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "These are gifts for Brother Xiao, a token of our meeting. I have greatly enjoyed this gathering and am pleased to have met both of you. I hope we can become friends in the future," In Tianhua declared, rising to take his leave without allowing Xiang Chen a chance to decline. "I must take my leave now. Please feel free to visit me in Diang Prefecture in the future. Safe travels, Brother Tianhua," the two said as they clasped their fists in farewell. After Yin Tianhua departed and closed the door, Xiang Chen remained seated, gazing silently at the boxes on the table, his eyes glinting with thought. Xiahou Wu inquired, "Brother, what does this Prince of Da mean? Could it be that he seeks to contend for the position of heir?" Although their earlier conversation had been somewhat cryptic, Xiahou Wu was not foolish. He easily discerned the underlying implications. Xiang Chen tapped his fingers on the table, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This second prince, the Prince of Da, is indeed a man of restraint. I did not anticipate that he would approach me directly. Does he truly wish to vie for the position of heir? Xiahou Wu exclaimed in surprise. Is that so? Why not? Few men have the opportunity to contend for such a position and remain unaffected by the allure of power, which is one of the greatest symbols of a man's status and glory, Xiang Chen explained. But is he not a mediocre individual? At his age, it is said that he is still at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm. The eldest prince is recognized as the royal family's foremost genius, the greatest young talent of the great Shang. Can he truly compete? Xiahou Wu queried. My dear friend, the Prince of Da is no fool. On the contrary, his martial talent is not inferior to that of Yin Tianhua, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. His true cultivation level is at the 2nd stage of the innate realm. What? So high? Xiahou Wu exclaimed in astonishment. In his 20s, possessing such cultivation in the innate realm is indeed remarkable, deserving of the title of genius. Most innate realm experts are in their 40s or 50s, while those who can break through to the Yuanyang realm are typically much older, often in their 70s or even over 100. However, martial arts also extends life. As one evolves, their lifespan is generally longer. Innate realm experts, barring special circumstances, can live for 2 cycles of the sexagenary cycle, around 120 years. The formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm possess lives that rival that of a tortoise, often extending beyond 3 cycles of 60 years. This longevity is indeed one of the most alluring aspects of true martial cultivation. His talents are commendable, so why does he not vie for power? It is simply due to the absence of the substantial backing that the crown prince enjoys. Is he not now seeking the assistance of both you and me? You are the sole heir of your father, destined to inherit the Xiahou royal estate. As for me, I still bear the bloodline of the Xiang family, affording me the opportunity to reclaim the strength of my lineage. Should we lend him our support, combined with his own capabilities, he may well contend with the crown prince, remarked Xiang Chen with a hint of indifference. Are you thus resolved to assist him? Inquired Xiahou Wu. Why not extend my aid? The crown prince has set his sights upon me, intent on making my life miserable. Why shouldn't I seek an ally to turn the tide against him? Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. The era wherein one could only suffer indignities while allowing others to bully him has long since passed. Very well, whoever you choose to support, I shall follow suit. Indeed, I have often contemplated the prospect of commanding a vast army. Imagine, I could vanquish the Yin family while you ascend to the throne as emperor. I would serve as the grand marshal, conquering the realms. How exhilarating that would be! Xiahou Wu exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his ambitions. Hush, let us keep such musings between brothers. It is unwise to voice them to outsiders. My aspirations extend beyond mere dominance over the great Shang. Being an emperor entails endless scheming for power and governance, and with so many beauties in the imperial harem, one could scarcely enjoy them all. It's quite taxing. I prefer the carefree lifestyle of Wei Xiaobao, embracing a few beloved companions and reveling in the world's pleasures. If you desire dominion over all, I shall assist you in securing that power while I indulge in my own delights, chuckled Xiang Chen. With that, Xiang Chen turned his attention to the 2 boxes before him. What treasures lay within? Chapter 164. Born Assassins, 7 Explosions of Heaven. Xiang Chen opened one box, revealing a pale golden elixir the size of a longan. The pill radiated 6 distinct hues of light, its fragrance rich and enticing. The innate condensation pill. Xiang Chen named the precious item. This elixir is indeed a remarkable find, instrumental in breaking through to the innate stage and aiding in the solidification of true essence. Moreover, it is a 6th-grade treasure, worth a fortune. This single pill could fetch 10,000 gold coins, a considerable gift by any measure. This box is for you, monkey. It shall serve you well, Xiang Chen stated. I have no need for it. I lack for cultivation resources. You may keep it, Xiahou Wu replied, nodding. His background indeed afforded him ample access to such elixirs, given his father's immense influence. Accept it. It would be foolish to refuse a gift. This, however, does remind me that within the inheritance of the 8 brothers' heavenly scriptures lies an abundance of alchemical techniques and formulas. With my current cultivation level, I could attempt alchemy myself. I must ponder this further upon my return, Xiang Chen insisted, pushing the box towards Xiahou Wu while taking one for himself. Xiahou Wu accepted it, and the two continued to drink and exchange idle chatter for a while. Meanwhile, on the streets, an unremarkable carriage moved slowly, within which sat Yin Tianhua alongside a middle-aged man clad in white. "Your Highness, what are your impressions of Xiang Chen after your encounters?" the white-clad man inquired. Indeed, he is not a simple character. His insights and eloquence reveal a man of great potential and depth. He is undoubtedly a person worth courting, and he has expressed a willingness to assist me in my rivalry with my elder brother. The affairs of men are but a step away from destiny. Though fate may be as fragile as paper, one must possess an indomitable spirit. It is hard to believe such wisdom could emerge from the lips of a lad no older than 16. Yin Tianhua spoke highly of Xiang Chen. This young man is truly the pride of the Xiang family, yet his greatest challenge lies in how to return to the Xiang household and seize control of its power. A formidable dilemma indeed. The middle-aged man in white furrowed his brow. It is indeed a quandary. The Xiang family is largely under Lin Lian's influence now, and behind Lin Lian stands the emperor. Yin Tianhua frowned. However, whether we can assist him in resolving this issue is crucial to our gaining this formidable ally. "Have you considered the upcoming spring gathering at the Yingchun Palace, Your Highness?" the middle-aged man inquired. Xiang Chen was correct in saying that some matters require a first step to initiate progress. Otherwise, once the crown prince's position is secured, it will be too late. Yin Tianhua closed his eyes, pretending to doze off, as the carriage made its way toward the Duke of De's residence. After parting ways with Xiahou Wu, Xiang Chen returned to his own abode alongside Zhao Mu. Upon his return, Manha took the initiative to seek him out, requesting his assistance in awakening her divine spirit. Manha had also entered the realm of divine concealment, becoming a genuine martial artist. When she lay before Xiang Chen, her upper body completely bare, he could not help but feel his breath quicken, struggling to avert his gaze from her mountainous form. Meanwhile, Manha's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Xiang Chen carefully inserted the divine spirit needles into her lower abdomen, each slender needle piercing her smooth and fair skin. Manha felt an intense heat surging within her dantian, followed by a sense of swelling discomfort, as a surge of energy coursed chaotically through her divine concealment. Suddenly, a radiant shadow erupted from her body, coalescing into the form of a black kitten surrounded by a celestial azure halo. It was the heavenly spirit, a pinnacle of divine spirits in the realm. The divine spirit needles could fully awaken the innate talents of one at this stage, and indeed, Manha's awakened spirit was of the heavenly grade. This petite black cat, in a semi-ethereal state, possessed one blue eye and one black eye, encircled by 9 rings of azure light. Remarkably, a cat's tail manifested behind Manha, enhancing her allure. Xiang Chen gazed at the kitten, recalling all the documented information regarding beastly divine spirits. The shadow celestial cat. He immediately recognized the origin of this divine spirit. Manha, momentarily forgetting her shyness, gazed in astonishment at her spirit. "Why is it a cat? Young master, is this truly my divine spirit?" Manha inquired softly. "Manha, this is no ordinary cat. However, you should quickly dress yourself," Xiang Chen replied with a wry smile, wiping away a trickle of blood from his nose. Only then did Manha realize her upper body remained exposed, letting out a startled cry as she swiftly turned to don her garment. Xiang Chen instructed, "Conceal your divine spirit within you, allowing your vital energy to flow into it, and sense the spirit's innate abilities." Yes, she responded. Manha immediately retracted her spiritual essence into her body, adhering to Xiang Chen's instructions. Shortly thereafter, she appeared to become ethereal beside him, or rather, transformed into a wisp of shadow, leaving only a dark silhouette on the ground, as if she had vanished entirely. When Xiang Chen reached out to touch her, he could still feel Manha, yet the ground bore only a shadow. If the lights in the room were extinguished, nothing would be visible. "Young master, am I invisible?" Manha exclaimed in astonishment. Xiang Chen replied, "What a remarkable talent. You have inherited the ability to conceal oneself in darkness from the shadow cat lineage. Truly, you are a natural assassin among the demon race." Before long, Manha returned to her visible form and remarked, "Young master, This state consumes a significant amount of true energy. I can only maintain it for about 3 minutes. Xiang Chen smiled and said, that is already an extraordinary ability. Manha, I will soon impart a cultivation technique to you. From now on, you shall practice that method. Additionally, here are 10 bottles of true energy elixirs, sufficient for you to cultivate for a long time and break through to the 6th level of the divine storage realm. Xiang Chen recalled the powerful techniques suitable for the Shadow Cat clan recorded in the Compendium of All Demons, the Night God technique. The compendium contains countless legacies, yet the cultivation methods within it are diverse and multifaceted. The first level of the compendium, which Xiang Chen currently practices, is the renowned Taiji In sacred art. His soul of the moon-eating wolf is also incredibly compatible. As for the dragon elephant fist dragon elephant technique, it is a physical cultivation method that can be practiced from the lowest levels to the highest. It has the lowest threshold, allowing practitioners to begin at the physical realm. However, he has yet to achieve the first level of the dragon elephant technique, the power of one elephant. The power of one elephant possesses a pure physical strength capable of erupting with 20,000 pounds of force. Currently, his physical strength is around 5,000 to 6,000 pounds, which, when combined with the Taiji true energy, could reach a formidable power of 10,000 pounds. Manha had nothing to add and followed Xiang Chen's arrangements without question. After awakening her spiritual essence, Xiang Chen transcribed the Night God technique's cultivation method for her, providing her with the teachings suitable for those below the Yuan-Yang realm. Thus concluding this busy day, this is also the way of guiding others. One cannot provide everything all at once. He did not give Manha the complete method, nor are the techniques recorded in the Compendium of All Demons inferior, as they represent the highest legacy among the demon race. The next day, Xiang Chen had matters to attend to, unaware that an extensive web was being woven in the shadows in anticipation of him. Thanks to Luo Yumi and Xiao Tao for their support, and to the brothers who came to assist. It is a joy to see most of you old friends here. The new book requires popularity. I hope those with the devil fruit will support it. I appreciate it, and I shall lead the charge with updates, while my brothers serve as my backbone, shaking the update rankings and all the lists. Chapter 165. Is alchemy difficult? After a night of cultivation, Xiang Chen consumed considerable amounts of the flesh of the great demon serpent, significantly enhancing his strength and bringing him closer to the 6th level of the divine storage realm, requiring only one final push. The following day, Xiang Chen, accompanied by Zhao Mu, arrived at a certain location, the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion. After a long absence from Chen Feng, it was only natural that he should reconnect, and he also had matters for the pavilion's assistance. The relationships between individuals, once established, require nurturing to endure. It is a fallacy to believe that a strong connection can withstand neglect. Even the most robust relationships may wane if left unattended for too long. As the adage goes, 3 years without a visit, even kin may feel distant. Upon returning to the grand and majestic Wanyao Pavilion, I encountered a familiar face as soon as I stepped through the door. It was Master Xiang Chen. Master Xiang Chen, you have arrived, exclaimed a middle-aged gentleman, approaching with a hearty laugh and an exceedingly warm demeanor. Senior Lu, it has been a long time since we last met, Xiang Chen replied with a respectful gesture. Oh, Master Xiang Chen, I am unworthy of such titles. In the realm of medicine, you are the true elder. I merely possess age without merit. By the way, I have numerous medical inquiries I wish to discuss with you, and I hope you might impart your wisdom. Lu, the apothecary, said with a smile. Imparting wisdom is too grand a term. I shall gladly share any knowledge I possess that may assist you, Xiang Chen responded modestly, his demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. Master, what brings you here? At that moment, an elderly man clad in white approached briskly, performing a courteous bow. Old Hua, I have told you, there is no need to address me as master, Xiang Chen replied with a wry smile. That cannot be. A teacher who dispels doubts is indeed deserving of respect. I must uphold the traditions of etiquette. The North Star calming needle you taught me will benefit me for a lifetime, Old Hua insisted, adhering strictly to formalities. Very well, you may address me as you wish. But I shall continue to call you Old Hua, and we shall maintain our respective titles, Xiang Chen laughed. By the way, is there a particular reason for your visit? Are you perhaps seeking the pavilion master? Old Hua inquired with a smile. Indeed, Xiang Chen affirmed with a nod. Their conversation captured the attention of many guests, inciting astonishment. The renowned physician of the Great Shang, Old Hua, referred to this young man as master. What could be the young man's identity? Although Xiang Chen had garnered a degree of fame in the Great Shang, only those who had interacted with him among the elite were familiar with his name. Second Master. It has been a while. The Master is already aware of your arrival. A strikingly beautiful woman in a flowing green robe approached, her grace and maturity captivating. Senior Qing Feng. Xiang Chen greeted with a respectful gesture. Qing Feng, the head stewardess of Wanyao Pavilion, had previously assisted Xiang Chen in a difficult situation. Humph. If you still call me senior, I shall be displeased. Did I not say? Just call me Qing Feng or Sister Qing Feng, she said with a smile. Sister Qing Feng, Xiang Chen promptly complied, adding, you have become even more radiant during these past few months. Giggles escaped her lips. You always know the right words to say. Please, follow me. The master is awaiting you with hot tea. With that, Qing Feng led Xiang Chen, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Mu. Xiang Chen, accompanied by Zhao Mu, followed Qing Feng as old Hua trailed behind. They traversed a serene and winding path, arriving at a quaint and elegant courtyard. The gate stood wide open, revealing a handsome man in green robes, appearing to be in his 30s, with striking features and a few strands of gray in his hair, who was preparing a pot of hot tea. Brother, it has been quite some time. The man in green smiled as he rose to greet them. Are you indeed Brother Qin Feng? Xiang Chen inquired in astonishment, recognizing him as Qin Feng, albeit looking markedly younger than the last time they met, when he resembled a man in his 60s or 70s. Haha, indeed. Has it been so long that you fail to recognize me? Qin Feng chuckled. Xiang Chen smiled wryly, replying, no, it's just that you have changed so drastically that I scarcely recognized you. Come, take a seat. It is thanks to you that I am in this condition. Previously, I was on the brink of death, as the poison of the demon spider eroded my vitality, causing me to appear aged. Now that I have been cured, I have naturally reverted to my true appearance. In truth, I was never old. Qin Feng laughed heartily, gesturing for Xiang Chen to sit and pouring him a cup of tea. Xiang Chen, cradling the tea, smiled and said, seeing you restored brings me great relief. Qin Feng replied, I must commend your remarkable medical skills, dear brother. You have truly granted me a second lease on life. That is merely because your fate was not yet sealed, Xiang Chen humbly responded. However, I am astonished by your current prowess. It has only been a short while since we last met, and you have already reached the 5th level of the divine concealment realm. Not to mention your triumph as the young king of the Xia family, Qin Feng remarked, well aware of the developments surrounding Xiang Chen. Heh. After months of arduous cultivation in the mountains, I encountered certain fortuitous opportunities that expedited my progress, Xiang Chen replied. I came not only to visit you and reminisce, but also to seek your assistance with a few matters. Let us not stand on ceremony. Whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly not refuse to assist you. By the way, why did you decline the 5 million I had Qing Feng offer you last time? That sum is far too generous. I wouldn't dare accept it. It is far more comforting to use money I have earned myself, Xiang Chen said with a bitter smile. 5 million gold coins is an astronomical figure even for those at the Yuanyang realm. Very well, as you wish. However, should you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to reach out to Qing Feng. My 10,000 medicine pavilion is not lacking in resources, Qin Feng replied, not wanting to press the matter. Those of capability often possess their own pride and integrity, whereas the inept are the ones who crave to beg for everything from others. In due time, I intend to venture into the alchemy business, and I may need to procure materials from you. Furthermore, I aspire to refine elixirs and obtain a qualification certificate for alchemy. I will also require your assistance in procuring a letter of recommendation from the Alchemist Alliance. Xiang Chen disclosed his intentions. Engaging in the alchemy business. Do you possess the skill of an alchemist? No, I plan to refine them myself. Acquiring materials is certainly not an issue, and it will be free of charge. I had no idea my younger brother was an alchemist. What rank are you? Qin Feng inquired with amusement. I have yet to commence my studies. Xiang Chen responded with an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sputtered and nearly choked on his tea, while Xiang Chen narrowly avoided splattering himself. Dear brother, do you think alchemy is as simple as rolling sugar balls? Do you believe that if you wish to learn, you can simply master it? Is it really that difficult? Xiang Chen asked, surprised, knowing well that alchemists are a rare breed. My teacher, I too have studied alchemy, yet after all these years, I have only reached the rank of a 6th grade alchemist. When I first began learning, it took me 3 years to refine 9 different grades of common elixirs, and that was under the guidance of the pavilion. Compared to studying medicine, Alchemy requires far greater talent and financial resources, Hualao lamented. Most pharmacists can manage some alchemical techniques, but true alchemists often possess a solid foundation in basic medical skills. Is that so? I shall give it a try. Chapter 166. Infuriating Elder Hua. The words spoken by Xiang Chen left the others present momentarily speechless. By the way, Elder Hua, do you possess an alchemy furnace? Xiang Chen inquired. Within him lay a mysterious ancient cauldron capable of concocting elixirs, yet he could not reveal this secret lightly. Indeed, Elder Hua promptly retrieved a crimson alchemy furnace over a meter tall from his golden jade ring, adorned with precious patterns. It was unmistakably a 7th-grade furnace. Please, utilize it. Master, Elder Hua offered. Thank you, Xiang Chen replied, recalling the simplest elixir from his inheritance, the strengthening bone and vitality pill. This was a 9th-grade elixir, designed to enhance one's vitality and internal strength, particularly beneficial for physical cultivation. I lack the necessary materials. Sister Qingfeng, could you possibly arrange for someone to procure some tiger bone grass, black goji berries, and 10-year-old ginseng? Xiang Chen turned his gaze toward Qingfeng. Of course, it is no trouble at all. Someone, fetch 10 portions of tiger bone grass, black goji berries, and 10-year-old ginseng, Qingfeng commanded. Elder, are you intending to refine the vitality pill? Elder Hua asked. The latter 2 ingredients were indeed essential for the crafting of the vitality pill, a 9th-grade elixir of the mundane realm. Precisely, Xiang Chen affirmed. To be exact, it is the strengthening bone and vitality pill. Soon, a maid delivered a large medicinal box containing all the materials Xiang Chen required. He expressed his gratitude before recalling every detail regarding the art of alchemy. The process of alchemy consists of numerous steps, requiring at least a cultivation level at the divine concealment realm to effectively control the true fire. Subsequently, one must possess a formula to proportion the ingredients accurately, followed by refining the elixir into either powder or liquid form. If the herbs are dried, they are transformed into powder, which is then combined with water to form pills. If fresh, they are refined into liquid and solidified into pills. All the materials he had were dried. 4 higher-grade elixirs. Specific sealing techniques are required, utilizing true energy and essence to cultivate patterns upon the elixir. After contemplating the method for refining the strengthening bone and vitality pill, a moon-white flame ignited in Xiang Chen's hand, true fire. Simultaneously, his arm's meridians channeled his true energy, incorporating a strand of blue flame and a strand of green flame into the true fire. This is the 3-flavored true fire. Elder Hua exclaimed in astonishment. The 3-flavored true fire, the finest flame for alchemy, amalgamates wood, water, and pure fire types. Qinfeng and Qingfeng both exhibited surprise. In this world, there are but a few alchemists capable of wielding the 3-flavored true fire. The cultivation method for it is recorded in the divine retribution scriptures, albeit as the most rudimentary method. There exist even more formidable flames, such as the 6-flavored leaving fire and the 9-transmutation heavenly fire. Yet, at present, his cultivation allowed him to summon only the 3-flavored true fire. Xiang Chen first warmed the furnace for the strengthening bone and vitality pill, requiring a temperature of around 300 degrees. The true fire blazed, quickly heating the furnace. Once the temperature rose, he placed the first ingredient, tiger bone grass, into the cauldron. As the tiger bone grass entered, it began to float within the furnace, buoyed by a natural levitation force, curling under the heat without igniting. Xiang Chen gazed intently at the furnace, his extraordinary perception and keen eyesight enabling him to sense the subtle changes in the medicinal materials and temperature. Swiftly, the tiger bone grass became brittle, transforming into a pile of medicinal ash. However, at that moment, he slightly mismanaged the temperature, causing the ash to ignite and produce a cloud of black smoke. My apologies, it's my first attempt and I wasn't mindful of the heat. Xiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose. Old Hua was already quite astonished. To control the heat on his first try and produce medicinal powder was remarkable enough. Few could achieve such a feat on their initial attempt. No worries, there are plenty of materials, just continue refining, Qinfeng encouraged. Xiang Chen then commenced the second refinement of tiger bone grass. The waste material was expelled from the furnace, and this time, after the tiger bone grass transformed into medicinal powder, he paid close attention. The azure water-based true fire surged into the furnace, enveloping the powder and insulating it from the heat. Although the water-based true fire was indeed real fire, Its temperature was low enough to condense water's spiritual energy, making it ideal for pill formation, while wood fire was more suited for nurturing pills. Next, Xiang Chen added black goji berries, which required a different temperature of approximately 350 degrees. He heightened the furnace's temperature, refining the black goji berries, and once they turned into powder, he again enveloped it with a strand of water-based true fire. For the final ingredient, the 10-year ginseng, the most challenging step awaited, as its refining temperature reached 500 degrees. Xiang Chen continued to elevate the furnace's temperature. This is the essence of the 3 types of true fire. One need not remove other materials from the furnace to refine additional ones. The synergy of medicinal vapors allows for the creation of superior elixirs, Old Hua remarked enviously. What is so rare about the 3 types of true fire? If you wish to practice, I can impart it to you, Xiang Chen replied. Really? Master, are you speaking the truth? Old Hua asked in astonishment. Indeed, but alas, I've lost focus. Xiang Chen's expression suddenly shifted as he noticed the ginseng had turned to black ash. My apologies, Master. Old Hua expressed his regret for causing Xiang Chen's distraction. Xiang Chen fell silent, reintroducing the 10-year ginseng into the furnace, continuing the refinement process. After the ginseng became powder, he transformed all his true fire into water flame, which condensed the water vapor. He then added a drop of his own blood to assist in the pill formation. The 3 types of medicinal powders amalgamated, and under the fusion of water vapor and blood, they coalesced into a pill the size of an egg. The pill embryo had formed. Incredible. It is my first time witnessing someone successfully create a pill embryo on their first refinement, Qing Feng exclaimed in shock. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This young brother had exceeded his expectations with remarkable talent in alchemy. One could say he possessed an astounding wealth of alchemical knowledge, exceptional perception, spiritual strength, and the 3 types of true fire, all converging to form a prodigy of alchemical talent. Subsequently, after the pill was formed, Xiang Chen's 3 types of true fire transformed into wood flame, which absorbed the wood essence from the world into the pill furnace, nurturing the strong bone and vitality pill. Before long, the strong bone and vitality pill transitioned from a coarse state to a finely crafted one, shrinking from the size of an egg to that of a pigeon's egg. At last, Xiang Chen clapped the pill furnace, and the pill soared into his hand. A pale red strong bone and vitality pill had materialized, adorned with 6 circles of crimson patterns. Incredible! A 9th-tier vitality pill truly has been refined. Could this really be your first attempt at alchemy? Old Hua was rendered speechless in amazement. Chen Feng and Qing Feng both wore peculiar expressions, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xiang Chen offered an awkward smile, scratching his head as he said, I apologize. Alchemy can indeed be quite challenging. It was my first attempt at refining elixirs. Although I understood the process theoretically, I had never practiced it before, and I only managed to produce a moderately high-quality strong bone blood pill. Uffed. Elder Hua coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted. Alchemy is a bit challenging? A bit? Is that even a sensible statement? Your first attempt at refining an elixir rivals the progress I have made in 2 to 3 years of studying alchemy. Comparisons between individuals can be fatal. Comparing goods can lead to their disposal. Chapter 167. A long-term perspective. Elder Hua. What is the matter? Xiang Chen's expression shifted, and he hurried to support Elder Hua. Oh. It seems the liver and heart fires have surged simultaneously, overwhelming him. Who has angered you? Xiang Chen inquired, observing Elder Hua's bewildered countenance. Isn't it you who has caused this? Chen Feng and Qing Feng retorted, casting incredulous glances at Xiang Chen. They had just witnessed a monstrous display of alchemical prowess. Me? What have I done? How could refining an elixir provoke someone? Xiang Chen replied, utterly oblivious, thinking it would be fitting to throw a pair of flip-flops at him. Cough. Cough. It's nothing. I'm fine. Tell me, are you truly attempting alchemy for the first time? Elder Hua asked, regaining his composure. Indeed, what of it? I understand the formulae and methods, but I have never refined before, Xiang Chen replied. Once again, Elder Hua coughed up blood, nearly fainting as he murmured, a genius. A prodigy. This is true talent. After living for decades, I have witnessed a marvel. Xiang Chen was speechless. Was it truly so astonishing to refine a mere common-grade elixir? Cough, cough, my young friend. Do not discourage Elder Hua further, Chen Feng said with a wry smile. It is the first time I have seen someone reach your level in their initial attempt at alchemy. I had no idea that alchemy was perceived as so arduous in your eyes. I merely wish to practice diligently and perhaps open a pharmacy for elixirs, Xiang Chen murmured. Elder Hua lamented inwardly. Bring me a 40-meter-long sword. My young friend, you are indeed a prodigy. Individuals of your caliber are not merely rare in this grand merchant realm, but are extraordinary talents across the entire continent. If you ever wish to sell your elixirs, do not offer them to anyone else. Sell them to me at the best market price for my medicine pavilion. Chen Feng gazed at Xiang Chen with newfound respect. No longer just grateful for a life saved, but truly acknowledging his potential. Such innate talent in alchemy, if cultivated further, could lead to him becoming a remarkable alchemist in the future. The status of an alchemist far surpasses that of ordinary martial artists. Brother Chen, I fear that may not be feasible. My primary aim in alchemy is to dismantle a certain family, Xiang Chen replied apologetically. To dismantle a family through alchemy? Chen Feng looked at him in disbelief. Indeed, I recall that the Lin family nearly monopolizes 40% of the elixir supply in this grand merchant realm. I intend to leverage this to undermine the Lin family. I will not conceal this from you. The current predicament of the Xiang family is not without the Lin family's covert machinations, Xiang Chen stated earnestly. My goal is to cultivate a group of alchemists to compete with the Lin family's business, ideally to undermine their elixir trade. Xiang Chen candidly stated, I am aware that a significant portion of the Lin family's medicinal materials is sourced from the Wanyao Pavilion. In the future, I hope my elder brother can lend me a hand by providing these materials at market price. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brows and replied, Younger brother, if you truly wish to bring the Lin family to ruin, I can personally assist you in this endeavor. His words hinted at the immense power of the Wanyao Pavilion and his own confidence. No, that's unnecessary. Some grievances I must settle myself. I am deeply grateful for your goodwill. Xiang Chen shook his head, maintaining his own principles and dignity. Rest assured regarding the medicinal materials, Wanyao Pavilion will supply them. Moreover, once your scale is sufficiently large, I will redirect all of the Lin family's share to you. By the way, do you have any alchemists under your command? Chen Feng inquired. No, I haven't begun recruiting yet, Xiang Chen responded. There's no need for recruitment, younger brother. If you trust me, I shall provide you with 10 treasure-grade alchemists and 100 ordinary 9th-grade alchemists. They will follow you from now on, but I have a small request. Chen Feng's words astonished Xiang Chen. Please, go ahead, he urged. These individuals will serve you as their leader. But once you have refined your elixirs and successfully undermined the Lin family, I would like you to supply the first batch to Wanyao Pavilion for sale. Of course, I assure you that the pricing will be fair. What do you think? Xiang Chen smiled and replied, What kind of condition is that? I accept. Furthermore, for the elixirs provided to Wanyao Pavilion, I will offer 1/10 for free. Haha, no need for that. Simply being able to sell through you will suffice. Chen Feng laughed heartily, patting Xiang Chen on the shoulder. I eagerly anticipate the establishment of your elixir empire. That will certainly happen, Xiang Chen said with a smirk. Master, I wish to assist my teacher. Would that be acceptable? Old Hua inquired. Chen Feng smiled, of course. You may go help my younger brother. I can arrange for more personnel to be sent over. Thank you, Master. Old Hua expressed his gratitude. Eager to learn more medical skills and the art of the three flames true fire from Xiang Chen. Teacher, I will follow you from now on. Please don't find me bothersome, Old Hua said with a grin. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. A top-tier pharmacist like you, a 6th-grade treasure alchemist. Choosing to follow me is truly an honor. I could never think of finding you bothersome. All right, our conversation has made me quite hungry. The recent alchemy surely drained my energy. Younger brother, stay here for a meal. Very well, I shall stay for a meal with you. Elder brother, Xiang Chen chuckled. The two enjoyed their meal for half an hour before Xiang Chen and Zhao Mu finally departed at midday. Chen Feng escorted Xiang Chen to the door. While Qing Feng gazed at Xiang Chen's retreating figure and sighed, this second young master of the Xiang family is increasingly enigmatic to me. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and remarked, such astounding alchemical talent, coupled with extraordinary medical skills and remarkable cultivation advancement, my younger brother must have an exceptional mentor guiding him. Actually, you are mistaken, his mentor is merely a pig. Yet, even from a pig, a celestial general can emerge. Who knows what background this fellow possesses? Master, now that your health has improved, should I continue to confine myself to this small place in self-exile? Qing Feng grasped Chen Feng's hand, seeking his thoughts. Chen Feng's gaze was profound as he remarked, It has been 8 long years since I departed from the sect. Now that I return, I fear the world may have transformed beyond recognition. There is no rush for my return. Having spent 8 years away, what harm is there in lingering for another 2? Qingfeng, do you believe that within just 2 years, my younger brother will undoubtedly stir this commercial nation into upheaval? He is not merely a creature of this shallow pond. I sense that he will eventually carve out a name for himself throughout the entirety of the 9 provinces. Qingfeng, taken aback, inquired, you hold him in such high regard? Setting aside other matters, consider his talent for alchemy. If he receives guidance from a master, do you truly think he will remain ordinary? Presently, he relies heavily on me. Yet there may come a time when I, too, will depend on my younger brother, Qingfeng stated, his gaze lingering on the vanishing figure of Xiang Chen. Some individuals are inherently endowed with extraordinary vision, thought, and perspective. My lord, your prowess is truly remarkable. Zhao Mu couldn't help but express his admiration for the earlier events. By the way, where shall we head next? Chapter 168, Capturing the Culprit. Zhao Mu had never witnessed Xiang Chen practicing alchemy before. Today's display was undoubtedly his inaugural attempt. Though he was not an alchemist himself and lacked an understanding of the complexities involved, he was acutely aware of the rarity and value of alchemists. One could hardly find a single alchemist among 100 true martial practitioners. Now, it seemed that their young master was a genius in this domain, successfully producing a pill on his first try. Let us proceed to the Tianxiang distillery. I have business to discuss with Lu Qing. I wonder if he has returned, Xiang Chen said, urging his dragon steed forward at a gallop toward Tianxiang distillery. At the distillery, willows were planted abundantly, creating a picturesque scenery, infused with the fragrant aroma of wine. Numerous wineries, taverns, and inns, all part of the Tianxiang distillery's enterprise, lined the bustling commercial street. The Tianxiang distillery stood as the flagship of the grand merchant's wine industry. Indeed, Lu Qing had returned with Lu Shiming and was overjoyed to see Xiang Chen, welcoming him with an extravagant feast and 3 large jars of wine, leaving Xiang Chen slightly tipsy, compelling him to channel his energy to withstand the effects of the alcohol. Zhao Mu, benefiting from Xiang Chen's presence, savored several jars of fine-aged wine. My old brother, I have a favor to ask of you. You must assist me. Xiang Chen slurred, slightly inebriated. Brother, your matters are my own. Our bond is of the highest order, so feel free to speak freely, Lu Qing replied with a smile. Xiang Chen, with a flushed face from the wine, declared, in the future, I intend to open an inn, and you must supply me with the finest wines. I have heard that the Lin family's taverns source their wines from you. When I open my tavern, you must aid me in undermining the Lin family's business. The Lin family's 2 principal sources of income were their alchemical and tavern enterprises. The Xia family primarily engaged in gambling houses and dye workshops. The premier families of the grand merchant class all possess robust economic enterprises, serving as the backbone of their lineage. Otherwise, how could they afford the necessities of life? Cultivation resources and sustenance? It is inconceivable to rely solely on violence to seize what one desires, for such chaos would ensue. In the realm of cultivation, wealth, law, partners, and territory are paramount, with wealth taking precedence. It is only through financial support that one can access abundant resources for cultivation. Law refers to the methods of cultivation, techniques, and martial arts. Partners encompasses not merely companions, but also mentors, friends, and networks. The land serves as a sacred ground for cultivation and territory. As long as my brother's tavern can be established, I will lend my full support, Lu Qing declared, devoid of any unnecessary chatter. Lu Qing, Qingfeng, and others are the connections within Xiang Chen's network, the companions in the pursuit of wealth, laws, and resources. Xiang Chen remained with Lu Qing until approximately 5 in the afternoon, and once he had regained his senses from the effects of alcohol, he bid farewell and departed. As evening approached, he and Zhao Mu hurried towards the Gongsun family to retrieve his dragon-quelling demon blade. The exhibition at the Gongsun residence should have concluded by now, and he needed to reclaim his weapon. Upon entering the Gongsun estate, he was greeted and escorted to the residence of Gongsun Xingtian. Ah, my brother, you have arrived. You cannot imagine how many prominent figures have come to view your dragon-quelling demon blade. There were even offers reaching up to 800,000 for your blade. Gongsun Xingtian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. In these past days, thanks to the fame of the dragon-quelling demon blade and the success of the exhibition, the Gongsun family has utterly eclipsed the Murong family in terms of sales. Our total revenue has surpassed 10 million gold coins, with nearly all exhibits being sold out. Success in the exhibition is commendable, Gongsun brother. I have a proposal for collaboration that I wish to discuss, if you are amenable. Xiang Chen replied with a smile as he accepted his dragon-quelling demon blade. Oh, do share, Gongsun Xingtian encouraged. I envision a partnership with the Gongsun family, where I provide blueprints that ensure the weapons forged will surpass all others of equal value on the market. You would supply the materials and forging techniques, while I handle the intricate designs and patterns. We can split the profits 6-4, with you receiving the larger share. What do you think? Xiang Chen proposed. Do you possess designs comparable to the dragon quelling? Gongsun Xingtian inquired, astonished. While they may not rival the dragon quelling patterns, they are superior to any patterns from the great merchants. What say you? Are you interested in considering a collaboration? Xiang Chen queried with a smile. This matter is of significant importance. I must confer with the family elders before providing you with an answer, Gongsun Xingtian responded cautiously. After all, the Gongsun family was not solely his to decide upon. Very well, we shall revisit this discussion later. The hour grows late, so I shall take my leave. In 4 days, it will be the new year. I shall arrange a tavern for us to gather once more, Xiang Chen said, having reclaimed his dragon-quelling demon blade. Not lingering longer as he had many plans to set into motion. Take care, brother, and visit often, Gongsun Xingtian said as he accompanied Xiang Chen to the exit. Xiang Chen said his farewells and left Gongsun Xingtian's residence, returning with Zhao Mu. As they strolled through the bustling commercial street of the 100 Weapons Pavilion, the evening sky was adorned with red lanterns, and numerous eateries thrived with customers. Xiang Chen, not in a rush to return, purchased several skewers of grilled meatballs, leisurely enjoying the evening with Zhao Mu. The little white tiger peeked out from Xiang Chen's embrace, its fluffy head drooling as it fixated on the grilled skewers. Haha, you little glutton, Xiang Chen chuckled, lifting a meatball to feed the small creature. Uncle Mu, have you made any progress with the contacts I asked you to reach out to? Xiang Chen inquired, taking a bite for himself and offering another to the little white tiger as they walked. Young master, the funds you entrusted to me were dispatched last night. Among them, 25 individuals have explicitly expressed their willingness to continue following you. As for the others, they have yet to provide a definitive response. Those formidable experts who once served the family and later departed due to the family coup wished to meet you before making their decisions. Uncle Mu spoke softly. Only 25? Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Originally, more than 100 individuals had been driven away, all masters above the innate realm. Indeed, 25 willing to follow is rather scant. Those reluctant primarily doubt your ability to contend with Lady Lin. Alas, I shall persuade them further, Zhao Mu sighed. Xiang Chen shook his head. There is no need. Their sentiments are entirely human. It is commendable that they have not betrayed and sided with Lin Lian. Given the opportunity, I will encourage them to willingly submit to me. Once the festivities conclude, I will meet with those few who serve. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the street. See Xiang Chen. Do not let him escape. Clear the way, make way. Xiang Chen, do not flee. You are the murderer who plotted against Lord Shengtian. Stop, Xiang Chen, do not run. The night market descended into chaos as a large crowd surged forward, directed towards Xiang Chen and Zhao Mu. All these individuals were clad in the martial attire of the Gongsun family. The crowd parted, and soon, no fewer than 30 or 40 individuals pressed in, encircling Xiang Chen and Zhao Mu. Chapter 169. The Night Market Massacre. Young master, it seems we are in trouble, Zhao Mu furrowed his brow, drawing the heavy sword from behind him. This sword was a temporary purchase, an ordinary third-grade treasure. His original sword had been reforged by Gongsun Xingtian, who had integrated it with the fire serpent sword. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he regarded the throng of Gongsun martial artists, among whom were acquaintances, including the bodyguards of Gongsun Xingtian. Everyone, what is your intent? Xiang Chen asked indifferently. You beast. One of Gongsun Xingtian's bodyguards bellowed, his eyes bloodshot with rage. How dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Zhao Mu retorted angrily. Xiang Chen, our young master has treated you well, yet you conspire against him. Why? The bodyguard yelled. Conspire against Gongsun? What are you saying? When have I ever harmed Gongsun? Xiang Chen's face turned cold as he questioned. Stop feigning ignorance. After you left, our young master fell victim to poison and boar sword wounds, inflicted by your dragon K demon blade. You were the last person he encountered. Who else could it have been? The bodyguard shouted. What? Gongsun has been poisoned? Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in anger. I warned you all that he is no good. To seize the position, he would poison even his own elder brother. Xingtian did not believe me, and now look. Xingtian has been poisoned. At that moment, a man approached with a cold smile. It was Gongsun Ku. Nonsense. I did not poison him. When I left, Gongsun was perfectly fine. Someone must be framing me. Xiang Chen retorted sharply. It is you. At that moment, a guard shouted angrily. I heard it. You quarreled with our young master when you left. He offered you the dragon blade at cost for 200,000, but you refused, leaving on bad terms. You must harbor resentment because of this, Xiang Chen. How cruel-hearted you are. Our young master considered you a brother. Xiang Chen cast a frigid gaze at the man, who was one of Gongsun Shengtian's close guards, known as Sun Fong, sharing a name with a mercenary he had once slain. What he spoke was utterly unfounded. In that instant, Xiang Chen sensed an undercurrent of conspiracy. Someone was attempting to frame him. His icy stare made Sun Fong flinch slightly, before Xiang Chen's cold gaze turned towards Gongsun Ku. Gongsun Ku looked back with a venomous expression, sneering without a hint of retreat. Gongsun Ku, you are the one who has plotted against me, Xiang Chen said icily. What are you saying, Xiang Chen? Do you think I am some beast like you? Bring forth the evidence and arrest Xiang Chen. Send him to the magistrate's dungeon. Gongsun Ku coldly commanded. The surrounding guards began to close in. Who dares to touch my young master shall be killed without mercy. Zhao Mu roared, unleashing the power of the 5th level of innate energy. Kill. Slaughter this beast. Gongsun Ku shouted furiously. In an instant, over 30 guards, all at least at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine concealment realm, surged forward, accompanied by several experts in the innate realm. Uncle Mu, we must break through, Xiang Chen declared coldly. Explanations had become futile. In the distance, on a balcony of a nearby building, a handsome young man clad in a light yellow robe quietly observed the scene, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xiang Chen, you dare to oppose me? Do you truly believe you can contend with a prince? The young man sneered. He was none other than the crown prince Tianai. Your Highness, this time Xiang Chen is doomed. Gongsun Shengtian's misfortune will be pinned on him, and the Xia family cannot protect him. Moreover, Gongsun Ku will be drawn into our fold, aiding him in removing Gongsun Shengtian, who is obstinate and unmanageable, and supporting Gongsun Ku's rise to power. In the end, the Gongsun family will inevitably bind themselves to our ship. A splendid plan. Indeed, the green-clad maid, Lu Luo, chuckled. Playing tricks with a prince. This lad is still too naive, the crown prince Tianai said with a faint smile, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. Kill. Over 30 assailants charged forth, all directing their attacks towards Xiang Chen and Zhao Mu. Among them, 6 innate realm experts zeroed in on Zhao Mu. Kill. Zhao Mu bellowed, swinging his heavy sword. With one slash, a scorching wave of sword energy erupted, striking a 2nd-level innate guard's blade with tremendous force. The guard screamed, pushed back by the strike, only for Zhao Mu to follow up with another swing, unleashing terrifying power exceeding 20,000 pounds. With a sickening sound, the guard was cleaved in two. Soon after, 2 innate experts charged at Zhao Mu from either side, while a 3rd leaped in to strike. Zhao Mu engaged in fierce combat with them. Kill. A multitude of divine concealment realm martial artists assailed Xiang Chen, surrounding him. Roar. Xiang Chen bellowed, awakening his physique, transforming into a towering giant over 2 meters tall. His strength surging. From his hands emerged the celestial moonwolf claws. Swish. As he stepped forward, he swiftly unleashed a lethal strike, his speed astonishing. The onlooker merely glimpsed a fleeting shadow before the razor-sharp claws of the celestial moonwolf tore into his neck, causing a fountain of blood to erupt as he collapsed lifelessly. Die. Another assailant lunged from behind with a blade, the air crackling with deadly intent. With a deft push of his toes, Xiang Chen leapt into the air, performing an acrobatic flip, his claws descending like 10 daggers from the heavens. Propelled by the momentum of his aerial burst, akin to an arrow piercing through the sky. With a sickening squelch, his 10 claws pierced through the skull of the enemy before him, a 6th-level martial artist of the divine concealment realm, instantly ending his life. Immediately, 4 or 5 other masters of the divine concealment rushed in, brandishing swords and spears, all aimed at Xiang Chen, their blades flashing menacingly. You seek death, Xiang Chen declared, planting his foot on the head of the fallen foe. With a furious cry, he drew forth the dragon-quelling demon blade from his back, its cold glimmer slicing through the air. In a swift arc, he deflected the incoming weapons, severing them with a single, powerful stroke. Cut off the flow, he thundered, unleashing a wave of blade energy that swept in a semicircle, mercilessly cleaving through two of his attackers, who screamed in agony as their flesh was torn apart, nearly bisecting them. Stepping forward, he delivered a furious slash at the soldier wielding a spear. The man's expression shifted to one of horror as he raised his weapon defensively. Yet with a resounding crack, Xiang Chen's blade shattered the forged spear, cleaving the man in twain. Subsequently, Xiang Chen bent low to evade a downward strike aimed at his head, countering with a diagonal slash that bisected the sneaking attacker at the waist, eliciting a wretched scream. The night market descended into chaos, countless onlookers frozen in terror at the bloody carnage, with women shrieking in horror. How can this man possess such terrifying power? The other martial artists of the divine concealment realm were too frightened to approach, as 6 or 7 bodies lay strewn upon the ground, most lifeless, their deaths gruesome. Amidst the turmoil, Uncle Mu's anguished cry pierced the air. Chapter 170, A Wolf and a Tiger. Zhao Mu found himself besieged by 5 innate experts and suffered a deep gash across his back, blood flowing freely. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably robust, preventing a severance of his spinal column. Uncle Mu. Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, weapon in hand. Young master, do not concern yourself with me. I can handle this. You must escape, Zhao Mu shouted, repelling an attacker with a sword. No, Uncle Mu is my kin. How could I abandon you? Get away from me, Xiang Chen roared, cleaving aside those who tried to impede him. Zhao Mu regarded his assailants with a frigid stare, his eyes turning crimson. Kill. The 5 innate experts bellowed in unison, advancing upon Zhao Mu. You wretches, behold my true strength. Zhao Mu sneered, unleashing a roar as his spirit awakened. A fearsome tiger's roar echoed throughout the night market, as Zhao Mu's form expanded, growing to a towering height of 4 meters. Transforming into a monstrous entity with a human body and a tiger's visage, razor-sharp claws sprouting forth. A tail emerged, and flames ignited around him, his internal energy surging dramatically, amplifying his strength. Kill, Zhao Mu bellowed, wielding a colossal sword as he charged at one of the innate 5th-level masters. What is happening with this fellow? Has he transformed into a divine beast? The 5 innate experts were taken aback. Subsequently, Zhao Mu unleashed a furious strike with his sword towards one of them. Flames of crimson engulfing the blade. The innate 5th-layer master's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised his blade in defense. Clang. However, the dreadful force of Zhao Mu's sword struck against his weapon, resulting in a horrific scream as the man's arms shattered with a crack. His sword was violently dislodged from his grasp, and his hands were left in tatters. With a final swing, Zhao Mu cleaved him in two, blood gushing forth. Die! Shouted another as he leaped from behind, a blade of sword light descending upon Zhao Mu. The 2-meter-long sword energy howled as it fell. Zhao Mu countered with a fierce swing of his own sword, shattering the opponent's attack with a resounding thud. Yet, the assailant continued his assault, aiming for Zhao Mu's head from midair. Suddenly, Zhao Mu's tiger tail, extending 3 meters and resembling a steel whip, lashed out with lethal precision. With a sickening sound, it pierced through the opponent's protective aura, embedding itself into his chest. The man's eyes widened in horror as he coughed up blood, succumbing to the fatal blow. Die, monster! Roared the remaining 3, launching their attacks from various directions. One descended from the sky, striking as Zhao Mu's tail incapacitated the previous assailant. Meanwhile, the other 2 approached from either side. Zhao Mu whipped his tail, sending one of the bodies flying. But reinforcements were already too late. The blade was poised to land upon Zhao Mu's head. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying arrow shot forth, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. A black arrow swiftly struck, shattering the protective aura of the innate master. With a scream, he was blasted apart, his chest reduced to a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. In his half-wolf form, the fierce Xiang Chen gripped a dark, grand bow, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Zhao Mu swung his sword to fend off the remaining 2 attackers, forcing them back as Xiang Chen charged forward. Uncle Mu, let us go? Xiang Chen growled from his wolfish mouth. Zhao Mu, snapping back to reality, cast a surprised glance at Xiang Chen, and together they leaped into the air, soaring over 10 meters high towards a tall building. Fire! Someone bellowed. Over 10 archers drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows towards the duo. The night air filled with the whoosh of arrows as they clashed against Zhao Mu and Xiang Chen's blades, the sound of metal ringing in the night. "Young master, hop on my back," Zhao Mu shouted. Without hesitation, Xiang Chen leaped onto Zhao Mu's back, securing himself with his legs around Zhao Mu's tiger waist while drawing his dragon hunter bow, knocking 3 arrows onto the string. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows were released with terrifying force, striking down 3 of the archers. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 cries of agony echoed as they were explosively pierced by the arrows, their power even more fearsome. By condensing his vital energy into arrows, Xiang Chen's strikes were potent, yet his energy was limited, leading him to store an ample supply of iron arrows, even enchanted ones, within his spatial artifact. Meanwhile, Zhao Mu, carrying Xiang Chen, erupted forth with astounding strength, covering 20 to 30 meters in a single bound, outpacing even Xiang Chen's astonishing speed. Block their path. The guards of the Gongsun family roared with fury as members of their clan rushed forward to obstruct the path. However, Zhao Mu, transformed in his demonic form, wielded a heavy sword with terrifying strength, comparable to an 8th-tier innate expert, sending all who attempted to intercept him flying. On his back, Xiang Chen reverted to his human form to lessen his weight, grasping the dragon hunter bow. A flurry of iron arrows shot forth like deadly rays, striking down the pursuers with remarkable accuracy, claiming the lives of 6 or 7. Suddenly, from the distant street, the sound of clashing armor echoed as no fewer than 200 or 300 armored soldiers, brandishing long blades, charged forward. "Halt!" roared one of the captains, clad in armor. "Stop those 2, he commanded with a fierce voice. Thud, thud, thud. Many among the soldiers leapt onto the rooftops surrounding them. Crack, crack, crack. A number of them drew their prized crossbows, aiming at the 2. Zhao Mu halted in his tracks, his gaze darkening, and Xiang Chen's expression shifted as well. "Gentlemen, stop them. They have slain our lord Gongsun Xingtian," shouted the pursuing Gongsun family members who had followed closely behind. "Young master, it seems today will not end peacefully. Zhao Mu will surely sacrifice himself to ensure your safety. Wait for the opportune moment to escape," Zhao Mu murmured gravely. "There is still a chance," Xiang Chen replied coldly, fixing his eyes on the opposing captain as he declared, "I am the son of King Xiang, a noble of the realm. How dare you obstruct me? Haha, the King Xiang is imprisoned, and you are nothing. You too, lay down your weapons and surrender, or face annihilation." "Very well, do not shoot. We surrender," Xiang Chen bellowed, then whispered to Zhao Mu. At that moment, he suddenly hurled a large iron egg towards the enemy. Zhao Mu followed suit, unleashing a sword energy upon the egg. Boom! The iron egg exploded, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that enveloped the area, obscuring vision. "Uncle Mu, attack!" Xiang Chen shouted, and 3 arrows flew forth, striking down 3 of the intercepting crossbowmen with agonizing cries. With a roar akin to cannon fire, Zhao Mu lunged forward, covering over 20 meters in an instant, and delivered a powerful strike upon the soldiers attempting to block their path. The black smoke had obscured their vision, rendering them unaware of Zhao Mu's approach. For men were sent flying by a single blow. As Zhao Mu plunged into the fray, the soldiers scattering as if struck by a tank. The opposing crossbows became ineffective, as no one dared to fire at such close range, fearing the collateral damage to their own comrades. Yet, amidst the chaos, a powerful aura erupted. The captain unleashed a force that transcended mere true energy, emanating a golden aura akin to the sun. "Leave none alive," he bellowed, condensing his true essence into a violent golden palm strike aimed at Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu's expression changed dramatically as he countered with his sword. Boom! A surge of terrifying true essence erupted, its powerful impact crashing upon Zhao Mu, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The young master, Xiang Chen, was likewise hurled away by this force, his internal vitality tumultuous, and he too spat out blood, landing heavily on the street. "Young master!" Zhao Mu cried out, rushing towards Xiang Chen. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged forward. Xiang Chen quickly rose to his feet, his internal energy roiling uncomfortably. He immediately retrieved 2 tokens from his bosom and handed them to Zhao Mu. "Uncle Mu, escape together is no longer possible. They are after me. We must split up. You head to the Wan Yao Pavilion and the Tianxiang Winery for assistance, or else none of us will make it out alive." He placed the tokens firmly in Zhao Mu's hands. I cannot leave the young master behind. Zhao Mu lamented sorrowfully. You must heed my words, or we will all perish. I will also meet my end. This is a conspiracy aimed directly at me. After you escape, capture that guard, Sun Fang. Xiang Chen shouted. Then with a forceful push, he propelled Zhao Mu away, leaping high into the air, soaring over 10 meters, his feet executing the stunning flying swallow technique, and he vaulted again, reaching heights exceeding 30 meters. Haha. If you possess the courage, come chase after me. Xiang Chen laughed heartily in midair. Loose arrows, commanded the general furiously, and a barrage of arrows and crossbow bolts rained down upon Xiang Chen. Yet, he swiftly executed the flying swallow technique once more, using the momentum to evade the onslaught of arrows. Young master, Zhao Mu cried out in despair, gritting his teeth as he charged in another direction. Their primary target was indeed Xiang Chen, as he soared away. The pursuit was predominantly directed at him, leaving Zhao Mu relatively unscathed. With each step, Xiang Chen glided gracefully through the air for 70 to 80 meters. Boy, do you think you can escape? Sneered the Yuan Yang general, stepping forth with a surge of true essence. With a thunderous boom, he transformed into a streak of light, ascending 50 to 60 meters high, and from behind him, a pair of golden true essence wings materialized, bursting forth with astonishing energy as he surged towards Xiang Chen. A palm erupted with force, sending a whistling imprint hurtling towards Xiang Chen. As he completed his fourth step, the essence of the flying swallow technique faltered, and he began to plummet, with no means to regain his footing against that impending strike. In this life-or-death moment, a chill coursed through Xiang Chen, and a surge of true energy erupted within him. At that instant, his divine reservoir expanded, and his true essence broke through the barriers, ascending to the 6th level of the divine reservoir. Flying swallow, 5th step. Xiang Chen roared, the interrupted flow of the technique shattering its confines. This time, he executed a shadow of a wild goose, using the momentum to evade. Gliding over 20 meters, while the explosive palm strike detonated in the air, sending forth a powerful shockwave that rippled outwards for dozens of meters. Xiang Chen was propelled by the blast, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he immediately embarked on the 6th and 7th steps, dodging several meters away, reaching the pinnacle of the flying swallow technique. However, with a swift motion, the Yuan Yang general closed the distance at an astonishing speed, spanning 50 to 60 meters in the blink of an eye, unleashing a second palm strike. The roaring imprint hurtled towards Xiang Chen. There was no evading this one. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a wolf transformation strike, cleaving towards the palm. Boom! The imprint erupted, a terrifying force crashing against his body, sending him sprawling and spewing blood as he was flung into the ground. In a distant room below, a young couple was engrossed in intimacy when, suddenly, the roof above exploded with a resounding boom, and a bloodied figure descended from the heavens. Ah! The woman shrieked, hastily grasping a blanket to shield her body. Xiang Chen fell into the humble abode, blood gushing from his mouth. At that moment, a leader of the Yuanyang realm descended from above, casting a cold sneer upon Xiang Chen. Fool, with your cultivation, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? The couple trembled beneath the blanket, witnessing the unfolding scene with fear. Xiang Chen clutched his chest, his internal organs jostled and in disarray, causing him immense discomfort. He gazed at his adversary, his expression unexpectedly calming as he remarked, "You too are merely a pawn, are you not? A being of such stature in the Yuanyang realm. How curious that you personally patrol these streets. Heh, that is of no consequence. In any case, you shall perish, and in such a manner that no one will dare to intervene, not the Xiang family, nor the Xia family." The Yuanyang realm commander scoffed, condensing his true essence into a golden yuan sword as he advanced towards Xiang Chen. The manifestation of true essence into weaponry is a feat achievable only by those of the Yuanyang realm. Die, he sneered, lunging with his blade, a dreadful sword aura enveloping Xiang Chen and rendering him immobile. Xiang Chen grasped a demon core, prepared to consume it. Yet at that moment, a beam of white light burst forth from his embrace. With a fierce roar, a diminutive white tiger, over a meter in length, surged forth with astonishing speed. The little white tiger unleashed a terrifying golden energy blade with its paw, shattering the true essence emanating from the Yuanyang realm warrior, then pounced upon him, sinking its jaws into the commander's neck. This fearsome maw, capable of crushing demon cores and treasured artifacts, swiftly severed the adversary's throat. Ah! The Yuanyang commander howled in agony, his voice silenced as he grasped the little white tiger and flung it away. With a sickening crunch, a large chunk of flesh was torn from his throat, sending the little tiger sprawling. The Yuanyang realm leader stared incredulously at Xiang Chen, then at the size of the small white tiger, covering his bleeding neck with his hands, utterly speechless. He staggered and dashed towards the door. He required immediate medical attention. Otherwise, he would soon meet his demise. His throat was crushed, a fatal wound even for a Yuanyang realm warrior. Xiang Chen, equally astonished, looked at the white tiger, which leapt onto him, its pink tongue licking his face. Even in the form of a tiger, my instinct to protect you remains. Ru. Xiang Chen snapped back to reality, too astonished to ponder further. He then drew his blade and bellowed in fury, lunging at the retreating Yuanyang realm commander from behind. With a piercing thrust, the blade penetrated the commander's back, emerging through his chest. The Yuanyang leader, clutching his throat, gaped in disbelief at the dragon-quelling demon blade protruding from his chest. Instantly, his life essence and soul were voraciously absorbed by the blade. He collapsed, consciousness fading, his body transforming into a lifeless husk. Little did he imagine that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere ant of the divine concealed realm. Chapter 172. Digging his father's grave, the dragon's demon blade absorbed the life essence and soul of this formidable Yuanyang realm expert, and the weight of the blade noticeably increased. Xiang Chen gently patted the little white tiger nestled in his arms and whispered, "Thank you, little Biro." A profound sense of discomfort enveloped him, for once again, he had been shielded by Roar. He quickly turned to the startled young couple on the bed, uttered an apology, and hastily dashed out of the room, fleeing for his life. The young couple was left in a state of utter shock. As Xiang Chen sprinted through the streets, the sounds of pursuit echoed behind him. Xiang Chen. At that moment, a furious roar resonated through the night sky. Two streaks of light surged through the air, moving with astonishing speed in pursuit of Xiang Chen. Boom! A powerful surge of true essence struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A man clad in a crimson robe, rugged in appearance and bearing a striking resemblance to Gongsun Xingtian, landed before Xiang Chen, exuding a terrifying aura. Behind him, a gaunt middle-aged man descended, placing Xiang Chen in a precarious position. Both men were enveloped in the dreadful energy of the Yuanyang realm, each a formidable expert above the celestial rank. The current head of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Yu, father of Gongsun Xingtian, approached Xiang Chen with an icy demeanor, his formidable presence bearing down upon him. "You cannot escape, Xiang Chen." Just then, a troop of armored soldiers and Gongsun family guards surged forward, encircling the area. Numerous individuals leapt onto the rooftops, drawing bows and aiming at Xiang Chen, effectively trapping him within their midst. A chilling realization settled in Xiang Chen's heart. "Xiang Chen, why have you harmed my son?" Gongsun Yu demanded coldly. "I have heard Xingtian speak of you. He mentioned that you saved Linger. I even harbored gratitude toward you. Xingtian utilized the finest materials from our family and exerted our resources to forge a weapon for you in return for your kindness. Our Gongsun family has treated you well. Why then would you wish harm upon my son?" Gongsun Yu's furious shout reverberated, his overwhelming energy pressing down upon Xiang Chen, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Uncle, this Xiang Chen is not a good person. He poisoned his own brother to seize the position of heir," Gongsun interjected coldly as he arrived. "Cousin, why waste words on him? Capture him, sever his hands and feet, and display them at the entrance of the Gongsun family." The elder Gongsun Hua declared icily. "Head of the family, please allow me to explain. I share a deep bond with Gongsun Xingtian. Why would I wish him harm? I have no motive to do so. Please, remain calm. Someone has harmed Gongsun Xingtian and framed me for it." Xiang Chen hastily pleaded. "Nonsense. The guards have stated that you were the last person to be in contact with Xingtian. Who else could it be but you?" Gongsun retorted sharply. "Indeed, head of the family, I overheard Xiang Chen arguing with the young master over the dragon's blade, and shortly after, Xiang Chen departed while the young master succumbed to poison. It must be him. He is responsible," Guard Sun Feng declared coldly. "And who do you serve? Why would you frame me?" Xiang Chen shouted in anger, insisting that this was all a fabrication. "Cousin, what is there to discuss with this little thief? I have heard of his infamous reputation. It must be him. The wretched creature who harmed my nephew. I shall kill you." The elder Gongsun Hua spoke coldly, his fury palpable as he advanced towards Xiang Chen. A terrifying surge of true essence coalescing into a crimson flame spear. "Do not harm brother Xiang Chen." At that moment, a 7 or 8-year-old girl in a red dress dashed from the crowd, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiang Chen, her arms outstretched as she shouted defiantly. Linger, Linger, step aside. Linger, move away. He is the murderer of your elder brother. The faces of the Gongsun family members turned pale. The one shielding Xiang Chen was none other than Gongsun Shengtian's younger sister, the very one he had saved, Gongsun Linger. I will not let you. Brother Xiang Chen saved me and has always treated me well, often sharing drinks with my brother. He cannot be the one who harmed him. Gongsun Linger exclaimed fiercely, resolutely standing her ground to protect him. Linger. Xiang Chen felt a surge of emotion as he witnessed the stubbornness of the little girl defending him, believing in his innocence. Do not fear, Linger. I will not allow anyone to harm me. However, my brother has been poisoned, she cried out, tears streaming down her face. Rest assured, Gongsun Gui, I am not responsible for this. I will uncover the true culprit and ensure your brother is saved, Xiang Chen reassured her, gently stroking Linger's head. Cease this. Xiang Chen, do not harm my daughter. Gongsun Yu interjected angrily. Xiang Chen replied in a low voice, Gongsun family head, please remain calm. Gongsun Shengtian and I share a brotherly bond. I would never betray him. If I were the true culprit, I could have used Linger as leverage against you. I am not the one who harmed him. Father, brother would never harm brother Xiang Chen. He is a good person, Gongsun Linger innocently declared. Her words began to sway Gongsun Yu's heart. Linger, you must be deceived by this fiend. Return to me, Gongsun Ko urged anxiously. Gongsun Ko, are you so quick to label me a murderer that you might be the one behind this, attempting to frame me? Xiang Chen questioned coldly. You speak nonsense. How could I harm him when Gongsun Shengtian and I are kin? Gongsun Ku retorted angrily. Yet I too share a brotherly bond with Gongsun Gui, and I possess the token he bestowed upon me. Why would I wish him harm? Xiang Chen countered, producing the token gifted to him by Gongsun Shengtian. Seeing the token, Gongsun Yu furrowed his brow, filled with doubt once more. Such a token would not easily be given to just anyone, only to those whom he fully trusted. It is not because of the Dragon K, is it? Young master sought material fees from you, and when you refused, you created conflict and harmed him. A guard named Sun Fong shouted angrily. Ha ha ha, preposterous. Xiang Chen laughed derisively. Do you think Gongsun Shengtian and I are merely allies for profit? Material fees? As his guard, do you not understand his character? My brother is not someone who would be swayed by trivial gains. Craft a more credible story. Xiang Chen scoffed. Who have you accepted benefits from to turn against me? Speak. Sun Fong's expression shifted slightly, while Gongsun Yu's countenance darkened as he turned to Sun Fong. He understood his son well, though the celestial iron from the heavens was indeed of considerable value, worth at least over 100,000. He knew his son would never demand any material compensation for the items he presented. Was Xiang Chen truly wronged? That cunning and capricious lad. He seemed anything but virtuous. Cousin, do not be deceived by his silver-tongued rhetoric, Gongsun Hua coldly remarked. Old man, am I digging your father's grave? Are you plotting against me? Surely, you cannot be one of those who conspire to frame me? Xiang Chen asked, his voice icy. Chapter 173. The bone-piercing Pipa, you wretched creature. You seek death. Gongsun Hua exploded in anger, his true essence surging forth as he prepared to strike. Hold your hand. What of Linger? Gongsun Yu shouted sternly. Gongsun Linger possessed no cultivation. The force of his true essence could easily endanger her life. Gongsun Hua's face darkened, yet he restrained himself from acting. Xiang Chen, if you are indeed innocent, surrender and allow us to investigate this matter thoroughly. If you are not guilty, your name will be cleared. Do not harm Linger. Let her return, Gongsun Yu stated, his demeanor having cooled somewhat. Just as Xiang Chen was about to speak, a group of warriors clad in official robes adorned with the emblem of the fish hawk approached. Investigating the truth of this matter is our responsibility at the Flying Eagle Manor. A cold laugh rang out as a portly man accompanied by a retinue advanced. This man, dressed in official garb, was rotund with a shiny face, small eyes, and a protruding belly, topped with a black jade crown. Lord Zhang, Gongsun Yu acknowledged, recognizing the man as the head of the Flying Eagle Manor, which presides over this district. The Flying Eagle Manor serves as the institution responsible for investigating cases and apprehending mortals within the great merchant nation. Essentially, it is a law enforcement agency. The man's name was Zhang Baoguang, the lord of the Flying Eagle Manor, overseeing the area surrounding the Gongsun family's territory. Lord Gongsun, we received a report alleging that someone sought to harm your esteemed son. Hence, I have come with my men, Lord Zhang proclaimed with a smile. Who made the report? Gong Sun Yu's expression darkened as he inquired of those from the Gong Sun family nearby. Uncle, it was I who reported it. Brother Xingtian encountered trouble. And I had someone notify the authorities, Gong Sun Ku replied. Gong Sun Yu cast a glance at him, and then turned to Lord Zhang with cupped fists, saying, Lord Zhang, this matter has yet to be clarified. I would not wish to trouble you. Lord Gong Sun, I have observed that our patrolling soldiers have suffered considerable casualties in their efforts to capture the culprit. Just on my way here, I heard it clearly stated that it was Xiang Chen who poisoned young Master Gong Sun Xingtian, was it not? Lord Zhang interjected, disregarding the previous topic. Gong Sun Yu frowned and responded, we cannot definitively conclude that it was Xiang Chen. Father, it could not possibly be Brother Xiang Chen, Gong Sun Linger defended passionately. I ask you, how did young Master Gong Sun Xingtian fall victim to the poison? Lord Zhang pressed. In response, my lord, I know, the guard Sun Fong quickly interjected. Our young master sustained an injury to his chest, and the poison infiltrated his body through the wound. Master Zhang smiled faintly and remarked, since the poisoning originated from the wound, there must be a weapon involved, one that has been tainted with poison. Young Master Xiang, you claim you are not the perpetrator. Would you dare to surrender your blade for examination? Rest assured, we of the Flying Eagle Manor uphold justice and would never wrongfully accuse you. Given your noble status, I assure you that the Gong Sun family would not dare to act against you. Xiang Chen scoffed coldly. I did not commit the act. Feel free to investigate. He tossed the Dragon K demon blade forward, recognizing that escape was futile with several formidable experts at the 7th and 8th levels of Yuan Yang surrounding him. A Flying Eagle guard hurried to catch it, nearly being overwhelmed by the weight of the blade. Astonished, he glanced at Xiang Chen, realizing the heft of the weapon he wielded. My lord, please take a look, the guard said as he presented the sheathed Dragon K to Master Zhang. Master Zhang, enveloping the hilt in his true essence, drew it forth, unleashing a remarkable aura of the blade. What a fine weapon. Tang, examine it for poison, he praised, turning to a physician behind him. The presence of the physician seemed almost premeditated, stirring a sense of unease within Xiang Chen. A middle-aged physician in white, Tang, emerged and delicately wiped the blade's surface with a piece of white cloth, which was swiftly torn asunder by the blade's energy. However, a purplish-black hue appeared on the cloth. Tang inhaled deeply, exclaiming in shock, it is indeed poisoned, and quite lethally so. Damn it, that poison was not applied by me. Xiang Chen bellowed, realizing he had been set up, unaware that his Dragon K had been tainted. Humph, the evidence is irrefutable. See Xiang Chen. Master Zhang's demeanor shifted dramatically as he commanded. Yes, dozens of Flying Eagle guards surged forward, disregarding Gong Sun Linger, and swiftly restrained Xiang Chen. Brother Xiang, Gong Sun Linger lunged forward but was swiftly held back. Xiang Chen found his arms gripped tightly behind him, two white blades pressed against his throat. At that moment, his eyes glinted coldly like a wolf's, fixed on Master Zhang, Gong Sun Ku, and Gong Sun Hua, among others. An instinctive awareness informed him that this plot was intricately woven with their involvement, particularly that guard, who was clearly orchestrating his downfall. Linger, Gong Sun Yu promptly embraced Gong Sun Linger. Father, Brother Xiang is not a bad person. Please do not let them take him away. Brother Xiang can save our elder brother. She cried out. Gong Sun Yu's expression darkened as he glanced at Xiang Chen. Despite his doubts, the evidence before him was compelling. Take him away. Master Zhang snorted coldly, and the guards led Xiang Chen away from the scene. Brother Xiang, Gong Sun Linger cried out, but her father carried her away. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Ku sneered at the unfolding scene. All of you from the Gong Sun family, await your reckoning. I, Xiang Chen, will make you beg for my release. Those who have conspired against me and my friends will deeply regret your treachery. Xiang Chen's furious voice echoed into the night sky. You little wretch. You will never have the chance, Gong Sun Ku mocked, watching the spectacle with a smirk. In the distance, atop a tall building, another figure silently observed the events unfold, a cold smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xiang Chen was captured by the men of the Flying Eagle Manor. Utilizing his blade and the schemes of Gong Sun Xingtian, malevolent individuals meticulously orchestrated this deadly trap. Zhao Mu, although pursued by several assailants, ultimately managed to escape. He found himself in a dark alley beside a refuse heap, his body drenched in blood, gazing sorrowfully at the distant urban landscape. Young master, I am utterly incompetent. Zhao Mu lamented within himself, consumed by guilt and self-reproach. Subsequently, He glanced at the item Xiang Chen had entrusted to him, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Young master, do not worry. I shall find a way to rescue you. With a stagger, Zhao Mu rose and hurried towards a certain destination. Xiang Chen was taken by a group of men into the confines of the Flying Eagle Manor, directly ushered into a prison shrouded by towering walls. Within the prison, numerous iron cages held various inmates, an overwhelming stench of decay permeating the air. Release me, I am innocent. They coerced me into this confession. Let me out, cried another prisoner in despair. Get in there. The captors barked as they forced him into the prison, binding his hands and feet, chaining him to a cross of iron. Two members of the Flying Eagle Guard approached, wielding chains with sharp hooks, which they cruelly pierced into the area beneath Xiang Chen's shoulders. Chapter 174. The notorious marketplace. As the sharp hooks dug into his scapula, an excruciating pain surged through Xiang Chen. Even his formidable endurance could not suppress a scream of agony. The scapula harbored two vital meridians, and being ensnared there rendered even his celestial cultivation powerless, stripping him of the ability to resist. Zhang Beoguang, who instructed you to harm me? Xiang Chen bellowed in fury. Zhang, the manor's lord, stood before him with a calm demeanor, replying with a faint smile, Young Master Xiang, I am merely acting in accordance with the law. A person of your status. Perhaps I would overlook the killing of a few ordinary soldiers, but you have poisoned Gongsun Xingtian, a crucial talent of the great merchants. A spiritual-grade weapon master summoned by the king himself. I have no choice but to apprehend you. False accusations. Just because my blade is poisoned. You presume I am the perpetrator? This is a conspiracy orchestrated by others. Xiang Chen shouted in indignation. Rest assured, the poison that afflicted young Master Xingtian undoubtedly comes from your blade. There will be a certificate of identification as evidence, and numerous witnesses, including Gongsun's guards, will attest to your guilt. Before the night is over, your infamy will spread throughout the great merchants, Zhang sneered coldly. Xiang Chen's eyes turned crimson, a chill spreading through his heart. It was clear that this man was merely a pawn in someone else's scheme. To mobilize the Lord of the Flying Eagle Manor indicated that the mastermind behind this was no simple character. Who could it be? Lin Lian? The Wang family? The Lin family? Or perhaps someone else entirely? Bring forth the documents for young Master Xiang to sign, Zhang commanded with a malicious grin. One of the Flying Eagle guards produced a prepared confession, detailing Xiang Chen's alleged poisoning of Gongsun Xingtian. The guard extended the document, urging Xiang Chen to place his fingerprint upon it. However, with a sudden movement of his wrist, a foot-long celestial wolf claw erupted from Xiang Chen's hand, swiftly slashing across the guard's throat. With a sharp gasp, the throat of the eagle guard was slit, and he staggered back in terror, clutching his neck as blood gushed forth. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, likely not to survive. Seeking death, Zhang, the lord of the manor, seethed with rage. Break his hands. Another frightened eagle guard quickly grasped his baton and swung it mercilessly against Xiang Chen's arm. Crack! Xiang Chen gritted his teeth, a tortured roar escaping his throat, his face contorted in agony as the iron rod shattered his bone. Another individual hastily took the confession document, pressing it against Xiang Chen's bloodied thumb to secure his fingerprint. My lord, the eagle guard presented the confession to Lord Zhang. Zhang glanced at it, shaking the document with a smile. Young Master Xiang, this confession is now complete. Bring him to the dungeons of the Great Shang. A few men proceeded to untie Xiang Chen and led him away. Zhang Beoguang, you shall pay tenfold for your actions today. Xiang Chen glared at Lord Zhang, his eyes ablaze. The lord was momentarily taken aback by Xiang Chen's fierce gaze, then let out a cold laugh. With evidence so irrefutable, do you still wish to turn the tables? I address you as young Master Xiang, yet you truly think yourself a scion of the Xiang house? Fear not. The Xiang house will not come to your aid, nor will the Xia family, with such incriminating evidence. You may as well enjoy your new year in the dungeons and await your demise. Given his precarious position, Xiang Chen dared not resort to clandestine murder. He was merely a pawn acting on behalf of others, avoiding unnecessary bloodshed and complications, adhering to the proper channels. The true killers wield the rules as weapons, ensuring that one feels deserving of their fate even in death. Xiang Chen was led away once more, this time to the impenetrable celestial prison of the Great Shang, a place where even formidable practitioners of the Yuanyang realm could not breach. In the span of a night, news of Xiang Chen's altercation with the renowned genius craftsman Gongsun Xingtian, culminating in the latter's poisoning, spread like wildfire, fueled by those with ulterior motives. The following day, announcements appeared throughout the city, drawing throngs of onlookers. The notices suggested that a conflict had erupted over material costs during Gongsun Shengtian's assistance in crafting a sword for Xiang Chen, leading to his poisoning. Xiang Chen has poisoned the foremost genius craftsman of the Great Shang. The populace was incensed, labeling him a beast devoid of humanity. Whispers of his past treachery against his brother, Xiang Ke, in his quest for power, further fueled their outrage. A heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Such a creature deserves to be torn asunder. Well done. Execute him. Few offspring of the powerful are virtuous. The clamor for Xiang Chen's death echoed through the streets, as the ignorant masses were easily swayed by half-truths and fabricated narratives. The news spread rapidly throughout the great Shang city. Within the Xiang house, a youth of 18 or 19 gazed at the announcement, bursting into laughter. Xiang Chen, you have truly offended a divine being. You wretched brat. This time, whether you escape or not, you are doomed. Xiang Ke laughed heartily, reveling in the news of the proclamation. Lin Lian sat in the seat of the family head, her eyes sparkling with intensity. To mobilize such power against Xiang Chen, it must be the first prince. He has once again utilized my methods, surpassing even my own ingenuity. Indeed, my royal nephew embodies the future of the Great Shang. What a perverse perspective. How can such despicable tactics be lauded? Mother, do you believe the first prince is behind this, orchestrated by cousin Tianai? Xiang Ke inquired, astonished. Lin Lian had an elder sister, the rightful empress of Shang. Besides us, who else possesses the capability to manipulate the flying eagle manner to stage such a grand spectacle? Ke, observe closely. When it comes to killing, it must be executed artfully, ideally leaving the victim's demise satisfying to all, while you stand revered for your righteousness and morality. Lin Lian remarked with a faint smile. Yes, I have learned. Yet I still feel a greater sense of satisfaction in killing him myself, Xiang Ke replied, clenching his fists. In the realm of adulthood, particularly for those in power, emotions must not dictate actions. It is not simply about personal satisfaction to defeat your adversary. One must employ the most suitable and advantageous methods. Lin Lian rose and said, "Let us go. We shall enjoy a hearty breakfast today. That wretched creature will find it impossible to rise again." At the Wang family estate, Wang Ying laughed heartily, his delight palpable. Heaven has eyes. Xiang Chen, you are doomed this time. Ha ha ha, Gongsun Xingtian, I never expected you to meet your demise because of him. You deserved it. Heaven has truly assisted me in ridding myself of these two nuisances. Wang Ying was more excited than during a festive wedding celebration. Bring forth the horses. Clear the way to the prison. I wish to visit my old friend. Chapter 175. Brothers and Beauties. The prison, located in the northernmost part of the Great Shang city, was adjacent to a military camp housing 10,000 soldiers. Heavily fortified, it resembled a foreboding castle, perpetually guarded by elite soldiers. On the castle walls stood warriors equipped with crossbows, while more than a dozen large siege engines loomed ominously. The arrows in these machines were as thick as an infant's arm, forged from precious materials, and the fifth-grade arrows were exorbitantly priced. The bowstrings were crafted from the tendons of the Yuan-Yang demonic beasts, capable of slaying powerful adversaries in the Yuan-Yang realm. Xiang Chen was being escorted to this very place, a location where ordinary criminals did not qualify to be imprisoned. Early in the morning, the prisoner transport halted as it arrived at the fortress. Xiang Chen gazed upon the sight with a complex expression. He never anticipated that he would find himself here, a place he had silently observed on numerous occasions, for his father had also been confined within these walls. The transport suddenly came to a stop as a group of individuals appeared, blocking Xiang Chen's way. At the forefront stood Gongsun Ku. TSK, 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 Xiang Chen. You truly appear quite disheveled now. Haha. Yet I find it rather amusing. Gongsun Ku taunted as he circled the transport, scrutinizing Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen replied coldly, Gongsun Ku. It was you who conspired against Brother Xingtian, was it not? Gongsun Ku chuckled. Do not speak recklessly. It is clearly your doing. At this juncture, spare me your idle chatter. Is Brother Xingtian still alive? Xiang Chen inquired coldly. Rest assured, he has been poisoned and is not dead yet. But he will not survive for long, as that poison is beyond the remedy of any physician in the Great Shang, Gongsun Ku replied with a sneer. He then leaned closer to Xiang Chen, using his vital energy to transmit his voice. Xiang Chen, upon his demise, The title of the family's foremost craftsmanship genius will no longer belong to him. The future heir of the family shall be none other than I, Gongsun Ku. And incidentally, I shall rid myself of you, a mere pest. Though you have caused me great embarrassment, your death will serve my purpose. After you pass, I shall certainly offer 2 incense sticks in your memory. You wretched beast, he is your cousin. Xiang Chen roared in anger. Haha, what of it? He has always looked down upon me. In the face of power and status, such trivial familial bonds mean nothing. Did you not poison your elder brother to seize the position of heir? Gongsun Ku scoffed, dismissing the notion. Tell me, who orchestrated this scheme? You lack the intellect and the capacity to mobilize the flying eagle manner, Xiang Chen ground out through clenched teeth. Hee, that is something I cannot divulge. In any case, you have offended someone you ought not to have. Gongsun Ku responded with a cold smile. Inti and I, is it? Xiang Chen spat a name. Gongsun Ku's gaze flickered, and he fell silent. Xiang Chen, observing the other's expression, deduced the truth. Young Master Gongsun, our conversation can come to an end. Do not impede our official business. An eagle guard interjected. Haha, very well, esteemed lords, please proceed. Gongsun Ku stepped aside, making a gesture across his throat towards Xiang Chen. Thus, Xiang Chen was slowly escorted towards the prison cart, bound for the heavenly prison. This is a serious offender, personally appointed by the Crown Prince. Please open the city gates. Upon reaching the gates of the heavenly prison, the Eagle Guard displayed a token, prompting the gates to swing open as the prison cart entered the Summer Marquis's residence. The Summer Marquis's residence, situated in the southern part of the city, was a military encampment housing a formidable army of 10,000 under the command of the Summer Marquis. On the training grounds, 3 or 4 innate first-stage warriors lay on the ground, groaning after being bested by a burly young man. The youth, his face set with fierce determination, glared at the notice in his hand before tearing it to shreds. Gather around, everyone. Summer Hou roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Young prince. One person approached, awaiting orders. Immediately assemble 1,000 brothers from my barracks. Arm yourselves, and follow me to rescue and to slay. Summer Hou commanded, exuding a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Slay whom? Are we mobilizing so many men? I ordered you to go, so do it without further ado. Summer Hou's veins bulged as he shouted in anger. Yes. This individual had been with Summer Hou for several years and had rarely witnessed him in such a rage. Before long, over 1,000 soldiers were fully armored and armed, and Summer Hou mounted his swift dragon, a beast he humorously referred to as the Overlord. Without uttering another word, he led his troops in a thunderous charge towards the flying eagle manor. Meanwhile, the Summer family was thrown into chaos. Impossible. Brother Chun has actually poisoned Gongsun Xingtian. How can this be? A disciple of the Summer family exclaimed in shock. Pa, what Brother Chun? Do you truly consider him a member of the Summer family? I knew that fellow was not a good person. Previously, he was expelled from the Xiang family for poisoning his own elder brother, Xiang Ke, and now he has poisoned Master Gongsun Xingtian, a renowned artifact craftsman. Truly, a dog cannot change its ways. He is a heartless wretch. The contemptuous disciples of the Xia family sneered. Indeed, we no longer have to endure the sight of that little bastard. We won't have to call him Brother Chun anymore. I believe Brother Chun is not that kind of person. He healed my leg's meridian injury last time. Shut up. He is. Are you even still a disciple of the Xia family? Whose side are you on? You're turning your elbow outward. The disciples of the Xia family chattered among themselves. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Xia family, Xia Yunlong and Xia Fenghu were also discussing this matter. Elder brother, this situation is quite peculiar. Xiang Chen cannot be foolish enough to commit such an act, right? Xia Fenghu frowned. Xia Yunlong narrowed his eyes, gazing at the announcement, and remarked, it is indeed strange. Xiang Chen is not a man of mere courage without wisdom. This matter is not so simple. He is likely framed. The forces behind this must be formidable, capable of manipulating the authorities. Are you suggesting that someone intends to frame him? Who? Should we not rescue this young man? Xia Fenghu inquired. Someone with such capability and a grudge against him. Xia Yunlong pondered. Could it be Princess Lin? Just then, a white-clad maiden with flowing snow-white hair and half a mask rushed in, kneeling on the ground. Xingtian, what is the matter? Xia Yunlong looked at his daughter in astonishment. Please, father, save Brother Chun. He must have been framed. Xia Qingtian pleaded from her kneeling position. Xia Yunlong gazed at his daughter, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. In that instant, he seemed to understand something. It's him. Qingtian, quickly rise and speak. Now, this matter is known throughout the city, and the authorities are involved. Though I am also a member of the court, I cannot intervene casually. Xia Yunlong sighed. If that individual is behind this, then resolving the matter will indeed be challenging. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingtian drew a long sword and pressed it against her own neck, resolutely stating, "Father, you are a count and a high-ranking official. You must have a way. If you do not save Brother Chun, today will mark the day of my sacrifice, and I shall repay you in the next life." Alas, a daughter cannot be kept. Even the best of daughters will have her heart stolen by a son-in-law. As Xia Qingtian tightened her grip on the sword, her fair and slender neck was cut open. "Stop, Qingtian, I promise you. I will find a way to save Xiang Chen," Xia Yunlong exclaimed in fright. There are few fathers who do not love their children. Even if some do, they are in the minority. Although Xia Yunlong is calculating, he still values familial bonds. This is humanity, possessing both despicable flaws and admirable beauty. I hope father does not deceive me. If anything happens to Brother Chun, I will have merely lost a decade of life. Xia Qingtian lowered her sword. "Qingtian, do you truly love that young man?" Xia Yunlong sighed and asked. "When Qingtian was born, did not grandfather betroth me to Brother Chun? Some feelings are sown by the previous generation. The seed of this sentiment has taken root deeply in my heart, and moreover, having played together with Brother Chun since childhood, he has been the kindest to me among everyone else." Xia Qingqing's words left Xia Yunlong at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, during the heyday of the Xiang family, the romance between Xia Qingqing and Xiang Chen was fostered by their elders. The seeds sown by their predecessors had now borne fruit. Although the Xiang family had fallen into decline and had deliberately distanced themselves, the budding feelings had already taken root in the hearts of the young. They were wholly unaware of the emotions harbored by the younger generation. Adults often perceive issues and relationships through the lens of self-interest, forgetting that the youth are still in their passionate years. In the tumult of youth, naive and unknowing, that era is most fondly remembered and celebrated precisely because emotions were so pure, untainted by the corruption of worldly gains. Alas, humanity is too clever. The more one knows and understands, the easier it becomes to lose oneself. Sigh, one cannot retain a daughter as she matures. Xia Yunlong sighed to his brother. Xiaofeng, who also chuckled wryly, "Elder brother, who hasn't he been young? In our day, you two slew many young nobles and offended numerous people. Didn't he father help us clean up after our mess?" The youth are passionate about their feelings. Xia Yunlong chuckled bitterly, taking a seat, pondering how to resolve the matter at hand. At the Tianxiang winery, a distressed maid burst into the estate, her urgency palpable. "Halt! This is the Lord's estate. Outsiders are not permitted," a guard barked. The young woman produced a token, kneeling as she pleaded, "I beseech you, inform Lord Lu. Our young master is in peril." The guard's expressions shifted upon seeing the token, and they immediately treated her with utmost respect, helping her to her feet. At the Wan Yao Pavilion, "Lord Chen, I implore you, save my family's young master." Zhao Mu presented a token with both hands, kneeling before Chen Feng. Chen Feng's expression darkened slightly. "Rise. I have just seen the announcement and am aware of certain matters. What exactly transpired?" Zhao Mu, unwilling to rise until he received a promise, bowed his head, relinquishing all dignity. "Rest assured, since I have acknowledged your young master as my brother, I will undoubtedly save him, especially since he once saved my life." Chen Feng replied, "Thank you, Lord Chen. I express my gratitude on behalf of our young master." Zhao Mu finally stood. Qing Feng interjected, "Zhao Mu, please recount the events in detail." "Certainly." Zhao Mu promptly relayed all he knew. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's eyes glinted with cold light. "It seems someone of considerable influence is targeting my brother." Qing Feng remarked, "The Daishang possesses such capability. Those who wish to harm the second master can only be Lin Lian or the Crown Prince, Yin Tianai." Chen Feng noted, "This method indeed resembles Lin Lian's tactics. However, a clever person rarely resorts to the same trick twice. This time, the opponent's strategy seems more sophisticated, most likely the young rascal, Yin Tianai." "Master, what shall we do?" Qing Feng inquired. Chen Feng, with hands clasped behind his back, declared, "The adversary is leveraging Gongsun Shang's extraordinary background and influence to target my brother. To address the issue, we must tackle it at its root. Let us go to the Gongsun family. Should they voluntarily drop the case, the authorities will be easier to deal with." With a decisive step, Chen Feng soared into the air. A brilliant azure light suddenly materialized beneath his sword, revealing a formidable 4-foot-long azure blade that exuded a terrifying sword aura. Chen Feng stood poised upon the sword, hands clasped behind his back, with no visible leakage of true essence or manifestation of the true wings. A resounding boom reverberated through the air as Chen Feng transformed into a streak of azure sword light, piercing through the sky and leaving a radiant trail in his wake, his terrifying speed surpassing even that of sound. Zhao Mu gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, a daunting realm's name surfacing in his mind. Soon, joy replaced his shock. The young master is saved. The Azure Phoenix had coalesced 2 azure wings, soaring skyward in pursuit. As the saying goes, every cause has its effect. The benevolent deeds sown by Xiang Chen would eventually bear fruit. In the bustling marketplace, ripples of commotion arose due to Xiang Chen's circumstances. The sky darkened, and a torrential rainstorm descended early in the morning, resembling dusk, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, rendering the prison castle even more sinister. Within the prison, Xiang Chen descended from the prison cart, shackled and chained, being pushed step by step into the eerie depths of the castle. Upon entry, he was immediately greeted by the chilling sound of anguished screams. After traversing a lengthy passage, which branched out to various other cells, he found the corridor entirely enclosed. The walls here were forged from a blend of steel, measured in meters thick, impervious even to those of the Yuanyang realm. As Xiang Chen passed by areas of torment, he witnessed individuals suspended and subjected to excruciating cuts, not fatal in a single blow, but rather a cruel form of slow torture that would lead to a lingering death. One man's legs were stripped of flesh, a gruesome sight. Lingqi, known as the death by 1,000 cuts, is humanity's most brutal and inhumane form of punishment, designed to prolong suffering for 3 days without allowing death. Such horror is enough to make one's scalp prickle with dread. On the other side, another unfortunate soul was stripped bare and doused with boiling oil, the skin turning crisp and charred as anguished cries echoed through the corridor. This place resembled a hellish realm of torment, and those who lingered here for too long would find their humanity twisted, numb to the inhumanity surrounding them. Hey kid, do you see this? This is hell on earth. And soon you too shall experience such treatment. Are you scared? Cry all you want, a jailer cackled, eyeing Xiang Chen's trousers to see if he had soiled himself in fear. Once you've truly died and faced real hell, all of this will seem but a jest. Xiang Chen chuckled wryly, his expression one of indifference. They foolishly believe they could cast me into the abyss. I hail from hell itself. The boy's chilling laughter resonated with an uncanny malice, leaving the escorting jailers astonished, a strange chill creeping upon them.